Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 76. You planned this. The dinner is ready. Inoichi flatly stated before turning on his heel with a huff and sullenly stomping back into the house. Oh. Ren awkwardly thought, inwardly cursing at this blunder, not a great start to the evening. Both he and Ino looked at each other in incomprehension, expecting a much more explosive reaction from Inoichi. Why did you do that? Ino whispered as she chewed on her lower lip, her expression showing that she wasn't unhappy, just a bit flustered from being caught in the action by her father. Ren rubbed the back of his head. You looked frustrated. I even called out your name but you didn't respond. He shrugged. He didn't regret it, though. Fondly shaking her head with a small exasperated sigh, Ino took Ren's hand into hers and giggled, let's just go. She started dragging him into the house while entwining her fingers with his. When they entered the kitchen, they exchanged greetings and general pleasantries. Nariko, Ino's mother, was as always a sight for sore eyes. The most beautiful woman Ren had seen in both of his lives. Ino was on her way there but she didn't have that mature and experienced beauty that Nariko casually exuded just yet. It took Ren a bit of effort to prevent himself from staring as he handed Nariko the gift he prepared for Ino's parents, a particularly well-crafted Jake hairpin for Nariko and a bottle of quite expensive sake for Inoichi, both coming from the capital city. Having a transportation seal in there came with its perks. Then, he was seated behind a table with Ino next to him while her parents sat opposite them and the dinner started. It was quite nice. Good food. Inoichi brooding. A bit of talking. It was mostly Nariko asking unimportant questions and making small talk while Inoichi only occasionally added his input. But when they were done eating, Inoichi's demeanor suddenly shifted into seriousness and Ren knew that this was it. The time for some serious dad talk was imminent. Ino noticed it too and her hand gripped Ren's knee in silent support just as Inoichi spoke. When I hired you to train my daughter, he stared at Ren, I expected you to make her ready for the graduation exam. But instead, you are training her to become a strong and effective kunoichi. For that, you have my gratitude. Both as the head of the Yamanaka clan and as her father. Seeing how startled his words made Inoichi threw her a small reassuring smile, you are good at hiding it, princess. But you tend to relax your guard at home and I am one of Konoha's best interrogation officers. Getting information from context clues and piecing it into one conclusion is what I do for a living. There is nothing to thank me for. Ren nodded in understanding. He expected Inoichi to figure it out sooner or later. I have a vested interest in her continued existence. As much as he derided the ninja way, their mindset, and outlook on the world, they were not stupid and they were good at what they were doing. In fact, Ren was surprised that Ino managed to last this long. Or maybe Inoichi just didn't see a reason to confront them sooner. His daughter was getting stronger as a kunoichi, which raised her chances of survival in their profession. There was probably no reason to intervene from the man's point of view. Now. I know you are sleeping with my daughter. Inoichi instantly decided to get to the heart of the matter while giving Ren a displeased frown, only for Ino to sputter in her seat. We are not sleeping together. She indignantly exclaimed, causing Inoichi to give her a small, meaningful look. Ino, dear, I am not blind or deaf. He informed her with an understanding smile. A stark contrast to the mighty frown he was giving Ren just a second ago. It only served to make Ino more indignant and Nariko decided to bring some levity to the discussion. Maybe don't shout your teacher's name out loud for the entire house to hear the next time you are masturbating, sweetie. She said with an amused smile while looking at Ino who instantly flushed from embarrassment and Ren couldn't help but give his blonde student a deadpan, you can't be serious look with a raised eyebrow. He knew for a fact she had an entire stack of privacy seals, free to use as she wished. After all, he gave them to her. She really isn't very subtle, is she? Ren flatly asked Nariko who lightly but mirthfully shook her head. No. Not at all. She still has some growing up to do as a kunoichi. Being strong is not all there is to it. Even Inoichi found Ino's embarrassment endearing and his lips twitched in amusement. With a big pout, Ino decided to double down and strongly but sullenly insisted, we are not sleeping together. It made Inoichi frown. Either Ino was lying to his face or he was missing something. He opened his mouth to respond but Ren spoke first. She is speaking the truth. We might be dating but no hankapanky is occurring. He decided that the cat was out of the bag so they might as well fess up. Besides, Ino's father looked way too calm and collected. Sure, there was this gloom and doom sensation around him but he seemed to be in a state of resigned acceptance rather than open hostility when it came to their relationship. Ren expected way more threats and angry shouting. So far, this dinner was going fabulously. Nobody was stabbed and nobody was bleeding out on the floor. In ninja terms, they got along exceedingly well. Inoichi looked from Ino to Ren and back several times, looking for any hint of dishonesty with narrowed eyes, but after a while, the man leaned back on his chair with a surprised blink. That's hard to believe. I know my daughter and I always thought she would jump into sex head first. She takes after me in that regard. Nariko playfully added, putting her hand on Inoichi's forearm. Mom. Ino whined, but her smile betrayed that she wasn't as unhappy about it as she tried to sound. Yes. I still remember you giving her the talk. Inoichi chuckled and Ino let out a mortified groan, but it didn't stop Nariko from grinning and explaining as she looked at Ren. Ino instantly asked me about all the positions she could have sex in. She playfully rolled her eyes. I am going to ask Sasuke-kun which one he likes the best. She said. Nariko huffed and Ren snorted, only to get a weak kick to his shin, courtesy of Ino, who was now glaring at her mother. And she did ask the poor boy. Right in the middle of the street when we met him during one of our grocery runs. Nariko giggled and Ino tried to hide her face behind her hands, letting out a soundless whimper. The poor boy looked, Southwest lost on the road of life in that moment. They were 11. Could you stop embarrassing me, Mom? Ino desperately asked with a voice full of pleading, while Inoichi looked very uncomfortable but at the same time, highly amused with the topic. Nariko just rolled her eyes and gave Inoichi a soft poke with her elbow. Go on. You wanted to say something, didn't you? Must I? His amusement instantly deflated as he muttered under his nose. But Nariko just said a resounding yes, ending his protests in the cradle. Ha. Fine. Inoichi gave Ren a conflicted look before sighing once more, look. I am not against your relationship. It seemed almost physically painful for him to admit it. He then looked at Ino. When I was your age, my father put me in an arranged marriage. I rebelled against his decision because I fell in love with your mother. Ino became surprised as she intently listened. She heard the story of how her parents met. She knew her mother wasn't receptive to her father's courting for a while. It took him a lot of effort to win her over. That was partly why she was so determined to win Sasuke's heart in the past. It reminded her of her parents' situation. She could now see that she kinda wanted to subconsciously emulate it. But she had never heard anything about arranged marriages. Clearly, she was given a heavily retconned version of the story previously. It took a lot of effort and arguments, a lot of anger, to resolve that situation, and I was extremely lucky that my father was not too stubborn to insist on getting his way no matter what. Inoichi continued, I swore to myself that I would never do that to my children. He gave Ino a serious look. It's why I never complained about your crush on the Uchiha boy despite knowing he is mentally unstable and very much traumatized. If you had ever brought him home to introduce him as your boyfriend, we would have had a problem. Ugh. Ino had no idea what to say to that. Well, she could understand and admit these things now, in hindsight. But back then, she would have probably angrily argued for her choices. There. That wasn't even hard, was it? Nariko smiled and looked at Ren. You have our permission to pursue your relationship with our daughter. Thank you. Ren returned her smile, feeling immense relief flood him. As a clan kunoichi, Ino was basically the property of her clan. If her father told her their relationship was forbidden, Ino would most likely rebel just like her father. She did inherit that from him. But that does not mean it wouldn't make things hard for her. She clearly loved her parents and Ren would feel bad if their relationship suffered because he entered their lives. That wasn't the effect he wanted to have on Ino's life. So, the fact that her parents were okay with them lifted a massive burden off his shoulders. Sadly, he knew that Hinata's situation would not turn out this well. Not even in his wildest dreams. Wait. Hinata. Ren realized that mentioning her right now would probably be for the best. Sure, it took a lot of effort and pushing through unease on his part. He knew this could blow up spectacularly in his face. But it was still better than if they found out on their own later down the line. He exchanged looks with Ino, his throat suddenly dry. I am also dating my other student, Hinata. He said it in one breath, knowing how it sounded. Honestly, he wanted to just burrow himself into the earth and never come back again. Why did he accept their advances again? Damn, his hormones and emotions. We know. Inoichi bluntly said, surprising Ren with an unhappy snort. I saw you walk with your students through the village a week ago, Ren. Your posture, the way you three interacted, your body language. It was pretty obvious. That's why we are having this dinner. It gave me the impression that you were having sex with both girls. But they clearly knew about each other. Actually, Inoichi first complained about it to Nariko and was quite furious. But his wife calmed him down and presented the situation from a different angle. Hence why this evening was not full of screaming and fighting with Kanai. She had a point. Ren was good for their daughter. And Ino obviously loved him. Hinata also came up a lot when Ino talked about her training. It was clear to Inoichi that Ino was more than fond of the Hyuga girl despite constantly complaining about her. So, Inoichi, despite wanting to do fucky-wucky with Ren's mind, held himself back and gave the boy a chance. Of course, he investigated a lot before inviting Ren over. He probably knew more about the subtleties of their relationship than even Ren consciously admitted to himself. As a father, Inoichi knew that his darling daughter would one day bring home a boy. And, her choice, wasn't a disaster. There. He said it. That doesn't mean he is going to be happy about it. He took his glass of water and started sullenly drinking, wishing it was sake. The only issue I have, Nariko started, making Ren straighten up, is that you haven't had sex with the girls yet. She said, and Inoichi almost spat the water and started coughing as it went down the wrong pipe. He gave his wife a wide-eyed look in between the coughs and he couldn't even react as he was too preoccupied with regaining his breath. This wasn't what they agreed on or talked about before the dinner. But Nariko ignored Inoichi's distress and kept staring at Ren, who started to feel uncomfortable and out of his depth. I have my Riso dash. Ino told me about your reservations. Nariko blandly interrupted him, but according to Konoha's law, Ino and Hinata, as academy students, are categorized as civilians in training. Therefore, they became adults on their 15th birthday. Clans might not acknowledge it, but that's their status according to the law. The ninja adulthood is nothing but tradition at this point. It had its use before the academy reforms, but now it is just something to celebrate. But it isn't that big of a deal. According to my daughter, your biggest hang-up is that she is a minor. Well, she is not. Problem solved. The woman explained, and Ren wanted to retort so much but he couldn't think of anything to say back to that. Then again, I don't think that's your problem. From what she shared and from what I've seen today, you constructed these weird moral concepts in your mind when it comes to the relationship with my daughter and you are trying to follow them. Ren helplessly nodded because there was nothing he could do. The woman was quite close. He didn't construct them. He just had them from his previous life. And more than once did he think he was being stupid. And that he was just hurting his girls with it. But the fact that they were considered minors by law was what held him back. And now. Suddenly, Ren realized that despite the woman's approachable and inviting appearance, she was a former kunoichi specializing in information gathering and probably learned her fair share of psychology know-how living with Yamanakas. Feeling uncomfortable, he turned toward Ino and childishly complained, Ino. Your mother is bullying me with logic. Yes. She tends to do that. Ino knowingly smirked at him, giving him a pause when he didn't get the support he expected. Both Inoichi and Ren frowned and looked at Nariko and Ino. And while Ren found the situation weird enough to notice that something was off, Inoichi came to a conclusion almost instantly. You two planned this. He exclaimed in surprise, causing Ino to share a look with Nariko, who shrugged. Yes. I wanted to have a better picture of my daughter's relationship before we met her boyfriend, so I confronted her. During our talk, she complained that Ren is too stubborn to be seduced into bed. I decided to help the poor girl pull her partner's head out of his ass so she could get laid. Nariko said with an innocent, "What can you do?" smile, and Inoichi stared at his wife, completely speechless. He was not alone. Ren also stared at Ino, having no idea how to react either. So, here is how this will go. Nariko turned back to Ren, giving him a very meaningful look, and her playful demeanor instantly shifted into something way sharper and demanding as she slowly spoke. You and Ino will go to her room. You will secure it with a privacy seal. Inoichi tried to interrupt his wife with distress apparent in his voice, but she just glanced at him. Shush. His mouth closed as he reeled back with bewilderment written in his expression, and the woman continued as if nothing happened, and then you will take my daughter's virginity in her bed. It is what she deeply desires. You will make her first night unforgettable, and you will strive to make her orgasm at least once. My daughter might act all brash and exuberant, but she will need you to take the lead in the bedroom. Nariko ordered, much to the increasing embarrassment of her daughter. Inoichi too gulped and subtly averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing a bit. Ren suddenly had an inkling of why Nariko thought Ino would be timid in the bed. Tomorrow, you will take the Hyuga girl on a date. Then, you will take her to your bedroom, and once again, you will make her night unforgettable. Hyugas might look reserved, but once they get going, they can be very wild in private when nobody sees them. So, I doubt you will have many problems with the Hyuga girl. Do you understand? If you have any protests against that, say it now so I can explain to you why you are being a dumbass. Ren tried his best not to gape at the woman. He opened his mouth, closing it a second later. What was he supposed to say to that? Damn, my mom is a badass. Ino loudly whispered, looking outwardly very excited. But when Ren looked at her, he realized that underneath that mask of exuberance, she was worried that he would still reject her. Nariko kinda forced his hand here. But that was fine. Yes. This. He was indeed being a dumbass. And he did need somebody to tell him off. As much as he disliked feeling like a chastised little boy. Taking a deep breath, Ren looked Ino in the eyes, and with a wry smile he took her hand. I'd like to stop being a dumbass, and according to your mother, I'll need the location of your room for that. So, lead the way. Yes. Ino shouted, giving Ren a quick but tight hug. She pulled away sooner than Ren could actually hug her back and threw a grateful look her mother's way. Thanks, Mom. And before Ren knew it, he was being dragged through Ino's house, up the stairs. Before Ino pulled him into her room, Ren only heard a faint Inoichi's voice coming from the kitchen. But this was not how this evening was supposed to go. Chapter 77, Chapter 77. Crouching Hinata, Hidden Hyuga. Activate your Byakugan. Hayashi Hyuga barked out an order at Hinata, who stood in a dojo opposite her younger sister, while some of the Hyuga elders sat a bit further away, trying to look as if they were important. But Hinata could easily see the mocking glint in their eyes, the way they held themselves back from turning up their noses at her. Truly, if it was the old her, she would have been near tears by now. She was dragged out of bed for this farce, at 6 in the morning. Simply dreadful. To think that the esteemed geriatric elders of the all-important Hyuga clan woke up this early in the morning and left their fluffy beds just to come and witness how she lost to her younger sister. She could almost feel the familial love and support. It wasn't as if they were here to cheer her up or something. They most likely did not expect her to have a chance at winning. They just came to see her humiliated. She had fought her sister several dozens of times and she had never come even close to winning. Not once. And she knew that these sparring matches were something the elders insisted on. They knew she did not want to fight her sister. They knew she could and would showcase more of her strength against somebody who wasn't her younger sister. But they always said, if you can't defeat even your younger sister, then fighting somebody else from the clan who trained for much longer would be a waste of time. Hinata would be astonished at their sheer pettiness if it wasn't so pathetic. The highlight of their day was bullying a teenage girl. That was just sad. No. I'll fight like this. Hinata refused with a slight slouch in her posture, something that must drive those perfectionist elders sparse. How dare she not show the perfect Hyuga grace when she is about to get beaten up? Right. She let out a small tired sigh and turned her half-lidded eyes to her sister, who was frowning at her. Honestly, Hinata was still half daydreaming about Ren's cuddles. His kisses. And his big D dash, let's just say that they interrupted a nice and steamy dream when they woke her up, all wet and bothered. The jerks. Hinata. Take the fight seriously and activate the Byakugan. Hayashi ordered, completely nonplussed. Hinata could see that he was angry from how the skin around his eyes tightened even though his face was completely blank. Despite being without her fabled eyes activated, she could still use the standard observation to figure things out. When she was a kid, she was so afraid of this man. So afraid to disappoint him. She wanted him to say a simple, I am proud of you, more than anything. Now. She couldn't bring herself to care anymore. And no, Ino was wrong. She did not have daddy issues. Ren told her that her father cared for her. And she could understand that logically. He was covering for her and his actions did prevent her from being sealed with the cursed seal. But she just couldn't feel the love. Ren gave her more parental love than her own father while desiring to fuck her. Oh, she knew. She was a Hyuga. She had seen how aroused she made him right from the start. At first, it was extremely awkward for her and she was happy that he hadn't shown his attraction to her outwardly during their early days. But now. It made her feel important. Made her feel that somebody wanted her and cared for her. The fact that she could have been dreaming about having a steamy hanky-panky time with Ren right now made her even grumpier. Just start the fight already. She mumbled loudly enough for the ninjas in the room to hear. It didn't win her any allies and some of the elders in the room were now openly frowning. Wow. Did she manage to get a reaction out of them other than look as if they were smelling shit? Score. Hinata inwardly whined in imitation of Ino's voice when she saw the disappointed looks they were throwing at her. But Hanabi's angry look was what actually hit her. Right there. In the heart. She gave her sister an apologetic smile, but Hanabi's glare did not lessen. Geez. Her sister was getting her panties in a twist for no reason. It wasn't as if she could use her eyes. She didn't want to show her family that her Byakugan no longer needed her veins to bulge out. They would have questions she didn't feel like answering. Worse yet, the second she activated Byakugan, her clansmen would know, bulging veins or not. Their Byakugan would notice the increased concentration of chakra around her eyes. They would recognize it for what it is despite the lack of bulging veins. So, Hinata was kinda stuck and could not cheat. She really didn't think this one through when considering all the ups and downs of operating on the chakra pathways around her eyes. This detail was not something that came to her mind. Alas, now she could only suck it up. Unfortunately, her father looked like he would insist until she obeyed him, which was frustrating. Hayashi, start the fight. It does not matter if the girl refuses to use her eyes. It's not like she would have a chance at victory with them. A voice resounded amidst the elders and Hinata inwardly cheered. Yay. Grandfather comes to the rescue. Thank you, you magnificent piece of shit. Hinata thought in relief, channeling her inner Ino. She knew the man didn't say it to help her. In fact, he wanted her humiliated. But, small mercies and all that. Maybe she finally understands her place. Her grandfather finished speaking and Hinata's lips twitched. Well, fuck you too. She dryly added in her mind as some of the elders agreed while others disagreed as if their opinion actually mattered to her. She wondered what Ino and Ren were doing right now. Probably still blissfully sleeping. Just for that, she was going to hit Ino extra hard during their training today. As a good sister in training, she should share her suffering, should she not? Of course, she would heal her afterward and even give her a massage as an apology because she would feel bad. Fine. Are you two ready? Hayashi reluctantly asked, giving both Hinata and Hanabi a glance. When they both nodded and got into a fighting stance, he pursed his lips for a moment before shaking his head, then begin. And Hanabi instantly sprang forth, intending to hit Hinata in the stomach with her palms. Hinata inwardly smiled. It was so adorable. Her sister won several previous spars with this move and probably thought to use it as an opening move in hopes of instantly ending the spar. Hinata just stepped to the side at the last moment, evading the palms. She was destined to lose this fight. But she would lose on her own terms. Of course, Hanabi was experienced enough that Hinata's dodge didn't shock her. She simply flowed into another form and started relentlessly striking at Hinata with wild abandon. She sent several finger jabs at Hinata's chest area and Hinata either blocked or redirected them, letting one pass and hit a tenketsu on her left shoulder. Her outward wince only motivated Hanabi to try harder and she sent a palm strike at Hinata's abdomen again, only for Hinata to catch her arms in a vice grip, and before Hanabi could react, Hinata spun on her heel before releasing her sister, throwing her away. But as expected, it didn't do much. Hanabi flipped midair before landing on her feet like a cat, her expression severe but her eyes now held an excited glint. A small smile wanted to emerge on Hinata's lips and she had to suppress it as she lowered herself into a defensive form. Their fight continued as they traded blows. Hinata would always miss or get blocked. Hanabi would have to properly work to land a hit but in the end, Hinata allowed her to score before using it to throw her away. 10 minutes passed like this. Usually, Hinata had always lost by now. But today, she was having fun. She did for her sister what Ren did for her, subtly showing her the openings in her fighting style during the fight. Only Hinata also tried to make it seem as if she was desperately hanging on in the fight. Her sister learned fast and by the 15-minute mark, she stopped giving Hinata the easy situations where she could just grab her arms and throw her away. They still continued to trade blows like a whirlwind under the no longer amused gazes of the elders but at least their father looked somewhat relieved under his official resting bitch face. Hinata inwardly chuckled. Yes. That was the whole, excuse her, fucking point. With this showing, he would have an easier time advocating for, giving her a chance to prove herself. Which was the excuse he used to prevent her branding. She chanced a glance at her grandfather and the man looked as if somebody served him a plate of shit for breakfast. Hinata resisted the urge to burst into giggles and dash. Ow. Hanabi landed a proper jab and blocked a tenketsu in her stomach because she was distracted. She really wasn't used to fighting without her Byakugan, huh? That was a potential weakness and Hinata decided to ask Ren for some sparring where she wouldn't use her bloodline. 20 minutes into the fight, Hanabi started breathing hard from the high-speed close-contact battle between them so Hinata also pretended to match her sister's breathing rhythm. But really? This was less intense than her everyday warm-up exercises during her training with Ren. She still had all of her weight seals active and hidden on her body and thanked the sage that Byakugan could not see them. It pained her to admit, but Hanabi was slow. Way too slow. With tiredness came sloppiness and Hinata inwardly frowned as her sister gave her several more unintended openings than was healthy for her continued existence in the fight. Suddenly, Hinata's arm shot forward, her chakra-laced fingers almost grazing Hanabi's cheek and missing it only by an inch. Hinata tried to make it look as if she aimed for the shoulders but messed up and almost hit her sister's cheek with a lucky shot. The younger girl yelped as her eyes widened in fright and alarm but on instinct, she jumped away, hopefully realizing how sloppy her form became. For the next 5 minutes, Hanabi was having a hard time, barely catching her breath while still trying to match her sister blow for blow. Hinata was also panting and outwardly looking dead on her feet from exhaustion. And hell, she didn't need to act much. The painful winces were half real. Her body was stinging somewhat fiercely from the blows she allowed Hanabi to land. 72 of her tenketsu were blocked, throbbing with dull pain. She was almost regretting letting her sister have these free hits. But she had an image to portray to the elders. Their fighting got even sloppier and the elders were properly scowling and frowning now, highly displeased that Hinata was almost outlasting their little genius. But, enough was enough. Showing this much should make it much easier for her father, and it wasn't like Hinata exposed anything more than the fact she could keep up and was much faster than before. She has only shown enough to prove that putting her under Ren's tutelage was having a very positive effect, but she was still losing handily to Hanabi. Well, kind of. Some of the elders would probably suspect that she is holding back. But as long as they don't know by how much, all would be well. At best, they will think she is genin-level material now with what she has shown. If only because of their own arrogance. Hinata's forearm blocked Hanabi's palm strike, causing her to slide back on the ground, but Hanabi did not press her offensive because she was almost swaying on her feet, looking like she would keel over any moment. Hinata let herself flop on her posterior, letting out a pained groan. "I surrender," she said out loud with a frustrated tone. "I can't continue. Many of my tenketsu are blocked and I didn't hit Hanabi even once." The bland stare her father gave her after hearing her was amusing. With how she managed to throw Hanabi a few times during their spar, a half-blind man could tell that she could have scored a proper hit on her sister. She just decided not to. "Are you sure?" Hayashi asked, very aware of the fact that if Hinata fought for just a half-minute longer, Hanabi would lose due to exhaustion. He didn't know how to feel about this. On one hand, Hinata got so much better. On the other hand, the fact she had almost won without landing even one blow or using her Byakugan was not lost on anybody in the room. It was pure disrespect. To her sister. To him. To the elders. And to their clan traditions. He should tan her hide for it. But, he could definitely use it to his advantage in clan politics. "Yes. My sister won this match." Hinata nodded, wiping a bit of sweat from her forehead and making Hayashi inwardly wryly smile. Hyugas were observant. Hinata was barely sweating, no matter how much she pretended to breathe hard and look as if death warmed her over. Hanabi, however, was drenched from head to toe in sweat. Yet another thing the elders definitely did not miss, if their scowls were any indication. They really did not want Hinata to take the position of heiress, and Hayashi could already see them trying to force him to end her tutoring under Ren and get her trained by somebody from the clan. For the clan, they will no doubt call it. But just this one time, he refused to bow to their future demands. Hell, maybe he would hire Ren to teach his younger daughter once she got older if this was the result. He was truly proud of Hinata. "I see," he said with a straight face and nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, Hanabi is the winner. You need to train harder, Hinata." He gave her a reproachful look, trying to motivate her. Hinata released a weary sigh and stood up, giving her father an expectant half-lidded tired stare. "I am proud of you, daughter. You did well." "No. Nothing. Not even a little. Come on, father." Your daughter visibly improved. "Give me something." She inwardly grumbled. "You are dismissed," Hayashi evenly said before standing up and slowly walking out of the dojo under the flat stare of his eldest daughter. "Right. Fuck you too," Hinata dryly thought. Silly me hoping for more. Chapter 78, Behold. Ren the. With the morning surprise match against her sister done, Hinata had her breakfast and went to the training ground 41 to meet Ren and Ino as she thanked the sage it was Saturday. When she arrived at their clearing, it was already 10 in the morning and she was surprised that nobody was there yet. Ren usually had at least some clones over here by this time, messing around, as he called it, with seals. Realizing she was on her own for now, Hinata plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and started converting her chakra into a lightning-natured one. The hand holding the leaf instantly shone bright blue and electrical chirping resounded through the clearing as lightning currents started dancing around Hinata's palm, covering it alongside the leaf. Ren did not know that Chidori and Kakashi was not using it in the village, so Hinata had no frame of reference other than to concentrate lightning chakra in your palm. By now, she lost count of how many times she zapped or burned herself with her own lightning chakra. Fortunately, as a medic ninja, she could fix her injuries in a short order. Staring into the blinding lightning current with her eyes closed and her Byakugan active, Hinata's mind strayed and she idly wondered why Ren asked her if chakra blinded her eyes. It was such a silly notion. Her human eyes. The biological part. Yes, they could get blinded. But Hyugas could easily fight with their eyes closed and still see. The world they perceived through Byakugan was not based on visible light but on chakra. And it didn't matter how intense the chakra was. It would not blind them. If it did, then any sufficiently strong ninja releasing their chakra would have been blinding for them. How would they function as ninjas then? For some reason, Ren was very disappointed about that, but then he got this determined expression. Hinata wondered if it had something to do with his new experimental seals he wanted to show them today. Honestly, she was excited but also quite apprehensive about the fact that her teacher might be making an anti-Byakugan seal. She started feeding the technique more and more chakra, trying to keep the lightning chakra more concentrated without harming the leaf. Learning how to channel the chakra in order to keep her hand from being harmed was hard. But channeling the chakra without destroying the leaf. Hinata could feel the beads of sweat rolling down her temple. It was distracting. The leaf suddenly caught on fire due to the intensity of lightning when Hinata lost control for a split second. She instantly smoothed the fire with her chakra and waved her hand in the air to cool it off as she sighed. Her goal was to be able to touch other people and make harming them optional for her while the lightning chakra ran through her hands. It was an insane goal. The level of control necessary. Hinata couldn't really imagine it. The lightning chakra was naturally destructive and volatile. But when she said her goal was to reinvent the fabled Chidori, Ren told her she should aim higher before dropping this insane suggestion on her. Shoot high so even if you fail, you get much further than the average scrubs, was exactly what Ren told her. It was obvious he didn't expect her to succeed anytime soon, to be honest. Hinata knew that much. Her teacher loved to teach through failure. Even if she failed the exercise, by the time she got fed up with it enough to give up, her comprehension and control of lightning release were going to be top-notch by nowadays ninja standards anyway. But she had her pride and was stubborn. So, she plucked another leaf from a tree and huffed, only to stop in her tracks as Ino and Ren finally entered the range of her Byakugan. She smiled but didn't pay them much attention just yet. Her range was 2 kilometers right now and they were not exactly in a hurry. Hinata had a few minutes before they arrived so she started the exercise again. It was 5 minutes later and after 2 more failures when Hinata focused her attention on Ino and Ren just as they were entering the clearing. Her lips spread into a happy smile with a greeting on her tongue when she noticed one small detail that instantly wiped her joyful mood and her expression darkened as a heavy frown surfaced on her face. Hinata felt as if somebody dunked a bucket of cold water on her as she noticed that Ino's insides had remnants of male sperm. And there was only one man Ino would let touch her. Hinata couldn't help the feeling of soul-crushing disappointment and searing jealousy that popped into her mind full of newfound self-pity mixing with anger. Oh, she understood. They had an arrangement. But that didn't make her feel hurt that Ino sunk her claws into Ren first. But she took a deep breath, outwardly pretending that she didn't want to curl up in a ball, and let out a sad whimper. She crossed her arms under her chest and put on a displeased expression. When Ino and Ren finally arrived near her, she gave them an intense but dry look. You had sex. She spoke in a slightly accusing tone, trying to not sound hurt. But of course, Ino was over the moon and high on happy natural chemicals so her brain-to-mouth filter was malfunctioning more than usual. Yes. We had a great night. And shower. And morning. And another shower. Ino giddily boasted, almost preening in front of Hinata took a deep calming breath. This girl, she felt the sudden urge to punt her across the village. By then Ren separated from Ino and much to Hinata's surprise he hugged her and asked in a concerned whisper, "Are you all right?" Hinata felt conflicted as she melted into the embrace. "I am jealous," she sullenly admitted. Ren was already opening his mouth to reassure her when Ino grinned and didn't read the mood, deciding to tease Hinata like usual. "Ah. Is the virgin Hyuga jelly that my world was rocked first? How see you, oi?" She had to quickly duck under the senbon that almost embedded itself into her forehead. Hinata was already summoning another senbon from her storage seal and Ren thanked the sage she wasn't mad enough to put explosion seals on them before throwing them. He quickly scrambled to put his hand on Hinata's, preventing her from actually killing Ino on accident as he also gave the blonde girl a meaningful look. "I was just joking. No need to get violent." Ino, still in a crouch, frowned, the cheerful happy-go-lucky levity was gone from her tone as she realized it was not appreciated. Ren sighed before releasing Hinata's hand and his fingers relocated to her jaw. He gently made her turn her head toward him and looked her in the eyes, loving how her gaze softened. "What about having dinner with me today?" he asked. "I will cook." Hinata hesitated for a moment but when she saw with her Byakugan how Ino gave her double thumbs-ups from behind Ren, she finally showed a small relieved smile. "Still. Just the two of us?" she asked. Ino had her first time alone with Ren and Hinata was smart enough to understand where this was going. And she would be pissed if she had to share her first time with Ino. After that. Sure. She liked Ino well enough. But she wanted to be given at least as much respect as Ino. "Just the two of us." Ren agreed, causing relief to flood Hinata. You can even stay the night. Maybe. If you want." Honestly, as he was asking her out, he felt nervous and awkward. This whole, asking a second girl out in front of his first girl he had just spent the entire morning dicking down, was far more nerve-wracking than it appeared in stories. Fortunately, they had talked about their relationship like proper adults long ago. They accepted its nature. And while Hinata most likely didn't like that Ino had sex with him first, his Hyuga cinnamon roll was usually a non-violent person. Her displeasure was limited to huffing and pouting, and raining down senbons. Small stuff, really. Yes. I'd love that. I can send home a clone so I won't be missed. Hinata eagerly agreed, her entire expression lighting up like a Christmas tree due to her newfound excitement. Wryly smiling, Ren kissed her on her forehead before muttering only for her to hear, "That's my girl." Hinata blushed a bit, but she also grinned a bit, and Ren chuckled as he pulled away from her and clapped his hands. "Okay. Today we are going to spar. I have a few new seals I want to try, and I will need your shadow clones as assistants. Release the gravity seals and make 3 of your clones, please." He'd love to keep hugging Hinata, maybe even get handsy, but if they started, then the test would be postponed to another day, and Ren didn't want that. The girls almost instantly switched from casual mode to professional one as smoke briefly covered the clearing around them, and when it dissipated, 3 more Inos and 3 more Hinatas stood in front of Ren, ready for orders. Rolling his eyes, Ren unsealed a kunai. "Ino, no," he said, and looked the original Ino in the eyes to show how serious he was. He then instantly inscribed a seal onto the kunai with his chakra and threw it at 3 further away from them. The second the kunai hit it, the seal on it destabilized, and the tree trunk in a 1-meter spherical radius around the kunai instantly turned into salt. Only the upper branches of the crown were left intact and started falling to the ground with a resounding crash while creaking as gravity reasserted itself. They were swiftly followed by the waterfall of newly made salt as it rained onto the ground and into the small bowl-shaped crater full of white underneath it, because even the ground in the area of effect was turned into salt. "Switch back with your clone. I am not fighting with the real you using these. It's too dangerous," Ren told Ino, who stood inconspicuously among her clones while one of her clones now stood next to Hinata. Seeing the tree turn into salt, Ino paled a bit and obediently swapped with her clone again, deciding it would be safer not to try and sneak into this particular spar. "Yeah, you might have a point," she shakily admitted, her gaze transfixed at the remains of the tree. She understood why he wanted to fight only their clones now. Fire jutsu could burn you. Lightning jutsu could zap you. Earth could bury you alive, but being turned into salt. Instantly. There was no way to heal that. There would be nothing left for Hinata to heal. One misdodge during a spar and that was that. Game over. Ino shivered, and even the original Hinata looked a bit dismayed, coming to the same conclusion. All of her medical training would amount to nothing in front of that attack. But clones didn't have such high self-preservation instinct, so one of Hinata's clones chuckled, "Behold. Ren the salty ninja," she joked, getting an offended look from Ren in return. As if the bomber was not bad enough. He really hoped that nickname would not catch on. That clone needed to be instantly eliminated and prevented from spreading its evil. Unfortunately, he missed the momentary mischievous glint in Ino's eyes before she hit it. Chapter 79, Chapter 79. Epically exotic exploding effects. After explaining the rules of engagement to the clones, they fanned out, encircling him as they waited for him to start the match. Ren couldn't fault them for it. Fairness had no place in a ninja fight. That said, Ren smirked, and after saying a short, "begin," he disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing that he was just a clone. The original Ino and her clones gawked at the dissipating smoke in utter bewilderment as they wondered when he managed to swap himself for a clone. She had been watching him like a hawk ever since they left her parents' house. As for the Hinata clones, they cursed and instantly started looking around, trying to find his location because the game had just shifted from a straightforward fight into a hunt in the forest. Of course, clones or not, it was 6 against 1, so they had to admit that it would have been quite dumb of Ren to try fighting them head-on. Maybe if they were average ninjas, this would have forced them to pair up and split up to get a better chance at finding Ren in the forest. Alas, Byakugan. It took Hinata's clones exactly 10 seconds to locate Ren, considering that the entire nearby forest was in her vision range. Ino and Hinata's clones quickly reorganized, made a plan, and jumped into the forest, knowing that Ren was aware there would be no hiding from them. Which meant, traps. Joy. Ren smirked as he felt the girl split into 3 pairs and run straight toward him through the detection seal. He had 3 kunai in his hand, all sporting a new exotic exploding seal. He did not prepare any traps. It was pointless. Hinata would see them. At most, that would slow the girls down, and well, the whole purpose of this little exercise was for him to test his seal, so he was kind of half-assing it. But it was okay. There were only 6 of them. 6 Chunin-level Kunoichi clones versus him. Easy peasy. He could play around a bit. He hoped. 1 pair of Ino and Hinata clones burst out of the foliage, running straight at him. His senses focused on the sides where the other pairs were currently encircling him, and he gave the visible Hinata clone a cheeky wink. Her eyes widened as he disappeared, but it was too late. Ren substituted with a pre-prepared rock currently to their left side and instantly threw 1 kunai straight at the visible Hinata's clone. Then, he had to quickly substitute again because a second later, a wind bullet courtesy of the Ino clone impacted his position, shredding everything in its path. The attacked Hinata clone spun into Kaiten, and Ren's eyes widened when his kunai impacted it and the seal exploded. It should have turned her to salt, but unexpectedly. The effect was chakra-based. It was basically a wave of chakra that turned things to salt. And the Kaiten repelled the chakra. So, the wave of chakra was repelled and pushed away from Hinata, turning everything 3 meters in front of her into salt. Including Ino's clone. Ren mirthfully giggled. He just couldn't help it. The expression of Hinata's clone, when she realized she had assaultified her teammate by accident, was pure gold. He opted to not finish the shocked Hyuga clone and instead quickly noted in his notebook that chakra-repelling techniques might be an inconvenience for his bombs. That was honestly a downer. His bombs no longer felt so invincible. Well, it is what it is. Ren jumped back while putting his notebook back into his back pocket, a Senbon landing where he previously stood. His eyes widened a bit and he resisted the instinct to shield himself with his arms or substitute again. He just activated a seal on his chest. The Senbon exploded with an ear-shattering boom, sending metal shrapnel all over the place, shredding the nearby trees, but Ren was left unharmed, a thin layer of a spherical chakra shield flickering in and out of existence around him. He frowned. It was way weaker than he hoped for. He wanted it to be something like a force field, but, how disappointing. One explosion and metal shrapnel was all it took to almost destroy it. He decided he needed to refine this seal more. But he wasn't given the time to note that into his notebook because another Ino clone did not wait even for the dust cloud from the explosion to clear before rushing into it, swinging her katana sheathed in intense wind chakra. Ren used his speed to sidestep a pressurized wind slash, letting it pass him by and cutting straight through the trunk of the tree behind him, loudly felling it. He then ducked under Ino's follow-up sword slash, releasing one kunai from his grip and letting it harmlessly and lazily spin through the air. Ino was already slashing down at him when he substituted again. From his new position, Ren could see how the clone's eyes widened and she instantly used a wind technique to push the kunai away from her. A viable tactic, but she was just a tad bit too late. The kunai exploded, and caught the clone's face in the exploding radius, making Ren cringe with a bit of guilt when the clone released a piercing shriek of immense pain as the surface of her face turned to salt that instantly rubbed into the injury and blood, causing the girl to let go of her sword and clutch at her no longer existent face in sheer suffering-filled shock. It lasted barely 2 seconds before the clone destabilized and popped out of existence, yet Ren knew he would have nightmares today of Ino dying like that. That soured his mood quite a bit. Only the utterly enraged expression of frustrated fury on the last remaining clone of Ino managed to make him crack up a small smile again. He was so glad that he refined his detection seal enough to give him a visual effect. Even though it was far from perfect just yet. The last clone of Ino actually winced when her counterpart popped. Then she indignantly stomped her foot on the ground in frustration and almost yelled out, but she stopped herself, knowing it would give away her position. Well, Ren already knew where she was, but she didn't need to know that. Okay. He felt a bit bad. He did enjoy Ino's body for hours on end last night and this morning, so he decided to cut her some slack. It was time to target Hinata. But the salt seals would not work on her unless he took her by surprise. A grin spread on his face just as one Hinata clone finally found him and decided to engage him in close-quarter combat. A wise choice, now that she knew she could use Kaiten to no-sell his salt seal. Sadly for her, it played directly into his hands. He threw a kunai at the girl running at him. She was almost upon him, only 4 meters away by then, so even if she Kaitened it, she wouldn't be hitting him with the splash damage. That was important. He didn't want her to hesitate due to the possibility of harming him like she did with the Ino clone. Predictably, the Hinata clone used Kaiten to block the explosion as Ren eagerly waited and observed the effect because what he threw at her was not a salt seal. The seal exploded, sending time-stopping waves of chakra that instantly clashed with the Kaiten technique, and it turned them around, flinging them back in the opposite direction. But there was not just one wave from his time-stop seal, so waves of stop time going in one direction impacted waves of stop time pushing in the opposite direction. Split second. That's all it took. The air as if hardened, and the time surprisingly did not stop within the explosion radius as it should have. Instead, the place where the two waves met became a sort of immovable object. That's how it seemed to Ren, and he abruptly got a new idea for a barrier. But his mind couldn't dwell on it, as the moment the air solidified, Hinata's Kaiten suddenly stopped and Ren flinched, his expression twisting in horrified wonder. A human woodchipper is how he would describe what happened next. Hinata's body rammed in a rapidly spinning speed straight into the immovable hardened air made out of stop time and went through it like a knife through butter. Except, that turned her body into a fine red mist. There was no resistance. 1 second there was the spinning Hinata, the next, there was red mist floating in the air. Just like that. Ren inwardly winced. Hey, that was supposed to be his non-lethal option. He doubted the clone actually realized it was dead yet. His body subconsciously shuddered as he gulped. His new toys were quite something. Then the red mist puffed out of existence and Ren forcefully calmed his tension-filled discomfort. This might not have been such a great idea, after all. He did not enjoy seeing his girls die in such a gruesome way. Even if it was just their clones. If they simply popped out of existence upon being killed, it would have been fine, but his bombs were too instantaneous. The clone technique did not register its demise before the vivid visual effect happened. Releasing a sigh, Ren showed a self-deprecating smile as he idly wondered where the other two Hinata clones and the last remaining Ino clone were. They should have been all over him by now. Oh, well. Ren pushed through his rising apprehension and focused on the task. 3 clones were done and dusted, 3 more to go. He checked the detection seal and owlishly blinked as his head robotically turned toward the sky. Blinking again, Ren groaned. You gotta be fucking shitting me, Ino. He whinily complained as he gawked at the completely silent and barely visible but massive dragon made of directed wild wind currents spooling on each other glaring at him. It towered not only over him but also over a good part of the surrounding forest around him. It was so damn quiet that if he didn't check the seal, he might have totally missed it before it rammed into his posterior. The wind chakra control necessary for that monstrosity to exist was not something Ren could even comprehend. Ino was totally holding out on him, the cheeky girl. Fortunately, they were far enough from the village so hopefully nobody would notice it. And look. He had found the remaining Hinata clones too. They were fueling lightning chakra into the wind dragon, causing violent streaks of lightning to course through its body. With a strained smile, Ren started to regret teaching the girls combination techniques. The wind dragon suddenly slightly leaned back in preparation to strike before lunging forward, directly at Ren, releasing a roar full of shrieking winds. Chapter 80, Impressively Disappointed. Seeing the wind dragon coming at him, Ren's perception of time slowed down and for a brief moment, his mind experienced a WTF moment. He wondered how a single clone could pull out something like this, but then he realized he destroyed 2 clones already and their chakra went back not only to the original Ino but also to the remaining clones, so the last one had a little less than 2 clones worth of chakra at its disposal. Even then, this was most likely a one-and-done fuck you technique, and Ren doubted the clone was going to last past using it. Still, it was an immensely impressive jutsu. The thing with Ino was that her ability to practice control, elemental or otherwise, and create techniques in her mindscape where the time is slowed down was simply busted. Ren loved to call it a cheat. Because that's what it was. Sure, she could not increase her chakra reserves, physical prowess, or get combat experience by training there. But it was a little bit over 6 months since Ino started training under him and created said mindscape training technique for herself. Ren remembered making some half-hearted calculations in the past, and while he didn't have all the necessary data to make them completely precise, he could still say that during this past half year, Ino trained her control and wind nature for at the very least a decade and a half in her mindscape. No rest. No sleep. Just all her time of work put together. He was not exaggerating when he said the girl was putting in human effort into her training. It just wasn't readily visible because it happened in her mind. To be frank, Ren stopped paying attention to her advancements in wind nature manipulation because of this. She was so far along the proverbial development line that what she was doing might as well be magic to him. People said that Sarutobi mastered elemental manipulation, but that's a misnomer. What the old man did was to master all the exercises available. There was way more to controlling wind nature chakra. Things that ninjas haven't discovered just yet. Ino, however, was fully intent on making headway and creating her own control exercises. Her own techniques. Her own way of controlling the wind. She even got it into her head to use the wind chakra to recreate the sword slashes Ren described when telling her about One Piece swordsmen. There was simply no way to keep up with the cheating blonde when it came to elemental manipulation. To give a better picture, Ren doubted that the Hokage could use this particular wind dragon technique even if Ino was willing to teach him. That's how much wind chakra control was necessary to pull it off. The thing was just slightly smaller than the Hokage monument, for sage's sake. Putting together all the time Sarutobi spent training wind nature chakra in his lifetime, nothing else included, would at most amount to maybe a year. Year and a half. At best. It still wouldn't be enough. Ren was probably overestimating it anyway. Sarutobi knew wind techniques and mastered the wind nature chakra exercises available, but the wind was not his go-to elemental nature. But Ino did not need to sleep or eat in her mindscape. She could just grind. And grind. And grind some more. She was the same kind of freak as Naruto when it came to the ability to train. And much like his future self, she had bull-headed determination in spades. Sometimes Ren wondered if he wasn't in some alternate universe where Ino was the protagonist. But that sounded a bit too far-fetched. In reality, the strength came from training. Not missions. It wasn't like in those stupid fanfictions where the main character goes on a mission and somehow gets a power-up along the way because the author decided so. Fighting strong foes was not how people got strong. That's how they get killed. Missions and fights to the death only enable people to learn how to give it their all. Nobody functions at 100% all the time. But in that moment of life and death, a person is capable of breaking past his limits and giving it his all to survive. It is not a power-up, though. No. Those happen in the training field. By learning new techniques. Training control. Increasing chakra pool. And so on. It is why ninjas spend so much time training. They did not have Super Saiyan shenanigans going on. Participating in a mission is, in fact, hindering their strength development. Ninjas go on missions for the village and to earn money. Not to get stronger. Money. The thing that moves the world. Missions can last weeks. Weeks with almost no effective training and more often than not, no combat. It is more likely that when a ninja returns from such a mission, he will need to do some catch-up training to fix the slight decrease in his prowess because skill and muscle atrophy were a thing for the average scrubs that did not have Ren's gravity seals. May they all suck in peace. The only reason why Ino was not an S-rank ninja by now after spending over a decade and a half training her wind nature chakra, was that her chakra reserves were still at around mid-Chunin range and her physical prowess was also definitely not on Jonin level yet. For an academy student from the Yamanaka clan, that was already impressive. The last half year of training did her a lot of good. But Hinata and maybe Sasuke, probably the only ones in her generation, still had slightly more chakra available than her. Naruto did not count. He was too Marisu to make the list. That and Ino lacked combat experience. She lacked that a lot. Because really, all that prowess and control that would make even Tsunade look like a particularly dim-witted academy student, and the thing Ino's clone decided to do with it is throw a big-ass wind dragon at him. One that would delete all her remaining chakra out of existence. Ren was impressed she had enough control to reduce the chakra requirements of that massive wind monstrosity so much to be able to pull it off, yeah. But he was also impressively disappointed. Just from the top of his head. She could have learned how to change the temperature of her wind. Making it scalding. Or freezing. Or how to solidify it. That would have cost her much less chakra and would have been much more effective. Hell, he could do that with wind nature to a much, much smaller degree. Increasing or decreasing the temperature by 1 or 2 degrees was not that hard. He just lacked the control to go plus ultra with it. And Ino clearly lacked creativity and ideas. Maybe even scientific knowledge, but that was not her fault since it wasn't readily available in this world. Elemental bullets and dragons, that was where the fantasy ended in this world for your average ninja. Literature was abysmal and the fantasy genre was almost non-existent. Ren started telling the girls stories from his past life for fun and to inject some much-needed imagination into their thinking capabilities. But clearly, Ino wasn't utilizing it much when it came to practical application. She could have separated the individual gases to siphon oxygen from the proximity of his enemy. Or maybe even changing the air to be poisonous gas without any visual clue just to check that particular part of the Geneva checklist and introduce the ninjas to some good old chemical warfare. Now, after he created his salt alteration seals, Ren knew it should be possible. Hard as hell and probably improbable for your normal Jonin to ever get to that level of elemental manipulation even if they did have wind nature, but Ino was an outlier. Ren failed to do that. And he did try. But he wasn't that good with wind nature to manage it, so he pretty much gave it up in favor of seal work. That worked for him very well so far. But now, he decided he would need to sit the girl down and give her some pointers on killing efficiency one of these days. As cool as big-ass dragons were, they just weren't it for a ninja fight. Alas, for now, he needed to deal with the big-ass fuck you dragon coming at him courtesy of his impossible blonde. Bringing out the soul windmill shuriken he had stored in his storage seal, he decided to go all out as a string of characters started to slither across the massive shuriken while his chakra pool started to rapidly deplete, creating one big-ass exotic explosive seal for the big-ass dragon. Author note. I started explaining Ino's BS and I couldn't stop myself from making it into an entire chapter. Honestly, this practically wrote itself. Not really all that happy it interrupted the fight scene, but it is what it is, I guess. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 16 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 81, Chapter 81. Epically exotic exploding effects. The big seal forming on the massive windmill shuriken greedily consumed Ren's chakra, until he had roughly only 20% of his reserves left when he was done with it. By then, the seal was a proper beast, but Ren didn't have the time to admire it as small but bloody lacerations started forming on his skin, causing his blood to seep out as Ino's wind dragon approached and he started feeling the increasing wind pressure pressing him down. The wind dragon's body was made of such pressurized winds swirling around each other that even the air surrounding it became sharp, and despite it still being a few meters away from Ren, it was already cutting. A shiver went up his spine. If it was this bad at a distance, he didn't want to know what actually getting hit by it would do to a person. Much to his discomfort, this reminded him far too much of Raisin Shuriken's effect. But there was nowhere to run. The wind dragon was too massive. It was going to destroy everything in a several dozen meters radius. An excited smile appeared on Ren's face as adrenaline filled his veins while his hair bound in a ponytail wildly flailed in the furious winds, mirroring the nearby trees. Ino definitely got too carried away. He could almost hear the pounding of his heart through the deafening swishing and whistling sounds of the wind. Ren threw the shuriken, aiming at the dragon's maw, and watched it with keen excited interest and trepidation as it neared its target. Only for the wind surrounding the dragon to affect it. The metal creaked. The blades cracked and twisted. Cuts started appearing on the surface of the shuriken. A worry filled Ren, but it all lasted barely 2 seconds. Then, the seal destabilized, and Ren was abruptly lifted from the ground due to a sudden airwave hitting him while the world was drowned in the sound of shattering glass. His body was thrown back until his feet landed once more on the ground, and he slid back for a few meters with his arms instinctively positioned in front of his face to guard from the still wild razor-sharp winds. But not for a second did he stop watching the effect his seal had created, wonder and awe filling him so deeply that a small part of him started to sympathize with Bakuta and Daidara for being explosion-loving nutcases. The winds themselves started turning into glass, the effect quickly spreading. It reminded Ren of seeing something freeze really fast, but instead of ice, the wind dragon became glass. Its maw was first, then its face, neck, upper torso. The effect continued, accompanied by a loud screeching sound, until half of the wind dragon turned into glass before it finally stopped, Ren's seal reaching its limit. What was left was a massive glass statue of a dragon made of uncountable swirls folding over each other, as big as half of the Hokage monument. But a moment later, the other half of the wind dragon technique, the half that was still made of pressurized winds, smashed into the glass statue and exploded, sending it rapidly crashing to the ground as glass shattered, while Ino's chakra powering the winds finally used its last shred of power and dissipated with a bang. The ground shook from the impact of a hail of sharp glassy shards of various sizes raining all over the surroundings at breakneck speeds. Ren hastily ducked behind a nearby tree, waiting until the storm of glass shards passed with a wry smile on his face, showing how relieved he was that his seal stopped the wind dragon. For a moment, he was worried there. Fortunately, he had the glass alteration seal. The salt one would do exactly nothing there. For some reason, it couldn't alter air to salt, so it wouldn't have worked very well against a wind technique. Ren had no idea why that was a thing. It just worked that way. It's not as if he 100% understood these seals and their workings. He discovered how to turn things into salt because one day, he was cooking and in the middle of it, he found out that either Ino or Hinata had used up the last of his salt. The woes of letting his girls use his apartment. He was still annoyed because of that when he made his clones for some seal experiments later that day, so his clones decided to make a seal that would create salt. The clones did not exactly expect to succeed. It was just a silly idea to play around with and waste time. And it wasn't supposed to be a combat seal either. Their goal wasn't to make some new murder machine. It was for fun and to never run out of salt during cooking. How was he to know it would affect humans so easily? Or that it would have been so effective in combat? Once he figured out that little tidbit, his murder ninja senses started tingling. It didn't let him sleep until he used this new discovery to make new, more powerful, explosive seals. And they were damn dangerous. Hell, even the 1-meter effect radius was an artificially made limiter he put in the seal. It was there to make it cost-efficient and to ensure the area of effect would not fluctuate. That way, Ren always knew the exact strike zone of his seals. He glanced over the grass littered with multiple glassy shards. But obviously, he could make the area of effect bigger. But the chakra cost was a killer. This wasn't something he could use in the field because by now, he would have been dead against an experienced opponent after using up so much chakra in one go. Ren didn't want to admit it, but he felt a bit wobbly after that stunt. Fortunately, through the detection seal, he could sense Ino's last clone puff out of existence because it used up all of its chakra for the wind dragon. Only the last 2 clones of Hinata remained. Ren groaned and rolled his shoulders. He was tired as hell. To be honest, he did not expect the 6 clones to push him this much. He would rate himself as an elite Jonin-level combatant. He might not have the experience of Kakashi Hatake, but he had his own weapons that made him just as dangerous. Ino and Hinata, well, they were around Chunin-level combatants right now. Maybe not with their control, which was way better than it had any business to be. Their elemental manipulation was solid low Jonin level for Hinata and beyond S rank for Ino. But physically and chakra reserve-wise, the girls were Chunin. They could not match Ren's speed and reaction time. Not really. And that gave him a huge edge against them. So, it was a small wonder they pushed him this far. He was quite proud of them. Despite the risk of sounding arrogant, he did think he was pushing that S-rank prowess. With his new seals. He'd say he was just deadly enough to be there already. A small chuckle escaped Ren's lips as he took a half-step back just as Hinata's clone ambushed him by springing out of the ground, her fingers jabbing into the air where his armpit was just a moment ago. Heh. That would have immobilized his entire arm if it hit. His cinnamon roll was ruthless. He approved. Undeterred by her failure, the clone instantly sprang into action and engaged Ren in close-quarter combat, sending palms, jabs, finger pokes, and even some unhuga kicks at Ren, especially the one aimed at his balls was not cool, who was either parrying the strikes or evading them by stepping slightly out of Hinata's reach with a small amused smile on his lips. All that amazing Hyuga taijutsu prowess was worthless if the user could not land a hit. Unfortunately for Hinata, he was both faster than her and knew exactly what her reach was. So, evading her at the last possible moment, just to frustrate her more, wasn't very hard for him. If the girl wanted to beat him in taijutsu, she would need to get more creative than a straightforward rush. But of course, Ren was aware that the second clone was cooking something. He had no idea what, as he could just sense its presence and didn't have the time to get the visuals because he was a bit preoccupied with dodging. But it was nearby, doing something. Ren parried a palm strike and jumped back, trying to make a bit of distance between him and Hinata, only for the girl to instantly accelerate in an unexpected way via internal lightning manipulation and throw herself at him with a jab aimed at his forearm. Sidestepping it, Ren pulsed his chakra out of the soles of his feet, jumping to the side. Hinata used the wall walking exercise to abruptly stop her momentum, turned to the right, and leaped after Ren, very unwilling to let him out of the close range. Ducking under a kick aimed at his chin and getting into a crouch, Ren let out a sigh. He couldn't use his exploding seals unless he regained some distance from the girl, and she clearly knew it. Quickly glancing around for a suitable substitution target, his eyes abruptly widened. Hinata used her heavenly wall technique, and the surprised Ren was hit with a wave of chakra straight to his face that flung him back like a ragdoll until his back hit a tree. Ugh. Crouching was not a smart thing to do. He fortunately landed on his feet, and the second Hinata clone flickered in front of him when he was still trying to regain his wits after being treated like a pinball, her expression resolute and her arm already shooting toward his abdomen while holding Raisnon. Heart leaping into his throat, Ren didn't have much time to think. He did the first thing that sprang into his mind and used a chunk of his chakra to force substitution with Hinata's first clone, the Raisnon just shy of an inch from his skin when they swapped places. The second clone could only watch in dismay as her Raisnon went through the chest area of the first clone like a knife through butter and rammed into the tree trunk behind her, grinding out a sizable hole into it just as the first clone finally realized what happened, and her face twisted into disbelief before she puffed out of existence. The last remaining clone turned on her heel and indignantly glared at Ren, who couldn't help but helplessly shrug with an apologetic expression as he flung a kunai at her. Huffing, Hinata knew it would have some sort of exploding seal, so she didn't try blocking it and simply jumped into the foliage of a nearby tree, landing on the underside of a thick tree branch in a crouch. A split second later, she sprang herself forward into a leap at Ren and was midair, halfway toward him when the kunai's seal went off. And Hinata shrieked as her world suddenly swam and her Byakugan was assaulted with a blinding something, causing her to reel in surprise and pain. She closed her eyes due to panic, but it didn't help the overwhelming sense of pounding irritation and ringing going through her head. Her hands covered her eyes on instinct as she winced at the unexpected sensation. She had no idea how this was possible. Byakugan should not be blinded by chakra. And done. Ren's voice interrupted her inner turmoil as her body flew through the air, and then she felt kunai rammed into the back of her neck before her world went black before she even hit the ground. Watching as the last clone of Hinata puffed out of existence, Ren let himself fall on his ass and let out a huge relieved sigh. It was finally over. He was exhausted. The forced substitution took a lot out of him. The girl really surprised him with it. He did not expect Raisnon. He had to admit, much to his embarrassment, that he had forgotten he taught her the technique. It's not as if she ever used it since she learned it. Nevertheless, a small smile appeared on his face. He was satisfied with his girls. Yes, he did hold back and hasn't used clones. Neither did he fight seriously, as he focused mostly on trying out his new seals. But they still managed to surprise him enough to almost land some nasty attacks on him. Sadly for them, they lacked combat experience. Well, now he knew how he was going to torment them for the next few months. His previous spars with the girls where his clones were running circles around them did help them, but it was clearly not enough to make them capable of participating in the big boy league. He had 9 more months to get them to that level before they graduated. Nothing some specialized training arc torture could not accomplish. It was time for the kitty gloves to go off. Ren's eyes strayed toward the hole in the tree left there by the Raisnon as the lacerations covering his body stung, and he remembered how close he was to having his guts take an involuntary trip through a blender. Well, all right. Maybe the kitty gloves should stay on for a few months. At least until he properly figured out a chakra-based force shield. Safety first, right? Chapter 82, Date with Hinata. Ren stood in his kitchen, his arms around Hinata as they kissed. Her small hands were clutching at his casual white shirt as her tongue eagerly explored Ren's mouth. He almost wanted to take the hem of her loose lavender shirt and pull it off her, his fingers twitching to do it. But reason prevailed, and in the end, Ren only sneaked his hands underneath her shirt, enjoying the feel of her warm skin on her lower back. Glancing at the stove, Ren suddenly pulled away from Hinata, much to her mewling protest as she subconsciously leaned forward, wishing to continue, but Ren just pecked her forehead and shook his head. The dinner is done, he said, making Hinata reluctantly turn her head away from him with a small blush as a happy smile appeared on her face. So far, their date was very casual. Just him and her in his house, spending time together while talking, cooking, and kissing. Ren knew Hinata. She did not need anything fancy. She had enough fancy in her clan. So much that she was sick of it. No, she was an affection-starved girl who felt under constant pressure in her own home. So, Ren tried to make this experience as comfortable and homey as he could while showering her with casual affection. And if the enamored expression on her face was anything to go by, she was absolutely loving it. They worked together to prepare the table and clean up the kitchen before they sat down with plates of the food they cooked and started eating. Ren had to admit, Hinata was a great cook, and he told the girl so, making her proudly straighten her back even though she tried to deflect the praise. The sweet smile she gave him, though, almost melted his edgy black heart. They talked about training, her time at the academy, and she even complained about her home life, and Ren listened with a small wry smile. It was a bit sad that they didn't have much of a common topic that didn't involve ninja ing in some way. But Hinata was the Hyuga princess. She was not really allowed to have hobbies that wouldn't prove useful in her future. Everything she did was some sort of training or would have some sort of use for her future ninja career. The only thing she confessed she was allowed to do that didn't stink of preparations for her duties was knitting. And she was quite good at it, too. The mittens she had given him for his birthday were very nice. But even that was pretty much considered a good skill for a traditional Hyuga woman to have and a great way to train the finger dexterity. The girl was really upset about it. When she was younger, she wanted to play ninja with other kids, but well, that was beneath her station as a main branch Hyuga heiress. When she wanted to participate in a sleepover she was invited to. That was beneath her station as a main branch Hyuga heiress. When she wanted to paint her nails. Even that was beneath her station as a main branch Hyuga heiress. When she... holy hell, it was no wonder the Hyugas were such stuck-up sad sacks if this was how their childhood looked like. Hinata's life revolved around two things. Ninja training and education to be the future head of the clan. When it came to the ninja training, she had utterly hated it before she had met Ren, who made it enjoyable for her. She was always demanded to give it her all only to be always scolded that her all was not good enough. She won a spar in the academy and came home to tell her dad about it, wanting to be praised and acknowledged like any normal kid. She could dream on. Winning was expected from a Hyuga. She better win all her spars from now on, or else. She had gotten full marks on a test. Good. Anything less would be besmirching the good name of the Hyuga clan. She better not disappoint the clan's expectations. Hinata had a lot to complain about, and Ren just held her hand while patiently listening to her rant and pour her heart out to him, wiping a stray tear or two here and there when the relief of being able to just let go overwhelmed her enough to tear up. She had never even wanted to be a kunoichi. But her path was locked in since she was born. She resented it for the longest time. But she also wanted to make her father proud. With an embarrassed smile, she did admit that she loved the fantasy of being Ren's personal kunoichi, and Ren felt his pants become quite tight out of nowhere. Personal kunoichi were something the nobles kept, and let's just say they served more on their knees and backs than in other capacities. The girl was clearly reading the kinky sort of romance books. Ren just smirked at her and graciously accepted her fealty, making her stutter and stammer with an adorable blush, even though she had not made any oath. At least the joke lightened her upset mood. And as for the education to become the next clan head, Hinata was still getting lessons in that direction despite Hanabi being declared the heiress. And that was only natural. What many people in Ren's previous life missed, but they really couldn't be nagged at because even Hinata did not think of it, was that Hinata and Hanabi were females. That is a hugely important fact. Between Hayashi and Hizashi, one was getting sealed. Both are male. There is no other way. But both Hinata and Hanabi had the option to become a wife of some other main branchman and thus wouldn't be sealed. Hinata was so hyper-focused on the cursed seal and overly worried about the future that she completely missed the fact that there was no chance of Hanabi ever getting sealed. Explaining that to her made her very embarrassed and uncomfortable, but she needed to hear it. Her motivation was misguided. Half of the reason for her training was to save her sister, but her sister didn't need saving. The only one who was under the threat of being sealed was Hinata herself. And that was because of her opinions on the cursed seal. She had stated out loud in the past that she hated it. And as future heiress, that instantly made her the enemy of the elders. No matter that she was just a child back then. Frankly, it was cartoonishly petty, in Ren's opinion. They made problems for her every step of the way because of a few words she said as a kid. They did not want somebody like her as clan head. They were so salty about it that they demanded to seal her rather than betroth her to one of their grandsons and let her be a trophy wife fit only for breeding more Hyugas without sealing her. But even if she got sealed, the heiress lessons would still be useful to her because Hinata would not be just another servant. Instead, she would fall into Hizashi's previous position by default and would be the head of the branch house. Heck, even if she became the wife of some main branch male, these lessons would still be useful for managing the household of her future husband. So, she had no other way than to go through them. Not that Hinata seemed amenable to the idea of getting it on with one of her cousins. Nor would Ren allow it. He had the brass balls to bomb even Danzo for the attempt on his life. He was willing to do far worse for Hinata. If they pushed it, Ren was not above giving them some selective ing. The two of them talked more, topics changing as time passed until Hinata hit something that gave Ren a small pause. You have never told me what your goal is. What do you want to do in the future? She asked curiously, making Ren olishly blink. What did he want to do, indeed? Chapter 83, Date with Hinata. I think. I just want to get strong enough that I could survive any future war. Ren replied unsurely. And his biggest problem was that he didn't have a clear path or a plan on how to do it other than, get good real fast, bruh. It's not as if he got some cheat or golden finger that would allow him to comfortably grow stronger than Kaguya so he could bend her over his knee and spank the crazy out of her before taking her in as his concubine and have her happily thank him for it. He was on his own, only with his wits and ideas. The asshole who dropped him in this world, if there was one, did not bother to provide him with a cheat. The most reliable plan Ren had so far was to prevent the whole thing from happening, but even then he would need to kill Orochimaru, Kabuto, and the cherry on this whole shit pie, destroy Pain's Rinnegan. No Kabuto. No Madara. No Rinnegan. No Jubi. No Jubi. No Kaguya. Simple, right? Well, no. Excuse him if he was a bit floundering with his goal. He didn't really have any concrete idea how to get there other than keep practicing, keep making new seals, and keep training his companions while hoping for the best. Because what else could he do? If he had Obito's teleportation, he could just pop next to Nagato's original body and slit his throat before poking his eyes out. It would be done. Speedrun finished. But he did not have it. It sounded simple. Just kill Nagato and destroy his eyes. It would solve everything. But Nagato is guarded by several S-rank ninjas, and most of the time, he has an entire ninja village subservient to him around him. Hell, even Kabuto, the easiest target of the three who was right now in Konoha as Orochimaru's spy, was an elite Jonin-level combatant. Trying to assassinate him inside the village could go up shit's creek real fast. It's not like Ren could bomb the hospital just to get a chance at killing the boy. Kabuto needed a more personal touch because his healing made him into a proper cockroach. So, even for him, Ren was pretty much stuck in a waiting game for the Chunin exams, where he would be given a golden opportunity to deal with him. And the less said about Orochimaru, the better. Great, now he was starting to be depressed. Mao. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Hinata pouted, identifying with her Byakugan that Ren wasn't fully truthful with that answer. It made him give her an exasperated smile. Blasted Byakugan. Ever since she managed to do away with the bulging veins, it was almost impossible to lie to her. Rolling his eyes, Ren huffed, all right. All right. It was only half true. I want to get strong because only strong ninjas are truly free. He admitted. Honestly, if the apocalypse was not imminent and he had the time, Ren would probably spend his lifetime trying to figure out a seal that could allow him to travel to a different world. That sounded like such an amazing life goal to him. He wouldn't mind wasting his life on it. Alas, the world was not so convenient. Even if he did start with such research, there was no guarantee he could finish it before Kaguya became a problem. It felt too much like gambling to Ren to risk it. What do you mean? Hinata furrowed her eyebrows, but she was obviously interested. There wasn't much freedom for her in her life, and Ren's words hit a bit too close to home for her. Look at the Sannin. Ren started explaining, pointing his fork at her. They are all roaming the world, doing mostly as they please. Well, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja, but that is beside the point. He chuckled, he and Itachi are rogues in name only. It is just a formality for them. They are so strong that when a squad of ANBU discovers their location, they don't attack them. Instead, they take a detour several kilometers around them. The only people hunting them are pretty much the idiots who had never heard of chakra and who they can dispatch by sheer reflex, even in their sleep. I envy them that. The freedom that comes with that kind of power. He finished with a shrug. So, you want to become Nukkinen? Hinata asked in a nonplussed tone and raised her eyebrow at him. And the fact she was not screaming, glaring, or looking at him as if he had betrayed her 6 generations was very telling. She looked a bit sad and uncomfortable, but that was it. Ren shook his head with a snort, reaching out and taking her hand in his. No. I'd like to be more like Jiraiya. A pervert. Hinata asked with an overly innocent look as her lips tugged into a small smirk. Butter wouldn't melt in her mouth right about now. Oh, shush you. I'll show you a pervert. Ren teasingly threatened in a low tone, knowing she perfectly understood what he meant. He got only a grin in return as she exclaimed, "Ah. Please do. I am waiting for that the whole day." For a moment, they enjoyed a companionable silence between them before Hinata's smile slowly fell. "I guess that's why you made these dangerous seals. How does time-stop seal even work? That's not supposed to be possible." She half asked and half sullenly complained. She still wasn't over the fact that her clone had died before it could even realize it. She had no idea what killed her clone until the spar was over, and when Ren told her it was a time-stop seal interacting with her heavenly wall, her jaw dropped to the floor. As somebody whom Ren taught his explosive seals, Hinata understood at least the bare minimum about the sealing art. Even though her talent, and more importantly, interest, in it was non-existent. Give her flesh to mold any day, and she would happily do it, but scribbling symbols was just boring. Effective. Sure. But boring. She loved throwing the exploding senbon around. But that does not mean she loved learning how to create them. And Hinata decided never to do that again. Sealing just didn't agree with her. Not even her desire to free her clan from the cursed seal could overpower her distaste for the sealing art. Ren let out a helpless chuckle followed by a casual shrug. "How do you create a personal pocket dimension to store stuff with just scroll and chakra-infused ink?" he asked, and Hinata opened her mouth, only for her expression to scrunch in thought as she started to consider it. She had to admit, he had a point. When he put it that way, it didn't sound very logical. Seeing her pondering look, Ren huffed in amusement and entwined his fingers with hers to get her attention back. "Ninjas consider it common sense by now. Of course, it is possible to make storage seals with ink and paper. Everybody does it, duh." He rolled his eyes with a snort. To be honest, even the people in his previous life took this for granted. It was common sense for them too. But if one really thought about that, it did not really make all that much sense. Even a novice in sealing arts can learn how to make the storage seals nowadays. It is one of the first things they learn. But it does not mean they fully understand every principle behind it. Ren said, causing Hinata to nod slowly. He chose this comparison because he knew that she did not understand everything about the explosive seals, yet she could use them easily. Take the bijou seals, for example. Now that he had given her a frame of reference, he could introduce the topic better. Do you really think somebody actually tried to invent a seal that could hold a bijou first? No. The first recorded sealing of bijou was done by the first Hokage's wife when Madara brought the Sharingan-manipulated Kyuubi to fight the first Hokage. And she was simply desperate. Ren explained. Well, technically, there were documents about Shikaku's sealing into a teapot before that. Which was probably what gave Mito the idea that her harebrained scheme might work. But the teapot usually did not last for more than a year before Shikaku was free again, so Ren did not count that as a successful bijou seal. So, she decided to stop the bijou by storing it inside of her. Hinata asked in disbelief, her tone showing she was wondering if the first Hokage's wife was an idiot. Ren nodded with an amused expression. Desperate situation calls for desperate measures. She was one of the best seal masters of her time, and she made a great seal to hold the beast. But I don't think the woman actually expected to survive. But she did, right? Hinata asked, a bit moved at the heroism of Mito. Even Ren had to agree that sealing a bijou into her with a seal she put together on the spot and without having any insurance it would work. Because nobody had done it before her. He'd be terrified. Especially when he knew how often sealing experiments can and do go wrong. And make no mistake, that was nothing but an experiment. She just did not have any other choice than to go through with it and hope for the best. Ren could almost picture Mito shouting, "Leroy Jenkins," as she initiated the sealing. It was both brilliant and jaw-droppingly stupid. But the most important part. It fucking worked. Yes. Her seal held spectacularly for the rest of her life. And it gave the first Hokage the idea to round all bijou up and give them to the other villages like candy in exchange for peace treaties. Ren deadpanned, but it didn't last long because he started laughing out loud at Hinata's dismayed expression. The history books did not share that little tidbit. No. They said the glorious first Hokage negotiated peace with the other rising ninja villages. They did not say how he did it. Because fuck it sounded stupid in Ren's mind, but when he actually said it out loud. Hashirama was a mentally malnourished moron. You don't sue for peace by giving your enemies weapons of mass destruction. Especially not ones that need human sacrifice. You are joking. Hinata furrowed her eyebrows, but when Ren just continued snickering, her face scrunched further in mortification. Oh my god, you are not joking. She indignantly realized that the godly figure of the first Hokage they taught about in the academy might not have been that flawless in person. Ren gave her a fond smile and felt a pulse of chakra coming from the kitchen. He pulsed his chakra to answer, and his clone came into the room, holding a plate of freshly baked cinnamon rolls. Hinata's favorite. The clone put them on the table, and Hinata's attention was diverted to the baked delicacies, her earlier mortification completely forgotten, as she quickly snatched one for herself and started nibbling on it like a squirrel, much to Ren's amusement. Ren took one roll for himself as he spoke. My seals are similar. I had an initial idea, and I experimented. He took a bite and didn't speak until his mouth was empty again. I managed to make the seals, but that does not mean I completely understand how they work. If I did, I could do much more with it. Like creating a time chamber for training. Oh, how he wanted to do that. Knowledge and understanding were power. Sadly, he lacked them. If he knew how his time-stop seal fully worked, if he knew every principle in it, he would not be limited to giving his enemies a timeout. My alteration seals are simpler. I do have a certain level of understanding when it comes to them. It's why I managed to make a glass alteration seal after stumbling upon salt alteration by a fluke. But even then, it was a hard process. For now, I can only do salt and glass. Ren shrugged. The fanfictions lied. This stuff was hard as hell. Just because he knew how to turn things into salt did not mean he could now make an infinite supply of gold and diamonds. That was a completely different thing. Unfortunately, he was not a chemist in his previous life. He barely remembered his chemistry classes from school. He didn't know the composition of gold. Well, he didn't know the composition of salt either, but never mind that, so he would have to start from a complete scratch with it. And he just didn't have the time. He would rather use his time for something more combat-oriented than making things turn yellow and shiny. It's not as if he could stop Pain or Obito by throwing gold at them. Now, the time-stop seal, for that one, I barely understand the basics. Ren gave Hinata a smile that showed his distaste, and the Higwa girl giggled before leaning forward as she brought her fork with a cinnamon roll in front of his mouth to cheer him up. Ren took an exaggerated bite out of the roll, causing a spike of elation to shoot through Hinata as she involuntarily grinned from ear to ear. One day, one of my clones didn't disperse on time. I didn't mind it much, but when, even after 8 more hours, he was still present, I went to check up on him, and voila, I found the bastard frozen in time. I slightly widened and the suggest smile on his lips. Ren playfully clicked his tongue, and Hinata imagined the situation before snickering. Yes. That sounds like you. She kindly admitted, getting a small pinch on her hand from Ren in return, causing her to yelp and give him a playfully warning look followed by a smile. Oh, shut up. Ren stuck his fork into a cinnamon roll and stuffed it into Hinata's waiting mouth, making her let out a small, if a bit exaggerated, moan as she intently watched his reaction. Gulping down, Ren fought a hard internal battle to not avert his gaze. It took me 4 hours to figure out enough about the seal to negate the effect and free my clone. He said irritably, only to jump a bit in his seat when he felt Hinata's toes press into his inner thigh under the table. They slowly went higher and higher, making Ren's breath hitch while the Hyuga minx had a knowing smile on her usually innocent face. She was about to reach his mini-me when Ren grabbed her foot and stopped her in her tracks. I'd like to give you a massage. Hinata offhandedly said, silently ending the topic of seals, and Ren had to inwardly agree that there were more important things they could be discussing. Oh. Really? Ren asked, his fingers running across Hinata's feet in his grasp, causing her to stifle a mewling sound as her toes wiggled because Ren hit her ticklish spot. Yes. I need a guinea pig for my new medical ninjutsu massage skills. She nonchalantly shrugged, trying hard to look casual, but her cheeks were adorably flushed while her eyes were resolute as she slightly quivered because Ren continued to tickle her foot. I agree to use my body for your experiments. Ren solemnly stated, but the cost will be your virginity. He smirked as he found a particularly fun cluster of nerves on her foot, making her whimper. Narrowing her eyes, Hinata sent a discharge of medical chakra out of her foot, straight into Ren's hands, and his breath hitched as his body stiffened from the unexpected wave of pleasure that flooded his body through his hands. He let out an audible moan, much to Hinata's mirthful giggling. Looking at her from under his bangs, the girl looked very pleased with his reaction. Well, now he was truly looking forward to that promised massage. Chapter 84, Chapter 84. A massage. Chapter was R. 18. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Unsanctioned Vacation. Danzo Shimura sat in a private booth in a tea shop, watching through the conveniently placed window as Ren left the village for a mission. A small smile appeared on Danzo's face as a waitress appeared and brought his order. Is it done? He asked without averting his gaze from Ren's back disappearing in the distance. Yes, Lord Danzo. The waitress said with a small respectful nod before leaving. Good. Let's see if the bait takes, then. Danzo sighed and took a sip from his tea, finally feeling relaxed after a long time. Initially, he dismissed the notion that the one to bomb his base and cost him many of his loyal and well-trained soldiers was a new ninja like Ren. But around the time he started to be called the bomber, Danzo's suspicions reignited. Unfortunately, it was not easy to get information about Ren. He was far too slippery. Far too careful. It only proved to Danzo that the boy had something to hide. More forceful methods were not used because Danzo was no. He was not afraid. He was just pragmatic. Another bombing could set his effort back for years. He couldn't afford that. So, he opted for a cautious and slow approach, like any experienced ninja in his position would have done. But now, finally, a chance presented itself to get rid of this thorn in his foot. He just hoped there wouldn't be any complications. Konoha's greater good was at stake. Several months had passed since Ren's relationship with the girls reached the point of no return from the bedroom, and he realized that for the first time in his reincarnated life, he was actually fully enjoying living again. It was an invigorating feeling. It pushed him to try harder and motivated him to progress even though it sometimes felt futile. What does it matter if he reached S-rank prowess when Kaguya could unmake him with a simple gesture? It didn't feel like an accomplishment to be proud of. He still remembered that in most stories he had read in his past life, the protagonist started getting arrogant when reaching this stage. They were all like, "Notice me, senpai. I am S-rank. I am special." But really, S-rank was just a bigger kunai fodder in front of the last boss of the Narutoverse. And let's not even speak about the Otsutsuki clan. Ren hoped they were not a thing, but he probably wasn't that lucky. It felt hopeless, living in this world. Ignorance was really bliss. Sometimes, he envied all the ninjas around who had no idea how shitty the future was most likely going to be. They worried about encountering ninjas from other villages on their missions. About another ninja war erupting. About the prosperity of the village. All reasonable concerns. But they paled in contrast to an alien chakra goddess hellbent on exterminating the humanity manifesting in the world again. Shaking his head to chase away these depressing feelings, Ren wryly smiled and realized he was far enough from Konoha. He checked his detection seal, and after confirming nobody was around him, he teleported to his seal in the land of hot water. The past few months were very nice for him as far as spreading his transportation seal network was concerned. He took several quick C-rank missions that led him to other countries and used his shadow clones to cover as much ground as possible. Now, he had a seal in most countries bordering Konoha. That was an achievement he was prouder of than becoming an S-rank ninja. If he ever needed to run away from Konoha and its hunter ninjas, this would make it a piece of cake. Plus, secretly returning to Konoha would also be extremely easy for him since he had several hundred transportation seals strewn all around the village. Not even a rogue ninja status could separate him from Hinata and Ino anymore. This mission was not very different. Ren took an easy courier mission to the land of hot water and was supposed to deliver some documents to a client. The delivery was expected 3 days from now and was on the other side of the country, closer to the borders with the land of lightning. Ren still had 2 free days thanks to his transportation seal massively cutting out the travel time, so he naturally intended to use the time to unwind and enjoy the famed hot springs. It was just a pity he couldn't bring his girls. Unfortunately, they had the academy, and, to be frank, that sounded like a cheap excuse because that's what it was. He just wanted to enjoy his me time for 2 days. He could have taken them from the village and returned them in the evening. They could have even left clones to curb any suspicion. But no, Ren wanted a few peaceful no-female days. It was what it was. The threesomes were awesome. Hinata and Ino trained together so much that there was next to no jealousy between them. Instead, they loved to team up against him. And they always made it very enjoyable for him. He even made a seal that could store nutrients from food and inject it later on into him in the form of stamina when needed. It was proper magic-like bullshit. But once the Pandora's box was open with the time-stop seal, Ren started experimenting left and right, throwing shit at the wall while hoping something would stick. It wasn't working very well, but there were some small highlights. He had a workable direction, and he was slowly making progress. Chakra could even bring back the dead. What was a little stamina potion in the form of a seal compared to that? What? Did somebody actually think he would start physically exercising to keep up with his girls instead of cheesing his seals for some cheat solution? Please. He was better than that. Hinata had her medical ninjutsu to boost her physical strengthening process, but Ren had his seals. And he was still physically way ahead of the girls. In fact, despite their brutal training regime, they did not really lessen the gap in physical prowess between them. And thank the sage for that small mercy. Hail the gravity seals. Glory to him. As the maker of the seal, he deserved it. Ren would have had a much harder time dealing with them using Konoha's secret technique, teamwork, on him in the bedroom if the girls were as physically capable as him. No. He was good. Cheating his way through with seals worked for him. It did help that he knew how his gravity seals worked to the tiniest detail, and that meant he could use them very efficiently. There was no way he would go the Saitama route. He'd leave that path to Sajugai Uchiha and his new unwanted but relentless sidekick, Sakugai Haruno. His meddling had created abominations. Was it weird that he felt a bit proud of it? Anyway, his girls were stuck at something around 50 to 60% efficiency usage of their gravity seals. That was already jaw-dropping. In a year, they reached the physical prowess of Jonin rank when they started at Genin level of prowess. The seal was an elite soldier printing machine. Wars were started for way less. Hence why Ren kept its existence secret. He didn't want all the other ninja villages to gang up on Konoha in a desperate gambit to either steal the seal or delete it from existence. Unlike his girls, he could use around 95 to 99% of gravity seal's efficiency, so he was still improving a little bit faster than them when other factors were considered despite his lack of physical training. Unfortunately, Ino and Hinata would have to become much better at sealing to get that sweet 95+%. Yet, they just didn't want to spend the next 3+ years focusing only on sealing to get there, and Ren made his peace with that. Chuckling, Ren decided to give his girls a small apology in his mind for not bringing them to the hot springs and decided he would take them to a festival in the capital city or something in the future. Right now, he wanted to have 2 days of relaxing. No ninja bullshit. No work. No sexy kunoichi trying to tempt him into a sex marathon. No responsibility. Just slacking off, hot springs, and good food. He checked into a hotel, picking a quite expensive one for his 2-day unsanctioned vacation. But he could afford it. His venture in the capital city went well. The toys he designed sold like hotcakes, and Ren, the merchant from the capital, was also a hard-working individual, so he had already spread the business to other countries, earning even more money. Ren, the ninja, however, felt that he screwed the pooch with that opportunity. When he first approached Ren the merchant, he had grand dreams of using his otherworldly knowledge to become the richest man and the economic power who puppets the stage from the shadows, you know. Like some main characters in fanfics do. They make it look so easy, too. But it wasn't. His progress there was firmly stuck at toy making. He simply did not have the time to make better products. Between his own training the girls, missions, his work at the barrier core, keeping up with his relationships and friendships, and on top of it his seal experimentation, Ren had no time to spare for something as mundane as figuring out new stuff to sell. It seemed silly. He could have delegated it to one shadow clone and be done with it by now, no. Well, yes, but one less shadow clone for seal experimentation was still one less clone working on getting stronger. He could use only so many of them in a day, and it just seemed like a waste of chakra. Money was not all that important to him. Entering the most famous hot springs of the town while munching on an apple, Ren curiously looked around. Oh, Nariko-chan, you naughty, naughty girl. Who would have thought you could use your tongue in such a way? A perverse giggle resounded through the male section of the hot spring, coming from a big naked man with a mane of white hair who was kneeling near the wall that separated the male and female section while pressing his ear on it to eavesdrop as he scribbled into his notebook with almost wild frenzy. Ren closed his eyes and tried to stave off the headache that had suddenly hit him. Just his luck, from all the bathhouses in this continent, he had to walk into the one Jiraiya decided to use to peep on women today. With a sigh, Ren turned on his heel, fully intending to get away from the creep. He didn't want to get mauled by angry females. But as he started to walk out, Jiraiya suddenly spoke again, not even noticing Ren's presence. Hinata-chan dash. Before Ren knew it, the half-eaten apple in his hand sailed through the room and nailed the back of Jiraiya's hand with enough force to make his body flip in the air before his face crashed into the ground with an audible, Yujiya. Yes, Ren knew that Hinata was a common name. No, he didn't care. There went his vacation. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 16 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 86, Noble Sacrifice. After nailing Jiraiya to the back of his head with the apple, Ren quickly entered the changing room, where he dressed back up and left the hot springs, not at all interested in talking with the Sannin. Jiraiya was one of the few people skilled enough in sealing to notice the hidden seals all over Ren's body. There was no way Ren would be taking a bath anywhere near him. If only to avoid uncomfortable questions. Ren wasn't inclined to share his seals with Jiraiya or anybody, really. It was why he had his clone spend 3 months transcribing some of his more important seals into English script. Contrary to popular belief, the Japanese writing system was not all that important for seals. The people in this world simply spoke and wrote in Japanese, so that's what was used for seals. It was that simple. Of course, making a whole new sealing language based on the English alphabet was not exactly easy. Ren was not done with that. Not by a long shot. Such a thing was the work of a lifetime. To the natives, it would probably seem as if he was developing a completely new language for his sealing. That's why Ren only managed to get his important seals working on the English script. He didn't bother translating the regular explosive seals he used with kunai. Nor did he bother updating the gravity seals just yet. Trying to transcribe that seal while it was active. Ren was already getting a headache just thinking about it. He had no idea how he could do it safely. He was probably going to just let it be as it is and only make the new addition in the English script to ensure the whole picture would not make any sense to anybody trying to crack it. In hindsight, he should have thought of making an English script for sealing long ago. But it only came up when Hiruzen Sarutobi asked Ren if his new time-stop seals could be, used by people other than Ren. Alas, Ren didn't make his seals to keep them hidden but to use them. They were never supposed to be some sort of hidden triumph card. So, he readily used them on missions, going as far as swiftly finishing several capture missions in the past few months. It was only a question of time until the Hokage was notified that Ren's prisoners were being dragged to the village in the time-stop fields. Well, they had no idea what it was, just that it was very effective. It took Hiruzen taking a look at it and his face when he realized what Ren had done. It was simply hilarious. He looked exasperatedly excited, with a massive touch of disbelief as his jaw was almost on the floor. Sadly, then the greed entered his eyes and ruined the hilarity of the moment. But Ren was prepared for the interest his seals would garner. Ren understood why the men wanted them. If Konoha ninjas could use the time-stop seal tags, it would redefine large-scale ninja warfare. And it would also make capture missions a whole lot easier. They made non-lethally subduing an enemy a trivial thing. Heh. With the fakest polite smile, Ren told the Hokage that such a thing was not possible, and he wasn't even lying because he put in the extra effort during their creation process to ensure the seals were unstable enough to go off a few seconds after their inscription. Creating a safe version that could be used as an exploding tag was most likely possible, not that Ren admitted that to Hiruzen, but it would take time and research. Time and research he was unwilling to do. His reason was quite simple, too. There is a reason why nations in his previous life did not sell nukes to other countries. The principle was the same. If Ren commercialized his new seals and started selling them to the village and its ninjas, then he would sooner or later find himself attacked with them. It didn't matter if it would be Danzo because that man would definitely get his grubby hands on the seals one way or the other if Ren started selling them, or if it would be the other village's ninjas because their spies in Konoha would doubtlessly manage to swipe a few of his seals in such a situation. Ren decided he didn't particularly like the vision of having time-stopping or salt alteration explosive seals thrown at him. Not at all. Cheating was something only he should be able to do. Therefore, not even Ino and Hinata would be getting any tags with them. At least, not anytime soon. There was naturally some grumbling. Hiruzen was not happy. Some people even quietly called Ren a traitor for not providing his seals to the village, but well, as long as they didn't see and understand the design of his seals, nobody could really know how they worked, so even if Ren told them his seals are powered by pigs that could fly, they could only believe him. Thus, English script. Because fuck them. Even if Jiraiya had somehow gotten as smart as Shikamaru, he wouldn't be cracking Ren's seals anytime soon. Even the smartest person would need at least a small hint or frame of reference to decode a completely new, wholly unknown language. And Ren was not going to give them that. But for now, his gravity seals were still in the Japanese script, so they might be vulnerable to Jiraiya's wandering eyes. Oh, Ren doubted the men could actually replicate or understand how the seal worked without spending several weeks or maybe even months studying the design. But at the very least, Jiraiya might be able to tell its general purpose with a casual glance. And he would then ask questions. If only out of curiosity as a seal master discovering something new. Not in the mood to have such a conversation with the men, Ren wryly smiled as he started charging the transportation seal to teleport to a marker seal on the borders of the land of fire and the land of hot water when he sensed Jiraiya enter the changing room in the bathhouse in a hurry and most intending to chase him. Fortunately, Ren thought of that possibility, so he placed a little something that would be dispersed after one-time use on the floor in the middle of the door leading out of the changing room. The door that was directly opposite the door to the female changing rooms. As Jiraiya, only half-clothed, hurried to exit the changing room, he suddenly found himself forcefully ejected forward, and with a wide-eyed look full of surprise, he flew straight through the door of the female changing room. His unintended flight had enough momentum to make him whiz through the entire changing room and fly through the cloth leading to the female side of the hot springs, where he finally landed and skidded on the floor until he ended up on the edge of the pool, his ding-dong free from its bounds. Ow. Jiraiya said with an owlishly slow blink as he raised his head and looked around, only for a lecherous smile to appear on his face as he noticed the dozens of completely naked women in the hot springs looking at him in shock. Several of them were so bewildered that they even forgot to cover themselves and their tits were on full display. Nice. Jiraiya gave them a shaky thumbs up with a grin, the existence of some loser who managed to nail him with an apple fully forgotten at this point. The women looked with wide eyes down, noticing Jiraiya Jr., who was proudly standing at attention, saluting them as hard as it could. Then, the loud shrieking began, and Jiraiya was reintroduced to the righteous female fury. Ren made the seal extra forceful because he knew Jiraiya could handle it. He was a big, strong man. A big, strong man who was currently in his personal paradise, being stomped on by a horde of angry and indignant females who just had a peeping seinen delivered straight to their bathing area. Ren snickered to himself as he watched Jiraiya's beating through the visual aspect of his improved detection seal. And he had to say, several of the chicks in there were 9 or even 10 out of 10. Very nice, indeed. He especially liked the slender blonde woman who relished repeatedly abusing Jiraiya Jr. with her foot. His sacrifice was definitely noble. Even Ren had to admit that Jiraiya's loss of future possibility for progeny was worth the amazing view. With his daily good deed done, Ren finished charging the transportation seal and disappeared from the town as the connection with the visual aspect of his detection seal suddenly cut off due to the distance. Unfortunately, he had only one marker seal in the land of hot water, and it was in the previous town. So, Ren decided to just bite the bullet and teleport back to the land of fire. To the nearest marker seal to the border. He decided he might as well just go through the border patrol station to have proper documentation about his border crossing since he was back in his country. Most ninjas did not bother with it. But there were certainly upsides to be in the country of his mission legally. In a much better mood, Ren let out one last chuckle and started leisurely walking toward the border, already planning to spread more marker seals all over the land of hot water. But after a few minutes of walking, Ren frowned. He couldn't get the picture of the naked blonde woman out of his mind. She was hot. And he was now horny. Biting his lower lip, he let out a frustrated groan. Fucking Jiraiya. Ren inwardly grumbled. This was his fault. One of these days, I am going to make an Ika burning seal. He huffed. But his lust didn't abate, and with a long sigh, Ren looked at the pocket watch he had stored in his storage seal. Nodding, he created a shadow clone who would continue on its journey to the land of hot water while he teleported back to his apartment at Konoha. It was afternoon, a bit after the Ninja Academy ended. Exactly the time when Ino usually came to Ren's apartment for, well, she had many excuses, but that didn't matter. The second Ren arrived back home, Ino was indeed there, lounging on the couch while reading. Ren's left eye twitched minutely when he saw the Ika cover of the book. Ren. Noticing him, Ino furrowed her eyebrows and stood up from the couch as Ren approached her. What are you doing here? She squealed when Ren, out of nowhere, picked her up and put her on his shoulder and slapped her behind. Ino. Ren hummed, squeezing Ino's butt cheek in exactly the way he knew she loved. I am horny. Wanna recreate some scenes from Ika? Oh. For a moment, Ino stayed silent, her mind still processing the unexpected happenings, but when she finally realized what was going on, she squealed again, this time in delight as she kicked her feet up and down, making it quite challenging for Ren to keep holding her on his shoulder. The blonde girl excitedly ordered as she twisted her body in a manner that would make Ren's spine break if he attempted to imitate it. She somehow ended up in his hands in Princess Carrie, but before he could question it, Ino put her arms around his neck and pecked his lips. Yes. Onwards, to the bedroom. I missed you so much. You have seen me in the morning. Ren helplessly pointed out, quite enjoying the short kisses Ino was delivering on his jaw. Hearing him, she stopped for a moment and gave him a vulpine grin. Exactly. Chuckling, Ren captured her lips as he entered the bedroom. Chapter 87. Not at all pretty. After enjoying the rest of the day and evening with Ino and the huffy Hinata, who caught them, in flagranti, when she came to his apartment in the early evening and Ren had to give her a lot of loving attention to stop her pouting, Ren teleported back to his shadow clone who by then passed the border and was once more in the land of hot water. He spent the following 2 days touring the big cities of the country, widely regarded as the best holiday destination in the world. They had it all. Good restaurants. Amazing hot springs. Great hotels and service industry. The only thing Ren did not visit were the brothels. He was happily in a relationship, after all. But in one hotel lobby, he overheard a merchant sing praises about how this country had the best prostitutes far and wide. Then again, the red light districts in Konoha and the capital of the land of fire had similar reputations. Considering that working in a brothel was regarded as an easy job with less risk for better pay by many experienced kunoichi from the intelligence department when they entered their 30s and therefore got too old for their usual honey trap shtick so they were allowed to retire, Ren believed the claim of Konoha's red light district to be the best more. In his previous life, Ren wondered how Jiraiya got anything done with his intelligence network when he spent most of his time in brothels. But after living in this world and getting a bit of insight on how these things worked, Ren's eyes were open to the truth. And because of that, he got shivers whenever he was just passing by a brothel. There was no way he would ever enter any such establishment. He simply wasn't brave enough. Most people usually did not care about the uncomfortable reality. They did not think about it. But Ren didn't close his eyes in front of it. He couldn't. He peered into the abyss because of his curiosity, and now he could never unsee it. He once might or might not have peeked at unimportant mission reports from the intelligence department in the village. He now had a very real inkling of just how many accidents happened during post-coital bliss in brothels. Especially when the hidden villages had the prostitution industry of their countries mostly firmly in their grasp through their undercover kunoichi honey trap/assassins/info gatherers, who were spread all over the country and sometimes even beyond. These women were not strong. As kunoichi, they wouldn't be able to hold their own against a kunai fodder from the genin corps. On the battlefield, they would not even amount to be a speed bump for regular genins. But they still slit more throats, per capita, for their village than all the genin corps ninjas combined. All done in the bedroom while their victim was coming his lower brains into them. Ninja life was not at all only about fighting and big flashy jutsu like the anime portrayed it. Some of its aspects were just not pretty. It seemed almost stupid to let the fangirl culture fester in the academy. But here is the thing. It was basically a different take on a subtle seduction and anti-seduction training for dummy ninja wannabe kiddies. Ren never thought that 8-year-old girls getting interested in boys and starting to crush on them to the point of turning into rabid fangirls was natural. And sure enough, it wasn't. In his previous life, he suspected the influence of chakra, and while that wasn't a completely wrong assumption because the kids grew up and entered puberty faster than in his previous life, it wasn't all there was to it. What Ren didn't take into account in his past life was human nature and deviousness. The whole fangirl thing. It was subtly induced by the teachers in the kunoichi classes. The most aggravating thing was that it worked out well for the village. In many, many ways. It was ridiculous how beneficial the fangirl culture was when the big picture was considered. The girls chased after their crush and tried to seduce the poor lad while competing with each other. That put them under pressure and made them more creative in their attempts. They either learned to seduce real well for a kid, or they decided to train a whole lot to become stronger to impress their crush. One of the two was going to happen in the years it took for most fangirls to graduate from the academy. Even those rare girls who didn't fall into this norm usually found some other talent they had or trained some skill that would be useful later down the line in their ninja life. All to impress their crush. Their teachers did not even need to motivate them much. Peer pressure did most of the work. And the poor lad who found himself as the target of the fangirl's affections. He was usually from a clan. Somebody who had a lot of talent and promise as a ninja. That was by design. Because it was the kind of guy who would need anti-seduction training the most in his future. Once the guy grew up and made a name for himself, seduction attempts and honey traps would come. It was the most basic tactic in the book. And it was not used only by the enemy villages but also by the allied kunoichi who were more into the whole gold-digging aspect of life. Ren would know. Ever since he made a name for himself in the past few months, Hinata and Ino mastered the glare the competition away no jutsu because of how many random headband-wearing girls accidentally tried to bump into him on the streets, or grope a feel, or leaned forward to give his eyes just the right angle at their suspiciously large cleavage. Ren honestly understood why Guy and Kakashi behaved like weapons of mass anti-female attention. It probably wasn't the only benefit, but their behavior most likely put off 90% of women who would otherwise try their luck with them. Even Sasuke lost most of his fangirls when he became the Saju guy. And Ren knew the kid just loved it. Ren suspected that Sasuke more or less imitated Guy exactly because of that. At least partially. The idea behind the fangirl culture was that the more bad flirting and harmless seduction attempts by the female classmates a talented boy experienced, the more resistant he would become to it later down the line. And if it somehow failed successfully and the boy would fall for one of his fangirls, then all the better for the village. Skilled ninjas were usually like Kakashi or Guy. They have seen too much and had too many screws loose. They did not do relationships. Many avoided sex altogether for the most part, dying before they could even have kids. So, softly giving the 8-year-old girls an idea to be persistent in trying to seduce strong and talented ninjas suited Konoha well. It both ensured that at least some mentally screwed up but skilled ninjas would have progeny and a good reason to not take the easy way out of the mortal coil once their profession becomes too much for them to bear. Hell, it sounded like such a stupid bullshit to Ren. His modern mindset was still offended whenever he was reminded of the situation. And he almost choked because the retarded system fucking somehow worked. The numbers did not lie. Ever since it was created by Hiruzen Sarutobi, by the way. Because, of course, the esteemed Hokage had a hand in it, the suicide numbers had gone down, and the ninja kids numbers outside the clans had gone up. Funnily enough, it was one of the reasons why Konoha could afford to throw so many fresh bodies into the meat grinder every war. Every village that knew of how the female academy students behaved in Konoha looked down on the village for it. But the joke was on them. Not to mention, most of the girls from the academy would not go the combat ninja route anyway. They would never become powerful. Never amount to an impactful force on their own. Most of them would become intelligence gatherers, spies, and saboteurs, the ninja stuff that was more suited to a more feminine touch and did not require beyond civilian strength. This way, the girls got a head start in seduction training since most of them ended up being useless for anything but the honey trap route. There was no such thing as dropping out of the ninja academy after graduating. Graduating meant they entered the village's military forces. They enlisted. And that was that. There was no easy way out after that. And if the only thing they could be used for was to spread their legs for the village, Then that's what they would be trained in even if they didn't particularly like it. That was the brutal truth. Of course, Ren was making it sound far more grave than it actually was. Many girls find special talents of their own and are scouted by various divisions in Konoha's forces. Like that girl, Shiho, from Cryptoanalysis. It was not as if all non-combat-oriented kunoichi had no choice but to spread their legs for the village by default. Plus, the seduction specialists were paid very well. It is usually either the path of seduction specialist or the genin core for the leftover girls and boys. For some reason, the females in that situation especially do not choose the genin core after hearing about the substantial pay difference. Konoha did not need to force them into that kind of lifestyle. Not after they are sat in front of the available choices to them and one financially outweighs the other. Not after the kunoichi class's general desensitization. On the outside, they learned pressing flowers, some womanly crafts and were given some lectures. It sounded like a waste of time for future kunoichi. But over the years that shit had as much effect as the fabled will of fire. It was insidious as heck. Ren could see it on Ino and Hinata. Nakedness did not make them stop. During their first time, they did not feel as much shame as virgins should. They were mostly curious. And some of the positions they wanted to try, well, it painted a picture to Ren about the lectures the girls were getting in their kunoichi classes. He felt exasperated because, on one hand, he approved of his girl's boldness. He expected Hinata to be a stuttering mess, but instead, she was a wild and curious whirlwind. On the other hand, he realized the underlying purpose of that class. Well, he was not the Hokage, so he couldn't change it, so he didn't dwell on it. It was what it was. And even those talented girls suited for more important, combat-oriented, medical, or other roles lost nothing by getting some seduction training either. They were kunoichi, too, and while the chance of them being sent on a honey trap mission was pretty much nil, one never knew when such a skill might prove useful. If not in their kunoichi life, then in their personal one. Of course, the seduction attempts by fangirls were pretty basic. Resisting them was nothing spectacular. But the kiddies in the academy were just that. Kids. It was a start for gaining a very necessary skill. So, Jiraiya had quite a nice and cushy gig going on for him. He toured the brothels that secretly belonged to Konoha. There, he flirted, drank, and had fun talking and getting praised by the girls until he randomly picked one and went to the private room with her. Of course, the men knew exactly who from the working girls was an undercover Konoha kunoichi. There was nothing random about his pick. And in the private room, Jiraiya gets to enjoy fucking the girl while she reports her findings to him. That's what many of the reports Ren sneaked a peek at stated. Not in these words. Not this bluntly. But he understood what the reports tried to convey. His opinion of Jiraiya dropped a bit after that, but he quickly realized that this was not an anime. This was a real world with real people. Jiraiya wasn't celibate. He was not some one-dimensional super pervert who was secretly a virgin and kept it that way because he still hoped that one day he could jump Tsunade's bones. Well, he did want to do that, and he prided himself on being a super pervert. But he lived his life in a more NSFW way. Then, he wrote books based on his experiences and earned millions. Honestly, Ren admired the pervert a bit for that. He had to give it to him. He had his life sorted out. Other ninjas risk their lives for their village on a weekly basis. Jiraiya, however, gets his Jiraiya Jr. wet on a regular basis for the village. It doesn't take a genius to see which of the two was the better deal. Shaking his head, Ren quietly chuckled to himself as he arrived near the entrance to the supposedly abandoned ancient underground village carved into the cave where he was supposed to deliver the documents to the client. His eyebrows furrowed as he saw the entrance to the massive cave, easily as big and wide as the Hokage Tower. He didn't feel very good about going in there. Something about this felt a bit fishy. Here he was. A dark cave in front of him, and he was supposed to go in. What could go wrong, right? It felt like some shitty trope from a third-rate horror movie whose author was too lazy to even half-ass it. But no matter how much Ren looked around, the surroundings seemed clear. Even his detection seal did not alert him to any hidden presence. So, with a deep breath, Ren started walking inside, hoping the client would get there fast so he could go home. Chapter 88, Chapter 88. Just another C-rank mission. How the hell did I get into this stupid situation again on a freaking C-rank mission where I shouldn't meet even a simple genin? This is ridiculous. Ren idly thought with a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he subtly glanced around, his back to the entrance of the cave while on all other sides he was surrounded by what felt like jonins, going by their chakra signatures. As he was about to enter the cave, he had this bad feeling. It just looked way too fishy. So, at the very last second, he decided to send a shadow clone in his stead with the requested documents while he waited it out outside. It was disrespectful to the client, but this was supposed to be just a simple C-rank mission, so Ren didn't care about the client getting insulted if he found out. If he wanted proper respect, he should have paid more money and requested a higher-ranked mission. Turns out, waiting outside was a good call in the end. Because if Ren was in the cave right now, experiencing the same situation, he would have been in a much worse spot. At least, out in the open, if a fight broke out, he could go all out without caring about bringing the cave down on his head. Now that he thought about it, he was primarily known for using explosives. Ugh. This shit was totally planned, wasn't it? Because really, what are the chances? Ren counted the jonins around him. There were 10 of them visible, and his detection seal was not showing any hidden ones. Well, he tentatively believed his seal, but he decided to be careful about sudden ambushes from blind spots anyway. His shadow clone in the cave took a position near the entrance but still stayed out of sight, just in case they had some friends hidden inside, too. At the very least, it could provide an early warning. A second passed, and Ren's eyes landed on one jonin who slowly walked forward, lazily approaching him with a disarming smile that seemed a bit forced on his face. The jonin had his hands up in a show that he didn't wish for hostilities, and Ren's eyebrows furrowed as he inwardly did a double take. He recognized the man. The headband was a dead giveaway that he was from Kumo, as were his friends, but what was the disciple of the late Third Reikage doing here? The bad feeling in Ren's stomach intensified, and any hope that this was just a simple misunderstanding died a pitiful, quick death. Maybe if he never watched Naruto, he might have his hopes still up. Darui was not very widely known in this world, but Ren did remember his existence from the anime. Kumo kept him quite hush-hush and didn't flaunt his skill as Konoha flaunted Kakashi's. But this guy was A's right-hand man and, therefore, should not be picking up files from a simple C-rank mission. Even if, by some unholy coincidence, Konoha was opening secret diplomatic talks with Kumo, they would have sent at least a team of jonin for it. Not a chunin like Ren. Hello. I believe you have something for us. Darui spoke and slowly put his hands down when he noticed that Ren didn't instantly get into a fighting stance. Hearing him, Ren inwardly frowned. His gaze slowly moved over the 10 ninjas in front of him, making the atmosphere awkward as the silence stretched. Only a minute later did he slowly nod. The mission scroll. He asked Darui, mostly to get a proof that he was truly the client. Well, or that he killed him and looted the scroll. But there was no way of knowing which of these it was for Ren. Ah, yes. Here. Darui perked up and took a step forward, only for Ren to instantly become guarded. Recognizing that, Darui stopped in his tracks, realizing that getting closer could provoke Ren. They silently stared at each other until Darui scratched his cheek and, with an awkward laugh, he took a step back before tossing the scroll to Ren, who easily caught and opened it. The scroll checked out. Then again, of course, it did. Somebody like Darui was not as harmless and inexperienced as he tried to portray himself to be with his awkward acting. If they were here for Ren and this was indeed a trap, they would not make such a rudimentary mistake as faking the mission scroll. Back in the cave, Ren's clone created another clone who started to craft seals. Just in case this turned ugly. Then, the initial clone walked out of the darkness of the cave with the documents and headed toward Darui, handing them over to the men who watched him with amusement written on his face. You aren't very trusting, are ya? He chuckled as he received the documents, slightly shaking his head in exasperation. But if he expected an answer, he was left disappointed when Ren just silently nodded as he sealed the mission scroll into his storage seal. It wouldn't do to lose it and later on find out he has no way to prove that handing out these documents was truly a mission he received from Konoha rather than him turning a traitor. Just in case the documents were stolen. Ren wouldn't put such a ploy past some of his more influential enemies in Konoha. At this point, he had no idea what was going on, so he decided to take every precaution. How dull. Darui rolled his eyes at Ren's non-answer, a bit of frustration seeping into his tone because Ren refused to play ball and get roped into a proper conversation. Ren was, however, too preoccupied with his mind going a mile a minute. He was starting to see some implications of his situation, and he wasn't liking them. There were only 2 reasons why Kumo jonins in these numbers would gather like this. Either they had a very important mission nearby. Possible. But in that case, there would be no need to show up in front of Ren in full force. In fact, it would have been a massive mistake to do so. No. Ren decided they did not have an important mission nearby. Which was way worse for him because it meant that he was their mission. Jonins are the main fighting force of a ninja village. Situations where there are more than 4 jonins teamed up for something were extremely rare outside of war. Even S-rank missions were usually done by teams of 4 at most. And yet, Ren had 10 of them in front of him, led by the Reikage's right-hand men. But, that would mean somebody in Konoha sold him out. Of course, Danzo was the first suspect that came to Ren's mind almost instantly. But would Danzo really employ Kumo to deal with him? It frustrated Ren that he didn't know the answer to that. Then again, there were all these grumpy old men who disliked that Ren didn't share his seals with them. Danzo was not Ren's only enemy in Konoha. Just his most obvious one. For all he knew, it might actually have been Kumo's spy who ensured Ren would get the mission, and nobody in Konoha sold him out. Ugh. The more he thought about it, the less obvious the answer became. Seeing that Darui was starting to look impatient, Ren looked him in the eyes and dryly said, "These documents are not why you are here, are they?" "Afraid not." "Sorry." Darui sheepishly shrugged his shoulders and gave Ren a real apologetic look as he rubbed the back of his head with his left hand. But not for a second did the man relax his guard. Ren noted that his right hand was ready to draw his sword at a moment's notice. "Why am I not surprised?" Ren grumpily muttered under his nose, but he was not quiet enough because Darui clearly heard him and chuckled. "This is honestly awkward. It's usually not me who does the recruiting T-dash. He is doing something with chakra." A brown-haired woman suddenly spoke from behind Darui, who slowly blinked as Ren stiffened. A freaking chakra sensor. They were very prepared for him. All his seals were based on chakra, and that meant the sensor would feel their location. That made using seal traps way harder. The only upside of the situation was that the chakra sensor did not feel the seals crafted by Ren's clone in the cave, otherwise, she would have been warning her teammates about them by now. Her range probably wasn't that big, or she wasn't focusing on the cave. Thank the sage for small mercies. Ah. Both Ren and Darui involuntarily uttered at the same time before the hell broke loose, and Darui's companions instantly burst into action. Ren had to interrupt the charging of his transportation seal and jumped out of the way just a moment before several kunai whizzed past where he had stood a second ago. All would have been non-lethal hits, so they wanted him alive. That was good. He could use that. As Ren's toes landed on the ground, he used chakra to spring himself back nearly instantly, narrowly avoiding some sort of taser-like lightning technique. Somersaulting in the air over a few shuriken, Ren landed on the palms of his hands and let himself fall into a roll on the ground, dodging a sword strike aimed to disable him from the fastest of his assailants. After the roll, Ren jumped back once more, his feet landing horizontally on the rock cliff above the cave's entrance as he let the momentum make him slide back after the landing, which allowed him to evade a water bullet that crashed into the rock and cracked it. With narrowed eyes, Ren looked toward his enemies, two kunai popping into his hands as he felt the pressure of being attacked by 10 jonin. He was about done with putting seals on the kunai and barely a second from throwing them to return the offensive when a loud boom resounded through the surroundings, causing everybody to duck, which momentarily paused the fighting. "Stop!" Darui yelled aloud, still standing in his initial position, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Just, let me do my sales pitch. Please. I spent 2 hours preparing it to ensure it wouldn't be too dull." He tried to joke weakly. With that, the Kumo Jonin awkwardly obeyed their commanding officer and retreated back to their previous positions while Ren was left standing on the side of the cliff, wondering what the hell just happened. "Well. Will you rejoin us here, please?" Darui exasperatedly asked, beckoning him closer with his hand, but Ren just gave him a dull look. I don't know. You all seem a little bit too intense for my fragile sensibilities. It's nothing personal. Just all that oppressively masculine Kumo energy you are exuding is a bit stifling for a poor guy like me." Ren hummed and didn't move from his position, making Darui groan. This was probably not how the older men expected this meeting to go. But, tough luck. This was also not how Ren expected to spend his afternoon. His day was already ruined, so there was no reason not to ruin Darui's, even if only slightly. Hey, at this point, Ren took his victories where he could get them. Chapter 89, Kumo's Offer. "Iya. Are you really going to make this more difficult than it needs to be?" Darui asked with a disappointed sigh. "How dull." Ren's lips twitched, but he stayed where he was and gave the men a small shrug. "You wanted to talk, so talk. Sound can reach me here just fine." It didn't hurt that it was also a very convenient position for Ren. The Kumo ninjas had to look up, and that meant they did not look down. Kumo is interested in your services and in your seals. Darui decided the blunt approach was for the best, so he stopped with the small talk. But before Darui could continue, Ren chuckled and raised his eyebrow at the men. "And I suppose you wouldn't be a dear and give me a hint about who in Konoha tattled on me, would you? I'd rather not disclose the identity of our spies." Darui gave Ren a "what can you do" look, but maybe once your loyalty is proven. He offered, but he still seemed a bit shifty to Ren despite having a quite solid poker face. Honestly, this made no sense. If somebody from Konoha betrayed him and sent him into the Kumo's clutches, they would not do it just so he could get a recruitment speech. Nobody in Konoha would want him to join Kumo. Not even the people who hated his guts. That meant this was the work of Kumo's spy network. But Kumo's spy network also couldn't penetrate the village's security to such a degree that they could willy-nilly insert missions into the village's mission office and ensure that the exact ninja they wished for would take them. That would have been a massive breach of security. It would have easily allowed them to assassinate many important ninjas. The first layer of security for every ninja village was secrecy. The enemy village could not send 10 Jonin after Kakashi if they had no idea where he would be at any given moment when he was outside Konoha. No. Such a security breach wouldn't be allowed to pass. If nothing else, Konoha took its security very seriously. This must have been an insider job. So, the natural conclusion Ren arrived at was, you were not hired to give a recruitment pitch. He narrowed his eyes at the ninja party in front of him. Still, 10 Jonin. Wasn't that a little bit of overkill for a Chunin like him? Couldn't they play by the rules and send some fresh-faced Chunin after him? Seriously. These people had no concept of fair play. He was complaining just for the sake of complaining. This was so freaking frustrating. Hearing Ren's words, Darui's playful act instantly dropped. The men probably already knew Ren wouldn't take his offer, but he still tried to resolve this peacefully for one last time. We are just the recruitment party. He insisted with a serious tone. Right. Ren said, looking unimpressed as he gave the other 9 Jonin an obvious look. His eyes briefly stopped on a blonde woman he recognized as Samui. But the other 8 were unknown to him. Probably some chumps who did not manage to get screen time in the anime. Unfortunately, that did not make them any less dangerous. They are here for security reasons. Darui nonchalantly added. Both knew it was an unspoken threat. There weren't many favorable options Ren seemed to have. Fighting 10 Jonin. That was the force a village usually employed against S-ranked criminals. Not for the first time, Ren cursed his encounter with Yugura. He came out of it in surprisingly great shape, and Yugura died. So, the other villages that didn't have the full picture probably made their own assumptions about his competence. Hence, 10 Jonin. Sure, Konoha did claim that Yugura was killed by Akatsuki operatives. But intelligence and counterintelligence was a constant guessing game. Ren wouldn't be surprised if Kumo decided that Konoha was using Akatsuki to shift the blame. And since Ren was the only Konoha ninja to walk out of that conflict, only to start making some seriously powerful seals later on, this was definitely an unintended consequence of his actions, wasn't it? I guess saying no is not an option. Ren more stated than asked, feeling supremely nervous as he felt his clone using hiding like a mole technique to do some interesting things in the ground underneath 4 ninjas furthest away from the sensor. Frankly, he was continuing the conversation because he needed a distraction. Fighting all 10 Jonin, whose abilities he didn't know about, was stupid. No. He needed to even out the numbers. He wasn't interested in their offer. It would have been a gilded cage, at best. He would have been happy if he was ever allowed to step outside of Kumo once he entered their village. Kumo always wanted Sealmasters and bloodlines. They are very well known for kidnapping children and adults alike. And Ren did not want to think about what their kidnapped victims with bloodlines went through in Kumo. It was distasteful. But Kumo was the only ninja village that wasn't made by a ninja. The first Reikage was a bandit. One who was just lucky enough to loot an experimental jutsu from a ninja corpse he found when he was young. The men then spent the next 30 years improving said technique until it became the fabled lightning chakra armor. Well, a crude version of it, at least. But the men still dominated the land of lightning with it. He knew no other jutsu. Not even the basic ones. But he didn't need them to slaughter anybody in his way. To this day, his descendants focus solely on this technique, and it is working very well for them. When the formation of Konoha happened, the men realized which way the wind was blowing and decided to put his career as the leader of a bandit group behind him in favor of creating his own ninja village. Most ninja clans kinda fled from him. That was partially the reason why Kumo did not have that many clans. The men was supposed to be unpleasant and apparently demanded a tribute from any clan that came under his banner. Their knowledge and an important woman of his choice from their clan. And let's just say the first Reikage did not care if said woman was married or not. Needless to say, it was non-negotiable. Refusal was met with slaughter as he plundered the knowledge anyway and took the woman by force after he subjugated the remainder of the clan. Frankly, Kumogakure people were still, to this day, acting more like bandits willing to do mercenary jobs rather than proper ninjas. Despite the previous Reikage trying to clean up their act. Their reputation was still god-awful. The first Reikage was actually bombed to death by Hashirama when the men attempted to kidnap Mito after she sealed Kyubi into herself. In exchange and as an apology for killing the Reikage, and honestly, Ren thought Hashirama should have just stomped Kumo to the ground right there and then, but the men was a bit too naive at times. Hashirama went and hunted the Hachibi who made himself into a nuisance in the lands that would a year later unify into the land of lightning. Hashirama subdued the beast, and Mito sealed it into a chosen container. That was their first mistake because, in the following year, they kinda had to give similar benefits to other rising hidden villages to keep the status quo. To ensure Kumo would not instantly declare war against the budding Iwa or Kiri, dragging the whole ninja world into it, because they now had a Jinchuriki and others didn't. It would have been a funny story if Kumo had stopped right there. They failed to get an Uzumaki. That should have been it. But the second Reikage, who was the son of the first, took the failure a tad bit too personally. Fast forward a few years, and Uzushio was destroyed. Yeah, Hashirama really should have stomped Kumo into the ground in its cradle. Of course, it was just a coincidence that around 15 years after the Uzushio's fall, Kumo gained a sudden uptick of red-haired orphan ninjas who usually sported skin tones native to Kumobakure. Because, naturally, not all Uzumaki died in the attack. And since this was Kumo, Ren imagined that any unfortunate captive was chained to bed and, yeah. Konoha had its own dark secrets. But at least, they were not freaking known for being absolute dipshits to everything around them. No. I am afraid I cannot take no for an answer. Darui lazily answered Ren's question. But don't be dull. Come on, man. We are prepared to accommodate you. Your seals are valuable. Money, power, or even women. Kumo can give them to you in exchange for your service. You will have everything you could ever want. Except for freedom. Ren inwardly scoffed. You are saying that as if you were giving me a choice here. He outwardly huffed and crossed his arms under his chest, donning a pondering look to sell the image of somebody who was thinking about it. His clone was almost done with its work. I am giving you a choice. Darui shrugged, you can come willingly, or I can beat you within an inch of your life and drag you to Kumo by your hair. He nonchalantly said, don't make this harder than it needs to be. For both our sakes. At that moment, Ren realized why Darui opted for a more non-violent approach. The men didn't seem very motivated. He looked like somebody who was given an unpleasant task at work and now needs to fulfill it despite wanting to do anything else. You are coming with us anyway, but coming willingly will be beneficial to you. Darui nodded with his head toward Samui. Your gaze lingered on her. You can have her in your bed tonight. And if your seals are useful enough, you can have her for the rest of your life. Ren almost snorted at the undertone of reluctance in the man's tone as he gave him that offer. But fair enough. They didn't know much about him. Darui was working with the information and resources he had available. And yes, Ren's gaze did linger on Samui, so the men probably understood it as interest. Heh. Ren rolled his eyes as he opted for replying with sarcasm. Your sales pitch is really hitting me in the feels. I am almost gushing with certainty that I won't find myself in her position in the future. Darui awkwardly scratched his cheek as he gave Ren a sheepish smile in return. Depends on your usefulness, to be honest. Good seals are in high demand. Kumo will treat you well. He then nodded with his head toward Samui. But there is only so much she can do for the village. She is good at swinging her sword, but so are many others. Other than that, she is hot. She doesn't mind. He glanced at the blonde woman who, during all that speech, didn't move a muscle. Do you, Samui? I am cool with doing my duty for the village. She said in a cold tone, completely calmly with no emotion. Ren gave her a deadpan look, you don't sound like you like it very much. But Samui only calmly insisted that, it's cool. Yeah, sure it was. Ren could almost feel the frigid effort she was putting into seducing him. It was positively arctic. Darui, to give him some credit, looked a bit uncomfortable at that moment. But when Ren looked at him, he just sighed, it is what it is, man. They silently stared at each other, Ren occasionally looking at Samui, whose face was still locked in her perfect poker face, not moving a single muscle as she dispassionately stared at Ren. It took 2 minutes until Darui finally realized this was going nowhere. Ha! You aren't going to take the carrot, are you? He regretfully asked, his shoulders slumping as he slowly unsheathed his sword. I am happily in a relationship. Ren smirked at him, feeling that his clone was finally done with its job. Sucks. Stick it is, then. Darui grunted and lowered his body into a fighting stance when he was startled by a booming explosion that suddenly erupted to his right, causing screams of fright and pain to reverberate through the surroundings. Chapter 90, versus Kumo Jonin. As the underground clone activated the explosion and blew up the group furthest from the sensor woman to Darui's right side, Ren was ready. In the second it took the remaining Kumo Jonin to come out of their shock and refocus on him, Ren had already etched 2 seals on the kunai in his hands and threw them. One headed toward a random Jonin while the other sailed through the air, targeting the sensor kunoichi. The random Jonin elected to raise an earth wall, which would have been effective against a normal explosive seal. Unfortunately for him, Ren opted for something more brutal. As the kunai hit the earth wall and the seal triggered, a chunk of it in a circular radius around where the kunai had landed was instantly turned into salt alongside the torso of the ninja standing behind it. Only the upper part of his head above the nose and the lower parts of his legs below the knees were outside of the explosive radius, so they flopped onto the newly made pile of salt on the ground, dyeing it red as blood started to flow out. The sensor kunoichi, however, realized that there was an unknown seal on the kunai and opted to evade it rather than block it, so the kunai just sailed past her previous position and hit the tree behind where she was standing, turning it into glass as a cold sweat washed over her when she witnessed it. Sadly, Ren didn't have the leisure to see it. Pretty much the second he threw the kunai, he had to throw his body to the left because Darui blasted some kind of technique at him, firing a bolt of extra fast black lightning toward him. Ren rolled on the surface of the side of the cliff and barely managed to get back on his feet when Samui was already upon him, viciously slashing her sword at him with sparkling streaks of lightning chakra coating the blade. Ren evaded the first slash, but the lighting on her sword still managed to clip him and jolt him, making him realize how dangerous the blonde woman was. It gave him a proper scare, and it was unexpected enough to make him hesitate for a moment. But despite missing the first slash, Samui just adjusted her grip on the sword and swung it back at Ren in a very well-practiced combo of fast slashes. Because of his slight hesitation, Ren only managed to evade the first two. His eyes widening, Ren realized there would be no evading the third one as Samui's sword suddenly accelerated via some unknown internal lightning technique. He managed to summon two kunai to his hands and flood them with wind chakra as he crossed them and blocked the sword crashing down on his left shoulder. He was a little bit too late, however, and Samui's sword bit into his shoulder, drawing blood. It was barely a glancing wound, but the lightning from her blade streamed into Ren's body, numbing it and increasing the damage. Realizing it, Ren didn't hesitate and forcefully pushed Samui's sword away from his body, making the slash wound worse in return but preventing himself from being stunned. All that happened in 3 seconds, and by the end of it, the other Kimo ninjas were already almost upon him. As Samui was forced to take a step back to regain control of her sword because of the force with which Ren parried it, 2 Kimo ninjas were already in a position to execute a pincer attack on him, one coming at him from his right side while Darui was coming from his left, both swinging their swords at him. Swearing in his mind about Kimo and their usage of swords due to overcompensating for small dick sizes, Ren glanced to the side from where a loud screaming was coming from, only to see that his initial explosive attack killed 2 Kimo jonin while the third was screaming himself hoarse on the ground in a puddle of his blood as chunks of his body were torn when the shrapnel made of earth hit him from below. He was out of it due to pain but still alive, which was just perfect. The swords neared Ren, and he offhandedly threw the 2 kunai in his hands up, letting them gently, almost lazily, spin in the air just as the attack struck. Only for their victim to let out a surprised bloody gurgle. Darui's uncovered eye widened as he realized his sword was now up to the hilt in his comrade's chest because Ren had used the substitution technique at the last second. He quickly moved to pull it out on instinct, and despite his shock, he noticed the 2 kunai spinning in the air just slightly above them. Oh, Darui cursed and quickly leaped back as the kunai exploded and reduced the struck gurgling Kimo jonin into a shower of bloody meat chunks. Darui was quick enough to dodge, but his pincer attack comrade was more unlucky. His sword had also pierced the unfortunate Kimo ninja through the chest, but it hit the chest bone and got stuck there. That took his attention. It was just a split second. But that moment was enough to make him notice the dangerous kunai a bit too late. As he jumped back to evade the explosion, he tried to cover his face and chest with his arms as much as possible, but the metal shrapnel his sword turned into due to the explosion still managed to make his arms more or less useless. The man, however, survived and got out of the way of his comrades. After the substitution, Ren didn't get even a second of reprieve. His body still somewhat numb from Samui's lightning, he reacted too late as he felt a sword skewer him from behind, making him gasp in disbelief and pain as he saw the blade exit out of his stomach. A Kimo jonin was patiently waiting for a chance for an ambush, and now he successfully got it. For a moment, Ren thought this was it for him before he registered a nudge of chakra and quickly, almost desperately, allowed it to do its thing. His shadow clone substituted with him, the technique ripping the Kimo jonin's sword from his hands as the grinning clone appeared in front of the man. The clone's arms quickly embraced the jonin, exploding seals etched all over his clothes. Leroy Jenkins, motherfucker. The clone vindicatively screamed as it exploded, and the Kimo jonin was reduced to red splatter on the ruined and cratered ground with a bang. Ren appeared on a tree branch a bit farther away from the area where they fought and leaned heavily on the tree trunk, letting out a pained grunt. He idly recognized why Orochimaru primarily used something as useless as mud clones for last-minute substituting. The shadow clones were neat but they also cost way too much freaking chakra. He offhandedly decided to learn a cheaper clone variant if he survived. Ren had realized the only reason why he was not dead yet was that the guy did try to take him alive. Worse yet, he only had a few seconds before the remaining Kimo ninjas discovered where the substitution technique had delivered him. They did have a sensor ninja, so running was not an option. Especially not while wounded. Wincing in pain, he looked at his stomach, where he had a puncture wound going all the way from his back to his stomach. It was bleeding quite badly, and there was no way he could fight properly with it. The pain was distracting enough that he knew he would mess up against the heavily speed-based fighting style of his opponents. Ninja fights usually ended quickly, and one hit was all it took to decide the outcome. Naruto was an outlier. Not the norm. Now that Ren was wounded, the situation did not look very favorable for him. 3, 1, and 1 more. Ren quickly did the mental math to count how many of the Kimo ninjas he had killed by now. He counted 5. That meant 5 were still unfortunately alive. Darui, Samui, the censor woman, the men with hurt arms, and the last one, probably a medic. Or worse, the triumph card. Sage, Ren hoped he was a medic. Damn. Fighting Jonins is a pain in the ass. He thought with a painful grimace as he started creating a small seal with his chakra and blood on his shirt under the wound. Ren realized that he lacked training in facing multiple opponents who could keep up with him. There weren't many chances to train for that outside of joining ANBU or having Jonin friends. Sadly, Hinata and Ino were good enough to give him the needed combat experience in facing multiple opponents. They were not quick enough to keep up with him just yet. Funnily enough, Ren would probably have a much easier time facing one S-rank ninja than 10 Jonin. Heh. I guess that's also something to rectify if I get back home in one piece, eh? He thought. 3 seconds later, when the seal was done, Ren let out a relieved sigh as a small-scale invisible time-stop bubble formed around his wound, and his shoulders sagged. It wasn't ideal, but he was no longer bleeding out and could fight again. Still, he felt that weirdness of having a part of his body stopped in time. It was probably not a good idea to do this for long. Stopping the time of an entire organism was harmless because everything was stopped at once, but stopping only a part. The very first thing that popped into Ren's mind was a question of how the blood flow would even work in this kind of state, and yeah, he probably really should get out of here as fast as possible and seek a medic. He never tested the side effects of stopping only a part of somebody's body, and for all he knew, he could drop dead out of nowhere because of it in a minute. Unfortunately, beggars couldn't be choose. Ren ducked as Darui appeared on the branch next to him out of nowhere and sent a horizontal decapitating slash at Ren's neck, giving him the message that the Kimo ninjas no longer gave a crap about capturing him. Ren and Darui's eyes met, and Ren saw that the Darkman was furious. Smirking, although it came out as more of a grimace than a smirk, Ren let his body fall to the left before using his chakra to prop himself against the thick tree branch, straight toward the censor woman. He needed to take her out if he wanted to get a chance to run away. Or even start using sealing traps. That would make this whole thing much, much easier. Realizing Ren's plan, Darui jumped after him, but a seal Ren left on the branch while jumping exploded, and while it did not hurt him because he was already midair, it did send him off his flying course and made him tumble through the air toward the ground. The last unknown Kimo Jonin, the one who had not participated up till now and who was most likely tending to the arms of his wounded comrade, tried to intercept Ren, but much to his shock, Ren ignored him as his sword bounced off of the chakra shield that suddenly appeared around Ren. Seeing Ren barreling his way toward her through the air, the censor Kunoichi's eyes momentarily widened, but she got into a stance with her sword, determination entering her brown eyes. Ren threw a kunai at her, and she evaded it by sidestepping, not dropping her guard by jumping away because she sensed that there was no seal on it. She inwardly scoffed. As if such a bluff could work on her dash. Ren suddenly substituted with the kunai, appearing right behind the censor Kunoichi. He didn't have the time to make a seal. The woman would react sooner. Her comrades would react sooner. But there was one thing that he did have, and that was fast enough. All the hours spent helping Hinata with her lightning release paid off because Ren learned a few techniques alongside her just to be able to give her advice. One such technique was a D-rank lightning release, sudden blackout. It was basically a ninja version of a taser. It required touch. It was weak. It could be resisted if the enemy had even a second to brace himself. And no self-respecting ninja would ever use it in combat. It was a garbage technique. But it was quick as hell to use, and it didn't require hand seals. Plus, his opponent did not expect it. Ren's hand quickly neared the censor woman's back as invisible lightning chakra flooded it. He was almost there, almost touching her. Samui abruptly appeared in a body flicker and kicked the censor Kunoichi in the stomach, sending her body crashing back through the air, saving her from being knocked out. But in doing so, the blonde busty woman got into the path of Ren's hand, and it landed on her shoulder before she could react, causing her eyes to widen for a moment as her body jerked and spasmed, and she released a strained ugh. Samui's eyes then rolled back, and she fell bonelessly onto the ground. Ren's head snapped toward the censor Kunoichi, inwardly feeling both glad and annoyed that he had taken out Samui, who was the bigger threat, but had failed to get rid of the censor. A kunai puffed into his hand, and he intended to finish the unconscious Samui off with an exploding seal before focusing again on the censor Kunoichi, only for him to gasp as a bolt of black lightning came out of the tree line and hit him in the chest, going straight through it. Ren only barely managed to shift his body at the last second on sheer instinct, enabling him to survive as it pierced his lung instead of his heart. Strength suddenly left his legs as blood gushed out of his chest wound, and he stumbled forward before falling on his knees and hands right next to the Samui's unconscious body just as Darui, twigs and leaves in his hair, slowly walked from behind a tree with a slight limp because a bit of tree bark shrapnel from Ren's last seal hit him in the back and legs. Darui stopped 5 steps away from Ren, cautious of him counterattacking out of nowhere and evading death by pulling out some sort of substitution or sealing trick again. They fell for it enough for him to get a healthy dose of respect for it by now. How dull. You should have taken the offer. Darui annoyedly muttered with narrowed eyes, looking down on Ren as he, on his hands and knees, looked up and saw black lightning crackling around Darui's hand that was pointing at him. Game over. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 17 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 91, Chapter 91. You are already dead. Game over. The black lightning from Darui's hand shot toward Ren's head, intending to end him while Darui dispassionately stared, assured of his victory. There was no way that, with his injuries, Ren could move in time to evade it. But just as the black lightning was about to hit, a blue but still translucent chakra barrier formed around Ren and the unconscious body of Samui, causing the lightning to slam into it with a crackling boom before it fizzled out in short order. Seeing it, the startled Darui tensed, expecting a counterattack, but a moment passed, and Ren was still kneeling while wheezing on the ground, a red puddle of blood forming underneath him at an alarming rate. Darui's eyebrows furrowed as he stood back and studied the barrier for a moment. Unable to discern anything of note from a glance, he cautiously approached under the tired gaze of his defeated opponent. Raising his sword, he started slashing at it, his sword bouncing off with every strike. He coated his sword in black lightning and tried to overwhelm the barrier, but it was to no avail as it didn't even flicker despite him delivering over 30 quick slashes within 10 seconds. Inside the barrier, a very small, bloody but self-satisfied smile appeared on Ren's exhausted face. Heh. Performance issues. He slowly rasped out with a hollow amusement in his tone as blood flowed down his chin. Small dick no go cough, through. Well, Darui had to give it to Ren. He was one tenacious bastard. With one foot in the grave, but he still had the gall to taunt him. It was a pity he had refused the offer and killed so many of his comrades. Darui imagined they would have hit it off as friends under different circumstances. Darui released an annoyed sigh before glancing toward their censor ninja, Mickey. The kunoichi was chewing on her lower lip in frustration, narrowing her eyes while staring into nowhere as if she was trying to find something. Hearing his question, she spoke, I don't wait. Her gaze suddenly lingered on the bloody puddle underneath Ren, and she pursed her lips before turning around, and her eyes swept through the battlefield. The blood. She mumbled aloud while her eyebrows rose in surprise before she looked at Ren, wondering how he managed to set something like this up. In many places where he was hit or touched with his hands and feet, there are some sort of symbols made out of his blood. She told Darui. It creates a formation that powers the barrier. Air, somehow. Listening to her analysis, it was obvious to Ren that the woman was no Fuinjutsu user. She tracked the chakra, and that's where her expertise ended. She had it wrong. But he wouldn't be telling her that. It was good for him. It made him feel relieved. But really, he was just glad that Darui had stopped hitting his barrier. It was pretty tough as it was the same seal that had withstood Yugura's Bijidama previously. Just a lot more underpowered because he was previously using the chakra he had stored in his chakra storage seal for the seals made out of his blood instead. These seals were not meant to create a defensive technique. It was supposed to be his finishing move, but he had to improvise, and so, he only had around 40% of his chakra storage seal left to create the barrier. As inviolable as it seemed when it didn't even flicker under Darui's onslaught of hits, Ren knew it wasn't as durable as it first appeared. It's why he didn't interrupt Darui and Mickey and stayed silent as he observed them trying to find a solution to his unexpected barrier. It was a much better alternative for him than for them trying to break through it by force. He just needed time. How could you miss something like that? Darui reproachfully asked the woman, who huffed in irritation in return. Give me a break. I was on a watch against a seal trap in kanji. Not whatever this is. She retorted. I'll need a second to try to figure out what he is trying to do with the blood seals. Just tell me where they are, and I can destroy them, Darui offered, but the kunoichi shook her head. They have the same chakra barrier around them, just more translucent, so it is not easily visible. She said idly as she focused on her sensing skills. Taking a deep breath, Darui groaned. He turned toward Ren and crouched on the ground in front of the barrier. Man, you are a troublesome fellow. Shaking his head in exasperation, he chuckled, how dull. But it does not matter. You will still bleed out. It's simple logic. So, would you be up to accepting my previous offer? Obviously, you will probably have to be under a very strict probation and guard for the next decade or 3, but at least you will be alive. Come on, dude. As angry as he felt, the seals he had witnessed could prove to be a game changer in Kumo's hands. He didn't think Ren would accept, but maybe. Heh. Fuck your logic. Ren deadpanned before visibly wincing in pain as he wheezed for a breath. He gasped, give me a second. I'll stand up and kick your ass in a moment. Right. Darui couldn't help but smile. That threat would probably sound far more menacing if Ren's voice wasn't so weak and he didn't look half dead. You won't even see it coming. Ren mumbled, his voice growing quieter. And Darui's smile became wry. I am sure I won't. The thing he was no longer sure of was if Mickey could crack the barrier before Ren actually croaked. The Konoha ninja was trying to press his hand on his still bleeding wound to stave off the bleeding, but Darui could see he got him good. The stubborn fool did not have much time left. Sighing, Darui's shoulders slumped. This gives me mixed feelings, you know. He sighed and took out a cigarette and put it into his mouth. Your counterattack coming yet? I am about to die out of boredom waiting for it over here. He tried to keep Ren talking. Because a speaking opponent meant an alive opponent. Honestly, Darui was conflicted because a part of him wanted Ren to die while another part wanted to drag him back to Kumo alive and force him to work for them. Suddenly, Darui's wry smile fell as the slight shaking of Ren's exhausted body stilled. For a moment, he thought that Ren had died right there, still kneeling on the ground, but then Ren raised his head, expending energy he should not possess anymore, and defiantly looked Darui straight in the eyes. You are already dead. He told the men somewhat smugly. Well, as smugly as a half-dead, exhausted men could sound. You already said that. Darui rolled his eyes at him. Anything any dash. But his speech was interrupted when Miki, the censor Kunoichi, suddenly loudly yelled to run as she felt the massive spike in chakra coming from the blood seals on the ground. Several things happened at once. Darui's eyes widened in alarm, and he jumped back onto his feet. Miki and the other two still alive Kumo ninjas who stood further away had turned on their heels before desperately trying to jump away from the area. Lastly, Ren put his hand on Samui just as he finished charging his transportation seal. He wasn't sure if he should have taken her with him or let her die in here. But he had wanted to know who hired Kumo for his assassination. Chances were, she would not have that information. And Ren also doubted the culprit would use his real name for the request. If Danzo Shimura or some other high-ranked men from Konoha gave an assassination mission to Kumo, it would raise many eyebrows. Kumo would definitely not accept such a mission, thinking it is a trap. No. Ren was mostly sure that he would get nothing important out of Samui. But he was still curious. So, he took her with him. Besides, Ino needed a proper target for her new mental techniques. Training it on her unwitting classmates could get her only so far. An enemy Jonin Kunoichi could help her fine-tune it, willingly or not. That was a bit harsh, but Ren didn't feel very merciful right now. He was still bleeding out because he couldn't focus both on the time-stop seal, which could stop his injuries from killing him, and charge the transportation seal at the same time. Darui wouldn't give him an additional 20 seconds if he thought something was wrong. He would try to break the barrier by force. So, Ren had to risk it and go for the transportation seal first. Teleporting from the battlefield, Ren landed on his couch in his apartment, the same one he landed on after fighting Yagura. Once more, by pure coincidence, Ino was there, staring at him in bewilderment while holding a watering can in her hand and looking at him like a deer into headlights. Ren found the sight funny, for all of a split second, before Samui's unconscious body came crashing onto him, driving his breath from his lungs as hot searing pain shot through his body. He wheezed with wide eyes from the agony as Samui's body slid off of him onto the ground, making him bleed even more as her landing aggravated his injuries. Oh, hello, darling. Could you get Hinata for me? Ren breathlessly asked Ino with a pain-filled grimace on his face. Again. Ino exclaimed as she got out of her momentary shock. She quickly summoned a shadow clone that ran out of the room while the original Ino leaped toward Ren before her hand started glowing green, and she began to give him the medic ninja-style first aid. After the last time, Ino learned at least enough medical ninjutsu to give first aid and prevent somebody from dying due to his injuries. But even then, she cursed and moaned all the way through the book learning, much to Hinata's and Ren's joint amusement and annoyance. They both decided never to even try to have Ino learn more medical ninjutsu ever again. It would be too bothersome. And this time you brought another girl home. Ino huffed, pressing her hand onto the injury on Ren's chest while glancing at Samui, or rather, her notable assets. She pursed her lips, and Ren could almost read her mind. Samui was another blonde like Ino. So, he reckoned that Ino was probably comparing her size to Samui's and found herself lacking. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing him, Ino quickly realized she was busted. She clicked her tongue and gently patted Ren's forehead with her palm. Hush, you. She sighed, worry seeping into her voice. What am I going to do with you? Starting to feel a bit better, Ren finally relaxed and gave Ino a weak smile. Well, if you are offering, I wouldn't say no to a lap pillow. Back in the battlefield, a split second after Ren teleported away, the seals made out of his blood went off. Miki, the censor Kunoichi, had just barely managed to give a warning to her comrades before leaping headfirst out of the area of effect she could sense. But she was just slightly too late and still in midair, she felt her legs be affected before she landed on the ground with a painful shriek. Sobbing in agony and quietly cursing a storm under her nose, she ignored the flood of pain as she pushed herself up from the ground with her hands, but a spike of fear ran through her head when she realized she couldn't feel her legs. Bravely chancing a look down, Her heart almost stopped when she found out that everything below her knees was turned into stone. With a whimper, she realized her career as a kunoichi was officially over. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Darui. She shouted and looked back, only for her mind to go blank as her eyes landed on a statue of her commanding officer, locked in a running motion and sporting a desperate expression, just a few steps from where she knew was the border of the attack's area of effect. He was dead. Taking a shuddering breath, Miki tried to stand up, only to tumble back onto the ground. Due to shock, for a moment, she had forgotten that her legs were no longer functional. Cursing as she almost fell down on her face, she spotted Riki, the medic ninja of their group. She hadn't known the man well. And now she would never get the chance to rectify that because the left side of his body was turned into stone. Naturally, that killed him. Desperately wishing to find somebody alive, Miki frantically looked around until her gaze landed on a body lying on the other side of the clearing. It was petrified from the half of its stomach down, but the chest was still moving. Norio. Miki quickly recognized the person and dragged herself toward him on the ground, using only her hands. When she got close, she winced. The man's arms were still ruined. Riki did a good job fixing the most important issues and taking out the metal shrapnel, but the whole fight didn't last very long, so he didn't have the time to fix everything. Not even 10 minutes had passed since the fighting started. And it was already over. Miki turned Norio's body around so he could lie on his back, causing the men to wake up with a groan. He sluggishly opened his eyes, only to instantly squint them at her. Ah, Miki. Norio spoke dispassionately with the tone of somebody who had realized the harsh reality and didn't intend to fight it. I am dead, aren't I? Miki's breath hitched for a moment before she tried to give him an encouraging smile. No. Not yet. You will be just fine. Her hands involuntarily clutched at his shirt. Just hang on. I'll dash. Bullshit. Norio interrupted her, grasping her right hand in his palms. They looked at each other for a few silent moments as the soft breeze passed them by. Just, give me a hand, lass. Norio eventually said with a shaky, wet voice as he put a kunai in her hand. Please. He fearfully gulped and closed his eyes. Miki sniffed and felt a lump forming in her throat as she tightly clutched the kunai. They both knew his intestines were done for. Even if his injuries were treated and he was kept alive, he would still starve to death. They had no way to reverse the petrification. Gritting her teeth, Miki angrily yelled as she swung the kunai, stabbing it straight into Norio's brain through his closed left eye. He died instantly and didn't feel a thing. Falling on her rear, Miki, with a wet whimper, watched in mute horror as blood slowly flowed onto the ground from Norio's eye socket, before she let out a disbelieving laugh. Fucking hell. She looked around the battlefield with a numbing detachment as she realized she was the only survivor. The wreckage needs to be informed of this. Miki muttered to herself with yet another shuddering breath. Yes. I have to do that. She could mentally fall into pieces later on. For now, she had to do her last duty as Kumo Kunoichi. She started to drag herself on the ground by her hands in the direction of the borders of the Land of Lightning. Chapter 92, Chapter 92. Recuperation. I won't be able to persuade you to let me chain you to the bed until you make full recovery, will I? Hinata asked in a nonplussed conversational tone as she gently pressed her green glowing hand on top of Ren's chest where his biggest wound was located, but her voice betrayed that she had already given up on that endeavor even before uttering her question. Ren, who laid on his bed all bandaged up, gave her a rueful smile. Just get me up and running, Hina. I will throw a tantrum and get Sarutobi to give me another paid leave or something later, but first, I need to get properly back to the village in a believable manner and report that I have been attacked. It was a very similar situation to what happened to him after fighting Yugura, and Ren absolutely hated it. He would just love to say screw everything and stay here, in his house in the capital where they relocated after Hinata arrived, until he fully recuperated under the tender and gentle watch and touch of his adorable fussy Hyuga nurse. But he needed to give the story to the Hokage first and control the narrative somewhat. If he let somebody like, say, Danzo, make some sort of story first, then Ren would be forced into a reactionary position. That wouldn't be fun at all. Ninjas are liars. It is a major part of their trade. Ren had no doubt at all that Danzo or even many of the other high-ranked officials from Konoha who disliked him could spin the narrative in such a way that Ren would find himself in the position of a suspected traitor rather than a victim of a trap and an assassination attempt. Looking at the cutely scrunched and exasperated expression of the lovely girl who had put him back together in just a few hours, Ren couldn't help but be proud of how skilled his student had become with her medical skills. He was almost knocking on death's door, and yet, just a few hours later, he felt he could go another round with the Kumo Jonin. Yeah, that was probably some of the drugs she stuffed into him speaking. He was still injured, after all. But he did feel great. He would need to ask Hinata what the heck she fed him. Things were just a bit floaty, and was that a crumple-horned snorkack laughing at high dash. Hinata's chakra suddenly jolted Ren out of his reverie as it cleared the fog in his mind, making his cheek burn red from embarrassment. Hinata was working on clearing the remnants of drugs from his system right now, so he occasionally spaced out and didn't think clearly. She had to go hard with the dosage because he was quite far gone by the time she got to him. Fortunately, people would be surprised just what kind of things a Hyuga heiress could access. Some of the medicine she used was probably heavily restricted. Ren had no idea where she had gotten it, and he kinda didn't even want to ask. That could make it his problem. No, thank you. A small, amused smile appeared on Hinata's face as she ducked her head, which made her fringe cover her eyes. It will scar if I hurry it up. On both sides. The attack went straight through your chest. She mumbled worriedly while gently tracing her finger under the wound as wisps of medical chakra soothingly seeped into Ren's skin. Inwardly, Ren winced. Yeah, he didn't like that. Scars were not his thing. They were not a badge of honor but a reminder that he fucked up. But stifling a sigh, he chuckled instead and tried to reassure the girl. I heard chicks dig scars. He quipped and raised his eyebrow while giving Hinata an expectant look. Hinata snorted and pressed her finger more firmly into Ren's chest. Good then that I am not a chick. She cheekily replied. I don't know. You look like a chick to me. What else would you be? Ren grinned at her and enjoyed how she bit her quivering lower lip, trying to look stern while suppressing her urge to grin back at him. He knew her well and had no doubts that if he wasn't her injured patient, he would have her straddling him already, and they would be making out by now. Sweeping her fringe out of her eyes with her free hand, Hinata gave Ren a peeved look, but she let her lips curl into a small smirk. A lion, obviously. She said in a matter-of-fact tone as she pawed her free hand at him. Rawr. That made Ren laugh hard until he suddenly started coughing, and his chest flared with pain, prematurely ending his fun with a small groan. Chuckling, Hinata stood up, pressing her palm into his chest as she leaned forward and delivered a quick kiss to Ren's lips before pulling away and sitting back on the chair next to his bed. Don't worry. As long as you get back home alive, I will get you back on your feet. She fondly whispered, and slid her free hand into Ren's grasp. But don't make a habit out of this, please. I don't like seeing you like this. And I know that Ino hates it, too. They settled into a companionable silence, only the quiet hum of soothing medical chakra spreading through the room as Hinata continued her work. The mission was a trap. Ren eventually said. He knew Hinata was dying to know more about what caused his sorry state, but she still had her shy moments and probably didn't know how to ask. So, Ren volunteered the situation willingly, rather than let her set wild Ino on him to find out. I see. Hinata's expression darkened as she frowned. Kumo. There was something unsettling in the way she said it, and Ren remembered she had her own history with that ninja village. Sighing, Ren lightly shook his head. She wasn't asking who was the tool. She already knew that. No, she was asking who the mastermind was. If only. Ren looked her straight in the eyes. Somebody from Konoha. Nobody else could set the situation up so perfectly. That made her expression go from dark to complicated really fast. But she didn't look shocked. Just sorrowful. Both she and Ino have been sheltered in the village since their birth. They were never shown how cruel and insidious the world could be. Ren has been working to remedy their naivety during the past several months. He mostly told them stories, cautionary tales, about all the ninjas Konoha or other villages had screwed up over the years. Pakura's story was their favorite so far, and they found it very sad. But this was pretty much the first time they got a first-hand experience with betrayal within the village. Honestly, Ren would have preferred it happen differently, but it was what it was. I see. Hinata muttered and fell silent once more. Ren didn't say anything else for the next few minutes, letting her think on her own. He wasn't trying to portray Konoha as the bad guys and make Ino and Hinata hate the village or something similarly childish. He just wanted his girls to be able to think for themselves without assuming that rainbows were shooting from the Will of Fire's rear. The Ninja Academy was very good at making kids believe nonsense like that. Realistically, neither of the two girls was ever going to turn on Konoha, and Ren was fully aware of it. This was the place where their families lived, worked, and bled for generations. And Ren didn't hate Konoha. He just disliked a few people leading it and thought they were in an acute need of fatal dismembering. If only it were that easy. He, more or less, just wanted to prevent a situation where the Konohan leadership would try to use Hinata and Ino against him. He wasn't teaching them just so they could pull Itachi on him and try to kill him later down the line because that's what the village wants, and the village is always right. Nor was he interested in being put in Sarutobi's place where his very own student he spent years of his life teaching was now trying to kill him. Seeing the tension leaving Hinata's shoulders, Ren realized she was done with her thinking. He was a bit curious about her conclusion, but rather than open such a heavy topic, he instead smirked at the Hyuga girl and decided to bring some levity into the situation. If you are a lion, then what is Ino? he cheekily asked the girl, causing her eyes to mirthfully gleam. Chapter 93, Ino is. Ino. Hinata hummed in a pondering fashion, giving the question proper consideration before she giggled. Ino is a chihuahua. Always barking and trying to make herself look bigger than she is. Ren snickered. Oh, I don't think she would agree with you. He could actually see it, though. If Ino heard Hinata right now, her ranting, aka barking, would be legendary. I am sure she wouldn't. Hinata mirthfully rolled her eyes. If you asked the bimbo, she would try claiming to be something way cooler. Right. Ren nodded. She would probably say something ridiculous like she is a lion or something. He gave Hinata a teasing grin and pawed his hand at her in imitation of her previous gesture. Rawr. Hinata mock gasped before giving Ren a pout. That's rich, coming from a hamster. She said in a mock peeved tone. Hearing her, Ren's mind froze for a second before he registered what she said and couldn't help but exclaim, a hamster. He was no hamster. Yeah. Small, cute, and cuddly, what else could you be? Hinata quickly nodded her head several times with a fake, overly innocent look. Ren deadpanned at her in return and spoke, you got it wrong. You are totally an alpaca. Just spitting the facts left and right. What is an alpaca? Hinata blinked in confusion. Of course, as a good teacher, Ren just had to show her. He cast a genjutsu and made an illusion of a buck-toothed alpaca appear in the middle of the room, chewing on some grass. Furrowing her eyebrows, Hinata looked at the alpaca before slowly turning her head back to Ren, looking distinctly unamused. Really? That's how you see me? She flatly asked before looking at the alpaca again. But the alpaca was ready, and the second Hinata's face was fully turned toward it, it raised its head and looked Hinata into her eyes, before spitting straight in the girl's face, causing her to reel back from shock. That is an alpaca. Ren gleefully exclaimed as Hinata's hand instinctively reached toward her face to wipe the spin away, but Ren had just ended the genjutsu, and the illusion vanished, leaving Hinata's face spotless. Exasperatedly shaking her head, Hinata tried to hide her amusement so she could give Ren a stern, reproachful look, but on her, it just looked adorable, making it very hard for Ren to feel chastised. Is that how you treat your healer? Hinata eventually said when Ren didn't look even a bit apologetic. Well, a lion would be able to deal with a simple alpaca, so. Ren shrugged in a what can you do kind of way and gave Hinata a small, fake humble smile. Fuck you. Hinata swatted at Ren's shoulder in return with an annoyed huff. You wish. Ren caught Hinata's hand and brought it toward his lips before kissing its back, making Hinata ruefully sigh. Not until you are fit. She said sadly. That's really disheartening. I was looking forward to it when you returned from the mission. But you just had to ruin it by getting attacked, didn't you? Totally not my fault. Ren protested under Hinata's disappointed gaze, which made him feel oddly defensive. Knowing it was working, Hinata continued to silently stare at Ren, making him squirm for a few seconds until he decided it was time for a change in topic. So, anyways, where is Ino? He asked, averting his eyes away from Hinata while inwardly grumbling. That was as smooth as Naruto's brain. She took the blonde woman to the basement and is mind-walking her right now to see why Kimo tried to kill you. Hinata casually said, and Ren groaned. Be a dear and go tell her to be gentle. I don't want Samui to get an aneurysm in the coming hours because Ino is overly zealous and overdoes it. He exasperatedly requested, earning a suspicious look from Hinata. Samui, huh? She idly asked, but her eyes betrayed her distaste. Already on a first-name basis with her. Ren blinked. Oh, that was precious. She was jealous. Well, to be fair, both Ino and Hinata knew he wasn't one to take prisoners. So, him taking Samui with him probably weirded them out. Not to mention the fact that Samui was indeed an extremely attractive woman. The reasons why he took Samui were varied. She could have the info he sought. She was a canon character he found gorgeous. She was a female. He wanted her for Ino's practice. He could name many more. But in all honesty, it was a mix of several things, and Ren wouldn't be able to give a straight answer even if he had to tell the truth. It wouldn't change the fact that he did grab her. That said, he really didn't have any nefarious thoughts or plans for Samui in mind when it happened. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. And deep down, he was already regretting it because he had no idea what to do with her in the future. He could just kill her, but, yeah. Despite everything, he did have a fondness for canon characters. It was a natural part of him as a fan of the Naruto anime. Even living in this world for decades did not destroy that. Just killing her outside of the battle felt somewhat cheap. Disheartening. Ren didn't know. He kinda didn't want to do that. He decided that he would leave these problems to the future Ren and focused on the here and now. Pushing his worries away, Ren chuckled in amusement at Hinata's reaction and decided to calm any wild ideas she might have conceived in her head. Samui has a bingo book entry. She did not exactly introduce herself before trying to kill me. He rolled his eyes at Hinata, whose cheeks became red. But she quickly shook off her embarrassment and shrugged before standing up. Whatever you say. Your healing is done. I did all I could. I am going to make sure that this Samui is properly disabled and won't get a chance to run away if she wakes up, then. Hinata. Ren gave her a look. And I guess I will tell Ino to not overdo it, too. She childishly pouted, making Ren chuckle and reassuringly squeeze her hand before letting go of it. Good. I think Samui will make for a great practice target for Ino's mental techniques. But she needs to be alive for that. Oh. Hinata stilled for a second before humming. That's cold. Was that a pun on her name? Ren tilted his head in surprise. And Hinata beamed at him. Yes. Was it any good? She gave him an expectant expression, making him feel a bit guilty as he waved his hand in a SOSO motion. I'd give it 6 out of 10. It was more like 3 out of 10, but there was a reason why people say to never piss off a white mage. And Hinata did just finish healing him. Fair enough. Hinata said, happy with Ren's assessment. Say, wouldn't keeping this Samui for Ino's practice create trouble with Kumo for us? Not really. They most likely think she is dead. Ren explained. And besides, Kumo will be trying to kill me after this anyway. It is not as if returning her would earn me some brownie points that would ensure we can kiss and make up. Not after he killed Darui, who pretty much held a similar position in Kumo as Kakashi did in Konoha. Well, sort of. The man was the 4th Raikage right-hand man, the disciple of the renowned 3rd Raikage, the only user of the Black Lightning in Kumo, and pretty much the ninja with the biggest potential to become the 5th Raikage in the future. Considering his position, A might have even been grooming him for it already. There would be no offer for a make-up hug and forgiveness from Kumo's side. If somebody killed Kuratsuchi, Anoki would not let it go. If somebody killed Asuma, Hiruzen would not let it go. If somebody killed Temari, Raza would not give a shit, but that is beside the point. In the same vein, Ren knew that I was not going to let this go. This thing between him and Kumo was not over. Not by a long shot. I guess giving Samui a medical accident would be a mercy, then. Alright. I get it. I'll make sure she survives. With that, Hinata left the room, leaving Ren to stare at the door with a weirded out look. That girl. He exasperatedly snorted. Not even a proper ninja, and yet already so vicious. She was usually such a sweetheart. Of all the things that could bring viciousness out of her, it was jealousy. Should he tell Hayashi? Maybe the men would try to get her a new stepmom, creating some juicy drama inside the Hyuga clan. Chapter 94, Chapter 94. Then act like it. A few days passed, and Ren was finally standing in front of the Hokage after coming back to the village, recounting his encounter with the Kumo ninjas, when Danzo Shimura walked into the Hokage's office as if he owned the place. I heard Kumo attacked one of our ninjas, Hiruzen. He said steadily, with a flat tone, and Ren found himself involuntarily deadpanning at the men. What did he mean by our ninjas? The audacity of this bitch. Sadly, this was the Hokage's office, and Ren couldn't exactly tell Danzo to leave. That privilege lay strictly with the Hokage, who? Yes. It is most concerning. The Hokage evenly said, releasing a puff of smoke from his mouth while ignoring that Danzo invited himself to the briefing. They tried to recruit young Ren here, and it came to blows. Darui is dead. This could possibly spark further hostilities. Yeah, he clearly wasn't going to send the old cripple packing. Sigh. This was exactly why Ren was still so hesitant to trust Hiruzen Sarutobi despite many things indicating that he wasn't some incarnation of all evil of the Narutoverse like so many fanfictions tried to portray him as. The changes the men had made to Konoha were overall quite good. They improved the lives of their citizens a lot. The man obviously deeply cared for his people and gave his all for them. But then there was the fact he still didn't tell Danzo to fuck off at the first opportunity, and Ren had to stifle an annoyed groan. This was going to be one of these kinds of briefings, wasn't it? How did Danzo even get here so fast? Ren literally entered the village and walked straight to the Hokage tower to report what had happened to him. The only way for Danzo to get the information so quickly would be to, the dipshit has spies in the Hokage tower. Ren realized and was astonished at the balls of steel Danzo must have. The Hokage was not stupid. If Ren came to this realization, then Hiruzen probably figured it out the second Danzo opened the door. Yet, the old cripple didn't seem to care that his presence here was basically low-key admitting to his borderline treasonous actions. Unlike in fanfics, there was no root ANBU hidden in the Hokage's office. Nothing so blatantly obvious would be allowed, and it honestly wouldn't work anyway. Despite everything, Hiruzen is still an S-rank ninja. He wouldn't miss some Chunin crouching in his office. The sheer idea was moronic as hell. But putting spies in the administration forces of the village that worked under the Hokage. Now, that was much easier to do. Some clerk, or gate guard, or a secretary of some clerk in this building must be reporting to Danzo. He wouldn't have gotten here so fast otherwise. Now that was making Ren depressed. The people working in the Hokage Tower were supposed to be vetted with the strictest oversight. But from the way Hiruzen didn't even blink, this was probably not the first time something like this happened. Really? Who needs enemies with a friend like Danzo? And to be fair, what could Hiruzen even do about it? Call him out? Danzo would just deny it and demand proof. Find the culprits. How? If the initial vetting process did not show anything amiss, then any subsequent one was most likely not going to reveal it either. In fact, doing it was far more effort than it was worth, considering the most likely results would be unsatisfactory. No. The only way for Hiruzen to nip this shit in the bud would be to smash Danzo's head with his staff, but the monkey-loving old-timer was not going to do that. Was it any surprise that Ren felt frustrated? He would have dealt with Danzo himself if it were easy. But if he attacked him in the open, then he would have the entire village after his ass. Danzo would spin it in a way to make Ren the bad guy. If he tried to kill him secretly in one decisive strike and failed, which was very likely because of Danzo's Izanagi, he would find himself in a shadow war against Danzo, and the men would most likely target Hinata or Ino, or their families. Ren wanted to avoid that at all costs. It wasn't just his hide that was on the line here anymore. The option to reveal his crimes and have Konoha turn on Danzo was also unavailable. Konoha was still culturally Japanese. Respecting your elders was a big thing. Especially if said elders were on the council. Especially if said elders bled for Konoha and had gotten crippled in the service. You also do not poke at somebody's battle wounds. It just wasn't done. It went against every rule of etiquette the ninjas had. Which was very convenient for Danzo, who was a war veteran hero who was crippled in the line of duty twice over and served his village faithfully for his entire life and had a high political position in the village and kept many connections with the daimyo's court, the nobles, and the merchants. If Ren, a random Chunin, demanded Danzo to show his crippled arm and eye, he would be laughed out of the council room with his career over. Danzo would not even need to say a word. The other councilmen would send Ren packing for him because they would feel offended that he dared to bring it up. It might not appear so, but Danzo had his cover figured out perfectly. There wasn't much that could be done about him politically. Ren would need Hokage's backing for such an attempt, but he wouldn't get it because just saying a demand like that could severely damage Hiruzen's standing with the clans and civilians alike. And the kicker? Ren couldn't even be sure they could catch Danzo with his pants down with such a request. Unlike in the stories from his past life, Danzo in real life was not a brain-dead idiot. For all Ren knew, the arm might be detachable, and there really might be nothing under that black, baggy kimono Danzo constantly wore to hide his missing limb. As for his Sharingan eye. Yeah, as if people did not change eyes left and right in the Narutoverse. Danzo probably never brought it into the council chambers or anywhere near a public place. After all, if the multitude of Hyugas never discovered it over the years, then Danzo probably did not have these upgrades constantly on his person. Somebody would have noticed long ago. Evading Byakugan was nigh impossible, and the Byakugan users usually saw even things they did not want to see just because they entered their field of vision. If there was something fishy to be found about Danzo's crippled status, then it would have been discovered long ago. Not to mention, Ren actually needed Danzo to live. At least until the Konoha crush happened. His most immediate goal was to end Orochimaru and Kabuto in one fell swoop. And that event would be the best opportunity he would ever get. No Edo Tensei meant no Madara coming back to life as an unkillable zombie with nigh infinite chakra reserves and Rinnegan, who could spam Shadow Clone plus perfect Susanoo or throw meteorites left and right like nobody's business. Frankly, Ren would prefer Madara coming back to an actual real life than having his Edo Tensei version running around. At least, that way, he could run out of chakra and would be constrained to human limits. There would be no Shadow Clones, plus a perfect Susanoo combo for him in that state. There would be no meteorite spam. Injuries would not instantly regenerate. Killing blows would stick, too. No. Human Madara was way more manageable and, most importantly, killable. Edo Tensei Madara was the nightmare mode Ren would love to avoid. Ren was afraid that prematurely killing Danzo would make it harder for Orochimaru to organize the invasion. And if he aborted the plan, that would have been disastrous. When would Ren get such a golden opportunity to assassinate him again? Ren knew it was coming. He could prepare. He could plan. He could litter the battlefield with hidden seals before the fighting even started. He had the home field advantage. And he wasn't going to give it up just because Danzo was being annoying. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was simply the bigger fish to fry in this situation, and as deeply as Ren desired to wring Danzo's neck, the momentary satisfaction just wasn't worth the chance at killing the snake Sannin and Kabuto. Edo Tensei could not be allowed to be utilized in the upcoming war. Even as a seal master who would have a massive advantage against the Edo Tensei zombies, Ren still didn't want to face it. He would rather no-sell that entire plot direction before it could become an issue. Unaware of Ren's inner turmoil, Danzo frowned when he heard Hiruzen's words. "Recruit?" he asked, giving Ren a long measuring look. His expression didn't betray anything, but he wasn't happy about it. He paid them with a proxy for an S-rank assassination mission, and they tried to recruit the target. Danzo inwardly scoffed. This was why clients never chose Kumo as their preferred choice of hidden village to employ. They were honorless, shameless swines who could not do what they were paid for. Utterly disgraceful. But it was fine. He would have preferred if Ren died. But there was success even in failure. He would get the report of Ren's fight with the Kumo ninjas, and it would reveal more of Ren's abilities. Plus, Ren was now fully on Kumo's radar, with a grudge the size of the Hokage monument forming between him and the Kumo leadership. The fourth Raikage was not a patient or forgiving man. That alone meant that Danzo got his money's worth. But maybe he could put in some effort to curb Ren's threat, too. "And what, pray tell, were you doing over there, Chunin Ren?" "Meeting with Darui of the Black Lightning, the Raikage's most trusted ninja." Danzo coldly asked, trying to bring suspicion on Ren, who frowned after hearing his words. "I was on a mission." "Duh." Ren flatly said, but Danzo was not satisfied. He turned toward the Hokage. "Hiruzen, my confidential sources state that Ren stole information from the village and intended to sell dash." "Sources you will no doubt not disclose," Ren interrupted him with a scoff, followed by an eye roll, "yet you expect me to defend myself against their imaginary claims." Really? Was he really trying to use the ninja version of "trust me, bro" on him? Well, Ren had to admit that it wasn't a bad plan. Mission scrolls usually tend to get destroyed in similar situations. Not to mention, Darui possessed the mission scroll Ren would have needed to prove his innocence. The records of said mission in the village were no doubt already turned into ash. Probably the second after Ren left the village. Ninja's gonna ninja. It wasn't that unexpected for Danzo to believe Ren didn't possess it. Because why would Darui give it to him if he was there to kill him in the first place, right? And without said mission scroll, Danzo's claims would have at least some sort of effect. Even if the Hokage shut them down. Sadly for the cripple. Then it is a good thing that Ren managed to bring back the mission scroll that proves he was indeed there on a sanctioned mission from Konoha. "It seems we have a serious security breach on our hands," Hiruzen gravely stated, completely ignoring Ren's previous rude interruption aimed at Danzo. Danzo's lips only twitched minusculely upon hearing that Ren brought back the scroll, and he lightly nodded. "I see. I must have been mistaken, then." He offhandedly admitted as if accusing Ren of treason was some sort of harmless prank. Ren's fingers twitched, and he had to fight a quick but brutal inward battle to prevent himself from throwing a kunai at the old dipshit. But Danzo didn't even give him enough time to throw a rude remark at him in return. Still, his presence there is suspicious. For all we knew, he might have been in league with the spies. He should be properly screened to ensure his loyalties. I heard he is a good friend and tutor of the Yamanaka heiress. Maybe the Yamanaka clan could be a good neutral party for this endeavor. Ah. Yes. That, at least, sounded like a reasonable suggestion. Offering a neutral third party was also smart, and it seemed that Danzo was trying to distance himself from the matter. But Ren was aware the men had that Yamanaka lackey whose name he had already forgotten. "Fuck you. Not gonna happen, you dipshit," he exclaimed with a snort, shocking Danzo with his crass words as Hiruzen chuckled but stayed silently observing the situation while enjoying the cinema. "The only person I'd let touch my mind is Ino," Ren said, not outright refusing the possibility of screening because that would have been suspicious in itself, but he also showed he wouldn't just accept some random Yamanaka rummage through his mind. As reasonable as that suggestion sounded, it was way over the top. It was rude and insulting. So, Ren responded in a similarly childish manner. Ino was not yet a kunoichi of Konoha. But she was Yamanaka. And she. Well, Ren didn't have any delusions. Danzo definitely knew that Ren was poking her with his secret kunai on the regular basis. Ino wasn't one to keep such a thing secret, and unlike Hinata, she liked her public showcase of affection. But Ren's partial acceptance was still a reasonable compromise. And Danzo didn't like that. His eyebrows scrunched slightly in frustration, and his voice grew harsher. "As an elder of Konoha, I order you to dash." But Ren just scoffed, not letting him finish. "As an elder, you have a position in the village's political scene. Not in its military command structure, so why the fuck are you trying to order me around, you senile retard? Do you not know where your competencies start and where they end? No wonder the second Hokage didn't choose you as his successor if you don't know something elementary like that." Ren mockingly said, causing Danzo to finally break his poker face and sneer while Hiruzen's lips quivered and his eyes mirthfully glinted. Watch your mouth. I am an elder of this village. Show some respect, Chunin. But Ren just cheekily grinned, then act like it, you old crippled washed-up has-been. Chapter 95, Promotion. Then act like it, you old crippled washed-up has-been. How dare you? I've been working hard for the well-being of Konoha way before you were even born. Danzo exclaimed, offended by Ren's words. For somebody so vehemently advocating that ninjas need to stay emotionless, Danzo was a very emotional man under his veneer of cold facade. Huh. Interesting point. Ren curiously tilted his head. I have yet to see you do anything impressive or helpful for Konoha. But I am young and might be ignorant. Care to share what amazing things you have accomplished in your life? That made Danzo speechless. He couldn't exactly share his exploits because most of them were pretty much highly illegal. And just as he was about to say that he had sacrificed his eye and arm for Konoha as its ninja, Ren mockingly spoke before he could open his mouth. No. Thought so. Danzo gnashed his teeth. The things I do need to stay secret for the greater good of the village. You don't possess a high enough rank to know about them, Chunin. With a snort, Ren raised his eyebrow at him. Figures. And does the Hokage possess such a rank? And once again, Danzo was caught flat-footed, staying silent in dismay for a moment because he really had nothing to say to that. Ren didn't let him think and took his silence as a denial when he gave Danzo an unimpressed look and said, and you want to accuse me of treason? Really? Pot calling kettle black much? Don't put words in my mouth. Without me, Konoha would have fallen long ago. Danzo rebuked, and Ren noticed how Hiruzen's lips twitched, and the man lost quite a bit of his amusement. That was a very egotistical thing to say. Konoha has been throwing its ninjas into the meat grinder in pretty much every single war. To say that Danzo was responsible for the village's survival sounded as if he was disregarding their sacrifice. Ren wasn't sure if Danzo realized that in the heat of the moment. But instead of going at him through that angle, he just couldn't help himself and had to poke at the arrogant thing Danzo had just said. Oh, I am sure Inoki in IWA is shaking in his boots upon hearing your title, Shinobi of Darkness. The yellow flash who? Rolling his eyes, Ren scoffed. No, some cowardly old wannabe whose bingo book title is so edgy that you could kill S-rank ninjas with that edge is obviously what keeps the demons at bay. He then crossed his arms on his chest and smiled at Danzo, who was coldly looking at him. Seeing that the old man was about to reply, Ren hurried to speak again. Did you choose the title when you were still a delusional preteen? And how much did it cost you to get the bingo book printers to put it under your name? Unfortunately, Danzo didn't react as much to that last series of insults as Ren hoped. Instead, Danzo regained his calm and fired back. Better than Ren the Stoner. He mockingly said. And for a moment, Ren opened his mouth to quip something back, but then his mind registered what Danzo insinuated. What did you just say? Ren asked, feeling as if somebody punched him so hard he lost his breath. It stopped Ren's mind completely in its tracks, showing Danzo's vast experience when it came to shit-talking. Danzo, I think it would be wiser for you to leave. Hiruzen, seeing that Ren was completely caught off guard, decided to intervene before Danzo could press with some other brutal verbal attack. He knew best how this kind of revelation felt. After all, he was known far and wide as the shitflinger. Sometimes, he really regretted using the horde of monkey summons against IWA troops in the Second War. You are not going to attain any sort of victory here, old friend. Hiruzen continued, knowing that Danzo hated being called an old friend by him. Truth be told, he was doing it on purpose these days. It was one of his guilty pleasures in his old age. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo gripped his cane tighter and turned toward him. Hiruzen. Why are you not reprimanding your ninja for the blatant disrespect he shows me? You should keep your subordinates in line. He sternly uttered, only for Hiruzen to give him a curious look. So, should I reprimand you for the blatant disrespect you have shown me? For the third time that hour, Danzo had nothing to say back, and Hiruzen enjoyed every millisecond of his speechlessness. His old friend loved to yap about drastic measures this or that, all the time, again and again. Moments when he was genuinely speechless were a precious commodity. If he could, Hiruzen would make a Danzo Silence Day into a village-wide celebration. That's how annoyed he was at times. My actions saved this village countless times during the wars. You know it. Danzo seethingly defended himself, but Hiruzen just casually shrugged one shoulder and waved his remark off. It was more of a team effort. Ren, who used the time when Danzo and Hiruzen bantered to recover from the emotional damage he had sustained, chuckled. And that, right there, is the reason why he is the Hokage. He said, simply because he knew it would piss Danzo off. But he was half serious. Hiruzen was simply better at taking credit for the achievements of others. He was still regarded as the strongest Hokage by the younger generations because that's what they learn in the academy. A bit sus, no. Hiruzen locked his eyes with Danzo, a playful smile on his lips as he enjoyed how his old friend straightened up. If anything, he had his body language down pat by now, and despite his still stone-cold facade, Hiruzen could say that Danzo was pissed. Naturally, he decided to add some oil to that burn as he leisurely puffed on his pipe with a lazy smile. I am Hokage, indeed. For a few seconds, Danzo just stood there, looking lost as his eyes traveled between Hiruzen and Ren, thinking about what to say back. But then he realized he would be having no victories here. Not now. I see. Excuse me, then. I have work to do. He decided to cut his losses and retreat as he reaffirmed his decision to get rid of Ren. The young Chunin was giving Hiruzen back his courage. That wouldn't do. Now, if only his forces were still not in shambles. Danzo finally left the Hokage office, shutting the door behind him with a loud bang, and Ren shared a conspiring smile with Hiruzen for a moment. This might not be a Chinese cultivation world, but face and honor were still important in the Japanese-like culture prevalent over here. So, naturally, the art of thick skin was supreme in this world. That was fun. Hiruzen let out a relaxed sigh, an amused smirk decorating his well-aged face as he lightly shook his head. Still, it might not have been the wisest course of action, Ren. You made a dangerous enemy on this day. He cautioned Ren, who huffed but nodded in understanding. But he had way more important issues to deal with. More importantly, Ren the Stoner. He gave the Hokage a meaningful look, but Hiruzen only chortled and handed Ren the newest bingo book from his table, already opened on the page with Ren's entry. Here. It's what Kumo calls you. He said with a knowing smirk as Ren stared at the page in horror when he said that they really called him Ren the Stoner. I am going to raze that goddamned cloud-worshipping village to the ground. Here, he thought Ren the salty ninja was bad. And Ino enjoyed her punishment in the bedroom for spreading that title very much. But there would be no hanky-panky punishment for this travesty. No. Ren decided this needed drastic measures. For a brief moment, he considered learning 1,000 years of death from Kakashi. But that was a cognito hazard trap. He shuddered as he almost got caught in it. He wouldn't be sticking his fingers into some other dude's ass. No way. Oh, don't look so put off. Hiruzen tried to cheer him up. Anoki will be jealous. Of course, he had to smugly remind Ren that Kumo was not the only issue for him anymore. IWA will want to kill me. Ren's eyes widened as he had that realization. Hiruzen nodded. That was probably the point in giving you that title. He chuckled. But it kinda fits, doesn't it? Ren took a deep breath, ignoring the annoying old man. Maybe letting Kaguya have this world would not be so bad, after all. It was preferable to Ino learning about his new title and... Naturally, I have already informed Miss Yamanaka and Miss Hyuga about the change of your status. You don't need to thank me. Hiruzen, able to read what Ren was probably thinking from his expression, informed Ren about his helpful actions with a barely hidden glee. Ren visibly winced. Ino was going to be insufferable for the coming week. At least Hinata would only giggle here and there behind his back. The shitflinger. Seeing that Hiruzen was a bit too happy, Ren reminded him about his own unofficial title with a twitching eye. He should not throw stones from his fragile glass house. But Hiruzen didn't even flinch and took it calmly like a champ. He was too old to be provoked by some young brat, after all. Instead, he decided to progress the discussion. He was a busy man, and the paperwork, unfortunately, waited for no man. Anyway, I think you deserve a promotio dash. I refuse. Ren exclaimed before Hiruzen could finish his sentence. Excuse me. Hiruzen frowned with a slow, owlish blink. No promotion. Ren crossed his arms in front of his chest to emphasize his point. I am happy where I am, thank you very much. I don't need additional responsibilities. Plus, he really didn't want to get dragged into Hiruzen's sphere of influence. With his latest exploit, Ren firmly entered the up-and-coming talented ninja category. And he was a civilian-born ninja with no set-in-stone allegiances. He could already see all the various political factions in the village drooling while looking at him, wishing to take a bite. No. He really didn't need a Jonin promotion to muddy the waters more. There were benefits to being mostly unaffiliated. As for the promotion itself, some people might say that with the Jonin rank, he would have gotten more privileges, but Jonins were rare. They were always busy. Always on some mission for the village. Ren quite liked his free time, however. The eternal Genin dude knew what he was doing, and Ren decided to follow his example. Konoha needed its eternal Chunin. Well, it had several thousands of them, but that was beside the point. Are you sure? Hiruzen asked with a dissatisfied voice. That wasn't the answer he wanted to hear, but Ren's expression was not budging. Very. Ren firmly nodded. You could be a Jonin instructor of Ino and Hinata if you took the promotion, you know. Hiruzen blatantly tried to bribe Ren. They are going to graduate soon if I am not wrong. Nah. They need interactions and bonding with their peers. Ren shook his head, trying to bullshit his way out of this. Besides, he didn't want to get stuck with Naruto under his care. If he learned anything in this meeting, it was that Hiruzen was enough of a troll to do exactly that to him. Say what you will about the blonde menace, and Ren honestly liked the kid, but one thing was certain. He attracted trouble like some sort of weird yellow magnet. To save the world from Kaguya, Ren would first have to survive until that point. And Naruto was a health hazard he would wish only on a bastard like Kakashi. They deserved each other. Such a will of fire. Hiruzen dryly deadpanned before sighing. Well, fine. I can't exactly promote you against your will. He sullenly grumbled. Now, get out. I have work to do. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 17 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 96, Chapter 96. A new training ground. Ready to go. Ren, still wrapped in noticeable bandages and somewhat injured, asked Hinata and Ino as they entered the training ground 41. Hinata did a great job healing him, but he deliberately had her not finish the job because he wanted the paid leave. And for that, he needed to show up to Konoha's hospital with an injury that would justify it. It sucked. During the whole meeting with the Hokage 2 days ago, Ren was grumpily complaining in his head due to the pain that racked his body while outwardly he used chakra to make his state unnoticeable to the old coots. Insulting Danzo was almost therapeutic for him back then. It made the pain way more bearable. I still don't get why we needed to trek all the way here from the village. Couldn't we just go from your living room? Ino huffily complained with her arms crossed under her chest as she sullenly walked next to him with a childish pout. When he told her he was prescribed bed rest for a week in the hospital, she was elated. She even excitedly pulled out her nightgown from her storage seal, already prepared for a sleepover, as Ren watched her with a dry look. But then Hinata cockblocked her with no sex rule and Ino was throwing a tantrum ever since then. Sage, bless his sweet Hyuga girl. Walking was a problem for Ren right now. He wasn't exactly in the shape for handling Ino in bed currently. Sighing, Ren put his hand on Ino's head and ruffled her hair, much to her annoyance as she quickly ducked away with a loud, "Hey! People saw us leaving for the training ground." Ren rolled his eyes. It leaves tracks. This way, nobody will question where we are. Nobody would question where we are even if we stayed in your house, though. Hinata idly interjected with a casual hum. You are supposed to be on a bed rest. Not walking around the village. This is more suspicious, actually. She called out Ren's bullshit with a small amused smirk, almost causing Ren to stumble because he was caught off guard. After a brief moment of awkward silence, where he ignored Ino's pointed stare, Ren finally shrugged. I was just bored. Hinata giggled, and even Ino chuckled at that. They could sympathize. Ren didn't tell them not to go train. They didn't really need him with them there. But they still stayed with him for the most part these 2 days, opting to take a small break from their usual training schedule. But that left them a bit bored, too. Ren focused on his Fuinjutsu. Hinata on medical texts. Even Ino had a book from her clan about the human mind. After 2 days spent like that, they all needed to just get out of the house. It was one of the downsides of having chakra, Ren found out. In his previous life, he could spend months holed up in his room, reading books. But now, he had a hard time staying still for a week. The strong yang component of his chakra was making him feel as if he was on a constant low-level sugar rush. Anyway, come here. Ren said and invitingly spread his arms. Already knowing what came next, Hinata and Ino quickly walked toward him and glomped at him from both sides, their arms snaking around his waist. A smile appeared on Ren's face as he put his arms around their shoulders, gently pulling them deeper into their embrace while he started channeling his chakra into the transportation seal. You should really improve your teleportation seal, Hinata said with a scrunched expression, her chin resting on top of Ren's shoulder. 20 seconds of activation time is, how do I say it politely? She mumbled the last part to herself, but considering her mouth was very close to Ren's ear, he heard her clearly. His smile turned into a sheepish one. It wasn't so easy. Maybe if he got a peek at the Flying Thunder God seal, he could improve his work. But he doubted that was going to happen anytime soon. The more he dabbled in it and tried things out, the more he suspected his way of teleporting was using a different method from the way the second Hokage did it. Minato had it easy. He was given the Flying Thunder God technique, already finished and working. He only had to learn it. Ren, however, had to create his own way of teleporting from scratch. It was a work in progress, still. Fucking Obito, getting a very versatile space-time ninjutsu for free just because Kakashi reached Rin's heart. The damned simp. Please, don't change it. Ino, nuzzling her cheek into Ren's upper arm, whined. I enjoy these few seconds a lot. It's the best part about this technique. Of course, you do. Hinata snorted before Ren could reply. It gives you the time to drool on him. That stopped Ino in her tracks, and she exasperatedly sighed. One time. It happened one time, bitch. And we shall never forget it, bimbo. Hinata helpfully reminded her with a fond smile, making Ino groan as she buried her face back into Ren's arm. Shaking his head in mirth, Ren felt the seal ready for transportation and the surroundings around them abruptly changed. No longer did they stand in the middle of the forest surrounding Konoha. Now, they were in a big, grassy clearing encircled by trees, with towering snowy mountain peaks visible in the distance behind them. On the right side was a homely log house Ren had his clones construct over the past few months since he had found this place, and around 50 meters behind said log house started a sandy beach with a crystal clear sea. Ino absolutely loved that part. She spent a considerable time playing in the water, usually dragging the reluctant Hinata along with her after their training sessions. Sadly for them, only Ren could teleport them to this place for now. He was working on a way for the girls to access it on their own, and hopefully, it would be ready for their academy graduation. It would be a nice present. Ever since Ino pulled off her wind dragon on Ren's ass, he was looking for a place where they could train, using techniques like that, without being noticed by anybody. Their usual training ground was a tad bit too close to Konoha for his liking. This place was in the middle of literally nowhere. No important outpost, city, trade route, road, or anything like that was nearby. No human settlement could be found within a 50-kilometer radius. It was behind a big mountain range in the southernmost parts of the Land of Fire, with massive forests full of dangerous animals and even chakra beasts. Nobody lived anywhere nearby. Nobody had any business coming to this part of the country. There was nothing of value over here. It was a perfect place for a secret base or a ninja training ground. And Ren was happy that one of his shadow clones had pulled Zoro, gotten lost while exploring, and found this place. Bless his directionally challenged self. Ren led the girls toward a wooden table in front of the log house, and they sat down. Hinata was next to Ren, while Ino clicked her tongue as she sat opposite them. I can't wait to live here. Ino wistfully sighed while looking at the beautiful and calm waves in the sea washing over the beach, as a dreamy smile stretched on her face. Hinata chuckled with a small nod before she leaned her body on Ren, resting her head on his shoulder. Ren, however, only rolled his eyes at their antics. They had it all figured out already. His opinion was apparently not a big factor, either. After their graduation, they both intended to move in with him. They wouldn't have as much time to spend with each other after their graduation because of their new duties and teams. And the girls refused to accept it. So, this was their solution. Ren remembered that discussion as if it were today. Hinata proposed to rent a bigger flat and offered to pay for it herself. Ino refused that and offered to split the rent. After all, the two would be full-fledged ninjas by then and therefore earn their own money. They were already discussing specifics before Ren's mind even registered that his house was volunteered for such a thing without his consent. To give the girls credit, Ren knew they would accept it if he said no. They would grumble, or whine in Ino's case, a bit, but despite getting ahead of themselves, they knew where the line was. But he didn't exactly have anything against them living with him. They were already in his house more often than not anyway. It would be easier for him to count the nights where he didn't have one of them sleeping over. They had their own baskets for laundry. They had their own toothbrushes. Their creams, perfumes, and whatnot else the women used were already lined on the top of his bathroom table. Hinata has basically privatized his kitchen by now, just as Ino did with a large part of his wardrobe space. Yeah. He was already in the deep end. He had already lost this fight. And it's not as if they had to share his medium-sized apartment. Ren had a house in the capital, and now, he also had this log cabin that sported his newest experiment. The space-expanding seals. Ha! Suck it, Harry Potter. He could do it, too. Well, okay. All right. He can admit it. They imploded several times over the past 3 weeks, killing his clones. But the last implosion was a week ago, before he even went on his most recent C-rank mission. He was always improving their stability, and there was no accident for an entire week. By the time the girls graduated, he would have the seals ready and safe for use. Date Bayo. Hopefully. Ren was suddenly pulled from his momentary reverie as he felt Ino's foot softly land on his inner thigh, slowly dragging itself higher and higher. He gave Ino an exasperated look, but she returned it with an innocent expression and a small grin. Her grin only widened when her toes touched something hard in Ren's pants, but her fun was interrupted when both Ren and Hinata's hands caught her ankle, momentarily startled when their hands met, but they quickly overcame that surprise and then they, at the same time, pulled Ino's foot a bit away from Ren's crotch. Hinata coughed, narrowing her eyes at the blonde girl into an unamused stare. No sex for 2 more days. Oh, come on. He does not even need to move. I'll do everything myself. Ino indignantly protested, and Ren let out a small, frustrated groan. It was bad enough that he had just cock-blocked himself. But now they need to discuss it in front of him, too. Girls. At attention. He flatly said, and both Ino and Hinata suddenly tensed. Their backs became ramrod straight as they quieted down and waited. There was that bit of discipline that came from going to a military school. I actually have something important to talk about with you before I start teaching Hinata a new jutsu, and Ino will go to the capital with my clone to practice her techniques on Samui. Both girls blinked in surprise. It had been quite a while since Ren taught any of them a new technique. He mostly just gave them an idea, a direction, and then he let them explore the options and experiment themselves. For a second, Ino looked jealous as she glanced at Hinata, and Ren noticed, but she quickly schooled her expression into a pout while Hinata showed a delighted smile. Huffing, Ren ran a bit of lightning chakra straight into his hand that held Ino's leg. He channeled it into said leg and also into Hinata's hand that was partially touching his. The chakra quickly stimulated their nerve endings with a pleasurable jolt and caused the girls to let out a short moan out loud with a visible shudder as both Ren and Hinata let go of Ino's ankle. Hinata quickly covered her mouth with her free hand, showing a mortified, wide-eyed expression while Ino, rubbing her thighs, sensually licked her lips with a wide smile. I knew it. I am not the only one sexually frustrated here. She cackled and gave Hinata a winning, smug look. Hinata, with red cheeks from embarrassment, averted her eyes away from Ino's pointed stare and decided to try changing the topic. What did you want to talk about? But there was still a small quiver in her voice. Ren's amusement quickly faded. He knew that if he let them, they would fool around the whole day. So, giving the girls a serious look, he spoke. You are both scratching the surface of Jonin-level combat prowess. So, I think it is high time to talk to you about what it means to be an S-rank ninja and how they differ from your normal, run-of-the-mill Jonin. Chapter 97, Chapter 97. What it means to be an S-rank. What do you think is the difference between an S-rank ninja and a Jonin? Ren asked the girls, and Hinata gained a pondering look while Ino opened her mouth to reply without thinking, but then her brain started to process the situation, and she stopped herself with a frown. The girls looked at each other with a bit of helpless confusion on their faces, drawing blanks at how to answer the question. They knew Ren didn't want an obvious answer like, one is more dangerous than the other. Ren, on the other hand, just contently watched the girls fidget and exchange gazes as they communicated nonverbally with their eyes and expressions. It was quite amusing seeing them panic. One has a bigger dick than the other. Eventually, Ino replied with an eye roll when she got annoyed that she could not come up with a good answer. Seriously, do you need to ask such a stupid question? She grumpily huffed. Humor me, please. Ren dryly said with a deadpan look that made Ino cringe as she ducked her head with a mullish look. Ren snorted. Presenting topics and ideas students would never think of by themselves was a teacher's job. But when neither girl interrupted the silence even after 3 minutes, Ren sighed. But he could understand their troubles. As academy students, they didn't have any opportunity to ever see an S-rank ninja, or even a Jonin, in a proper action. Funnily enough, the people who watched the anime were more informed than his girls when it came to this, despite not even being from this world. Fine. Let me just give you a lecture. You are not cute at all. He said in resignation with a visible pout, suddenly feeling a burst of sympathy for his high school teachers who constantly asked questions and never got any answers volunteered back. Ignoring Ino's indignant, I am plenty cute. Ren gathered his thoughts and started to talk. 5 Jonin. He said before pausing for dramatic purposes and to make sure the girls properly pay attention. That's the standard response team for hunting down a spotted S-rank ninja. The village sends 5 Jonin who counter his skill set. Isn't that a bit low? Hinata wondered out loud. That didn't match the unbeatable standard the stories about these monsters usually set. Wait. You have beaten 10 Jonin in your last mission. Does that mean you are an S-rank ninja? She looked at Ren with unveiled wonder in her wide eyes, causing Ren's heart to skip a beat. With a grin involuntarily appearing on his face, Ren put his hand on Hinata's head, enjoying her expression. No. I am still lacking in many aspects to call myself that, in my opinion. But I can see why you would come to that conclusion. Which is why, after every feat worthy of S-rank classification, I made damn sure to show to the village that I don't deserve it with the injuries on my body. Is that why you made me botch your healing? Hinata realized, and her expression darkened. Feeling a bit awkward, Ren quickly retracted his hand from her head and subtly shuffled a few inches away from her. Yes. Having somebody who fought Yagura, resulting in the man's death, show up happy and smiling, cool as a cucumber, in the village and having that person show up barely able to stand presents 2 very different pictures. Ren seriously said. It's the same with my last mission. The first one would be a competent S-rank ninja, no questions asked. The other one, though. It could be just a Jonin-level combatant who was very, very lucky. Even if Ren appeared just peachy during his last meeting with the Hokage, the second Sarutobi decided to investigate him, the first thing he would get on his table would be the report from the hospital where Ren went right after the meeting. And in there, he would find out that Ren was basically dead on his feet and was just trying to present a strong front. That would paint a picture of him in Sarutobi's mind. On the upside, Ren trying to appear strong in front of him would most likely make Sarutobi dismiss the possibility that his injured state was just a ploy to downplay his abilities. Maybe. Hopefully. If the old man even considered that angle. Sage, sometimes Ren felt so tired trying to find and craft schemes within schemes that had subtle hidden truths within hidden truths. He was pretty much out of his depth more often than not. He was never some sort of mastermind. He did his best, and that basically meant doing what came to his mind and covering it in so many layers that by the end of it, even he had no idea if he actually achieved something with it. But that does not matter right now. Ren tried to change the topic with a shake of his head. You are at the level where you could fight many of Konoha's weaker jonin. He praised the girls, and they perked up. What you lack is experience, but that you will get with time. The reason I started talking about S-rank ninjas is that the next focus of your training will be getting you to that level. And for that, you need to understand what you are trying to accomplish here. Most ninjas have no idea what being an S-rank ninja means, so they don't even know how to start getting to that level. Seeing the girls intently listen with interest written in their faces made Ren inwardly melt from how adorable they looked. But outwardly, he kept his serious visage as he continued. I categorize S-rank ninjas into two categories I came up with. Specialists, most S-ranks are counted as such, and all-rounders, who are very, very rare because it is genuinely hard to reach S-rank threat level by simply being generally good at ninja ing. The Hokage is an all-rounder, no? Ino excitedly asked, remembering that everybody called the Hokage Professor because of how good he was at everything ninja-related. Ren gave her a small smile and a nod of acknowledgement. Yes. He does not have anything exceptionally special. But he is just that good at all things ninjutsu. To the level, it became his signature. What about monkeys and staff arts? Hinata curiously asked, but Ren just shrugged. Yes, yes. He is known as the shitflinger. Everybody knows that. Hell, in IWA and Kumo, some also call him the monkey with erect wood. He exaggeratedly rolled his eyes with a small smile as the girls laughed. But we could argue about the specifics until we die of old age. It does not matter. The categories are just to make these things simpler to understand for you. They are not completely precise. Ren explained, and when he saw that the girls understood, he moved on. And examples for specialists are countless. The first and fourth Hokage. Every single Kazekage and Reikage. The second and fourth Mizukage. The second and third Tsuchikage. Itachi. Daidara. Haiden. Kakuzu. Tsunade. Kisame Hashigaki. Orochimaru. Ren suddenly stopped himself on that name, and his lips twitched in irritation. Well, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are hard to classify. Strictly speaking, they are specialists because they have their specialties they excel at. They are known for them and prefer to use them in combat. But they also try to imitate Sarutobi and know a lot more about other ninja fields than your usual S-rank ninjas, who mostly focus on their own talents. He was getting off topic and started to ramble. He could see that he was slightly losing Ino's attention. Shaking his head, Ren wryly smiled. Anyway. He spoke loudly as he gave Ino a nudge to her calf with his foot, causing her to flinch back to focus, and her expression turned sheepish. But Ren didn't dwell on it. People imagine S-rank ninjas to be some sort of monsters who are better at everything ninja-related than your normal jonin. That is total bullshit. There are exceptions, but most of them are just jonin who have some ability that is so dangerous that normal jonin have a hard time dealing with them. Which makes them an S-class threat. For example, Itachi. He is known in Konoha as some sort of boogeyman and is feared because of his mastery of Sharingan Genjutsu. S-rank criminal at 13. Ren dryly said. He still didn't believe that Itachi dealt with the clan by himself. Obito most likely killed the actually strong ninjas himself. Because no matter how good, no matter that he had his Mangekyo, a 13-year-old boy would not have enough chakra to kill several dozen jonin, over 100 chunin, and who knows how many genin the late Uchiha clan had. All in the span of an evening. Alone. With nobody noticing a thing. With nobody putting up any sort of resistance. Within the premises of a ninja village. Yeah, and pigs could fly. No. Anoki didn't count. No matter how pink and small he was. Keep this to yourselves. Not many know it. But Itachi is terminally ill and near blind due to overusing his Sharingan. Ren said, omitting some details. But Ino still gasped at that information while Hinata's eyes suddenly gained an interested gleam. He is venerated as some sort of unbeatable ninja. But put him in a taijutsu spar against somebody who really focuses on taijutsu, and he would lose. His specialty is genjutsu, and he heavily relies on Sharingan. He is also a speed-based fighter who is passable at ninjutsu but does not use it very often. And from the knowledge available to me, I can tell you that he very much avoids any physical confrontation and prefers to use shuriken or kunai jutsu to keep his foe away from him. You would never catch him exchanging punches with his opponents. Because taijutsu is his weakness. Ino put the pieces of the puzzle together. If he is terminally ill, I doubt he can last long in a fight. Hinata added her own 50 cents. But he is known for ending his fights nearly instantly. Ino started, and Ren chuckled as he finished the sentence for her. Which is where his unbeatable reputation comes from. Good. Here. Have candy. He unsealed 2 candies from his wrist seal and gave them to his 2 very exasperated students. Remember. Misdirection is a very important tool for ninjas. Always take the facts and think about them from several different angles. Otherwise, you'd end up like Madara. Played by some weak-ass mommy boy marijuana wannabe who didn't even have much screen time in the anime. Ren thought to himself but didn't say that out loud. This is how you analyze S-rank ninjas. You take all the knowledge you have about them and then try to find their weak point. They are usually very skilled jonin, but they also have one thing they are known for. One overwhelmingly dangerous ability that sets them apart from the norm. Ren tilted his head up and looked at the sun with a small frown. But I think this is enough of an info dump for today. Sadly, they were not done yet. There was a lot to learn about S-rank ninjas. But at this point, Ren considered having his shadow clone write up a short book about it and just give it to the girls. He was surprised just how much information he came up with when he started considering these things. Ren stood up and created a shadow clone. Alright. Ino, he will give you the lift to Samui. Your Ine clone is a very powerful thing. It could be your specialty. The way you use your Yamanaka jutsu in general could get you to that level. Adding to that, your swordsmanship and ninjutsu prowess, you have everything you would need to get to that rank, and I can't help you with that much. Admittedly, there was a bit of distaste in his tone as he said that. After seeing her wind dragon that would definitely get the S-rank ninjutsu classification, he wanted her to train her wind ninjutsu. But the girl got enamored with causing mental illusions via her Ine clones. So, in her typical fashion, she did not listen and trained in what she wanted. Ren wasn't at all very butthurt. Not at all. Definitely no dash. Okay. He was pretty butthurt. Yees. Technically, her Ine clones did not have a counter. Yes, she did manage to touch him in a spar with that technique. Yes, he and Hinata could fight against it by now because they built a lot of resistance to it during their training with Ino, who loved to hit them with it out of nowhere at times. Yes, other ninjas would not have the same resistance. Ino, once she got quicker and better at wielding her sword, could very well become the next boogeyman like Itachi, who ends fights nearly instantly because nobody would know how to counter her or even understand what she was actually doing. But ever since seeing her prowess with wind ninjutsu, Ren wanted her to fulfill his childish dreams of being some sort of wind overlord, throwing wind attacks left and right with glee. He wanted to live vicariously through her, damn it. Not that he would ever tell her that. It was a pretty embarrassing thing to admit. Ino quickly left with his clone, and Ren turned toward Hinata. At least he still had his sweet, obedient Hyuga girl. With an eager grin, he took out a scroll from his seal. This is something I worked very hard for when I was a kid. He reverently gave the scroll to Hinata with shaky hands, almost tearing up. I had many dreams of grandeur. This was one of them. This technique was supposed to be my triumph card. Hinata gulped, understanding that Ren was giving her something very precious to him. Then, why dash? It requires several seconds to use. It can only be used as a long-range attack. And I don't have a way to aim it at such distances. Ren admitted with a self-deprecating sigh. 4 months. That's how long it took him to create the technique. It was a freaking grind. Only to find out he can't use it in a real-life combat situation when he was finished. But, well, he was 11 back then. And he was never really meant for ninjutsu, anyway. It stung. But such was the reality. How long range? Hinata asked, looking intently at the scroll as she unruffled it. Hearing her, a grin returned to Ren's face, and it became positively smug. Kilometers. He said, shocking the girl as she read the name of the technique. Lightning release, railgun. Oh, yes. I am going to make a lightning overlord from you yet, my dear girl. Ren cackled in his mind. Chapter 98, Chapter 98. The railgun. Watch closely. Ren told Hinata as they stood on the beach. I have my Byakugan active. Hinata told him, making him nod in acknowledgement. Pulling out a small coin from his pouch, Ren put it on his fingers as if he were going to flick it, and Hinata's heart started beating fast from excitement as she noticed the chakra inside of him get agitated. Lightning chakra concentrated in his hand almost instantly, and despite outwardly, nothing changed, inwardly his chakra was doing several very complex things, molding and layering itself in various ways. Hinata watched, and watched, and watched, but a second slowly slipped by, her heart started to calm down until she was just awkwardly staring at Ren, who was still in the same coin-flipping stance. 1 minute later, when the chakra was still molding itself, a frown appeared on her lips as she looked at Ren with a raised eyebrow. She shuffled in discomfort, not sure how to say this without hurting her teacher's feelings, but... Noticing her misgivings, Ren tried to smile, but it came out somewhat strained as beads of sweat rolled down his temples and forehead. Give it time. He managed to say, sounding as if he was exerting a lot of effort. Hinata reluctantly nodded, her previous excitement completely gone by now, but she still sported a dismayed look. Over a minute of activation time was just brutal in a world where most fights do not even last that long. Is this even going to be usable? She started mumbling under her nose. Suddenly, a loud boom resounded through the surroundings, making Hinata's ears ring as she was blasted back and her body involuntarily somersaulted through the air until she, still with her mouth open, crashed headfirst into the sand. She, at least, managed to close her eyes in time, so her Byakugan got a clean look at the effect of Ren's technique despite her unfortunate circumstances. The second the technique activated, and he flicked the coin forward, the area around Ren was blasted by a strong concussive force. It was what sent her flying and created a small crater of sand around the spot where Ren stood, filling the air with a cloud of sand. The coin left Ren's hand, powered by his powerful lightning chakra, and flew forward at speeds that Hinata couldn't even track. The only thing she saw was the blue blur of a quickly dissipating beam it left behind itself. The momentum of the coin was so great that it caused the sea water underneath it to part as it flew by. The water was pushed to the sides, creating a watery valley that a moment later was once again filled up. And then, yet another booming sound resounded through the air, barely a second after the first one, as the superheated coin hit the water's surface in the distance and sent a Hokage monument-sized splash of water into the air so high, Hinata would not be surprised if some droplets reached the clouds. Normally, she would have been staring in awe and astonishment at such a destructive force. But with her mouth full of sand and her body bruised due to her rough landing, she only felt annoyed and about to vomit. She pushed herself out of the sand, ending on all fours as she tried to spit the sand that got into her mouth without gagging when a short but heavy downpour of seawater came from the sky, thoroughly drenching her and causing her knees and hands to sink into the now wet sand. Oh. Sorry, Hina. The user of the technique is protected from the force it generates, so I forgot to warn you. Ren, standing still in the same spot as before and protected from the momentary rain by a small wind technique, said. 10 seconds later, the downpour was over, and Hinata raised her head to look at Ren with a very displeased look. He was aloofly grinning at her in a very cheeky manner, and her right eye twitched as she realized he had done it on purpose. Probably because she doubted his technique. You planned this. She sullenly accused him with a glare as she stood up, looking sour. I don't know what you are talking about. Ren's smile turned into a small smirk, and she rolled her eyes at him. I can see that you are lying with my B-. But she didn't finish her sentence because the sea surface suddenly rose out of nowhere as a large wave hit the shore, washing over both Hinata and Ren. Ah. I forgot that this could happen. Ren choked out as he swept his wet hair out of his eyes, glad it wasn't a proper tsunami. Hinata and Ren looked at each other, both splurting seawater, drenched like homeless rats and slouching in a fed-up manner. They suddenly fell into the wet sand and started to laugh. It was lunchtime, and Hinata and Ren teleported back to the village, deciding to go with the Ichiraku ramen for their lunch. They sat down and ordered their food alongside a portion of Ino's favorite ramen from the stand because she would be joining them shortly. Hinata released a pitiful whine as she put down the menu. Ow, ow, ow. She teared up, her lips quivering as she looked really pitiable in that moment. Enough to make Ren snort as he shook his head at her antics when Tucci promised the girl a 20% discount out of pity after seeing her scorched and twitching fingers. You are such a baby. Ren fondly whispered to the bashfully smiling Hinata after she thanked Tucci for his generosity. He knew she was playing it up. But it hurts. Hinata pouted, leaning on Ren's shoulder and burying her face into his upper arm. Sighing, Ren moved his arm and put it around her shoulders, pulling her into a half-hug. Then heal yourself. He exasperatedly said. Scorched fingers and electric burns should not be even a speed bump with her proficiency with medical ninjutsu. I am out of chakra. She shamelessly protested with apprehension clear on her face, earning herself a flat look from Ren that she promptly ignored. Yes. Her reserves might be nearly at their limit. But he could feel that her personal chakra storage seal was chock full of chakra. Ha. I spoil you too much. Ren mumbled under his nose as he took Hinata's hands into his hands by her palms, carefully avoiding touching her fingers, and applied a rudimentary numbing jutsu that lessened her pain and spread a soothing sensation over her fingers. The same numbing jutsu she could apply in her sleep on reflex by now. I like this. Hinata giggled and quickly pecked Ren on the lips. Thank you. I feel a lot better now. Ren's heart skipped a beat due to the delighted and happy foxy expression she had on her face at that moment. He leaned forward, intending to kiss her again, when Naruto suddenly entered the ramen stand. Noticing Ren, the boy quickly leaped at his back and gripped it like a koala. Ren. The graduation is soon. Teach me a jutsu. Please. 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 Ren. The blonde teenager rambled as Ren took a deep breath and looked toward the heavens, inwardly complaining about Uzumaki cockblockers while Hinata silently laughed at his predicament. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Lunch at Ichiraku. Get off. Ren shrugged Naruto off his shoulders with an exasperated irritation coloring his tone. No way I am teaching you anything, Naruto. Iya. Why not? Landing back on his feet, Naruto exclaimed with a wronged expression and big blue pleading puppy dog eyes that made Ren snort. That might work on Sarutobi, but tough luck, Ren recently decided to convert to cat person religion. His boosted inclination toward cats nullified 99% of Naruto's puppy dog eyes, and the last 1% only made Ren think he was so adorable he wanted to kick him. I already gave Karen a scroll on shadow clones. Ask her. She will teach you. Ren grumpily stated, subtly putting his hand on his knee to prevent his leg from involuntarily shooting forward because Naruto unwittingly positioned himself for a pretty nice nut kick straight to the balls. And Ren was oh so tempted to. But Ren inwardly shook his head. He doubted Karen, who was behind Naruto and giving him a very unimpressed look, would appreciate the possible malfunctions following said kick. Naruto's progeny was spared impromptu preventive execution for now. Stupid brat interrupting my Momo time with Hinata. Ren inwardly complained like a little kid and resisted the urge to huff and cross his arms on his chest with a scowl. Wait. Really? I can learn that. Naruto exclaimed with a loud, excited whoop. That technique is kick-ass. Ren almost fell from his chair hearing that, and gave Karen a questioning look, but she just rolled her eyes with a fed-up, tired smile. The idiot refused it because he thought it was not for him since you gave the scroll to me and never gave him permission to learn it. She explained. Oi. Karen-chan. Naruto weakly protested, with slightly red cheeks due to embarrassment. The red-headed girl just fondly sighed and pecked him on the lips with a quiet, affectionate, idiot, before she went to sit behind the counter of the ramen stand while Naruto was left standing in his spot with a silly grin. Honestly, watching that, Ren could no longer find it in himself to stay mad at Naruto. It was hard to notice from behind a monitor, but the kid had this charisma about him. The talk no jutsu was frightening indeed. Ren briefly shuddered. Naruto quickly shook himself out of his funk and was about to go sit beside Karen when Sajugai and Sakugai entered the ramen stand, both wearing guy-approved green jumpsuits with their hair mercifully only hinged into a bowl cut. I did that. Ren couldn't help but smile from ear to ear as he felt immense pride in what he accomplished in this life so far. Oh. Hello, Naruto, Karen, Hinata, and... Sakura awkwardly blinked at Ren while Sasuke scowled when he noticed Naruto. The other person. Sakura finished, and Ren just haphazardly waved at her in a greeting, far more preoccupied with Hinata's hand that found its way underneath his shirt. He idly wondered what happened to her hurt fingers. They seemed fine enough to touch him all over his torso. At least she didn't forget to layer a genjutsu over them to prevent people from seeing what she was doing. Sakura. Sasuke. Naruto happily exclaimed, you here to eat, too. The Ichirakus have the best ramen in the village. It's the food of the gods. Sasuke just took a deep breath and grumpily grunted, sure. Whatever. He walked around Naruto and sat in a free chair before taking a menu in his hands. Sakura's eyebrows scrunched, and she looked between Naruto and Sasuke for a moment before giving Naruto a small apologetic bow before she went to sit on Sasuke's left side, causing the boy to subconsciously shuffle a bit to the right side in discomfort. Ren was a bit surprised the girl was so civil toward Naruto. Guy's freaky ways were indeed mysterious. But Naruto did not like how Sasuke ignored him, so, soon enough, the blonde boy hopped with his feet onto the chair to Sasuke's left and crouched down, staring at the Uchiha boy from slightly above with narrowed eyes. What's your problem, bastard? Naruto frowned. Your youth is burning too brightly for my dark heart, loser. Sasuke muttered with a thick tone of sarcasm that Naruto completely missed and started to sheepishly rub the back of his head. Hehehe. Really? Naruto bashfully asked, taking the sentence as a compliment, and Sasuke's forehead hit the counter as he groaned. No. Sasuke shouted and abruptly turned to face Naruto. He calmed himself down almost instantly, a very commendable feat, in Ren's opinion. The boy had come far in the past few months. I am okay with enthusiasm. I train with Gai-sensei and Lee. But you are just too much, Naruto. The two started to bicker like children, and Ren glanced at Hinata with a questioning look. The girl just mildly smiled and started whispering, Naruto really wants to beat Sasuke, so he challenges him all the time. Sasuke finds it annoying. She shrugged in a, what can you do, kind of way, ignoring the two bickering boys as if it were a common occurrence. Which, to her, Ren realized it probably was, considering she went to the ninja academy with the two. Why are you so fixated on M-? Sasuke loudly exclaimed, causing Ren to look back at the boys just in time to witness history. Naruto stumbled forward in his crouch. Sasuke's eyes started widening in horrified astonishment. Naruto fell forward, and he looked like a deer caught in the headlights. Their lips met. Everybody in the ramen stand froze and stared at the boys. Until Ren burst into laughter, and time as if resumed, and the boys forcefully separated, coughing and spitting on the ground with disgusted expressions. Karen looked pissed and Sakura just stared forward in horror, looking as if her soul left her body, muttering about how Sasuke's first kiss was stolen from her as its rightful owner. That's when Ino burst into the ramen stand, grinning like a loon. Her eyes mischievously landed on Naruto and Sasuke, who glared at each other, and her eyebrows rose. Hello. Did I miss something good? She curiously asked. No. Both boys vehemently rejected the notion. Nothing happened here. Sasuke gritted out. What the bastard said. Naruto quickly nodded his head up and down several times in an instant agreement, causing Ino to giggle as she sat on Ren's other side from Hinata. Ren turned toward her, only to have her tongue shoved into his mouth as he received an enthusiastic kiss from Ino. That was cruel. He sent her a mental message through his newest seal they worked on together. Oh, you don't need to be in one room with them for hours. Ino moaned into the kiss, they both deserve it and more. Besides, my Ine clone just made Naruto stumble a bit. I wanted them to fall on each other. The kiss was unintentional but still funny. Ren could hear her mental giggle as they finally separated, both of them ignoring their onlookers. Public affection was a big no-no in this Japanese-esque culture. But neither of them really cared. The bimbo is right. The two of them can be really annoying. Of course, Hinata also had access to the telepathy seal. She was just polite enough not to interrupt their kiss with her thoughts. Ino and Ren looked at her, and she averted her gaze with a small blush on her cheeks, feeling a tad bad about bad-mouthing Sasuke and Naruto. Really? Ren asked, admittedly a bit curious. The relationship of Naruto and Sasuke in canon was always a bit dubious to him. Yeah. I sometimes pity Sakura. Ino complained, I've been in their heads. They have some sort of weird subconscious attraction going on between them. Dunno what it is. She shamelessly admitted without an ounce of guilt about her transgressions against privacy. Ren inwardly winced. Honestly. Canon Sasuke practically pumped Sarada into Sakura and then went on a village-sanctioned milk run for 12+ years, not showing his face even once. That told Ren all he needed to know. No man who loves his wife would leave her for 12 years unless it was absolutely necessary. But that Sasuke had a space-time ninjutsu in his Rinne Sharingan. What do you mean, he cannot show his mug once every year? Or once every 2 years? For a weekend at least. He can just freaking teleport back home. Was taking one 1-month vacation every 2 years too much for the broody boy wonder? Would the world end? Yeah. He clearly cared about Sakura and his daughter so much. Ren still believed that Sasuke was gay. There was simply nothing saying otherwise. He didn't love Sakura. He took pity on her. He probably realized he would need to restore his clan eventually anyway. And Sakura, the girl who was pining after him so much that she could forgive him even trying to ram a Chidori through her chest, was probably going to be as good a candidate to birth his children as any other woman. The second she had a kid, a part of him she could redirect her attention toward, he decided he desperately needed to go and buy cigarettes. It couldn't be helped that all the stores all the way to IWA were freshly out of stock, so he had to wander the world for over a decade. Such things happen. Well, Ren could be wrong. But the conspiracy theorist in him was whispering to him that he was right. After all, the canon Sasuke did not visit Sakura and Sarada even once. But he did have regular visits with Naruto. At that point, Ren really had no idea what else to think. It's not as if Sakura was ugly either. She was a very sexy girl in her own way and would probably have a line of simps long enough to reach Kimogakure if the internet existed here. I pity Karen, too. Hinata shyly admitted as their ramen arrived. Naruto loves her. I can see that. But, it just looks like she will have to share him with Sasuke for the rest of her life. Yeah, Ino interjected with a scoff and gave Ren a meaningful look before separating her chopsticks. You should have thrown her on the bed, grabbed her by her ankles, spread her legs, and screwed her senseless her first night in the village when she stayed at your apartment. I know that she wanted that to happen back then, too. But Ren only mentally huffed at her as he dug into his food. I distinctly remember you scowling and hissing at her like an angry cat. You say that now, but back then, you'd be pouting for at least half a year if that happened. Besides, you share, too. Don't throw stones from your glass house, girls. He chuckled. That's different. I share with Hinata, who is like a sister to me. Not with another man. Ino sniffed before pausing. Wait. Huh. Could be kinda ho-dash. Don't get any ideas. Ren dryly thought and gently stepped on her foot, banishing that idea into the pits of hell where it should remain. Konoha had enough gay couples. He didn't wish to be counted among Kakashi and Guy, Naruto and Sasuke, Sarutobi and Danzo, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Hashirama and Madara, Hayashi and Fugaku, or Sakura and Sasuke. Suddenly, he felt his right side being poked and looked there, only to see Hinata giving him a precious, overly innocent look. My fingers are hurt. Would you feed me, please? Seeing it, Ino cooed beside Ren at how adorable it was, but Ren, despite wanting to kiss the Hyuga girl to find out if she tasted as sweet as she looked, only deadpanned at her. So, that's why you don't want to heal yourself. Now it all made perfect sense. She had planned this. Oh. I want the same. Ino excitedly exclaimed from Ren's other side. Please. Hinata said with quivering lips, weaponizing her cuteness. Please. Ino also said, but coyly as she put her hand on Ren's knee and leaned closer to him. I will make it worth your while. She added through the telepathy seal with a seductive undertone. That's cheating, bimbo. Hinata's dry thoughts protested. But Ino just mentally snorted. Mikunoichi, bitch. Looking longingly at his ramen, Ren was caught between a rock and a hard place. But his expression suddenly turned resolute as he figured out a solution. Shadow clone jutsu. He called out to divert the girl's attention as two clones popped into existence behind them and embraced them from behind. Don't worry, lass. The clone behind Ino, one who appeared wearing a straw hat and chewing on a stalk of grass, spoke, you shall be fed like a fat pig before butchering. Ino froze, and the atmosphere in the ramen stand instantly turned awkward. Even Sasuke and Naruto stopped arguing as they stared in disbelief at the carefree clone. Tucci, behind the counter, almost spilled the ramen he was filling into the bowl, and Ayame had to lean on the table in order not to fall on the ground as she tried to stifle her laughter. Ino's right eye started twitching, and the chopsticks in her hands creaked, but before she could say anything, the other clone who stood behind Hinata spoke. This is clone abuse, and we all know how that turns out. He spoke as he shook his head while clicking his tongue. Don't be foolish enough to imitate this Sith wannabe, young Padawans. Respect the clones. Praise the clones. Clones are good boys. Clones dash. Ren preemptively dismissed both clones before they could say something outrageous again. With a sigh, he gave an apologetic glance at the people who looked at him with their jaws on the floor. Sorry. The technique malfunctioned. Let's try it again. Shrugging, Ren created another clone, cursing his luck. The chances of getting a faulty clone were like 1 in 100. And he had just pulled 2 at once. Said clone looked at Sakura and lifted his eyebrow at her. Is that some kind of filthy Xeno that needs to be purged with holy flames? Why? Sasuke couldn't help but reflexively ask in curiosity. And the new clone smirked, well, her forehead looks like an orangutan's as dash dot. He puffed back into smoke before he could finish, and Sakura was now giving Ren a very unhinged forced smile while Sasuke was smirking into his palm. I swear, my clones are screwing with me. Ren mumbled to himself before carefully looking at Ino, and he quickly looked away. Yeah. Too soon. He donned an amiable smile, pretending nothing happened as he nodded at Hinata. So, anyway. Sure, Hina. I will happily feed you. That day, Ren's wallet wept Rio as both Hinata and Ino had beaten Naruto and Karen in a ramen eating competition before Ino made Ren pay for all of their ramen. Only Tucci was left grinning at the end of the day. Chapter 100, Ren's counterattack. In a tall tower among numerous mountain peaks, stood a tall, muscular, brown-skinned man with blonde hair, impassively watching as a thunderstorm swept through his village, covering it in a blanket of darkness only interrupted by an occasional lightning strike hitting the rocky ground. What's the response from Kiri? He asked as he saw his secretary, Mabui, enter his office in the window's reflection. It's not good, Lord Rakage. Mabui put some documents down on his table and slightly shook her head. The Kiri was conquered by the rebels, and they celebrate their previous Kage's death instead of trying to hunt everybody involved down. They are not going to go along with our suggestion. Fools. A loudly muttered, glaring at the storm in front of him. The Kirigakuru's scum had as always no sense of loyalty. What about Inoki? Better. Mabui nodded, turning people into stone pissed IWA off. I grinned at that. It was yet another utterly stupid thing. IWA was always jealous of Konoha's wood release. Even now, when it no longer exists. Kumo actually had several Senju breeding stocks ever since the first Ninja War. But nothing substantial ever came out of it. The project was a failure, and it was pretty much still sustaining itself on Hashirama's hype. But even A's father, 2 decades ago, already knew it was going nowhere and turned his attention to the Hyuga clan instead. IWA, however, hated Konoha deeply. They saw the ability to petrify somebody as something that should belong to them. Just like the ability to make trees became Konoha's signature of sorts. They hated the fact that such an ability, which could represent their identity as IWA ninjas and boost their village's reputation, was used by a Konoha ninja. Heh. What a load of bullshit. A thought. But he knew Inoki could be petty little shit and A wasn't above using it against Konoha and the men who killed Darui. So, they will watch out for him. Good. I nodded in satisfaction. If it were the Konoha before, he would just send envoys and directly ask for Ren's head. There was a non-zero chance that Saraboit would just comply back then. Like he did during the Hyuga incident. Which was hilarious. But ever since the academy reforms, Konoha seemed to regain its thunder, and with every year, they were just getting stronger. The shit-flinger seemed more motivated than ever, and Konoha's movements showed it. Sadly, the direct and arrogant route of demanding compensation was a no-go because of this. Inoki is not stupid, Lord Rakage. He understood what we were trying to do by calling him that nickname. Mabui cautioned, subtly pointing out the possible diplomatic fallout from that decision. But A was resolute. It does not matter. He grunted, Darui is dead. We can't let that slide. And besides, even if Inoki understood our intentions, what of it? I chuckled. He has to do something. His elite ninjas would be dissatisfied otherwise. And while A could not send a multitude of assassins to Konoha in order to claim Darui's killer's head like he wanted to do, he could ensure the boy would be hunted all over the world outside of Konoha for the rest of his life. I glanced at Mabui, who was waiting for further instructions. Notify me the second this Ren enters our country. I will hunt him down myself. God help the boy if he gets the bright idea to enter the land of lightning ever again. Nobody would be able to save him then. I dearly hoped the boy would be that stupid. It was the day when Hinata and Ino would graduate from the academy, and Ren was in the capital of the land of lightning, leisurely picking up a graduation gift for Ino. They had some of the best swordsmiths in this country. Noticing the time, he cursed under his breath. He was a bit late for a meeting. Quickly teleporting to the capital of the land of fire, he walked out of his house, on his way to meet Ren, the merchant, who was doing business with him. Entering the man's company under Henge, Ren was quickly led to his office, where Ren, the merchant, greeted him, and soon enough, the two were seated behind a table. Ren didn't have much time, so he didn't bother with pleasantries and got instantly to the point. I heard the Mikawa Trading Company is causing you trouble, my friend. Ren, the merchant, frowned. Yes. It is nothing important and should not affect our Busi dash, he started to ramble, only for Ren to interject. You misunderstand. He said with a small smile and unsealed a few documents before putting them on the table. I am sure you have some friends in high places who are interested in dishing out a bit of justice. He gestured toward the documents. Ren, the merchant, lifted his eyebrow at him. Do you have a problem with them, too? He asked as he took the documents into his hands and started reading. But Ren only noncommittally shrugged. No. He didn't care about them. Human trafficking. Ren, the merchant, exclaimed in bewilderment. Slavery was illegal in the land of fire. If the documents were real, then this could destroy the Mikawa Trading Company. The person Ren had problems with was Danzo, who had way too many friends. And since killing the men was not an option because of his future plans, Ren decided to work on curbing his influence outside of Konoha for the time being. It just so happened that the path of least resistance for removing the Mikawa Trading Company, which dealt regularly with Danzo and his route under the table, was to simply hand over the evidence he discovered during his investigations to Ren, the merchant. The men also had trouble with them. Ren didn't think these documents would vanish or that the men would give them to a corrupt official. The merchant was far too competent for that, and he had his own connections. Not to mention, this was the kind of thing that could make or break careers for high officials. They would jump at it like hungry vultures smelling blood once they verified the evidence. As you can see, your opponents are very naughty. Ren chuckled, I just came to give you a way to deal with them. Now, if you excuse me. With that, Ren stood and used Henge to disguise himself again before he body flickered away, leaving through the window. It was a tad bit rude of him. But Ren, the merchant, would surely forgive him, no. After all, he did just solve a big headache for the men. But Ren was not done for today. Channeling his transportation seal, Ren teleported to a dark room where his clone was sitting on the ground, using the detection seal for scouting. "How is it going?" Ren asked, crouching next to the clone. "The rebellion is starting in an hour or so," the clone said, and then opened his eyes, a small smirk appearing on his lips as the original Ren sighed. He felt a bit bad for all the normal people who would die because of his actions. But at the same time, the Lord of Kurawa Prefecture in the Land of Fire was connected to the Mikawa Trading Company and Danzo. He was very discreet about it, but he did have people kidnapped and was selling them to the Land of Earth, where slavery was not only legal but was actually booming right now. Giving that intel to the peasants and riling them up enough for them to rebel was not hard. Not after quite a few of them were given proof that their mothers, sisters, daughters, brothers, fathers, and whatnot else were sold either to mines or brothels and everything in between all over the Land of Earth. The hard part was ensuring that their little rebellion would not be squashed before it could even start. "Then we should move, too," Ren said, and the clone nodded before they disappeared from the room. Infiltrating the castle of the lord who presided over this prefecture, Ren's clone went to check on the water supply he had poisoned this morning. He was then going to support the rebels from the shadows while staying hidden. No way were peasants winning against trained samurai without the samurai involuntarily crapping all over themselves in their armor and being barely able to stand due to sudden bout of exhaustion. Ren, on the other hand, entered the castle's basement. He ignored the cages full of people and quickly walked toward the door on the other side of the room. Entering, he saw a brown-haired man sitting behind a table, doing some paperwork. Hearing the door open, the man raised his head, only for a kunai to almost nail him to the forehead, but he was quick enough to throw himself to the left, dodging the attack. The man scrambled to grab his tanto from the table, and a second later, he was ready for the fight. Only for his sight to blur as he fell to his knees, gasping for air with wide eyes full of panic. He started choking and grabbed at his neck in disbelief when the second kunai Ren threw ended his life. Witnessing it, Ren wryly shook his head. The man was clearly a high chunin, maybe even a jonin, yet he died so easily. Seriously, he should probably stop giving Ino ideas. He had one of her Een clones in his mind. The clone created another Een clone in the mind of his opponent right the moment he was distracted because of Ren's first kunai. The new Een clone then gave the man a mental illusion of being poisoned with a specific poison Ren didn't recognize, creating a perfect opportunity for Ren to end the fight. His blonde girl was becoming quite terrifying with her Yamanaka techniques. Stepping over the dead body of the man who was most likely a root ninja, Ren looked at all the documents on the table and sighed. Well, now it was time for the troublesome part. Framing Konoha of working with the slavery ring. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 18 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Framing Konoha. Quickly skimming through the documents, Ren was already experiencing the start of a headache. He couldn't just frame Danzo. Even if he fabricated evidence and put it among the documents for people to find, nothing would have come out of it. Danzo had positioned himself in a very unique position. He was too useful for many influential people to get rid of, while also being invisible enough for the masses not to really care about him. The prefecture lord. Oh, people were going to go apeshit once they heard about his crimes. Because he was a public figure. But Danzo, who? After the initial outrage, people will forget his existence in a week. Taking a certain document into his hands, Ren frowned. It basically hinted at Danzo being the perpetrator in a very roundabout way. To an amateur it would be damning evidence. But to somebody with more understanding, it was a clear attempt to frame Danzo for these crimes. But it was not a document Ren prepared. No. This one was already here. Ren's eyes narrowed. That overly competent old fox. He muttered under his breath in astonishment. He only had to think about what the most likely scenario to happen was if this was found among the evidence, and the image was not very satisfying. The investigators would come to the same obvious conclusion as he did. That somebody was trying to frame Danzo. And that would put doubt on all the evidence. Enough for Danzo to weasel out of the accusations. Some people would probably realize that it was Danzo who was framing Danzo just so Danzo could pull exactly that Uno reverse card for the evidence. But how were they going to freaking prove that? This was exactly the level of circular logic that worked in the ninja world. Well, he is certainly prepared. Ren exasperatedly shook his head as he used wind chakra to shred the document into pieces. Then his eyes fell on the bundles of documents on the nearby shelves, and he suddenly felt a chill go up his spine. With a shudder, he cringed. Fortunately, he was not here to frame Danzo personally, otherwise, he would have had to go through all of that, so he could remove anything that could put doubt on the evidence. No. Even if everything went perfectly, Danzo could just buckle up and use his connections to get out of it. He'd just need to stay out of sight for a year or so. But Ren was prepared. Instead of Danzo himself, he was going to frame Kanagakur. A smirk spread on Ren's face. These documents hinting at Danzo's complicity in this matter, he could use them. Put some pressure on the old monkey. Have the daimyo drop the book on him and the village. But also put enough doubt about Danzo's participation in the whole mess. That was Ren's end goal. Danzo could easily weasel out of it, but Konoha as a whole could not. The village's higher-ups will suspect foul play from one of the other villages. Hell, even the daimyo would do that. And these documents that Danzo prepared to get himself an easy way out will neatly redirect that suspicion to him. Who knows? Maybe Ren would be lucky enough for some of Danzo's allies in the village to abandon him. And, he glanced at the corpse on the floor. Having a root ninja's corpse be found here was actually a good thing for his schemes. Poor Sarutobi. Ren chuckled. He was going to have a few very bad days in his immediate future. After hours of setting the scene and putting some documents into the pile while taking some away, Ren was finally done with his work. Honestly, never again. This was not for him. Trying to be all sneaky and cosplay as some sort of supervillain mastermind in the shadows was exhausting. He preferred to simply explode his opposition fair and square. That was a lot less of a mess. He promised to himself that he would never make plans that depended on the survival of some scum like Danzo in the future after dealing with Orochimaru. That way lies madness. Ren left his clone to take care of the rest and ensure that the rebellion would go smoothly while he teleported home. After a nice hot shower, he put his nicer kimono on and started walking toward the academy. It was almost time for the kiddies to finish their exams, and he promised Ino to pick her up. Sadly, Hinata had to go through some inane Hyuga clan traditions after graduating. Apparently, the elders wanted to meet her to ascertain her worth or something equally asinine. Ren was already prepared for her to come to him in the evening, all huffy and steaming in her own anger. He didn't envy her circumstances. They were treating her like trash. But at the same time, they were still her family, and she was too kind to pull Itachi on their collective geriatric posteriors. She had it harsh. Ren arrived at the academy, and his lips twitched into a smile when he saw Ino proudly preening in the middle of a gaggle of overly excited teenage girls, her headband sitting proudly on her forehead to show it off to the world. Despite spending most of her time training under Ren, she was still a very popular girl among her peers. She simply had those social maneuvering skills down pat without needing to think much about it. Suddenly, a boy approached the group, all shaky and clearly on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had dark hair and dark eyes, looking quite average, but the forehead protector on his head was a bit worn out, so it was most likely not a recent graduate. For a moment, the boy just stood near them, clearly not knowing what to do. But then the girls noticed his presence and turned toward him, making him sweat a bit more as he hunched under their attention. Ren started to feel a bit of pity for the guy. His fingers involuntarily twitched, and he considered giving the poor boy some hell. Ino Yamanaka. I love you. Please go out with me. I will make you happy. The boy abruptly shouted as he straightened up, surprising everybody. Some hell. And there went his pity. Ren's lips twitched in irritation. Fuck that guy. He sighed. Schoolyard drama. Joy. He almost forgot what things were like in the academy. Ren noticed Ino glancing at him as she awkwardly stood in front of the boy, and the telepathy seal pinged him, alerting him to a new message. He curiously opened the channel, and Ino instantly asked, "A little help, please." Ren grinned at her. "You are on your own, baby girl. I have faith in your ability to handle a love-struck genin." "What? No. You traitor." Ino inwardly exclaimed while outwardly cringing under the all-too-hopeful puppy dog-eyed stare of her would-be suitor. Ren quickly turned the seal off, cutting the telepathic connection between them. What kind of boyfriend would he be if he didn't let her experience and find joy in her embarrassing moments? He pulled out a camera. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Helping Sasuke. After properly documenting Ino's embarrassing moment, Ren noticed Hinata coming out of the academy, following her cousin Niji. Deciding to say hello, he approached them. "Hello, Hina." He smiled at the girl, who returned a shy smile full of pride toward him before ducking her head and hiding it underneath the headband tied around her neck. Ren then turned toward Niji and gave him a small nod. "Hello, Broody." Before he looked again at Hinata, "How was the exam?" "Good," Hinata said with great relief in her tone. For the past several days, she was stressing over them. Logically, she knew there was no snowball chance in hell that she would not pass. But logic had little to do with her stress. Peasant. Niji, however, decided to return Ren's greeting in his usual fashion, causing Ren to deadpan at him. "Dickhead." Niji's expression darkened, but Hinata intervened and put her arm in front of him. "Boys. Please, don't fight." Niji scoffed, and he clearly did not like it, but he obeyed. "Come, Lady Hinata. The clan elders are eagerly awaiting you." He tried to sound impassive, but there was an undeniable smug undertone in his voice that Ren did not appreciate. "I gotta go." Hinata told Ren and gave him a quick hug, trying to divert his attention by pressing her soft, big chest a little bit too much into his body. The girl could be very perceptive if she wished. Okay. Good luck. He supportively patted her back, and as they separated, he couldn't help himself. Oh, and happy stick-pulling, Niji. He quipped toward the boy, who watched their interaction, looking as if he were constipated. What? Niji asked with furrowed brows just as Hinata groaned and gave Ren a silent, pleading, and unamused look. Ignoring her, Ren gave Niji a sunny smile. You know, that stick you got up your ass. Must be hell of an inconvenience to pull it out every evening and put it back in the morning. Or do you sleep with it too? To each their own fetish, I guess. Admittedly, it took Niji's brain a few seconds to register what Ren had said. And when it did, the boy almost flew at Ren in rage. Only Hinata's hand gripping his forearm managed to restrain his anger. Unable to dish out some good old bodily harm on Ren, Niji decided to go for a verbal assault as he snarled, "You disgust me." But Ren only rolled his eyes at him. That knowledge will warm my heart during cold, freezing nights. He almost hoped the arrogant boy would attack him, to be honest. Niji had an overinflated sense of personal prowess. He was a genin, but he could handle a chunin after guys training. Some quite easily at that. And Ren was a chunin, so Niji did not think he needed to show proper basic respect to him. He thought he was stronger. This was the one issue Ren and Hinata did not see in the same way. She still desperately hoped he would get better and considered him family. Ren, however, told her straight up that the boys needed an intimate meeting with a boot if she ever wanted him to stop having a hate boner for her. And Ren was happy to volunteer his boot quite happily. Unfortunately, Hinata disagreed. Ren wouldn't normally care. It was her family. Her problem. Her trouble to handle. But every single time he visited her in the Hyuga clan compound in his capacity as her tutor, Niji would be there, throwing snide remarks left and right at them. It worked enough to make Ren almost never visit the Hyuga clan compound these days. At first, the boy was trying to low-key get Ren to give up on Hinata. But that passed when she started to improve. Ever since then, Niji absolutely hated Ren's guts because his actions did not fall under his losers lose mindset. Hinata, the loser, actually started to gather way less. Boy, did Niji loathe that. It was quite sad and pathetic. Because of Hiruzen's reforms, everybody graduated later. So, the boy was what? 16. 17. That was just 1, maybe 2 years younger than Ren. He should be way more mature than his canon 14-year-old self. But he wasn't. Instead, he seemed even more hateful and fixated on Hinata. Do you have to antagonize him? Hinata asked, sending her exasperated thoughts to Ren, who only mentally nodded. Yes. With a sigh, the girl simply started dragging the glaring Hyuga boy away as Ren gave him a cheerful wave with his hand. Finished, Ino? Ren asked with a small, smug smirk as the huffy blonde stomped her way toward him with her eyes narrowed. When she got close enough, she instantly started poking his chest with her pointing finger, stabbing it there quite strongly. You suck. She uttered. Ren chuckled and leaned forward until his mouth was next to her ear. You suck better. He whispered, making her flush. Oof. Ren gasped, feeling Ino's fist impact his stomach, strongly enough to show her displeasure but not enough to actually harm him. Shut up, perv. Ino embarrassedly whispered back with an annoyed look, but there was a small, amused smile on her lips. They looked at each other, their faces close. Ino's forehead gently landed against Ren's and their lips. When a loud shout interrupted them. Yamanaka Ino. Not again. Ren exasperatedly thought as he turned around, only to see Uchiha Sasuke standing behind them. I challenge you to a manly duel of youth. The boy said with such a serious demeanor that Ren had to do a double take. Ino also turned toward him and gave him a glare as she crossed her arms across her chest, not happy at all with having their moment interrupted. I am a female. She deadpanned at Sasuke, who thankfully was not in his mini-guy attire. Instead, he wore his usual blue shirt and white shorts with his hair resembling a duck's ass. Oh. I haven't noticed. He said, a provocative smirk plastered on his face. Ren inwardly winced a bit when he felt Ino's small flinch. Like it or not, she spent several years chasing after the boy. Even if Ren was pretty sure her feelings for the Uchiha were deader than his clan, it probably still hurt her to hear that sentence. And the Duxus knew it. Once again, Ren had to say that guy had outdone himself. The aloof Uchiha who communicated in grunts actually learned the art of shit-talking under his tutelage. With her right eye violently twitching, Ino clapped her hands. You wanna go, punk? She gritted out, sure, let's go. I am going to beat you so hard, your ancestors will feel it in their afterlife. Ouch. Ren cringed when he saw the Uchiha boy freeze for a moment before his eyes darkened and his aloof demeanor became noticeably colder. Somehow, he started to sympathize with Hinata. Was this how she felt when he and Niji tried to verbally taunt each other? Ino was a Yamanaka. She knew enough about psychology to know exactly what to say to return the verbal hurt he gave her several times over and make it stick. Somehow, I doubt that. Sasuke arrogantly stated, "You are just a stepping stone on my path to surpass Hinata. She is and always will be better than you." His eyes glanced at Ren, and a small twinge of hesitation entered his gaze, but it disappeared as soon as it appeared. "At everything," he added as he looked back at Ino, who was now involuntarily balling her hands into fists. Ren resisted the urge to facepalm. Now that just made things personal. Just in case, he gently slid his hand over Ino's fist and made her subconsciously relax her body and calm down her mind enough to intertwine his fingers with hers. As expected from Uchiha, the boy had some serious observation abilities if he noticed the inferiority complex Ino had going against Hinata. With a sigh, Ren decided to intervene. It would be hard to explain to the Hokage why Ino flattened the last Uchiha into a meat paste. "Girls, please, don't fight. There will be enough time for hair-pulling later." Ino and Sasuke looked at him before completely ignoring him and continued to exchange quite sharp barbs, leaving him bewildered. Why did that work for Hinata and not for him? "We can fight in the training ground 41. Let's go," Ino exclaimed, and Sasuke nodded. "Lead the way." With that, the two started walking forward, Ino dragging Ren by his hand, just as he noticed, from the side of his eye, Mizuki approaching Naruto, who was cheerfully waving his headband in front of the exasperated Karen. But seeing the indignant feminine fury on Ino's face, Ren decided not to poke the dragon, and instead of asking her to let go of his hand, he created a shadow clone that quickly disappeared. That should be enough to handle the Mizuki incident. Honestly, Ren was quite interested in how that would go, now that Naruto had properly graduated, was older, and also a tad bit smarter. Surely, Mizuki would not be stupid enough to try the same thing that worked on the 12-year-old stupid brat from canon, right? "Don't kill him, Ino." Ren mentally sighed as he let go of her hand before she started walking into the grassy plains where she would be fighting with Sasuke. "Don't worry. I am just going to fix him," Ino exclaimed, and Ren's shoulders sagged. "I doubt his issues can be solved with more mental trauma, Ino," he complained. But she didn't pay much attention to his words. Pish-posh. They just didn't use enough mental trauma yet. Ren slightly hesitated. He should stop this. But at the same time, he believed in Ino. And this fight could be beneficial to Sasuke, too. Whatever. Ren sat down on a nearby tree stump and decided to intervene if they went too far. Wordlessly, Ino and Sasuke stood a dozen meters apart from each other on the grassy plain, and Sasuke took out a coin. Understanding his intentions, Ino nodded, and Sasuke threw the coin into the air. It did several flips as it ascended, then it reached its highest point before falling toward the ground as the atmosphere around Ino and Sasuke intensified. The coin hit the grass, and Sasuke instantly sprang into action, running at Ino with an astonishing speed, before he tripped and rolled several times on the ground until his body stopped in a heap with a pained groan. Ren sighed. Yeah. That was pretty much the expected outcome. The boy could not counter her Ine clone at all. Then, Sasuke spasmed and his back bent backward while his eyes opened wide, staring toward heaven in horror, as the high-pitched screaming began, and Ren started to feel uncomfortable. Sasuke's eyes abruptly turned red, and one tomo appeared in each eye, just as Ren was about to stand up and interrupt the fight. Sitting back down, he decided to let Ino cook for a bit longer. Sasuke was clearly not enjoying the experience, but it was the correct call in Ren's opinion. Soon enough, the one tomo became two, and the screaming turned into squealing. "Are you torturing him?" he mentally asked Ino, who sent him an impression of a smug grin back. "Showing him some guy on Lee Boy love scenarios I came up with, actually. Wanna see?" Just in case, Ren activated his Ine seal. Just to prevent Ino from getting any ideas. That poor Uchiha bastard. Every time he activated his Sharingan, that would be what he remembers. Ren shuddered. No. He decided he really did not need pink magic eyes. Not with Ino's interpretation of help. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, worth it. While the original Ren watched Ino helping Sasuke awaken his Sharingan, the clone Ren was hidden as he observed Mizuki's meeting with Naruto. Ren had to admit that he was very curious about what changes his meddling would create here. Naruto was smarter. Mizuki should know that. And that should change everything. Honestly, it was surprising to him that Mizuki actually approached the kid anyway. So, what exactly was the man going to do? How was he going to trick Naruto into doing his bidding? Ren decided he had to be careful here. Weak as he might be in a fight, Mizuki was still an experienced chunin. He had a lot of experience in their profession. Somebody like that definitely knew how to manipulate people. And Ren didn't want Naruto to get himself into too much trouble, so if the situation looked dire, the clone would jump in. But for now, he wasn't going to steal Naruto's thunder. This will be a valuable experience for the blonde kid, after all. Naruto, congratulations on becoming a ninja. Mizuki exclaimed, and Ren had to admit he did look genuine. A kid would have a hard time catching his deception. Hell, he would have a hard time catching it if he didn't have foreknowledge. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. So, what did you need to talk to me about? Naruto asked confusedly before he gave Mizuki a sheepish grin and bashfully rubbed the back of his head. Karen-chan is waiting for me at home, and I don't want to make her angry by being late. Ren smiled at that. Karen knew how much becoming a ninja mattered to Naruto. He knew she was throwing a congratulatory surprise party for him. Good for you, kid. Mizuki gave Naruto a grin. I see. The friendship between you and Karen goes deeper than it first seems. Hehe. Naruto returned the grin and shyly laughed. That's a pity. Mizuki sighed as his expression fell. I wanted to give you a special test. But, well, it is not mandatory, so if you have to go, then we can just skip it, I guess. He awkwardly said. Of course, that managed to excite Naruto like nothing else. The boy's face instantly lit up. A special test. For me. Yes, Naruto. If you complete it, you will be directly promoted to the Chunin rank. Mizuki firmly nodded, giving the kid a small, encouraging smile. It's for the exceptional students and well. I wanted to give it to Sasuke at first, but you improved a lot recently, so you deserve the chance. In his hiding place, Ren's eyebrow twitched as he saw the megawatt shit-eating grin spread across Naruto's face upon hearing that. Really? Take that, bastard. Naruto jumped and punched the air with a loud whoop. Okay. Calm down, Naruto. Mizuki fondly and gently rebuked him. Do you need to go or are you up for taking the test? I'll take the test, Mizuki-sensei. What is it? What is it? Am I going to save a princess? Guard the daimyo. Infiltrate IWA. Naruto leaped into Mizuki's personal space and rapidly asked his questions with so much enthusiasm that Mizuki was getting a nearly visible whiplash from the questioning. Mizuki put his hands on Naruto's shoulders and pushed him away, the gentle smile on his face twitching somewhat fiercely. Don't worry. The task I have for you is of a similar importance. There is a big scroll in the Hokage office, Mizuki started, and Naruto's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. It was placed there for this test. You must steal it and bring it here. He gave Naruto a paper with a location written on it. But remember, Naruto. The Hokage Tower is guarded by ANBU. I know you can evade them. I have seen you do it plenty of times. But getting caught means instant disqualification. He firmly warned. Do you think you can do that? I can always go and give the task to Sasuke if you are not feeling up for it. Mizuki asked with what looked like a genuine concern at Naruto, who was now silently staring at the paper in his hand. Nah. Mizuki-sensei. Naruto eventually asked, just as Mizuki was getting annoyed with the boy's silence. Blinking, Mizuki smiled, keeping up his facade as a helpful teacher. Yes, Naruto. Do you have any questions about the task? Feel free to ask. If I have the answer, I'll gladly give it to you. MHM. Naruto nodded as he took a step forward, closer to Mizuki, and looked him in the eyes. His frown disappeared, and a cheerful grin appeared in its place. Idiot, say what? What? Mizuki's brain lagged behind for a moment, but before he could decipher that he was just tricked, Naruto used his momentary confusion to brutally crash his knee right into his nuts. Mizuki's eyes widened in pain as he released a breathless gasp, his body locking in, and he was about to start falling forward. But then Naruto's fist crashed into his right cheek, making his head whip back, only for its back to hit the tree behind him with enough force to crack the bark. Mizuki was out cold before he even registered what happened. Naruto stood above his unconscious body, looking between it and his fist with a conflicted expression. He really thought I was an idiot, huh? He muttered to himself, inwardly feeling a bit ashamed when he realized that just a year ago, this ploy might have worked perfectly in Mizuki's favor. His inner conflict was interrupted when he suddenly heard a sound of clapping from behind him. Naruto abruptly turned around, ready for another fight, only to see Ren clapping his hands as he approached him with an amused smile. You just defeated a Chunin, Naruto. Why so gloomy? Ren asked, making Naruto regain some of his cheerful attitude at the indirect praise. Honestly, Ren was disappointed. Not in Naruto but in Mizuki. He expected the men to pull something more elaborate. Trying to pull the same shit from canon on a more mature, older Naruto. Really? Don't get him wrong, as far as Mizuki's attempt at manipulating Naruto went, his techniques were not bad. He knew about the rivalry Naruto had with Sasuke, and he used it perfectly. Naruto was genuinely pumped to get ahead of Sasuke. But he still treated Naruto like a naive, idiot kid. Well, the boy was a naive, idiot kid. But Karen made sure that his knowledge about the world was up to snuff, so he quickly realized why trying to infiltrate the Hokage Tower and steal something from there might be a big no-no. I just caught him off guard. Naruto admitted and rubbed his nose. Despite his humble words, his expression betrayed that he was quite happy with himself right now. Ren rolled his eyes at the boy. Jinchuriki plus Uzumaki combo was ridiculous. The only reason why the boy didn't have Chunin-level combat ability was his lack of experience and techniques. Physically, he was already on that level despite doing nothing to reach it. Give the boy a year of dedicated training, and he could be physically on the same level as his canon counterpart was at when he returned to Konoha after his training with Jiraiya. He could easily become a Jonin-level ninja in a year. That was just absurd. Most ninjas take years to get there. Hell, Itachi and Kakashi took years to get there after their graduation. Well, yeah, they were kids, and that was a factor. But still. Your average Joe Jonin usually only got promoted to Chunin around the ages of 17 to 20. And then, those who don't get eternally locked into the Chunin rank still need to be there for 5-ish years before they get strong enough for Jonin promotion. That's what a normal ninja is like. Ino, Hinata, Naruto, Sasuke, and to a lesser degree, even the rest of Konoha's kiddie main cast. They were not the norm. They were the exception. The talented ones. So, Naruto scratched his cheek. What are we going to do with him? He poked Mizuki's leg with his foot. I am going to take him to the TNI, where I will explain the situation. Ren shrugged. You should come with me to give your statement to get it out of the way. Come on. It won't take long. With that, Ren bent down and, after ensuring that Mizuki would not be waking up anytime soon on his own, he picked the man up on his shoulder. I am sure the old man Hokage is going to praise you for taking out a traitor. He smiled at Naruto. With these eyes, I am going to kill my brother. The original Ren watched as Sasuke was hyping himself up with his edgy monologue as he knelt on the shoreline and admired his new eyes in the river's water reflection. There was an unmistakable Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in his eyes. And he is just going to call it as it is. This was bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking blondes and their cheats. He would understand if Ino helped Sasuke unlock his Sharingan. Okay. That would have been fine. Acceptable. Within the norm. Understandable. But no. The girl had to freaking surpass all the expectations. Just remembering how Sasuke's eyes went from black to red with 1 tomo, to 2 tomo, then to 3 tomo within a minute was making Ren involuntarily twitch. That was absurd enough. But her mental illusions were apparently good enough to make the boy's eyes shift one more time, and voila, Mangekyo Sharingan. That's where this bullshit just crossed the line and Ren's suspension of disbelief bowed out. He only watched Sasuke with a blank expression on his face while Ino stood next to him, grinning and smugly preening at her achievement. It was worth it. Sasuke exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks. With this, I can fulfill my ambition. He yelled through his bawling with an ugly, strained smile, as if desperately trying to persuade himself. So, worth it. He let out a pitiful whimper as his body shuddered in revulsion. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Old Men and Their Games. Aren't I amazing? Ino turned toward Ren, giving him a victory sign with her fingers and expecting praise. She completely ignored the silent wails of despair Sasuke was releasing as he stared transfixed on his reflection in the water, both grinning and crying at the same time as if he were deranged. Ren only gave Ino an unamused look before he started rubbing the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Ha! You just created more work for me, Ino. Now I will need to explain to the boy that he can't use his new eyes recklessly, or he will go blind. Ino's smile quickly fell. Wait, really? Is Sharingan that bad? Nah. Not Sharingan. Ren shook his head. Sharingan's fine. It's this new level you helped him unlock that's harmful to his eyes. Ah, sorry. The blonde girl shuffled in her place, and Ren stole a few head pats during her inattentive moment. Don't worry about it, Ino. You meant well. He reassuringly smiled at the scowling girl as she pushed his hand away from her head and quickly created a shadow clone. It was adorable. In private, she loved and demanded her head pats. But in public, where somebody could see her, her reputation would be ruined, is what she liked to proclaim. Let's go. My clone can talk to Sasuke. With that, Ren took Ino's hand and decided to leave, ignoring his clone that was giving him a pointed, unhappy glare. Well, duh. He created a shadow clone for this because he didn't want to do it himself. But somebody had to do it, and if a bit of clone abuse was going to solve the problem, then that was a price he was willing to pay. He was like, trust me, bro, and I was like, Kacha and Kopa, and his nuts went like, crack, dash. Naruto. That's enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi deeply sighed as he stopped the excited young man from continuing. When he asked Naruto for a verbal report, he expected something more professional. Hell, he would be fully happy with something that actually made at least a bit of sense, but Naruto once again surprised him. His inability to give a proper report almost rivaled Minato's naming sense. Sage, bless his future Jonin instructor, Kakashi, the poor bastard, for he will sorely need it. It was almost cruel to Kakashi. But then Hiruzen remembered that he had to wait 3 hours for the men today. That made him remember all the times the Jonin had made him wait in the past, and all the pity he felt for Kakashi evaporated just like that. Serves him right. Besides, he asked for Naruto himself. And so, he shall receive what he asked for. Hiruzen was going to observe that cart wreck with high interest. His eyes briefly flickered toward Ren's clone, who was leisurely lounging on the couch while silently observing them with an amused smile. Sigh. If only the men had accepted the promotion. Hiruzen opened his mouth, only for the door of his office to fly open as Danzo hurriedly entered. That wasn't uncommon. But his distressed expression made Hiruzen instantly tense up. Not many things could make the old warhawk lose his cool. For a moment, Hiruzen felt a chill go up his spine as he wondered if another war had broken out. Who is the shady geezer, old man? Naruto suddenly interrupted the rising tension in the room with his carefree question. He looks exactly like the dangerous old men who offer kids candy so they can kidnap them because they want to do nefarious things to them. The resemblance is uncanny. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Danzo. He is suspicious. Hiruzen raised his eyebrow at him while Danzo scowled. And Ren just snickered. And how would you know what these men look like? Hiruzen asked, idly wondering where Naruto learned words like uncanny or nefarious. Sigh. Kids these days were truly maturing fast. Ren told me. Naruto proudly exclaimed, and all eyes suddenly fell on Ren, who owlishly blinked. Gently smiling, he humbly spoke as he looked at Danzo. I am just doing my civic duty. Spreading awareness about threats to Konoha's children is important. You are welcome. You are spreading rumors about me. Danzo exclaimed, offended. Oh, no. I would never. The resemblance is surely just a coincidence. I am certain that such an esteemed personage like Lord Danzo would never hurt, much less kidnap, a child from Konoha. After all, I heard your dream is to be a Hokage. Ren dramatically sighed, inwardly enjoying how Danzo suddenly tensed and gripped his cane. And even a massive moron could see that the main job of a Hokage is to safeguard the future of the village, its children. Anybody who harms them could never be allowed to become the Hokage. That would go against every principle this village was built on. Well said. Hiruzen happily smiled, taking a drag from his pipe. Say what you will about Hiruzen, and the men did some nasty shit in the position. But he never consciously targeted Konoha's children with the intent to harm them. He was usually the one who protected young, talented ninjas from Danzo. Even the brainwashing speeches he loved to dish out like candies had no ill intent behind them. Because the men actually believed every damn word he said. It was like a zealous religious fanatic preaching about religious zealotry, creating more zealots. He is not trying to manipulate his audience. He is just preaching what he believes in. Was that an excuse? No, Ren didn't think so. But the intent mattered for the context. Danzo, unlike Hiruzen, was directly malicious. During the Uchiha crisis, Hiruzen tried his best to resolve things, but as the Hokage, he couldn't just bow down to their demands, and the Uchihas were not looking for a compromise. Then, Danzo jumped the gun, and the rest was history. Exactly. Naruto exclaimed, crossing his arms on his chest and firmly nodding with a grin. Ren stifled his rising smirk and looked at Danzo, who was visibly fuming beneath his crumbling aloof facade. See. Even Naruto understands that. Ren said and enjoyed how Danzo gritted his teeth because Naruto was known in the village as a clown and an idiot. Failing the academy several times in a row had its consequences when even the civilian children usually passed on their first try. Danzo couldn't really say anything back, however. Even saying, all I did was for Konoha, in here would be an indirect admission that he harmed Konoha's children. And the Hokage would have to investigate such a claim. Danzo knew that. Slipping through the rules on technicalities was kinda his thing, after all. So, instead of responding to Ren, he angrily turned toward the Hokage. Hiruzen, the daimyo is coming to Konoha. Why? Hiruzen stopped in his tracks for a moment and instantly grew wary. The daimyo was far too busy and usually never left the capital. Something big must have happened for him to move. Something he can't ignore. There was a rebellion in one province. Danzo coldly stated. Evidence about Konoha colluding with the local lord and dealing in slavery was found. Hiruzen's stomach dropped. Yeah. That would do it. The one thing the daimyo could not ignore was civil unrest. One province rebels now, the next one could follow next week, just because the noble thought the daimyo was losing his grip. That could not be allowed. The heads were going to roll simply because the daimyo could not have it any other way. He could not show weakness. He had to deal with this issue decisively. And if the lord of that province indeed dealt in slavery so much that his populace rebelled to depose him, he and his family were done for. They would be made an example. But the evidence of Konoha colluding with him was troubling. Konoha colluded with many nobles in many criminal activities. Such was the nature of their trade. But Hiruzen did not know of any slavery dealings. Impossible. He shook his head. That must be a setup by our enemies. Maybe IWA. The land of Earth is known for its slavery practices. This would be right up their alley. He mused aloud. I agree. Danzo shamelessly nodded, and Ren almost chortled. His spies probably didn't learn the fact that the first suspect of these dealings was Danzo himself. The daimyo's people were not stupid. They would not let that leak. Ren wondered what expression Hiruzen and Danzo would have when the daimyo says that in the upcoming meeting. It's going to be pure gold. Of course, Danzo will weasel out of it. As Hiruzen said, this looked way too much like an enemy setup to cause some trouble for Konoha. But as long as it forces Danzo to stay low for a few months, at least until Orochimaru's little invasion that, according to the info he gathered via his clones, was definitely coming, then that's alright in Ren's books. We should discuss this further. Danzo said, glancing at Naruto and Ren. Hiruzen nodded. Naruto, you are dismissed. But. The boy's expression turned malicious as he was about to start protesting before Ren's hand landed on his shoulder. Come. This is something the higher-ups need to deal with. He said, making Naruto deflate because he knew he had no business meddling in these issues. Fine. Naruto grudgingly agreed. But just as Ren was about to lead him out of the office, Hiruzen spoke again. Ren, you stay. Fuck. Ren's face fell at exactly the same time as Danzo's, neither expecting that. Glancing at Danzo, Ren inwardly winced at the narrow-eyed glare the old man was giving him from behind his cold facade. Yeah, the man was probably misunderstanding something, and the target on Ren's back just experienced a threefold increase in size. But Ren could sympathize. Why would the Hokage let a Chunin stay unless he was grooming him for something? Old men and their games. Joy. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Rings. Enter and be amazed. Ren said as he opened the door to his cottage in the hidden training ground and let the girls in. Instantly, a whole new world opened in front of them as Ren gave them a tour through the house that was more or less a small mansion at this point than a cottage. In the end, he discarded his space-enlarging seals when he gained an insight while working on them. Instead, what the girls and Ren were touring right now was his personal subdimension he had created. He was always a little leery of trying to do this because it just sounded like such a massive undertaking. That's why he went the Minato route instead of trying to go the Obito route when it came to teleporting. But even his stubbornness had an end. He was missing a crucial aspect in the way Minato and Tobirama teleported. It couldn't be more obvious to him after failing to adjust his transportation seal and lower its channeling time. So, despite his misgivings, when he had gotten a clue in how to go about creating his own subdimension, Ren sighed, buckled up, and gritted his teeth before he spammed clones and attempted to do it. Surprisingly, it only took him 2 weeks to finish it. Now, if somebody asked him to explain the process step by step, he would just say seals had done it. Because, really, that was pretty much the extent of his knowledge of the inner workings of what he accomplished. Maybe it was surprising to some people, but most ninjas didn't really know how their techniques worked. No Uchiha could tell you how their Mangekyo did the bullshit things it did. It just did. Hashirama could not explain how his wood release worked. It just did. Tobirama could not give you a proper lecture about how Edo Tensei pulled a soul from the Pure Lands. It just did. And not many seal practitioners could tell you how they can create a pocket dimension where they can store things so easily with just a slip of paper and a bit of chakra ink. It just worked. Ren's seals that created this subdimension were no different. It was mostly a trial-and-error process based on his understanding of space and dimensions from his work with storage seals and the space-enlarging seals. He was not even sure his trial and error would lead to anything worthwhile when he started. But he had free time. Fortunately, after 276 failures, his clones had finally managed to make a stable subdimension. Now he only had to figure out how to do the whole teleport and intangibility thingy from here, and he can cosplay as a good boy. This is amazing. Ino exclaimed with a wide smile as she twirled and looked around the spacious living room before her posterior landed on the expensive couch Ren bought in the capital. Shaking his head in amusement, Ren also seated himself on the couch, and Hinata quickly sat on his lap, her arms snaking around his torso as she contentedly rested her head on his shoulder. It's quite something. She hummed, pressing her forehead into Ren's cheek as he loosely embraced her. You haven't even seen the best part yet. Ren calmly said, enjoying the excited and anticipatory look Ino gave him. And while he couldn't see Hinata's face, he felt how she tightened her embrace. Without further ado, Ren decided not to tease them and went for the big reveal. With a quick hand seal, he activated one sealing array in the house, and both Ino and Hinata felt a wave of chakra hit them before it spread through the surroundings. They blinked, but nothing had changed. Ino gave Ren a questioning look, and he smugly smirked. You said you have only an hour before you have to go, right, Ino? Frowning, Ino nodded, yeah. I gotta attend the Ino Shikacho clan gathering. She rolled her eyes. Ren was actually invited, and she would have loved it if he went with her, but he didn't want to leave Hinata alone this evening. Unlike the Yamanaka clan and its allies, the Hyuga clan did not do celebrations. Hinata wasn't even given a simple congratulations from her family for her promotion to a genin because for them, it was only expected of her. Ino was a bit sad that Ren decided not to go with her. But she could admit that while she would have her entire family and friends around her, Hinata was going to be alone. Even her sister, Hanabi, was not home because of her clan duties. So, Ren decided to have a small private celebration. Just for the two of them until Ino came back from the clan gathering, that was pretty much just an excuse for a party. Then I think you will be pleased to know that your 1 hour has just tripled. The seal. Ren suddenly stopped and pursed his lips with furrowed eyebrows. Ugh, yeah, how to explain this in dumbass language? He muttered under his nose, and Ino's smile twitched as she had gotten an urge to punch him. I guess it does not matter. Ren shrugged. You can think of it as if the seal slowed down time for us. Every hour outside is 3 inside. And wasn't that bothersome to create? But playing with his time-stopping seals was fun. There was so much to discover. This was one of the things he found out and could implement. Since you are becoming a full-fledged genin, we will have much less time to spend with each other. Ren continued, giving Ino a slightly embarrassed smile while he snuggled closer to Hinata. So, I wanted to give us more time with each other. Ino's inner anger diminished greatly hearing that, and she couldn't help but have a pleased smile appear on her lips. To cover how happy that made her, Ino snagged a cookie from the table in front of the couch, and she had to admit, Hinata was becoming an amazing cook and baker. Living with her was going to have some very nice upsides for her taste buds. But the cookies were not the only thing Ren unsealed onto the table when they came into the room. Ino's eyes wandered toward 2 small boxes on the table, and her cheeks flushed. Noticing where her gaze was directed, Ren tapped Hinata's back, and she, with a huff of reluctance, dragged herself away from his lap as she sat next to him on the couch. Ren leaned forward and took the 2 boxes into his hands. Opening them, he revealed that each box held a ring. Both Ino and Hinata perked up, and Ren could only wryly smile. Sorry, girls. I am not proposing. Not yet. Contrary to his expectations, that didn't lessen their enthusiasm in the slightest. You are giving us a ring. Of course, you are proposing, mister. Ino playfully rolled her eyes as she reached out and took the box with a pastel blue sapphire ring. What bimbo said. Hinata happily mumbled with pink cheeks and a massive smile as she took the amethyst ring and didn't even take it out of the box before she started to stare at it in awe. Ren scratched his cheek, feeling a bit awkward. He knew he wanted to give them plain copper bands at first. That made him feel a bit bad. The reason why it was silver rings with precious stones was that he found out silver and gemstones were a good conductor for chakra, somehow. These materials allowed him to go a bit wild with the seals on these rings. The rings have an alert seal and a teleportation marker in them. You just need to channel your chakra into them in a certain frequency, and I'll get notified that you are in trouble. Oh, you will be our dashing samurai, saving the poor maiden from big baddies. Ino gleefully purred, and Ren chuckled, putting his hand on her head, which made her happily pout. There is also a variant of our telepathic seal. It is, well, not a stable connection, so we won't be able to talk with each other when we are too far away. Their telepathic seal had a range of 2 kilometers at best. But we should still be able to send each other a short message once every few hours. And from the way Hinata's eyes sparkled, she was going to be using that function a lot. Ren almost regretted giving it to the girls because he feared his brain was going to be introduced to the horrors of mental spam mail. Shaking his head, Ren put his arms around Hinata's and Ino's shoulders before pulling them both into an intimate half-hug. And I should be able to teleport you to me or teleport to you, so keep the rings safe and near you, alright, girls? He felt them both nod as they slipped the rings onto their fingers. For a few minutes, the trio just quietly snuggled, enjoying the peaceful moment. But it couldn't last as Ino's hand sneaked underneath Ren's shirt. Wait. Hinata said, stopping Ino in their tracks, much to Ren's disappointment. There is something I want to try. Yes. Ren tilted his head. The girls were very eager to explore in the bedroom. He didn't think there was a virginity they had not given to him yet. What is it? Hinata beamed, in your house in the capital dash. And Ren suddenly started to have a very bad premonition. In your office, you have a table, and in the second drawer is a notebook dash. And you do know that room and drawer are locked with security seals all over the place for a reason, yes? Ren asked with a strained smile, alarm bells going on in his head. Hinata, however, just innocently smiled. Well, yes. But I can't really help it. My Byakugan can see all. She shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal, and Ren had to take a deep breath. He was fully aware that's not how Byakugan worked, and she knew he knew. What's in the notebook? Ino eagerly asked, and Hinata's hands clutched Ren's shirt as she bit her lower lip. With an embarrassed but resolute expression, the Hyuga girl uttered words that made Ren want to dig himself a hole and hide in there for the rest of his life. Ren named it dual cultivation for some reason, even though it has nothing to do with farming. Hinata said with a bit of confusion coloring her tone. Apparently, having sex can increase our chakra by using it. You know, just like these boring and bothersome meditation exercises we do with him every other day. She huffed with distaste. Wait. We could have been fucking instead of meditating this whole time. Ino yelled in outrage, and Hinata pouted, giving Ino an understanding nod. Yes. With an expression full of disbelief, Ino looked at Ren, giving him a, are you freaking kidding me, look. What the hell is wrong with you? She indignantly asked. Ino. Ren groaned, but Ino quickly interrupted him. Don't Ino me, mister. She stabbed her pointing finger into his chest in her usual fashion. Quickly understanding that he wouldn't get any support from Ino, he turned toward his other girl. Hina dash. Please. Who just gave him a puppy dog eye stare, and Ren's word stuck in his throat as he hesitated, having a very hard time telling her no when she looked at him like that. We have 2.5 hours. Ino gently took Ren's cheeks into her hands and moved his head to look at her, just as her hair grew and separated into tendrils that started to quickly undress her with a practiced ease. Seeing how Ren's sight dipped toward her chest, the girl subconsciously licked her lips. Enough for some impromptu training, no? She breathlessly asked. This is so embarrassing. Ren, with red cheeks, muttered as he felt Hinata slide in between his legs while her hands started to fiddle with his pants. He felt dirty bringing something like dual cultivation into the world. He intended to tell the girls. Eventually. Later. When he no longer felt so damn embarrassed just thinking about it. But the cat was out of the bag now. As he felt Ino's soft lips land on his mouth while her fingernails scratched his skin on his chest, and Hinata's warm hands took his lower part into her grip as her tongue, Ren decided it didn't matter. He would take the good with the bad. This battle was lost successfully, and he would happily die on that hill. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 18 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 106, Chapter 106. A little bit of favoritism. Hello. Ren said as he sat down behind a table facing Asuma and Kurenai in a nondescript, mostly empty restaurant. Didn't expect to be invited to a meeting with you two. Well. What do you need from me? It was the day when the new Genins were going to be told their team placements. Ren could guess what this was about, considering the teams would be the same as in canon, as far as he could tell. Even Karen's presence wasn't a changing factor because the girl decided to join the barrier corps straight from the academy. Ino and Hinata would be in Asuma's and Kurenai's teams, and as their tutor, well, they probably wanted to gather more information about their future pupils. It was only natural. For high-ranking ninjas, gathering intel was something akin to a force of habit. You can probably guess. Asuma said and leisurely started to take out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, only for Kurenai's narrowed eyes to stop him in his tracks. With an awkward laugh, he put the pack back into his pocket and cleared his throat. We would like to know about our future students. Kurenai dryly said, and Asuma nodded, trying to appear as if his awkward moment hadn't happened. We have received folders with their academic performances and visited the parents of our assigned charges. You, as their tutor, are the last person we need to talk to before picking them up at the academy. Asuma said with a sigh, clearly finding the whole ordeal bothersome to the extreme. To Ren, that was the perfect attitude of a man who did not want to be saddled with something as troublesome as being a Jonin instructor. He seemed very reluctant to be here and wasn't even trying to mask it. Even when Kurenai shot him a small disapproving look, he didn't bother reacting. Ren smiled. He had suspicions about the team placements. It was all very sus once he started thinking about them. And Asuma's attitude was more or less an indirect proof. The thing is, because of Ren's meddling, the academy grades of certain people were different from canon. For example, Naruto was not the dead last and Sakura was not the kunoichi of the year. So, naturally, the teams should be different, too, right? But that's not what happened. The current teams were the same. That was weird, at least until the political angle was considered. Then it was just perfect. The Ino-Shikacho clans were the biggest supporters of Hiruzen Sarutobi. And unsurprisingly, Asuma Sarutobi was given the next clan heads all in one team to train and bond with. What a coincidence. The Asuma Sarutobi, who had a lot of connections to the daimyo and his court because he spent years as one of his personal bodyguards. The Asuma Sarutobi, who is regarded as one of the most elite jonin of Konoha right now. And considering that Jiraiya is not going to take the hat while Kakashi and Guy are unsuitable. Honestly, the old shitflinger could not be more obvious with his long-term schemes. Asuma might not be ready now. But in 3 to 5 years, he just might get to the S rank. Especially if Hiruzen decided to actually train his son, now that the man was back in the village. In canon, Hiruzen died, and Asuma stayed an A-rank ninja until his death. And maybe that was for the better, considering that Hiruzen was low-key grooming Asuma's older brother for the hat before this. That man was the previous ANBU commander. Unfortunately, on one mission, he was affected by a terminal case of danzoism and had never returned. Of course, that was just Ren's speculation. Surely, there might have been another explanation for the borderline S-rank dude groomed to be the next Hokage, somebody who completed countless S-rank missions on his own, not to return from an A-rank one. Maybe he had gone to buy Konohamaru milk, but the stores were fresh out of stock. It was possible. But honestly, Ren still believed that danzoism, the affliction of many S-rank ninjas with the potential of becoming Hokage in Konoha, was more likely to be at work there. Poor Asuma had no idea what the future had in store for him because after today, Danzo will be watching him with great interest. Alright, then. Ask away. Ren shrugged in the same unbothered way as Asuma had previously, I'll share what I can. That's much appreciated. Kurenai smiled, we mostly want to know how far you went with the girls' training. How good is their taijutsu? Did you teach them something beyond the basic 3 jutsu? That kind of stuff. What she said. Asuma agreed but didn't continue because the waitress came and brought their drinks. They stayed silent until the woman left before the conversation resumed. Inwardly, Ren was a bit amused. Something beyond the basic 3 jutsu, eh? It wasn't Asuma and Kurenai's fault that they had no idea how strong Ino and Hinata were. They hid their strength very well. And Ren decided it wasn't his place to reveal it. No. He wouldn't be taking the opportunity to surprise their jonin instructors from Ino and Hinata. The girls suffice for their new rank when it comes to taijutsu and physical fitness. He said. It wasn't a lie. They could match a jonin in taijutsu. Especially Hinata. That girl was most likely way stronger than Kurenai in hand-to-hand by now. But Ren had not said they were at genin rank in taijutsu. He only stated they would suffice for their rank. Which was true, no. After all, with their taijutsu skills, other genin should not pose a problem. Asuma and Kurenai nodded, prompting Ren to continue. We didn't focus on genjutsu much, but genin-level illusions shouldn't pose a problem for the girls. Well, Hinata has Byakugan, which no-sells genjutsu as default, and Ino was a Yamanaka, and therefore very observant. Not to mention, Ino had one of her Ine clones always stationed in her mindscape. Said clone could instantly recognize if she was ever ensnared in genjutsu and could break her out of it. Even A-rank illusions should not prove problematic for the girls at this point. Once again, Ren was not lying. He just slightly downplayed the girls' abilities for the funsies. What they will need to learn and this was very important to Ren. It was the main reason why he decided that getting on a genin team could be a valuable experience for them. Is teamwork and the basics of the ninja trade. Being a ninja wasn't all about killing and flashy techniques. There were all these pesky, mundane things that one needed to know. Like how to interact with a client based on their background and societal standing. How to appropriately rebuke a perverted client, demanding that they sleep with him in a way that the village would consider appropriate. That happened more often than expected. Kunoichi were usually very beautiful. Etiquette. How to navigate various climates. How to read maps. The Konoha signal language. Cultural do's and don'ts. Various team formations that Konoha squads usually use. How to get along with other people, or at least work together, despite not really liking them. And much, much more. There was a mountain load of things that Ren did not focus on in the girls' training. He made them strong. But he did neglect all these mundane things every ninja needed to eventually learn. And he was very happy that Kurenai and Asuma volunteered for that duty. Asuma and Kurenai looked at each other with wry smiles. Yeah. That's pretty much what we will have to focus on at first anyway. Asuma gruffly said and shrugged before taking a sip from his sake. Man, this is going to suck. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him, but we shall do our best. She said to Ren as if to reassure him that Ino and Hinata were in good hands despite Asuma's attitude. Our goal is to get them ready for the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha, and if their physical fitness is truly at a good level for a genin already, then that would help us a lot. She added in a relieved tone, only her eyes betrayed that she was inwardly grimacing. Ren's lips twitched at that. He could see the pressure Kurenai was feeling, even if she tried to hide it. Like it or not, the woman had gotten her team only because of her budding relationship with Asuma, and she knew it. Ren doubted it was her doing, too. Hiruzen most likely noticed their relationship. And in the ninja world, if two people are dating for more than a month and find each other compatible, they very rarely separate. Ninjas did not have the time and leisure for relationship drama. Asuma and Kurenai were childhood friends. They were going out before Asuma went to the fire capital. And now that he had come back to Konoha, they got back together quickly again. The writing was on the wall for them, even if they would probably deny it. They were going to end up together. That was a foregone conclusion, and somebody as old as Hiruzen could probably see it as plain as the day. It isn't strange that there is a level of favoritism involved. Kurenai was a good jonin. Strong jonin. She deserved her rank. But she was a genjutsu specialist. She is pretty much a support ninja. She is supposed to be in the back line, supporting other jonin with her illusions. And a jonin instructor has to be strong enough to protect her charges. Especially if they are the children of clan heads. She just wasn't it. Her skill set wasn't geared for it. It wouldn't matter if she had less important charges. But the kids of clan heads? That was some mighty gambling with the village's future potential right there from the higher-ups. Hell, she didn't even have the necessary expertise to teach her assigned kids. What exactly was she supposed to teach a Hyuga and an Inosuka? Even Abirame was never going to be an illusion specialist. Abirames always focused exclusively on their clan techniques. They had to conserve their chakra for their hives. Ren could sympathize with her. This was probably not what she envisioned when she filled out her jonin instructor application. They shafted her pretty hard with this. Politically speaking, if Asuma did become the Hokage in the future and married Kurenai, then he would possibly have Shino and the Abirame in his corner through this connection. Not to mention, Kiba and Hinata were most likely going to become very important figures in their clans, too. That was most likely more important to Hiruzen Sarutobi than some pesky concerns about Kurenai's qualifications to teach her team something useful beyond the bare basics. After all, they were clan ninjas. They could and should manage with their clan teachings. Kurenai was there to show them the ropes of their trade. Not to make them into jonin-level combatants. But it was still a dick move from the old monkey, in Ren's opinion. Both to the kiddies and to Kurenai herself. And then there was the whole, we wanna enroll them in the next chunin exams bit. Ren almost burst out laughing right there. Because, oh boy, Kurenai or Asuma didn't really look like that was their idea. But on the other hand, Ren had to admit, there was a logic to this madness. And it did make sense. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Holding Back. With the meeting concluded, Ren left the restaurant and shook his head at the complex situation. In Ren's previous life, many people believed that putting the Rookie 9 in the chunin exams was highly irresponsible of their teachers. Especially Kakashi, who didn't teach his team anything worth a damn up till that point. But these people were wrong. Ren was one of them in his past life. He believed that sending kids to an exam where they could die after giving them a half-assed half-year of training was criminal negligence. But after living in the ninja world for so long, he had to admit he simply did not have the full picture. He lacked a certain perspective. The chunin exams were for genins who wanted to be chunin. It was that simple. There was no trick. No hidden meaning. That was it. They were for people like Tenten. She was pretty much on the level of an experienced genin who is ready to push for the next rank. People like Gaara, Lee, and Niji. They should have been promoted long ago. They have the skills for it. They are strong enough. The only reason they were kept as genin was to show them off in these exams. But they did not represent the acceptable level for a standard chunin wannabe genin. Usually, having one proper ninja technique was enough. Mizuki was a chunin, and that guy's only notable move was throwing big shurikens very well. And like it or not, he deserved his rank. He was what an average chunin was like. And the Rookie 9? Most of them were from clans and had their clan techniques. They have been trained in their clan techniques for several years already. Even in the canon, they already were near the level where a low-level chunin should be at least, most of them. Canon Ino and Sakura are not worth mentioning. But most of them only required some basic physical training and experience, and they were pretty much ready to go for the chunin rank because they already had the required ninjutsu prowess for the rank up. Even Naruto had his shadow clones, and Sasuke had his fire techniques and Sharingan. That was why they were going to be funneled straight into the chunin exams. With their abilities, they should have been just fine in a standard chunin exam. Unfortunately, the upcoming exams are going to be anything but standard. Kurenai and Asuma told Ren that since the chunin exams are held in Konoha this year, it was deemed much safer for the kids of clan heads to participate and experience it. Plus, the kids were much older than their canon counterparts, so any possible coddling due to their age was just not going to happen. The next exams will be in IWA, and nobody is going to send them there. That would be just giving IWA hostages for free. IWA was a very complex village. The kids of important Konoha ninjas would be liable to spontaneously get lost wandering in it. The exams after that will be in Kumo, and let's just say that after the Hyuga incident, no clan member from any clan would step foot in Kumo for the exams. After that, it is going to be Kiri's turn, and their civil war has just ended. That did not sound like a very safe environment. No. Konoha is going to send clan kids only to the exams held by their allies or those held in Konoha itself. Because of that, there aren't as many opportunities as it might seem. In Konoha or an allied village, the important kids are under certain security measures. This was not an anime. This was reality. And the participants were not like Naruto. Stupid as a doornail. They usually did some basic info gathering beforehand. So, most of the foreigners would know who the kids of important clan heads were. Who they should watch out for. And it is not such a massive leap of logic to realize Konoha will have the entire forest bugged to the brim with cameras. Anybody who does not realize such a simple thing does not deserve to be in the exams in the first place. You kill the heir of a clan in the exam. Well, according to the unspoken rules, that means you are going to encounter an ANBU squad on your way home and will be sent on a one-way delivery mission to the Pure Lands. That was just common sense. Beating them up was fine. Injuring them was fine. But killing them was just assisted suicide. That was where the confidence to send these barely trained kids to the exams came from. In the same way, the allied villages could not afford not to punish anybody who dared to kill an important genin from an allied village. That could threaten the alliance. So, similar protections and unspoken rules were set in place. But of course, that only covered the important kids. So, there was still a lot of killing going on in the exams. But the foreign jonin usually gave their charges an overview of who they should avoid and who they should not kill because, they did not want to have an unpleasant meeting with an enemy ANBU squad on their way back either. The third exam was different, though. That was for the elite. The cool kids who survived the previous two exams. Plus, the Kages were invited to attend. Obviously, if some important genin from a village managed to get to the third exam, his Kage was more inclined to come. If it is just some unimportant civilian schmuck, why would they bother with them? They wouldn't care. In which case, the same unspoken rules as in the second exam applied to the poor, unimportant kids. No killing unless you are tired of living. Naturally, from time to time, idiots like Naruto manage to get to that stage. So, they are told up front that killing is frowned upon, and there is also the proctor who is supposed to prevent any accidents that could spiral into revenge later down the line. The whole thing is way more complicated and has a lot more hidden implications than the anime had shown. One of the primary reasons why Kages came to oversee the third exam was to give the participants from their village an ease of mind. An unspoken permission of feel free to go as hard as you want. Even if it results in the death of your opponent. The Kage would go back with the participants. Therefore, shielding them from any possible intervention from ANBU of the slighted side. Nobody would attack because that would have been a political and diplomatic disaster. Even if some moron killed a clan head's kid during the third exam, attacking a Kage from another village to get revenge against a genin would be a height of stupidity that could spark the next war. It just wouldn't be worth the effort. They would simply try to snipe the moron later down the line when he doesn't have his Kage next to him. And that changed the unspoken rules of the third exam. Ren raised his hand and exasperatedly rubbed his forehead as he walked through the street. He did want Ino and Hinata to compete in the exams. That was the plan. They could earn their Chunin promotions there. But at the same time, Ren also found solace in the fact that the girls did not need to participate if they didn't want to. Or if his plans changed. Apparently, that was a misguided hope. Ino and Hinata will be participating in the exams whether they like it or not. They did not have a choice. Releasing a sigh, Ren's feet carried him near the academy. He looked at the building with a frown on his face as he activated the telepathy seal and sent an equivalent of a mental knock to Ino and Hinata's minds. Feeling the connection between their minds snap into existence, he instantly heard Hinata's concerned voice. Ren. Is something the matter? Yeah. We are a bit preoccupied here, honey. The teams are about to be announced. Ino mentally huffed and sent him a mental nudge, followed by a kiss. Ren felt a phantom sensation on his lips and touched them as his frown involuntarily changed into a small, rueful smile. It always amazed him how much Ino could do with her mind. He and Hinata would have never been able to do something like this. At least, not without a massive amount of practice. But the rules were a bit more relaxed for their beloved Yamanaka. Oh. I can feel your love from here. It's adorable. Ino started. And Hinata is now blushing. Hee hee. Ren's smile widened, and he closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath while focusing, he decided to get to the point. I need you to hold back, girls. As he said that, silence instantly spread through their mental connection, and Ren started to feel bad. Both Hinata and Ino were so eager to stop hiding their prowess. What? Ino mentally exclaimed, making her displeasure very clear through their connection. Hinata, however, just returned an amused, okay, with an equivalent of a mental shrug. Well, all right. It was mostly Ino who was eager to show off. Hinata was fine either way. She was strong enough to protect herself by now. She wouldn't be soloing her clan, Itachi style, anytime soon, but she was a solid Jonin-level combatant who not only mostly focused on ranged combat, which was her clan's weakness, but also knew all the weak points of their fighting style. She wasn't afraid of her clan anymore. But that didn't mean she would go and bust some heads straight away. The girl enjoyed her moments of peace and was invested in not rocking the boat. Because she knew that one day soon, her peace was going to be disrupted. It was inevitable. Can you please do that for me, Ino? Ren Riley asked. But why? Ino mentally whined, but Ren could feel she had already accepted, even if she didn't voice it out loud. We agreed that you can show Chunin-level prowess right off the bat and slowly push that to low Jonin-level prowess by the time the Chunin exams roll in. Ren slowly spoke, dragging his hand through his hair. I didn't really think that through. Admitting that was a massive blow to his already shriveled ego. It hurt. Right in the feels. He was so overly focused on his showdown with Orochimaru, he didn't consider what complications Ino and Hinata's prowess could cause. His talk with Kurenai and Asuma indirectly threw it in his face. For one, the higher-ups will be eagerly watching the teams with clan heads' kids. 2, Orochimaru might get alerted. Or worse, interested. Other villages would get reports from their spies and could also get interested, too. 2 Clan Kunoichi graduating from the academy straight with Chunin-level prowess was rare, but it did happen. Especially considering Ino and Hinata's identities. But the same 2 Kunoichi getting to Jonin-level prowess in under half a year? Yeah, no. Ren would rather snip any potential thing that could spiral into a quite disgustingly big butterfly effect in the bud. He might fail. But he shall still try. For all he knew, if Iwa and Kimo properly attended, Orochimaru might get them to ally with him for the attack, and that would have been a GG for Konoha. Ren would love to be an optimist. But he already screwed this world with just some trivial words when he was a little kid, and now the graduation age was 16, instead of 13. He wasn't looking for a repeat performance. You can still start with a low Chunin-level prowess, girls. Just stay on that level, please. Ren sighed when he heard Ino's unhappy groan. I just got to know that the upcoming Chunin exam will be mandatory for you. Showing your abilities before then is not wise. Focus on preparing your teammates, instead. Will we be at least able to go all out during the exam? Hinata asked because Ino was too preoccupied with silently fuming. Yes. Ren said and chuckled at the eagerness that instantly burst from both of his girls. You should start thinking about your performance and the techniques you are going to debut with. Oh, don't worry. I'll make it spectacular. Ino, no longer a fountain of displeasure, excitedly exclaimed while Hinata mentally hummed. All right. I'll make sure my teammates will be prepared. Irika-sensei is almost here, so we will need to go. Sending the girls a mental nod, Ren cut the connection and released a deep breath as his shoulders sagged. Honestly. He absolutely sucked at this planning thing, didn't he? Chapter 108, Chapter 108. Everybody's a critic. When Ino and Hinata came back home, or rather, to Ren's apartment, Ino came carrying her bags, fully intending to move in with him, and while Hinata was packed much lighter, her intentions were much the same. She just had to keep the illusion of living at the Hyuga compound still going, so she could not just pack all her things. Ren slightly chuckled at their excitement, but his eyes quickly slid back to the small TV remote controller he had lying in a ceiling circle on a massive scroll placed on the table. With the tip of his tongue peeking out of his lips, Ren meticulously checked the seal he had been creating for the last 3 hours and remade a part of it here and there when he found something he didn't like. He got so absorbed in it that by the time he was finished, he was momentarily startled to see Ino and Hinata sitting opposite him at the table, silently staring at him working. Shaking his head with a fond huff, Ren refocused on his little project and placed his hand into a second sealing circle, next to the circle with the controller. Channeling a burst of chakra into the scroll, Ren kept a steady flow of energy charging the process. The symbols of the seal on the scroll started to glow red as the array activated. They started to move, layering and folding into themselves, fitting into each other like pieces of a puzzle. Soon enough, it became obvious the symbols were compacting and converging on the remote controller, and when that process was almost done, the seal started to move onto the item, slithering from the scroll onto it like a snake made of coiled black inky symbols. Finally stopping in place once the entire remote controller was covered in an illegible mishmash of chakra ink, Ren smiled in satisfaction when nothing went kaboom. Phew. He muttered, sending a second burst of chakra into the almost finished seal. A bead of sweat rolled down Ren's temple as he controlled his chakra to sear the seal into the remote controller without damaging said item. With a small sigh, Ren molded his chakra in a specific way, and the seal on the controller instantly shrank into a small, almost invisible pinprick black dot on the black surface of the item before it completely vanished out of sight. His shoulders sagging, Ren picked up the remote controller and turned on the TV. Satisfied that its mundane function still worked as it should despite the addition of the seal, he couldn't help but give himself a proud nod before he turned the TV off. 9 out of 10 seal masters would completely fuck up the item by doing this, so Ren's pride was justified. He was better than those charlatans. He could have activated the seal function on the remote controller right now, but better to give it 5 minutes to settle. A clone popped into existence next to the table and took the big, now empty scroll from it and started to roll it back as Ren put the remote controller back on the table and looked at his girls. "How was your day?" he softly asked, giving them the signal that he was done with his work and no longer needed them to be silent and not disturb him. Ino and Hinata shared a quick glance before Ino shrugged, and Hinata rolled her eyes as they probably shared a quick conversation through their telepathy seals. Speaking of which, Hinata looked back toward Ren and started to open her mouth when he interjected. "Wait. Now that I have this whole thing fresh in my mind." 2 more shadow clones popped into existence and walked behind Ino and Hinata, respectively. "I need to see your telepathy seals," Ren said, his mind once again wandering as he went through several seal sequences. With a small pout, Hinata nudged Ino, who was snickering at her, with enough force to make her stumble in her seat. Giving her an irritated look, she turned her head forward and tilted her head to the right, giving the clone access to her left temple where her telepathy seal was located. The clone smiled at the girl from above, making her blush a bit as his warm left hand gently but firmly grasped her chin and, with a bit of strength, tilted her head a bit more to the side. His right hand swept her locks to the side and tidied them up behind her ear. The other clone behind Ino did something similar, except Ino was more playful, and she moved her head, trying to kiss the palm of his hand. With an annoyed eye twitch, the clone grasped her chin and the upper part of her head with his hands and forcefully turned her head with a small resounding crack, making Ino flinch and yowl in pain. Seeing it with her Byakugan, Hinata chuckled, just as Ino petulantly crossed her arms on her chest and gave the original Ren a narrow-eyed glare, but he only returned a smug smile back to her, which made her pout more. For all of 2 seconds before the clone behind her once again yanked her head to the side, making her hiss in pain again. "Don't move." The clone clicked his tongue after reprimanding her like a child. "If you can't stay still, I will knock you out," he said in a no-nonsense, chiding tone, and Hinata felt the stirrings of schadenfreude. Another chuckle started to form in her throat as she saw Ino's muscles in her neck tense in preparation for a nod. Unfortunately, her fun was thwarted when Ino realized she was about to disobey the order the moment it was given, and the muscles relaxed as she let the clone work. Refocusing back on what the clone was doing to her, she saw how a small black point appeared on her left temple under the caress of Ren's chakra. It was very close to her hairline. Even Byakugan would miss it unless the user was specifically looking for it or knew it was there. Then again, that was the whole point. Her Ren could not leave visible and easily noticed seals on her. The clan elders would go sparse. But what they didn't know can't hurt them. Hinata felt Ren channel more of his chakra into the seal, and it quickly expanded, covering half of her head in black symbols. A language she did not know. Ingrishu or something, Ren called it. She didn't really care. Seals were not her thing. She knew it disappointed her teacher and lover. But no matter how much she tried, she just couldn't get herself to like it. She felt no passion for the subject. Sure, she did learn the exploding seal and loved to use it to blow things up. But beyond that, she was not going to spend another month or 2 studying some scribbles. Once was enough. Never again. She'd rather turn people inside out with her medical ninjutsu. Contemplating how to do that was far more fun for her. Hinata hissed from a searing pain as Ren's clone was literally burning off parts of the seal on her skin with his chakra while he was at the same time replacing them in one go, reshaping the seal just a tiny bit. He wasn't really causing any damage to her or her skin. She could see that much with her Byakugan. There would be nothing to heal when he was done. But it still hurt like hell. It was the downside of having seals etched into one's skin. Adjusting them was one hell of a process. Hinata could feel sweat pour over her forehead as she gritted her teeth and noticed that the original Ren relocated from his seat opposite them and was now between the clones behind them, controlling their work with extreme focus. She saw the apologetic smile on the original Ren's face and tried to return it, but her smile came out strained, and she could hear Ino whimper next to her. Hinata had already resigned herself that she would have to heal the crick in the blonde's neck due to her playful actions after this. But now she will also have to fix her lower lip as she saw Ino bite through it in her pain. Seriously, what would the Yamanaka do without her? Sometimes she was like a little kid. A minute or so later, Ren's clones were done, and the telepathy seals once again shrank into the small black dot that slowly faded out of sight, and Hinata released a relieved sigh as she rolled her shoulders. A glass of water was put in front of her, courtesy of the clone that Ren summoned to roll up the big scroll, and she gave him a thankful smile. She was parched. She might not have really burned, but she imagined the seal-altering process felt eerily similar to it, and her throat was very dry. She sipped on the water as she glanced at Ino, who was greedily gulping the water down, and Hinata couldn't help but fondly sigh at the sight. Her eyes met Ren's amused ones, and they shared a small grin. But Hinata's grin quickly fell, leaving a way for a frown to appear on her lips as she noticed Ren seated himself in his previous seat opposite them while two of his clones flanked him. She inwardly winced and turned off her Byakugan. She did not need to see how Ren's muscles tensed under the painful ministrations of his clones as he adjusted his own telepathy seal. Yes. It was a double standard. But knowing that he was in pain and she could not soothe it was frustrating for her. It left a really bad taste in her mouth. Well. Tell me about your day, girls. Ren said, his body testing as the blue glowing fingers of one of his clones started to trace the lines of the telepathy seal on his head. Hinata ducked her head, looking at her hands gripping each other on her lap. We beat Kurenai-sensei in a 1-on-3 spar. Really? Ren asked with a bit of surprise in his tone, and Hinata nodded with a small smirk. I started at a barely genin level speed and then suddenly accelerated to chunin level straight in one go at the start. It caught her by surprise, and I managed to block 5 of the quite important tenketsu at that moment. After that, I kept myself at a low chunin level of prowess, and it was just a team effort to beat her. Are your teammates that good? Ino asked, wiping her lips with her forearm after she finished chugging down glass after glass of water. Or is your teacher that weak? She teasingly added, and Hinata just nonchalantly shrugged. A little bit of both. She hummed, I wouldn't say that Kurenai is weak. But. She tried to find the correct words to express it. It's a bad matchup. Ren interjected, and Hinata nodded. The tenketsu I blocked were predominantly used for molding chakra for genjutsu. Because, duh, she is the genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Hinata admitted. Ah. Ino grimaced. Yeah. She started to sympathize with Kurenai a bit now. She couldn't even keep count of how many times the Hyuga bitch burned out her specific tenketsu and then, when she tried to use a ninjutsu, she experienced a burning pain throughout her body, injuring herself, and her technique didn't come out right, just to add the insult to the injury. It's why she switched to a predominantly ranged style of combat nowadays. Because fuck the Hyugas and fuck their unfair gentle fist. Fucking fucked up fuckity chiang dipshits. What about you, Ino? Hinata innocently asked, suppressing her smile at the way Ino started glaring at her. She could guess what went through the Yamanaka's head right at that moment, and she was tempted to set MT Ino off, but she glanced at Ren, who was still under the not-so-tender ministrations of his clone, and inwardly sighed as she banished the thought. The things she was doing for love. Asuma just invited us to a barbecue. No fight. No test. His attempts to buy our favor were blatant and uninspired. The men didn't even try, treating us like naive children. Ino huffed in annoyance. Shikamaru slept. Asuma smoked. Choji emptied Asuma's wallet. She smirked at that but only for a moment. Her smirk fell the second she continued. I wanted to tear my hair out. It's obvious I am supposed to be the driving force in our team. She mulishly said with an unhappy grimace. I love Shika and Choji like brothers. Ino added after a moment of silence. But this is going to suck. For me and for them. Neither Ren nor Hinata had any idea what to say to that. Ren had to admit, he didn't think of that little problem. Ino took a lot of pride in her strength. Mostly because of the effort she had to put in to acquire it. She wasn't going to let Shikamaru and Choji slack off. Even restricted to chunin-level prowess, Ino was going to be a nightmare for them. The upcoming months will be good for the boys, but Ren couldn't guarantee they would not come out of it with a healthy dose of fear of Ino. As for Asuma, he will do his job and teach them the basics of ninjahood. Ren didn't think he would interfere with Ino doing his job for him. He didn't strike him as a guy who would turn down some freely given slack time. The silence started to get awkward, and Hinata decided that a change in the topic was needed. She glanced around and her eyes lit up as they fell onto the remote controller on the table. What were you doing with that? She gestured at it. Is it some sort of new super seal? She curiously asked, even getting Ino out of her funk, as the blonde girl now excitedly waited for the answer. Ren smirked, letting the anticipation build up as he stayed silent for a few seconds. His clones, done with their jobs, puffed out of existence, and he theatrically took the controller into his hands. Behold. My peeper 3000. He animatedly exclaimed, getting 2 deadpan looks in return. Sigh. Everybody's a critic nowadays. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. The Respectable Hokage. Rolling his eyes at the girl's reaction, Ren put the remote controller back on the table. Let's first try the upgrade to the telepathy seal. We should probably check if it works as intended. Realizing that the newly altered seal on their head had not yet been tested made all complaints from the girls go quiet really fast. They knew how dangerous that could be, but Ren had already made the same changes to his own telepathy seal, so they doubted there was any danger. Nevertheless, they obediently nodded and let the seal master do his job. Hinata, please activate your Byakugan and try to look somewhere. Ren said, and a moment later, Hinata nodded at him in a sign that she was done. He still marveled at the fact that she managed to get rid of the bulging veins of Byakugan. That was a scary thing, considering that most ninjas use that visual cue to know when to try to ambush a Hyuga and when to back off. Okay. Now activate the telepathy seal and focus on sending your visuals to us. Ren nonchalantly continued, and Hinata had to do a double take as her brain registered what he asked her to do. The sharing of their thoughts via the telepathy seal was already out there, as far as what his seals allowed them to do. But it wasn't something fully new either. The Yamanaka clan was known to be able to do similar things with their clan techniques. Managing to do it via seals was still an amazing feat, though. Nobody has done that before. But sharing the vision with others. Hinata had never heard of that, and if Ino's surprised expression was any indication, she was in the same boat. This had the potential to completely overhaul how scouting was conducted. It was just a pity that Ren had no intention of sharing the seal with the village unless the political situation changed. Hinata still remembered the countless hours she spent learning how to properly describe and relay what she was seeing in a concise and precise way. The Hyuga children spend hours every week having those classes. It was necessary for their primary role as scouts for the village. And it limited the available time for other training endeavors. On top of that, relaying the information takes precious seconds during battle. Many ninjas died in the field because their Hyuga teammate simply did not have the time to warn them of an impending ambush. Her father loved to scare her with stories like that to get her to continue her lessons whenever she complained about them as a child. But this seal could change that. There was no need for relaying information if the teammates saw what the Hyuga was seeing. Feeling the wonder, Hinata did as Ren asked, and Ino gasped when, in her mind, she got a picture-perfect image of the Hyuga compound, with Hayashi Hyuga sitting behind his desk and filling out some documents. Hinata focused on the documents themselves, finding that it was just some boring clan finance stuff. Ino's mental vision was suddenly yanked away, and she felt a bit dizzy as Hinata's Byakugan refocused and stopped on Hanabi practicing the gentle fist in the academy. Apparently, they had a break right now. Shaking his head, Ren cut off the connection to his telepathy seal and chuckled. Well, that is freaky. The dizziness as you zoom around with your Byakugan can be a pretty major downside in the field. He sighed, a bit unhappy with the result. It was still great. Just not as great as he first thought. Yeah. I don't really like the fact that I can't control what I can see. It gives me chills. Ino added with a wry expression after she also cut her connection to the telepathy seal. It made Hinata pout at them. Stop complaining. I think it is awesome. She huffed like a child. Of course, you would think so. Ino snorted, you Hyugas are all freaks. Seeing that Ino was trying to start another argument with Hinata, Ren decided to quickly intervene because he was on a schedule if he wanted to witness the beginning of greatness. Now. My peeper 3000. He exclaimed, interrupting the girls before they could start with their row. Are you really naming it that? Ino asked exasperatedly, causing Ren to frown at her. What is wrong with it? The name was on point. He didn't see the problem. Everything. Hinata deadpanned, and Ino really couldn't help herself as she retorted. Says the Hyuga. We don't peep. Hinata said with a finality in her tone. We are as respectful to the village's inhabitants as the Hokage. He is our idol in that regard. Ignoring them, Ren picked up the remote controller and channeled some chakra into it before pressing a button. Instantly, light bent in front of the trio, and shapes started to form, getting more and more defined by the second until the image of Konoha's bathhouse from a bird's view was in front of them. The angle was just right to see the bodies of naked, bathing women, and Ren had to admit that somebody put in a lot of effort into finding it. He was pulled out of his reverie when chills went down his spine as he felt two unamused and narrowed gazes aimed at him. Looking back at his girls, Ren quickly defended himself. That's not my doing. I am only accessing Konoha's detection barrier with this. He shook the remote controller in his hand. I am not manipulating it in any way. Oh. And what is that, then? And why is the first thing we view the bathhouse, Ino dryly asked, crossing her arms over her chest. It's the default observation point number 1 for the barrier. Ren said with a shrug, not showing how awkward he felt. Let's just forget this happened. He muttered while scratching his cheek as he quickly pressed another button, switching the view. The image in front of the trio changed. The borders made it clear that they were now looking through a window, straight at a shower. An occupied one, much to Ren's chagrin. His timing was just impeccable, wasn't it? Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked with a strained voice, as the singing woman in the shower they were viewing didn't bother with the shower curtains. Asuma-sensei let us go early because of a date he has with her. Ino idly added her 50 cents, her eyes taking in the admittedly gorgeous naked brunette in front of them. Ren had to admit, he was a bit jealous of Asuma at that moment. He also vaguely remembered that Kurenai and Anko were sharing a flat. And that is the default observation point number 2. He defended himself before the girls could say anything. Honestly, he was a bit scared to switch to default point number 3. He didn't want to have his new toy confiscated. Maybe once he is alone, he could satisfy his morbid curiosity and thoroughly research all the work that was put into these observation points. Purely for scientific purposes, of course. Who could have done this? This is absurd. Hinata started, miffed that somebody was clearly spying on her new instructor. How was she supposed to inform Kurenai of it? Leaving it would gnaw at her. But what was she supposed to say? Kurenai would instantly ask how she knew, and she couldn't exactly tell the woman, now, could she? Oh, we spied on you showering. Yeah, that would go over really well. Hinata let out a long whine in her mind, resisting the urge to rub her forehead. Alas, Ren was all too happy to rain on her parade. So, with a small smile, he decided to correct her worldview. The only person with the main control tool to the barrier is the Hokage. He informed Hinata and Ino with an amused smile, enjoying how their expressions transformed upon hearing that. Hinata's expression went through various degrees of disbelief and refusal, until it settled to resigned mortification as she realized that she really could not tell Kurenai now, because what would be the point? Ignorance was pretty much bliss in this case. The best she could do was to give the woman a hint that she should not forget to use the shower curtains and blame the discovery of a possible peeper on her Hugueness or something. But even that had its problems. Ino's expression, however, ended up with a massive grin as she nudged Hinata, giving her a knowing look. The Hokage is your clan's idol, huh? You said so yourself, didn't you? She gleefully asked and started cackling when Hinata put her face into her hands with a groan full of suffering. Laughing alongside Ino, Ren fiddled with the controller until he finally figured out how to switch the point of view from the default settings, and then he hurriedly shifted it toward the academy. He was just in time and shushed the girls as he noticed Kakashi entering the building and heading toward the classroom where Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were still waiting for their instructor. Seeing the much different trio than what she remembered from earlier that day in the academy, Ino gasped and looked at Ren with clear awe. Oh, you didn't. Ren smirked. I totally did. Chapter 110, Chapter 110. A surprise for Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake entered the Ninja Academy, feeling a bit smug as he wondered what kind of faces his students were going to make when he showed up 3 hours late. The reactions were the best part of his behavior. Annoying people warmed his cold heart. Of course, this was for their own good. He had to set the precedent and give them a small taste of what was to come. If they were any smart, like the files of his Kunoichi and his Uchiha declared they were, then they would quickly realize this fact. He would give it a week. Even Naruto should catch on by then. If not, then they were just too stupid for any mentally demanding ninja work, and he would put it down in their file. No worries, the village needed its pack mules and frontline fighters. Naturally, if his students did catch on and decided to come 3 hours late, like he was going to do, well, then he would have a good reason to punish them. He felt all giddy just thinking of the possibility. The smart ones were at times even more bullyable than the idiots. To be fair, the correct answer was to show up on time and spend the 3 hours exercising, training, and bonding with their teammates. But he would not be telling them that. A bond strong enough to withstand their work line needed to come together naturally. It couldn't be forced. Besides, Kakashi was not here to make them into besties. He was here to bully them into becoming competent Chunin-level ninjas who can work together in the next few years. This was going to be a piece of cake. A nice little unwanted vacation. As he turned the corner and saw the door to the classroom where his future students were waiting for him, he chuckled as he saw the chalk eraser between the door and the frame. For a moment, he stopped and contemplated what approach he should take, but then he just shrugged. He decided to face it head-on and headbutt the chalk eraser. Mostly because he just wanted to screw with Sasuke's head. The boy might have mellowed down quite a bit in the recent months he spent under Guy. Kakashi involuntarily shuddered. But his ambition had not changed, and getting a seemingly incompetent teacher was definitely going to eat at him for the rest of the day. What kind of jonin wouldn't notice or dodge a chalk eraser prank anyway, right? Well, this one. Kakashi lazily opened the door and slightly leaned forward just so the chalk eraser fell straight on top of his hair. His lips under his mask stretched into a small smirk as he started turning his head toward his future students while speaking. My first impression of you is dash. He started, but then his eyes landed on 3 teenagers, all wearing green spandex with bowl haircuts, and his jaw suddenly went slack from the sheer horror that pulsed through his body. What in the actual fuck? He involuntarily muttered aloud with a shudder. But Kakashi was not a jonin for nothing. He quickly gathered his wits and shook off his discomfort. He gave the 3 new genins a strained eye smile. I am sorry. Wrong room. Don't mind me. Bye. With a hurried wave of his hand, he hurriedly slammed the door shut, deciding that he needed some calm and quiet morning time in front of the memorial stone to recuperate from the induced mental damage. He started to regret being greedy and asking for both Naruto and Sasuke. He did not sign up for this. Giving the 3 green monstrosities 3 more hours to calm down and change their clothes sounded like a good idea. Back at Ren's apartment, the 3 watching people burst out into laughter. Have you seen his face? Ino giddily exclaimed before looking at Ren. How did you manage that? I bribed Sasuke with 2 C-rank lightning techniques and Naruto with 1 C-rank wind technique. Ren smirked. It wasn't even that hard to persuade them. The boys practically jumped at the opportunity to get them some jutsu. Nothing for Sakura? Hinata curiously asked, and Ren just shrugged. Sasuke's momentary attention is enough of a reward for her. He answered. I simply told Sasuke he needs to get her to do this. That's why he is getting 2 jutsu and Naruto only 1. Harsh but true. Ino mumbled, a bit miffed about it, but she had to admit, Sakura was one of the girls who would do this for free if Sasuke asked. Kakashi threw one last look at the closed door with a complicated expression. Guy was alright. He liked the guy. But having 3 mini guys in a team. Kakashi would not survive that. Maybe he could ask the Hokage for help. He couldn't fail them. Naruto and Sasuke were too valuable for the village. And he did owe it to Obito and his sense to train their kids. But on the other hand, the green spandex. Ugh. Kakashi leaned on the nearby wall, feeling that not even S-rank missions managed to put him in this kind of dilemma. It was then that, with the corner of his eye, he noticed a small white monkey standing in the middle of the hall, looking at him. He tensed and turned toward it with trepidation rising in him as the monkey raised a signboard. Get back in there, Kakashi, was written on said signboard. There was only one person in Konoha using monkey summons. And Kakashi couldn't really say no to an order from him. Must I? He exasperatedly asked, looking toward the ceiling. But the monkey was prepared, and after a bit of shuffling, it pulled another signboard that said a simple yes while it started to laugh at him. Can I at least take another hour to clear my mind? Kakashi tried to negotiate, only to have a signboard with no thrown at him. But he started to complain as he ducked under the thrown signboard, but the monkey was long gone by then. In its place was only one last signboard lying on the floor. Kakashi approached it and read it. You asked for Naruto and Sasuke. You got them. Now deal with it. Looking at it, Kakashi started to regret failing so many teams during the previous years. Maybe if he had passed one of them, he wouldn't have been so deep in shit right now. Well, nothing to it. He would just have to beat the guyness out of his students. It was for the greater good of Konoha's continued sanity. Back in his apartment, Ren turned off the feed from the detection barrier and sighed in satisfaction. Unfortunately, he did not make any arrangements for the introductions. It would have been hilarious if all 3 of Kakashi's new students proclaimed a desire to become some kind of great youthful beast of Konoha. It was a missed opportunity that Ren was going to regret for a few days at least. We are not going to watch their test? Ino asked, leaning on Ren's shoulder. Hinata was not present in the room. She went to start making dinner around the time Kakashi had a signboard thrown at his face. Nah. They will have their test tomorrow. Ren shook his head. And you 2 will be with your teams. He decided to keep the recording function of the barrier quiet for now. His girl might be blonde, but she was sharp enough to connect Anko and Kurenai's bathroom and the recording function together to come to the correct conclusion. There was no need to make the Hokage look worse in her eyes. To a small degree, Ren sympathized with the men. He was an old widower in a world with no porn outside of Jiraiya's trashy novels. And he was too honorable to order Yugao Yuzuki to get under his table. Which was a good thing. A bit of voyeurism was far from the worst the Hokage could have done. Ren was going to check the set observation points. If only to get some nice blackmail he was most likely never going to use anyway. He was curious now. But he was going to spy on Kurenai or Anko showering, or try pulling Jiraiya by watching the bathhouse. Why would he? He just had to ask, and Ino, Hinata, or even both would jump into bed with him. Instead, the remote controller signified something much more important to him. It was a tool to keep track of Danzo and some other political animals in the village. With the daimyo arriving in Konoha in the coming week, Ren had his work cut out for him. It was time for him to make some moves. He needed to wiggle his way into a more secure political position in the village. He needed to make allies and deals with some clans. And he needed to show that his continued presence in the village was important for something more than being just another strong ninja. He was going to establish a new clan. And he didn't cause such a massive uproar in the Land of Fire that even the daimyo had to come to Konoha, just for the heck of it. A distraction was useless if there was no follow-up action. With Danzo and the council more or less distracted by the bigger fish that was the daimyo for the next month or two, and with his girls now having their own teams, which gave Ren a lot of free time, this was the best time to act for him. Author note: if you wish to support me or read 19 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 111, Chapter 111, D-Ranks and a Wooden Box. A month slowly passed since the academy graduation, and Ren enjoyed the relative peace of these recent times. Sure, the village was in turmoil. The daimyo was not happy. The negotiation and talks between him, the Hokage, and the council were still ongoing and dragged on. And while things looked like they would stabilize soon, there was still that undertone of tension subtly drowning the village because people were now aware that the village was on the brink of a massive economic crisis. Konoha's economic fate literally depended on the daimyo's decision to keep or cut their budget. But while everybody was worrying themselves sick, Ren, the man secretly behind this whole crisis, was chilling. He had no idea that his attempt to make Danzo busy would turn into such a big deal. But either way, no matter what the daimyo decided, he didn't really care. It didn't matter. He had a plan for both outcomes. The only effect the decision would have on him was whether he would play a political simulator or an economic one in the future. Hell, when it is put this way, Ren would actually prefer if the daimyo cut the freaking budget because an economic simulator sounded way more preferable to him than dealing with politics. But he had already decided that he would not meddle in this matter anymore. He was too busy tinkering with wooden boxes and seals anyway. Speaking of which, Ren smiled as he finished inscribing seals on the inside of one such wooden box, and with a relieved sigh, he closed it as he leaned on the backrest of his chair, stretching his stiff muscles. He had already failed 6 previous attempts to finish this damn thing, always making some minor mistake that usually set the whole thing on fire or caused an explosion. But finally, freedom. Now he could. He stopped as he heard the door to his apartment suddenly open. Leaning to the side, he glanced into the hall and saw Ino come in with a very unhappy frown and shoulders slumped, followed by Hinata, who also looked as if she sucked on a lemon. Ren did everything he could to not burst out into roaring laughter, but despite his Herculean effort, he was still left chuckling at their misfortune. It had been a month, and he still found it funny. The girls expected their new career to be a tad bit more glamorous than catching cats and painting walls with an occasional babysitting or trash collecting thrown in. Oh, yeah. Ino's team helped a farmer gather the potatoes from his fields 2 days ago. That surely added some much-needed excitement to her days. They were still so young and eager. Ren found it adorable. To be honest, he didn't see what their problem with D-Ranks was. In his previous life, everybody was portraying them as some sort of punishment, but they were fine. At worst, the D-Rank missions were lengthy chores. And even the pay was good. On average, a genin could earn 200 to 500 ryo from a D-Rank mission, depending on how long the mission would take and how demanding it would be. That was more or less $20 to $50 for 1 to 3 hours of work. For a team of 4. Do it alone, and boom, the paycheck actually quadruples. Genins didn't need permission from their jonin instructor to do D-Ranks either. After they were let go from their training for the day, it was their own business what they did with their free time. These missions were not exactly cheap. They were definitely not for the broke boys. A babysitting mission, for example, would still cost the client around the equivalent of $150 in the local currency. For an hour, maybe an hour and a half of babysitting. It was the rich and influential who hired ninjas for these tasks. Not the poor schmucks. The poorer people hired ninjas at most once per year or half a year. When they needed to have their fence or house painted. Or some other physically demanding task they didn't want to do, and would prefer paying the local equivalent of $200 to $300 for the work to be done for them. It was easy. It was quick. And it was good money, too. What was there to complain about? Sigh. Ren shook his head. Kids these days. Sure, the higher-ranked missions paid more. But they took longer, and there was the danger factor to consider. Also, it's not like a guard mission or border patrol was a thrilling task. It still sucked. It just felt like it sucked less because the final paycheck was bigger and ninjas were not paragons of math, so most of them did not put together 2 and 2 to realize that spending the time running D-Ranks would net them more money than one lengthy C-Rank. Sometimes. It was on a case-by-case basis. For the B-Ranks and up, however, now these were way more worth it than D-Ranks from a monetary perspective. They paid way more. But the danger was also way higher. Of course, the village took a bigger cut, too. Taxes. Ninja or not, there was no avoiding those. His girls were just lucky he was not their Jonin instructor as they secretly wished. The second they started complaining like this, they would be running C-rank border patrol missions back to back until they begged him to put them back on D-rank duty. There was usually so much thrill on these C-rank border patrol missions that the boredom would make any Nara easily excited. Ren heard that Naras actually signed up months in advance for these missions. The village had to limit how many Naras could be sent to border patrols or caravan guarding duties because if it did not, the whole clan would be spamming those just so they could slack off and get paid for it. Sometimes Ren thought that Naras were the only sane people in the village. Because why would anyone take an ultra-thrilling dangerous A-rank mission where you are very likely to die when you could just take a C-rank caravan bodyguard duty and be paid for sitting on your ass while watching clouds? But of course, the common sense in this world was to take the A-rank mission because that one is higher ranked and thus better. Was it any wonder that, at the very least, one ninja died every single day with that kind of mentality being prevalent? On the other hand, this was fine. Ren knew he should not complain. Somebody had to do these missions. And as long as there was a long line of morons lining up for them, it wouldn't be him. All's well that ends well. For him, at least. Ren's thoughts were interrupted when Ino and Hinata entered the living room where he was sitting, and instantly demanded a few hugs to improve their mood. Ren didn't protest. He quite enjoyed this routine of theirs, and he might or might not have gotten deliberately a bit handsy here and there, much to the girl's delight. "Is that one of your wooden seal printers?" Hinata asked with a bit of awe in her tone after they stopped hugging and she started hovering over the wooden box like a kid looking at a Christmas present. Ren smiled at her and said, "Yes." He then tapped its left side, straight in the middle of a drawn circle, and the upper part of said left side popped out. Ren unsealed a bottle of chakra ink from his storage seal and poured it inside before closing it again. Then, he unsealed an empty scroll and put it on a cross painted on the top of the box. With a pulse of chakra, the scroll was sealed into the wooden box, and Ren then touched a green square painted on its right side, activating the device. The front of the box opened and fell onto the table before one sealing tag after another started to come out of the box in some primitive imitation of a money-counting machine as the papers stacked on top of each other on the open front side of the box. Ren grinned at Ino and Hinata's odd expressions. The girls had seen him do many things, but a box that created seals on its own as long as the materials were sealed within. That was probably not something they considered possible. And frankly, the whole device was complicated as hell. It could also print only one kind of seal. Which seal it would print depended on the seal configuration during its creation. As for this one, "This is my preparation for my meeting with the Inuzuka matriarch tomorrow," Ren told the girls who glanced between him and the wooden box on the table with wry smiles. "You are not going to give her a chance to say no, are you?" Hinata asked, inwardly feeling pity for Kiba's mom as she made herself comfortable on Ren's lap. "No." Ren chuckled as his arms snaked around Hinata's stomach, and his chin rested on her shoulder. "This deal, she will have to take whether she wants or not. For the good of her clan." Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Meeting with Tsum. Tsum is there. She is already irritated by all the paperwork, so don't piss her off. Ren was casually told by an Inuzuka who picked him up from the gate to their clan territory and led him to the Inuzuka matriarch's office with the most uncaring, hands in pockets, hunched-up attitude that somehow completely fit the clearly bored Inuzuka man. Ren's guide was not rude. But it was obvious he'd rather be somewhere else. Honestly, Ren couldn't even find it in him to be offended for being treated as if he were just some bothersome annoyance by the men. It was oddly fitting for this clan. He'd even say he found it endearing in its own way. It wasn't malicious. They just didn't care about proper manners or fake appearances. Before Ren could even open his mouth to respond, the Inuzuka man had already turned around and started walking away, leaving the bemused Ren staring at his back with a raised eyebrow for a moment before he exasperatedly shook his head and turned toward the door to Tsum's office. Walking forward, he knocked and instantly heard a gruff, "Enter," from inside. Ren opened the door and walked in, only to chuckle when he saw Tsum Inuzuka, scowling and locked in a legendary battle against paperwork as she tried to set it on fire with her glare. Because of the mess between Konoha and the daimyo, the important clan heads were busier than ever, and Tsum was clearly not enjoying the experience. Hearing Ren's chuckle, Tsum raised her head and bared her teeth at him in irritation. "You wanted a meeting. Here we are. You have 15 minutes. As you can see, I am busy." She grunted, her narrowed eyes conveying almost an animalistic sort of aggression. Ren inwardly sighed as a wry smile appeared on his face. Just his luck. He clearly got to her at a very unfortunate time. She was not in the mood to listen to a sales pitch right about now. Nodding, Ren walked forward and sat down in a chair in front of her desk without being prompted, making Tsum snort and look back down at the paperwork in front of her. For a moment, Ren felt awkward at having his presence so blatantly dismissed, but well, it was what it was. At least, Tsum was willing to meet with him despite being busy, unlike some other, Hyuga, clans. One would think that tutoring Hinata for so long would give him some brownie points as far as the Hyuga clan was concerned, but that was incorrect. Even sparing an hour of their time was apparently too much for the assholes. Unfortunately, Hayashi was several times busier than Tsum, so it was the elders who dealt with clan matters right now, and they refused any possibility of even meeting with Ren. Granted, he didn't think anything of note would come out of that meeting. He pretty much approached the Hyugas out of respect for Hinata. But being turned away practically at the gate still annoyed him immensely. But now was not the time to reminisce. Ren unsealed a sealing tag from his wrist storage seal and put it on the table. Here. Ren said, only getting a casual hum from Tsum, too absorbed in the paper in front of her, so she didn't even look at the sealing tag. What is it? Are you trying to sell us exploding seals or something? She distractedly asked, highly unimpressed. To be fair, such a thing had probably already happened to her many times. Seal makers did like to approach clans and offer them special deals and the like. Taking a deep, calming breath, Ren shook his head. It's a sealing tag small enough that you can stick it inside your forehead protector. You can apply some of your dog's blood on it to pair it with him, and activating it will create a mental connection between you two via the Yin chakra. Ren said and watched with smug satisfaction as Tsum froze. That should allow you to mentally convey orders or even know the general direction where your companion is approximately located. Ren said, and if the bewildered look on Tsum's face was any indication, he already had her. Before even revealing the thing he thought would be the most important feature for her clan. Ren quickly continued before Tsum could start speaking. Plus, the seal is based on Yin chakra. So, very long periods of time under its effects could promote the mental growth of your dogs, getting them to smart enough to speak and think like a human, stage way quicker. And it works? Tsum asked with a narrowed stare and a frown on her lips. After the initial shock came the doubt, and Ren couldn't even fault her for it. What the seal could do was revolutionary. There was nothing like it in the world. It was only normal that the paranoid Kunoichi would not take his word for it. That's why, feel free to try it. Ren shrugged and decided to let her confirm it for herself. There are no harmful side effects. She asked, eyeing the sealing tag in front of her with the corner of her eye, but most of her attention was focused on Ren's face as she tried to find even a slight sign of a lie or hesitation. But Ren simply smiled in amusement at her. No. I don't think having my seal hurt your dogs would be very conducive to my continued well-being. The entire clan would dogpile him, pun very much intended, if the seal harmed their dogs. That was the shortest route to becoming this clan's mortal enemy. Heh. Good. Tsum smirked. The only downside is that one sealing tag only works for around a day before burning out. It's a consumable item. Ren added, causing the wild-looking woman's smirk to change into a frown. Of course, it is. Tsum mumbled under her nose in dissatisfaction before she took the sealing tag into her hands and loudly called out. Kuromaru, come here. In the corner of the room, a big black dog stood up and walked toward Tsum. Yes. It spoke, and despite Ren knowing that Tsum's dog could speak, he still blinked in mild surprise. Talking animals might be a staple of the Narutoverse, but they were still a very rare thing to encounter. It was the Inuzuka clan's end goal to raise their dogs to Kuramaru's level. It's what every Inuzuka strived for. But only a few truly succeeded. All Inuzuka dogs were smarter than normal animals. But not many could talk and have the mental capabilities of a human like Kuromaru did. Ren didn't think that the entire Inuzuka clan with their hundreds of dogs had more than 3. Maybe at most 5 dogs like that. That's how rare it was. The amount of training and chakra development necessary to reach this stage was nearly impossible. So, Ren's promise that his seal could promote the dog's mental growth via Yin chakra sharing. Tsum was unable to outright dismiss it. Even though it was just a bait, and they both knew it. Ren was basically promising something unbelievable and extremely sought after by her clan. But it was also something that could be verified only after more than a year of usage of his seals. Which were consumable items, and thus, she would have to buy truckloads of them just to verify that effect. Ren had to admit it sounded like a scam when it was put into that perspective. Which was where the primary effect of the seal came in, despite it being a lot less remarkable. Tsum quickly scratched Kuromaru with her nail, drawing a bit of blood before she smeared it onto the sealing tag, making it glow for a moment as the blood was absorbed into the paper. With a hum, Tsum then put the tag against her forehead and channeled her chakra into it. Kuromaru suddenly lay on the floor and did 2 rolls to the right before doing 3 to the left. He then jumped up before landing on all 4 and sitting down, and barking 4 times in quick succession. Tsum blinked in astonishment. It works. She whispered as if unable to believe it, and Ren involuntarily smirked while watching her play with his seal, giving mental commands to Kuromaru, who looked partly annoyed and partly resigned as he fulfilled them with a very exasperated energy. From what Ren knew, Inuzukas either gave their dogs verbal commands or they had some sort of nonverbal communication training where subtle, small movements of their bodies conveyed different commands. Both of these had massive flaws and inefficiencies in a fight. The ability to give their dog companions mental commands could save precious seconds on the battlefield. And while that didn't sound impressive, most ninja battles lasted less than 5 minutes. These precious seconds could be the difference between life and death. With that in mind, even if the secondary effect was just Ren making things up, the seals were still worth buying for the Inuzuka clan. They did not need them. They were doing just fine without them. But having them could give them an edge. And Tsum would be a poor clan head if she refused that. Any other questions? Ren asked, pulling Tsum out of her reverie and causing her to give him a complicated look. For a moment, she stared at him in silence, making him start to feel quite awkward, and for a moment, he worriedly wondered if there was indeed some kind of problem he had overlooked. But then she tilted her head and asked, "Wanna marry my daughter?" Chapter 113, Chapter 113. The Inuzukas are like that. Ren sat down in Yakiniku Q restaurant, utterly spent after meeting with Tsum. He was tempted to order a bottle of sake for the first time in years. But in the end, he decided to go for a nice cup of tea. Ren could only ruefully smile as he remembered the entire hour he had spent persuading Tsum that no, he didn't think her daughter wasn't good enough for him. No, he wasn't looking down on the Inuzuka clan. He wouldn't be meeting with her if he did. Yes, her daughter was pretty. Yes, Tsum was pretty, too. That's not the reason why he didn't want to jump into bed with them. The woman was freaking exhausting to argue with because logic was just a distant suggestion to her. And offering him the marriage in the position of the future Inuzuka patriarch. Please, bitch. He wasn't born yesterday. He lived in Konoha long enough to hear how things more or less worked in clans. And in the Inuzuka clan, the top dog led. Even discounting the possibility that Hana could easily lose her future matriarch position if somebody stronger came along, the spouse of the leader did not have much influence in that clan. Not like in other clans. Even if he was the patriarch through marriage, he would have still been an outsider to the Inuzukas until he proved himself to them. He wouldn't get more than basic respect before then. What Tsum was offering him with that marriage offer was a trap where he would work exclusively for the clan, but what he would get in return was a pretty girl to fuck. And even that was only if the girl was in the mood. Granted, Ren didn't think that Tsum, of all people, mentally calculated the move to that degree. She probably stopped at, "It's what other clans do. Let's do it," step of her mental processes. But it still didn't change anything on the fact that her offer was basically a scam. And then there are Ino and Hinata to consider. Ren mentally huffed as he dictated his order to the waiter before looking out of the window with his cheek supported by his hand. Harems sound great in stories. Reality, however, was a tad bit different. It worked between the three of them because Ino and Hinata were good friends. Including a rogue element in their dynamics, especially a potentially aggressive one that would not try to work with the girls but rather try to compete with them. Nah. Ren would rather enjoy the calm of his current peaceful relationship with two girls rather than start a massive row by adding a third girl without even consulting Ino and Hinata. Maybe if he weren't a ninja, he wouldn't have thought this deeply about it. But situation assessment was a basic skill that the academy tried to push into the students' heads as much as the elementary school tried to do with elementary math. It was the 1+1 of the ninja world. Hana Inuzuka was a pretty girl. No doubt about that. But Ren didn't feel any desire to become close to her. In his humble opinion, which was the only important one that mattered, Ino and Hinata were prettier. Fortunately, after showing Tsum the seal-making wooden box that was set to produce the mental link seal. Now that Ren thought about it, he never bothered to name the seal. It wasn't important. It's not as if he would ever need it to talk to an animal. Frankly, the seal was pretty much useless for anybody but the Inuzuka clan. After he showed the box to Tsum and told her he would give it to her clan in exchange for an alliance, she finally stopped trying to push for the marriage. And despite being over the moon with that development, she was then starting to get suspicious. It was too good to be true. Ren would have made a fortune if he had kept the seals in his hands and sold them to the Inuzukas. Giving them an easy means of producing said seals was like giving gold bars to complete strangers. Ren had to explain he wanted to establish a clan and wanted to get the Inuzuka clan's approval and yada, yada, yada. It wasn't a very entertaining meeting from then on. Ren's food arrived, alongside 2 other portions for Ino and Hinata, who had just entered Ren's sensing range and would step into the restaurant in a minute. Deciding to wait, Ren turned his head toward the door, and when the girls entered, both frowning and not entirely happy, his dreary mood turned into amusement. "Hi. Not having a good day?" He offhandedly asked them when they came close to his table and sat down opposite him. "Oh, no. We are having a great time," Ino exclaimed with an obviously fake enthusiasm full of sarcasm. Getting 3 inane, stupid, uncooperative, demented, fat, childish, stupid, and stupid children to properly do their job is hard. She sullenly deflated, her outburst ending, and started to look around with a bit of embarrassment showing on her face. Don't worry. Ren told her with a small smile, I put privacy seals on the table. Nobody could hear you, and people will more or less ignore us. Ino sighed in relief. Sorry. It's just. Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma are frustrating to deal with. This would have been so much easier if I could just threaten them to take their body over and do something embarrassing like asking Shika's mom to give him more chores, showing up to a date with Kurenai naked, or asking Choji's mom to get him on a diet. Ren was a bit weirded out, and even Hinata winced at the Kurenai bit. Ino's frustration was reaching dangerous levels if she was getting this vicious in her mind. Ren mentally noted that down and resolved to give her a proper dicking tonight. That should at least delay the explosion. But this experience was good for her. 90% of the people she was going to work with on missions will be undriven incompetent idiots who are in this business simply because they didn't have much choice and do missions only for the paycheck. There was nothing wrong with that attitude, in Ren's opinion. If the world wasn't going to hell within half a decade, Ren would have happily been one of these guys. But when on a mission, a scout tells you with a stupid face that he does not know how many enemies there are because he didn't bother counting them. Hee hee. Ren's kunai starts to twitch in his pocket with an intense desire to make some Konoha chopped pork during these situations. And stuff like that happens more often than not. Especially during C-rank missions with strangers. Most C-rank mission failures are not because of lack of skill but because people are genuinely retarded. Ino was getting the first-hand experience of that. Shikamaru knew that the ninja life was dangerous. But knowing something and experiencing it were two different things. Asuma was lazy, and Choji just went along with his teammates' whims. Ino even told Ren a few weeks ago that she was deliberately calling Choji fat to his face to get him to chase her. But that stopped when Shikamaru told Choji that she was doing it to make him work out. Ino almost set the forest on fire during her tantrum that day as she seethingly promised she would have words with Shikamaru. The poor sod. He should have kept his mouth shut. Ren loved hearing their stories. The girls did not know it yet, but these are the moments they would remember for the rest of their lives. My day was fine. Hinata started with a small headshake. Kibakuin keeps asking me out on a date. She sighed. Kurenai-sensei tries to show a strong front, but she is kind of lost on what to do with us. Her lips quirked down, at least Shino-kun genuinely works with me and listens when I try to give him advice. Hinata ducked her head in embarrassment as a truly happy smile appeared on her lips. Ren was happy for her. Despite everything, Hinata wanted to have friends, and she probably found a kindred spirit in Shino. Yes, the bugs creeped her out, and she did confess to Ren that she tried to keep at least 2 meters distance between them at all times, but still. Just kick the mud in the nuts. Ino remarked as she dug into her food, and Hinata let out a tired sigh. I already did that. It just encouraged him. Yeah, the Inuzukas are simply like that. Ren shared with Hinata a look that screamed he understood her suffering. Hinata blinked and asked, anything happened? Even Ino stopped eating and curiously looked at Ren. The girls knew that he had a meeting with the Inuzuka clan matriarch today. They understood the hidden meaning in his sentence. Yeah. Ren shrugged before dropping the bomb on them. Tsum offered me her daughter's hand in marriage. I see. Ino nodded before turning toward the Hyuga girl. Hinata, prepare the gear. We are going Itachi on the Inuzuka clan's ass. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Nara Talk. Ren sat at a table in a clearing belonging to the Nara forest. He deliberately chose a seat on the side, not joining the main ball of Ino-Shikacho people in the middle of the clearing who were drinking, talking, and having fun. This was the Ino-Shikacho clan meeting, and Ino invited both him and Hinata to attend. Normally, he would feel awkward joining it as it was usually exclusive for their clan members. But in the previous 2 weeks, he had fruitful meetings with both the heads of the Akimichi and the Yamanaka clans, and as their new ally, Inoichi told Ino to bring him over. At that point, Ren had to show up. Out of politeness, if nothing else. Sadly, Hinata had to act according to her status as a Hyuga clan representative, as her clan elders and father would put it. So, she was doing rounds of meet and greet for the important people in the Ino-Shikacho clans, despite this meeting being basically an excuse for a party. As for Ino, she was grumpily helping the clan women make and serve the food, so Ren was left alone, nursing a mug of apple juice Ino brought him not long ago as he watched the people having fun. Suddenly, a lazy-looking boy sat down in front of Ren and looked at him with his droopy eyes before he yawned. So, you are the great blonde demon's boyfriend. Ren's lips twitched into a small, amused smirk as he gazed at the boy whom he recognized as Shikamaru Nara. But great blonde demon, huh? Ino was clearly letting some things out when they talked about her days, it seems. Isn't that interesting? His little blonde girl was growing up, making a name for herself among her peers. Maybe. Ren raised an amused eyebrow at Shikamaru. For a moment, Shikamaru stayed silent, contemplating his choices. To Ren, it looked as if he was about to fall asleep, but he knew that was, at least from 1/3, an act to make people underestimate him. Or it at least should have been, but who knows with Shikamaru. Could you get her to stop, please? Shikamaru eventually asked, deflating and slumping in his seat. I don't even know what she is supposedly doing to you. Ren tilted his head, really curious about what Shikamaru would say. He lied a bit. Ino did tell him about the situation, but he was wondering if she was leaving more things out. She is an absolute lunatic. Shikamaru said with a defeated sigh, and if he weren't a Nara, that statement would probably have been shouted to the skies. But shouting interrupts silence and sleep, so it was most likely against the Nara code of conduct. She chases me with a kunai, and you'd think that as my teammate, she wouldn't stab me, right? Shikamaru started talking and gained a distant gaze as he involuntarily shuddered. You'd be wrong. I can't even count how many times I had her kunai handle deep in my flesh. His pleading eyes betrayed that there was just a tad bit of trauma because of that lingering in the boy. I really need you to stop her before she kills me. Ren looked at him, inwardly wondering how to play this. Eventually, he donned a calm, understanding smile and looked the boy straight in the eye. Oh, don't exaggerate. Ino wouldn't hurt a fly. The problem is I am not a fly. Shikamaru instantly exclaimed with a small shout before hunching forward more with an embarrassed groan when he realized he had overreacted, and Ren inwardly snickered. Screwing with Naras was unexpectedly fun. I don't see any wounds or scars on you, though. Ren hummed, giving the boy a once-over, but there was nothing immediately telling that he suffered such an overly enthusiastic, unconventional training. To be fair to the kid, if there was any sign, he would have made Ino stop. He did tell her and Hinata to prepare their teammates for the Chunin exam. But he didn't want them to kill them by accident. At the same time, part of being a teacher was trusting his students. Unless she does something batshit crazy like throwing a kid off the cliff, looking at you, Jiraiya, then Ren, unfortunately for Shikamaru, was not going to intervene. After all, what's a little stabbing between ninja comrades, right? She always drags me to Hinata, who heals me up. Shikamaru sullenly admitted, looking very cross about it for some reason. Glancing at Ren's expression, the boy rubbed his forehead before continuing, because of that, my father does not believe me. Something about healing not working that way. He gave Ren a deadpan stare. What the hell did you do to those girls, and why do they need to make my life a hell? Ren nodded. So the boy knew that he was Ino and Hinata's tutor. As for Shikaku, the men probably realized that something was up. And the only choices were either that his son was lying, or Hinata had made some sort of amazing breakthrough in the medical field. Because the medical ninjutsu indeed did not work that way. A handle-deep kunai wound would require at least several hours of care, and even a rush job from a combat medic ninja would leave a horrendous scar. The healing Shikamaru was describing was something straight out of the legends, comparable to Tsunade's strength of 100 seals. Believing that a fresh genin could do something like that was pretty much crazy. But of course, Shikaku wasn't a man who would take things at face value. And he knew his son. As ridiculous as it might seem to a normal ninja, he most likely had his suspicions. Slightly exasperated, Ren decided he would need to give Ino a talking to after explaining where she fucked up. He didn't mind Shikaku knowing. But this was a good lesson to show his blonde hellion how her actions could have unforeseen consequences. These thoughts blitzed through Ren's mind as he looked at Shikamaru in silence for 3 seconds before he suddenly asked him a question. Are you stronger? Now that startled the boy, but Ren continued. Faster. He gave him a meaningful look that made Shikamaru wince as he realized where this was going. Better at dodging. Ren stopped and waited for a response from the boy, and Shikamaru did begrudgingly nod after a while, despite it being obvious he didn't really want to admit it. Better at using your clan techniques? Ren asked one more question, and Shikamaru gave him an exasperated look. I had to get better. It was either that or she would have stabbed me more. Exactly. Ren chuckled. Plus ultra. He started to snicker at the inside joke that Shikamaru did not understand, and looked at him as if he were crazy. Sage. You are the same kind of lunatic as Ino. Shikamaru grumbled as his shoulders slumped even more, if that was even possible. Where do you think she got it from? Ren amusedly quipped back, enjoying the miffed expression on the boy who now looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. That said, he did owe the boy at least some sort of explanation. You are making things harder for you. Ren started, stopping Shikamaru in his tracks as he was about to stand up. Their eyes met, and Ren continued. If you weren't so vehemently refusing that soft approach and allowed Ino to make some sort of training regime for you in Choji, she wouldn't have been going so hardcore on you. After all, Ren never got so far as to actually stab Ino during her training under him. He only ever threatened it. But Shikamaru was way more stubborn than Ino in his own way. He'd rather get stabbed than accept 3 times the training load. Ren had no doubt the boy was going to figure this out. It was easier for him to just accept his fate and go through Ino's training willingly. Because she was going to put him through it whether he liked it or not. Just like Ren put Ino through his training, whether she liked it or not, even if he wasn't quite that brutal with her. Think about that for a moment, okay? Ren asked, and Shikamaru grimaced. But he did nod back at Ren before standing up with a massive frown as he put his hands into his pockets and sullenly walked away. Ren suspected it was not great to be Shikamaru Nara right now. That fine, Shikaku-san? Ren asked and looked to the side, where in the shadow of a tree, Shikaku Nara was standing and hiding in plain sight, clearly eavesdropping on their conversation. The scarred man chuckled and walked out of the shadows before sitting opposite Ren, right in the same place his son occupied a moment ago. Yes. The boy needs to understand for himself that going along with some whims of women is less painful than the alternative. He chuckled, cradling a glass of beer. If my wife knew what an effect Ino has on him, she would try to get them together. I am sure Shikamaru would be just delighted to hear that. Ren laughed, and Shikaku returned him a rueful smile. But that's not why I wanted to talk to you. Shikaku changed the topic, making the atmosphere serious in an instant. I came to warn you. You have been making some moves recently, making many people quite unhappy with you. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Making Allies. The serious atmosphere between Shikaku and Ren intensified until Shikaku completely cancelled it with a small, lazy chuckle followed by a smile. But before we get to the unpleasant stuff, I've heard you approach the Yamanaka and the Akimichi clans. He said and gave Ren a meaningful look. Ren didn't even need a second to decipher its meaning. Everybody in Konoha knew that the Ino-Shikacho clans were very close allies. And he had approached two of the three. While the clans did not need to consult each other to form their personal alliances, they always did the big, important stuff together. It was how they were surviving Konoha's political climate. Ren looked at Shikamaru with a wry expression. I am sorry, I just really couldn't think of anything your clan would need. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. At first, I contemplated a small storage seal where you could store your favorite pillow or something. Maybe located on your earring. Ren shrugged. Every Nara wore one as it was their clan tradition. But I quickly realized that a normal storage seal would suffice for it anyway, making the idea quite pointless. Indeed. Shikaku lazily grinned in amusement. No Nara ever leaves the village without our favorite pillow. It brings luck. Honestly, Ren had no idea if Shikaku was joking or not, but it didn't matter. It would actually be more hilarious if it were true. Ren did have ideas for seals usable by the Nara clan. An example would be a seal that could dim the surrounding light, enlarging the shadows. That alone would make any Nara ninja a menace to deal with. In most fights, their Kage-main is a one-hit I win button. Only the stronger ninjas can partially resist it once they are caught. Experienced adult Naras can even catch more than one person in their shadows and use them for attacking at the same time. It was only the limitations of their jutsu that lessened their general threat level. But limitations could be removed by external means like seals. The problem, however, was the fact that Ren's seals were not popping out of nowhere. He genuinely needed to spend his free time, hours, and days, plus clones, on every single one of them. So, while he had ideas about seals that would make any Nara clan member an almost impossible menace to deal with for anybody below Jonin rank, he wasn't willing to put the time into actually making it. To the Akimichi clan, Ren gave a seal-making wooden box that could create what he aptly named a lunchbox seal. It was an application of his time-stopping seal, scaled down and adjusted to be mostly unusable for anything but food preservation on a very small level. It took Ren and his clones 3 days to make and then create a seal-creating box, or say Saribo for short, for it. The Sakribo made the seal, the Akimichi could pack a big lunchbox before a mission, strap the seal on it, activate it, and voila, they could then seal that into the storage seal and have a nice, warm food anytime they wished during their mission. For a week. Once the Sakribo created the lunchbox seal, it would be in an inactive state and would last a very long time like that. Activating it took loads of chakra, and the seal would burn out after a week, severely limiting the seal's use. That was by design, so it wasn't something usable on a large scale for the village. Ren didn't need the Hokage to pester him about making these seals or the Sakribo for everybody. It's why the lunchbox seals could only create the time-stopping field for something small like a lunchbox, and the field would pop the second said lunchbox was opened, too. The usual storage seals sucked at preserving food. This was the best gift Ren could have given to the Akimichi clan. Even if the seal only worked for a week after its activation. For the Yamanaka clan, Ren didn't have that many ideas, so in the end, after consulting Ino, he created another Sakribo that printed one of his seals for training natured chakra. It wasn't one of his best. But even Ino advised against sharing one of those. Even with her own clan. And for many reasons. Nevertheless, giving Inoichi the box made the men look constipated. He wanted to act tough toward Ren because he was sleeping with his daughter. But he understood that these seals would, over time, make the Yamanaka way more powerful. Nobody in the ninja world would give something like that away. Not to a clan that wasn't their own. It genuinely froze Inoichi's mental processes for a few seconds when Ren told him what seals the Sakubo was set to make for his clan. But that was okay. Inoichi was going to be his father-in-law one day. Ren didn't mind being generous to the Yamanakas. He gave the Inuzukas the Sakubo in exchange for an alliance because they were convenient. He just had a seal they couldn't refuse without needing to put in much effort. The seal he offered them was something he derived from the telepathy seal he made for himself and his girls. Most of the work for it was already done by the time the idea of using it to make said alliance even entered his mind. It took barely any effort to put together after that. The real issue was actually making a Sakubo that would print said seal because it was one of his first ones. He gave the lunchbox Sakubo to the Akimichi because he knew they would love it. The thing the Akimichi clansmen grumbled the most about was having to deal with subpar food or ration bars on missions. And Ren considered Choza Akimichi a friend. To this day, he stops at the man's restaurant at least once, and if he is present, Choza always leaves the kitchen to have some drinks and a talk with him. He was the man who gave Ren a lot of money for his recipes when he was a kid. His kindness made his first experiments with seals possible. And the Akimichis were truly kind people deep down. They were not scheming. They were not complicated. They didn't care about getting the top dog position. They just wanted to cook and eat good food. Ren doubted that anybody could really hate these fluffy, round balls. Of course, he wouldn't be calling any Akimichi that to his face. He doesn't want to have his facial structure rearranged by a giant. Ren wouldn't mind giving the Akimichi clan a yang chakra training seal. But, the optics would be the problem. The thing was, Ren was given some rudimentary training methods from the Yamanka clan in the past. And he also had Ino as his student. It was kinda possible for him to develop that into something. Nobody probably expected it. But it was believable that it could happen. This made it possible for Ren to give the Yamanakas his old chakra training seals that oddly fit their clan techniques without much scrutiny. If somebody asked where they came from, he could point at the training methods the Yamanakas gave him and say he made this from that. If somebody asked why it worked so well for the Yamanaka clan techniques, as if it was tailored for them, despite him not being a part of their clan, he just needed to point at Ino and say that she was his first guinea pig, and her feedback made this possible. People would make their own picture from there without Ren needing to really explain anything. But he was never given a yang chakra training method. Especially not one geared for the Akimichi clan. And he never trained an Akimichi. If he came to Choza with a Sakubo capable of printing yang chakra training seals, that would be an oddly great fit for his clan techniques. The man was nice. But he was not stupid. He would figure it out. After all, most of Ren's data on yang chakra training came from Hinata's investigations. Sadly, in Konoha, mainly the Akimichi train in a very basic and rudimentary yang chakra usage, so most of what Ren knew of that topic was based on their ways and built up from that. His bullshitting skills were not good enough to make up a believable excuse for it, so he decided it would be smarter to simply keep it a secret for now. You know, you don't need to offer us anything. Shikaku gruffly said and took a sip from his drink. You have already allied with the Akimichi and the Yamanaka. It only makes sense for us to do the same. Hearing him, Ren frowned. Another small reason why he didn't approach the Nara clan was that Shikaku was a stranger to him. Inoichi was his future father-in-law, and he was a pretty chill guy when he didn't try to imitate a dragon daddy. Choza was a friend. Shikaku? Ren didn't know the guy. Sparing a moment to think why Shikaku would offer the Nara clan support basically for free, Ren inwardly rolled his eyes with a small chuckle. Of course. I didn't think of it from that perspective, but I guess from an outside point of view, I am a new, up-and-coming, promising ninja with a good relationship with the Hokage and now making allies among the clans. Ren realized. And my allies are also mostly his allies. He couldn't help but give Shikaku a respectful glance. He was indeed a sly one. The alliance Ren had with other clans was not like the thing the Nara clan had with the Yamanaka and the Akimichi clans. It wasn't a only death do us part kind of thing. It was quite a casual thing as far as commitments went. Shikaku might not know what Ren's end goal was, but he would not be sacrificing much if he allied with Ren. And besides, if whatever Ren was trying to accomplish didn't pan out, he wouldn't need to go down with him. But if it did work out, the Nara clan would get more benefits if it were a part of that winning alliance, no matter what kind of victory it would be. And even then, having a positive relationship with a seal master who could make what amounted to seal printers was already worth it. His clan would not be losing anything with this deal. And as a Jonin commander, he could also have at least some overview of Ren's moves with this alliance. Not really a solid one. But something was better than nothing. Honestly, Ren didn't care about that. He could most likely find a dozen other reasons why Shikaku was doing this. But he was aware he wouldn't be overthinking Inara. In the end, he just shrugged. Well, if you are that cheap, then sure. I'll take this bargain. Shikaku's lips twitched at that. Cheeky, troublesome brat. He shook his head with a small smile that Ren reciprocated. Now, you said something about people being unhappy with me. No idea why that would be. Ino and Hinata always say I am very cuddly. Ren directed the topic to the important stuff. Could I get any specifics? Author note. If you wish to support me or read 19 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Making Enemies. Specifics, huh? Shikaku hummed before snorting. The Hokage advisors don't like that you are approaching the clans with your new invention instead of the village. Ren nodded. That made sense. The advisors. That meant Hamura and Koharu, as Danzo was kicked from that position after the Uchiha massacre, so he wasn't one of them anymore. And honestly, that was fair. A loyal ninja should, at least according to the guidebook, give the benefits of his work to his village. Of course, not many did that because, duh. Even an early-age indoctrination can do only so much. There is no meeting recently where they don't whine about you and how self-serving your actions are. Shikaku gave Ren a lazy smirk. It's getting really annoying. Ren rightly realized that the two advisors probably misunderstood something. But to be fair, it was completely understandable if some of the information was lost in transit. They can't have ANBU spying on clan business, so whatever snippets they have are probably more or less from rumors. Ren gave his Sekribo to 3 clans already. And those clans definitely informed some members. It really only takes one of those to brag about it, and voila, the secret is out. The second Ren gave out the boxes, he knew it was just a question of time. The advisors most likely thought his Sekribo could print any seal, instead of printing only the specific one it was built for. Ren wasn't even going to blame them for coveting his Sekribo if that was the case. They were the Konoha elders. It was their job to look out for Konoha's interests. And a box that could print any seal sounded mighty tempting. Lucky for them, Ren already had a date for a meeting with the Hokage, where he would formally fill out his request for the founding of a new minor clan. And Konoha would get a gift then. Hopefully, that would get these two off his back. Anybody else? Ren asked as he reached out for a potato chip, and Shikaku shrugged as he lit up a cigarette. The Hyugas. Ren scrunched his nose at the men and used a small wind jutsu to ensure he wouldn't need to breathe the smoke. He would have reached out and snatched the cigarette out of his mouth if this were not the Inoshikacho clan meeting. Only that stayed Ren's hand. He didn't care that Shikaku liked to smoke. As long as it wasn't done with him sitting so close, and literally opposite him. As for the Hyugas, it was actually not Hayashi. That man was still busy, according to Hinata. He wasn't even in Konoha right now. He went back to the capital with the daimyo for some business or something. In his seat was one of the elders. And let's just say, they were not happy when they heard about Ren's gifts to other clans. Maybe they even slightly regretted turning him down at the gate. Who knows? But they were too prideful to invite him for a chat. That was a pity. Not that Ren would give them anything at this point. But he would appreciate the opportunity to tell them to fuck off to their face. Then there are some minor clans, some civilian representatives, and some independent ninjas. All who filed a complaint or two about, well, who the hell even knows. The men casually shrugged, clearly finding the situation amusing. Yup. And that was probably Danzo. There wasn't much the old cripple could really do, and destroying Ren's credibility through this method was an inspired move. But joke's on him, Ren didn't care about his credibility. He was certain that people would come to him because his products were revolutionary and worked. Not because he had a nice reputation. Danzo and Ren, they were playing a little different game, and Danzo didn't get the memo just yet. The only ones that make sense are the seal makers who are afraid that your invention will take away their ability to make money. So, tell me the truth. Will it? The question might have been casual, but Ren instantly recognized that Shikaku meant business. He was asking in his capacity as the Jonin commander. Which was fair. If every seal maker suddenly lost their job, it would put the village leadership into a big predicament. But fortunately for them, that's not how Sekribo worked. No. Ren shook his head with a chuckle. Even with the boxes, I can't fill Konoha's entire demand for seals by myself. I doubt I'll cover even 10% of it. Mostly because he was lazy. But still, it was insane how many seals Konoha actually needed every month. Just the exploding tags. Even with clones and working around the clock, there was just no way to produce in these quantities by his lone self. Hence, he was willing to give the SECREBOs away, so that others would do the work for him. Since Ren's end goal is to strengthen Konoha's ninjas, it didn't matter who produced the seals as long as the ninjas got to use them in the end. Good. Shikaka sighed in relief and smiled a peaceful and satisfied smile of a man who had just realized that some sort of monumental task in his future was no more. What about joining the Hokage faction? That would solve a lot of the issues. He offhandedly asked Ren, who instantly looked as if he sucked on a lemon. Hard pass. Ren said in the driest voice he could muster, and Shikaka snorted. Heh. Worth a shot. He took an unbothered drag from his cigarette as Ren rolled his eyes at him. The man meant well. His suggestion was sincere. And he was smart. But he was not a seer. There was no reason to attach himself to the Hokage's political hip for Ren. Not when the man would be out of the office in a few months, which would completely reshuffle the political deck and make the current Hokage faction obsolete. After all, a new Hokage would have a new Hokage faction. Honestly, getting attached to Hiruzen Sarutobi in the political sphere in the village was not such a bad thing. Just look at Koharu, Hamura, or Danzo. They were all in their positions because Hiruzen Sarutobi chose them as his advisors. Without him, they would have been nothing. Just another ordinary jonin without much influence. All their clans are minor ones and amount to barely anything. These three were the living testament of how good riding the third Hokage's coattails was. Funny that all three pretty much work against his wishes nowadays. Their loyalty and gratitude are admirably non-existent. Unfortunately, Ren got ready to join the politics of Konoha a little bit too late to milk Sarutobi for easy political EXP as if he were some sort of rare mob in an RPG game. But still. Shikaka started, but he was interrupted when a blonde-haired boy approached Ren from the right side, stopping just a few steps away from him before speaking. You are Ren. Startled, Ren's head turned toward the voice, and his eyebrow raised in curiosity. He didn't know any other Yamanaka than Ino and her family. He had no idea who the boy was. But deciding not to be rude, Ren replied, yes. I challenge you to a duel for Ino's hand in marriage, you dastardly fiend. The boy pointed his finger at Ren's face and exclaimed loudly enough that people from other tables were starting to turn toward them. Ren inwardly groaned while outwardly he opened his mouth, but he was honestly too speechless as he stared at the boy with a deadpan look. He didn't expect this. Not again. Before he could gather his wits enough to give a proper reply, however, Ino suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind the boy with a massive, embarrassed glare and whammed him on the head with an empty silver tray, causing him to crouch down as his hand sprang up to hold his throbbing head. WHGRHK. Remarkably, the boy recovered within 2 seconds and was about to turn around to look who assaulted him, but Ino was a few steps ahead of him. Just as his head was turning, she clasped his ear in a vice grip and pulled it up enough to make the boy get into a half-crouch with a massive wince. Yamanaka Inoki. What in the hell do you think you are doing, Huu? But Ino-chan. I love you. The boy pitifully whined, clearly under the influence of alcohol a bit as he clawed at Ino's hand and tried to get her to release his poor, abused ear. But Ino only gave him an unimpressed, no-nonsense, "Nua," and twisted the ear between her fingers, making the boy shout in pain. Oh, don't pull. Don't pull. Please. Ino didn't listen to his pleas as she haphazardly moved her hand around, and the boy's ear with it, forcing him to move his head according to her movements. Ino used this to make the boy stand up and force him into an easy submission before she shot a look at Ren. And you? Go and dance with Hinata already, for Sage's sake. When I am done with my kitchen duty, I want to have you mostly for myself. She huffed before marching toward a nearby house, dragging the protesting and whimpering Yamanaka boy with her like a mother dragon whose child had just done something monumentally stupid. The entire gathering was silent after that spectacle, and Ren looked at Shikaka before he let out a small chuckle. You heard the girl. Enough talking about boring politics at a party. It seems I gotta go find my Hyuga princess. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Konoha's newest clan. Yes. Finally. Let's go. Get bent, Obito. You one-eyed moron. I can do it, too. Woohoo. Ren, wearing only his shorts, exclaimed excitedly as he watched like a little, wide-eyed kid how his hand was repeatedly phasing through the katana's blade. Intangibility was his bitch from now on. Ren. Hinata's soft voice interrupted his thoughts and made him turn toward the door, only to see her wearing her thin nightgown that didn't leave anything to the imagination as it showed her curves perfectly. What are you doing so early in the morning? Hinata asked and cutely yawned as she slowly approached him while rubbing the sleep out of her eyes with her hands. It made Ren remember the fun they had yesterday evening, and he involuntarily smiled. When the girl finally reached him, she instantly cuddled closer to his chest, sleepily hugging him, and he snaked his free arm around her shoulders while she nestled her cheek against his collarbone. Morning, Hinata. Ino's still sleepy. Ren started asking, and his mind, just for a split second, wandered toward the amazing feeling of having her breasts pressed against his abdomen. It was barely a moment. A blink of an eye. As Ren lost his focus, the intangibility seal he was using failed while the katana was still stuck in his arm in an area a bit above his wrist. Two objects found themselves sharing the same space, and only one could prevail. Naturally, the katana was the favorite in the exchange. Ren's hand was cleanly severed from his forearm, with blood splashed onto the ground alongside the katana. Son of A.B. Ren cursed in surprise as the pain hit him and he stared in a numb disbelief at his now handless arm. All right. That was not supposed to happen. So, maybe the intangibility seal needed a little bit of tweaking before it could be usable. But for now, Ren had more important issues. Fortunately for him, the agony did not last long as Hinata instantly sprang into action and turned in Ren's embrace, her fingers quickly striking tenketsu of Ren's injured arm to stop the blood flow and numb his nerves. With this quick first aid done, she threw Ren a very unamused look, making him visibly cringe. Her meaning was conveyed through her eyes. She might have as well just called him an idiot out loud for doing something this dangerous and not using a shadow clone for it. Ren could just sheepishly smile at her in return because she kinda had a point there. What would you do without me? With a fond sigh, Hinata used a chakra string to get Ren's severed hand from the floor, and unsealed a special thread and a needle, intent on stitching the severed limb back. Ren chuckled and ruffled her hair in the exact way he knew she loved. Your help is appreciated, and it is definitely handy. Showing in front of the Hokage without a hand would be just awkward. Hinata slightly smiled and blushed a bit, but didn't react beyond that as she fully focused on treating Ren's injury. Her medical chakra flowed into the thread, and she, with a practiced ease, started to sew the hand back to the forearm while also stitching the flesh, bone, arteries, and nerves back together with her chakra. Love you, girl. Ren muttered as he slowly felt the numb pain coming from his arm subside. Waiting in the lobby in front of the Hokage's office, Ren inspected the stitches on his forearm and smiled with a fond sigh. He could still feel the comforting hum of Hinata's medical chakra permeating the thread. His arm was fine. It was fully healed. The reason why he still had the stitches, well, it was a bit embarrassing. When Hinata finished her healing, Ren might or might not have used her momentary distraction as she gave his hand a last inspection with her eyes and chakra to slide the top of her nightgown off her shoulders. He also might or might not have started to fondle her breast with his healthy hand. She was just so sexy when she was in her doctor mode, and Ren kinda didn't want to, help himself. And while it earned him an exasperated look from Hinata, and a small, huffy complaint that she was still a bit sore from yesterday, the smile on her face told Ren everything he needed to know. 2 hours and a whole lot of dicking later, Hinata was pushing him to the shower to prepare for his meeting with the Hokage, and the stitches in his arm were kind of forgotten at that point. The Hokage will see you now. The secretary told Ren, and he nodded at her in understanding as he stood up and entered the room. Ah, Ren. What can I do for you today? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked from the documents on his table with a small, grandfatherly smile and greeted Ren. Lord Hokage. Ren said back in a greeting and approached the table. Inwardly, he felt a bit amused when the hidden ANBU around the room tensed as he got close to their Kage. It was almost cute. In a little cubs guarding the big bad lion kind of way. Here. I'd like to submit this. Ren put the documents he was holding on the table and inwardly snickered as Hiruzen's face, just for a tiny moment, fell when he realized it was yet another bunch of paperwork. But his grandfatherly mask was back in the blink of an eye. He reached for the document on top and glanced through it before his eyebrow rose. You want to establish a clan? He asked Ren, who sat down in the chair opposite Hokage's desk. Yes. Having the advantages of a clan status is tempting. Ren admitted. Konoha was built on its clans. Not only the big ones but also the small, insignificant ones. They had a lot of leeway, protection, and bona fide preferential treatment of many kinds. Everybody wanted to form a clan. The problem was. And I reckon you are aware of the main requirement. Hiruzen asked, now properly curious about what Ren was going to do about that. The reason why so many civilian ninjas stayed as such, instead of forming their own clans, was that it wasn't so easy. A clan needs to provide some sort of service to the village outside of its ninjas serving in the village's army. Every clan did that. Well, the Senju and Uchiha were an exception, but they were founding clans and owned a massive amount of land within Konoha. Land that was rented out. Technically, that was a service to the village, too. Every clan had something that they contributed to the village, and if Ren wanted to establish a clan, he would need something like that. Knowing this, Ren unsealed a Sakribo and put it on Hiruzen's desk. This box can produce exploding tags. I am willing to give it to the village in exchange for the clan status. And that was that. Hiruzen gave Ren a peeved look, and Ren just smirked. He knew he had the old men. The thing about running a military was that supplies were always in high demand. Ren didn't need to give the village something world-breaking. Exploding tags, such an elementary thing, were always needed. There was never enough of them. Giving Konoha a Sakubo that could create them was fine. The village could not and would not push other seal makers out of the market. But it would now gain the ability to produce as many exploding tags at unbelievable speeds and basically at the material cost. This would make stockpiling them for a possible future war an easy thing. Exploding tags had decades of shelf life. The village wanted to have massive amounts of them stockpiled, but with the demand for them, that was easier said than done. Hence why Ren's contribution was something Hiruzen could not really refuse. And I guess you have the necessary approval of 2 major clans too. Hiruzen hummed as he leafed through the documents. And indeed, Ren had the approval of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Nara, and the Akimichi clans. Nobody was going to refute his clan appointment with that kind of backing behind him. Frankly, Ren thought it was outrageous that he needed existing clans to allow him to get a clan status. It opened the door for so much exploitation and power abuse that it wasn't even funny. Even if some poor civilian schmuck spends his entire life trying to get a clan status. Even if he was technically qualified. Without connections, he would still be fucked. Because the clans would not let him join their exclusive club of privileged assholes. But Konoha was built on the shoulders of its clans. This was simply how things went in the village. Ren had an easy time because he had said connections. But others were not so lucky. You came prepared. Hiruzen said with a frown. Of course, I did. Ren barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes. It was better not to leave things such as this to chance when Danzo was lurking around. For all he knew, his request might get misplaced if it was not foolproof. I'll approve it. Hiruzen said and looked Ren directly in the eyes, but Ren. As the head of a new clan, remember that neither I nor my advisors like it when somebody goes behind our backs. Ren raised his eyebrow at Hiruzen, and seeing that he needed to be more direct, Hiruzen decided to elaborate. The Akimichi clan approached the daimyo with a proposition to help with construction issues. The daimyo leaped at the possibility. Ren's eyes instantly gleamed at that as he realized why Hiruzen seemed so annoyed at being presented the Sakubo. The men knew it was Ren who told Choza to directly go and propose that to the daimyo if the Hokage is not amenable. He probably wanted to make things hard for Ren, but the gift of Sakubo made him unable to do so. Some people might misunderstand due to their previous interactions, but Ren and Hiruzen were not friends. Ren would say they have respect for each other. But Ren was aware that Hiruzen was not exactly helping him. After that discussion about the daimyo's arrival he was dragged into a few weeks prior, Ren put a bit of thinking into Hiruzen's intentions. And he didn't like the conclusion. The old man was basically using him to distract Danzo. Maybe from Asuma. Maybe from Naruto. Or maybe it was from something else. Ren had no idea. But while Ren didn't think the old man was actively malicious or wished him ill, his intentions were not exactly friendly. With all due respect, Lord Hokage, that is Choza's clan business. Ren casually said, making Hiruzen's frown widen as the two stared at each other and the tension in the room rose. Because, yeah. Tough luck. Choza went behind his back. Well, maybe he should have been open to the suggestion of widening the mission roster in the first place, duh. The Land of Fire has thousands of ongoing construction projects. Many of which are massive in scale. And this world has no construction machines. But you know what it does have? It has the freaking Akimichi clan. Of course, doing construction work is beneath high-ranking ninjas. Why should the village accept easy money like that, right? Honestly, Ren didn't feel even a smidge of guilt for telling Choza to step around the Hokage and go straight for the daimyo. And of course, the daimyo was elated when such a possibility was proposed to him. Hiruzen and his butt buddies were just butthurt that he would not be benefiting from it. Ren knew that Choza proposed it to them. Several times, in fact. But they refused. So, now that the deal between the daimyo and the Akimichi clan is a clan business, they have no way of butting into it. And that grates on their nerves. Idiots. Hiruzen's shoulders slumped in feigned vulnerability. Ren, you need to understand that every moment an Akimichi spends on such a mission is not spent preparing and training. One such mission does not matter. But if this becomes the preferred pick for the Akimichi ninjas. He trailed off, intent on giving Ren a lecture. Respectfully, who gave you that idea? Ren asked as he crossed his arms on his chest. Hiruzen pursed his lips as his mind strayed toward Hamura. Does it matter? He asked. Of course it does. It's a load of bullshit. You want to tell me that escort missions somehow prepare and train our ninjas? Ren flatly asked, giving the Hokage a look, and while the old man kept his poker face, it was obvious he was somewhat speechless at the comparison. Most escort missions were peaceful with no combat. They, really were nothing but a waste of time for ninjas. The only highlight was that the ninjas and the village were paid for them. And the Akimichi are all about strength. Lifting heavy objects while having to keep their gigantification up for long periods of time sounds like a good training to me. Ren added, trying not to sound condescending. But of course, the Hokage knew all this. That was not the point. It was about face. Hokage said no to this. And Ren with Choza disobeyed by not listening and going around him. Seeing that there would be no agreement reached right now, Hiruzen let out a tired breath. Nevertheless, I won't appreciate any similar breach of my authority, Chunin Ren. That is an order. He said and released a bit of his killing intent. Ren shrugged. Compared to the killing intent of an enraged Jinchuriki like Yagura, who was also an S-rank ninja normally, the old Hiruzen's killing intent was basically a toddler's tantrum. It lacked that bijou level of, I killed thousands without even realizing it, tee-hee, weight to it. Okay. Ren said, not really intending to upset the status quo again until Hiruzen either croaked or lost his position in a few months. He recognized that Tsunade would be a much more amendable Hokage as far as change goes. It was not immediately obvious, but Hiruzen was a traditionalist for the most part. Once he was certain that a change was needed, he was quick to implement it. But he would resist it otherwise. The persuading part was the real challenge. Dismissed. Hiruzen grumpily uttered after signing the documents and giving them back to Ren. Taking them into his hands, Ren smiled. He was now a proud member of Konoha's newest clan. The Yotsuba clan. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. The Yotsuba Seals. Yotsuba Ren, it has a nice ring to it. Ren thought as he arrived in front of a building on the main road with a signboard that stated, the Yotsuba Seals above the entrance. It had been a week since he established a clan, and the very first thing he did since then was to buy and renovate this building with the intent of opening a shop. Clans in Konoha had many privileges, and tax evasion was one of them. Well, all right. It was not exactly tax evasion, but they certainly didn't need to pay the same rates as the ordinary mortals. Konoha had several ways of getting money. The first was the village's cut from the ninja missions. But the village only took a 20% cut, and that money was pretty much chump change. For a single person, it would have been a fortune. For a military organization, it's nothing. It barely funds the relevant departments that do background checks of clients, and gather, investigate, and analyze the requested missions before they are put into the mission office. The second way was simply selling the loot. Ninjas who destroy bandit camps, or civilian villages, but we don't talk about that, usually bring a nice amount of loot from their missions. Those who don't want to bother with selling the items themselves can hand them to the village, getting a nice, fat, but flat fee in exchange. Most ninjas take that option, not wanting to spend weeks dealing with merchants. The village has an entire department of office ninjas who do this. It's why there are so many merchants in Konoha. Scenes akin to straight-up from storage wars are common in certain parts of the village. Auctions are happening almost every day. The only thing a merchant can't buy in Konoha is slaves, and even that is debatable and based on who you know. Cough, Denzo, cough. Because of all the merchants, the civilian industry and economy are booming. But even that is just a small part of the cake in comparison to the upkeep a military ninja village has. Which leads to taxes. And taxes in Konoha are low, for the most part. On one hand, that is to attract more merchants and trade. On another hand, it is because many residents are retired ninjas or families of ninjas or children of ninjas who died in service, and Konoha can't really tax these people to oblivion. Keeping taxes low is a show of appreciation. And in return, it drives civilians who do not have ninjas in their family to send their children into the meat grinder in order to receive lower taxes. Clans are taxed even less. They kinda do pay in blood by serving the village, though. So, the fairness of this is up for debate. A clan child does not have much choice in his or her future profession. It's not a question. It's ninja every time. That was the downside of it. And because of all this, the funding from the daimyo is very important to the village. That is the fourth way the village gets money. That's where the big money is coming from and how Konoha funds all these non-profit departments like TNI, the infiltrators, the saboteurs, the spies, the crypto analysis, the barrier core, and many more. The daimyo sugar daddy provides. That's why Konoha is Daddy Daimyo's little bitch. It's economically dependent on his generosity, and he is generous only because the village is useful. What happens when the daimyo stop seeing the village as useful? Check Sunagekure. They are not weak, per se. They are still overwhelmingly ahead of any minor ninja village as far as the military prowess goes. But they had to downsize their military in recent years to such a massive degree to simply survive the lack of funding, that Raza is straight up considering something that might spark the next ninja war. Just so that his village could economically survive. Ren gently shook his head, deciding to stop thinking about such heavy topics during a joyous occasion like this, and entered his shop. Instantly, he saw Ino sitting behind the counter, reading, was that Aika Aika? Ren's lips quirked up into a small smirk as Ino's wide eyes met his amused gaze, and she yelped before she scrambled to hide the book. Yo, Ino. How is it going? Ren asked, deciding to cut her some slack and not comment about the, oh, who was he kidding? Of course, he was going to comment. Doing some research for our bedroom activities. He asked and gave her a meaningful look that made Ino groan. But the girl was a Yamanaka, so she bounced up from her embarrassment extremely quickly and grinned back at Ren. Yeah. There is this one scene where a naked female lead has her wrists bound together by a rope and is hanging from a high branch of a tree, just barely able to reach the ground with the tips of her toes. The protagonist has her at his mercy as he does her from the front, and it sounds so exciting. I'd like you to take me in that position. Ino excitedly rambled, adding a dreamy sigh at the end, and Ren kinda regretted asking as he embarrassedly laughed, his hand involuntarily rubbing the back of his head. He should have expected this from Ino. But she still took him off guard. He knew that she was half bullshitting to cover him catching her reading during her work. But he also knew that Ino was very kinky and open to experimentation in the bedroom. So, who could really tell if she was serious? Not him. He gave up trying long ago. Mentally screwing with people was a Yamanaka thing. At this point, it was a personality trait for them. Half the time, they did not even realize they were doing it. Sighing fondly at her antics, Ren leaned forward and ruffled Ino's hair in just the way he knew she found annoying. It was his revenge. Hey! Ino exclaimed and quickly ducked her head away from Ren's hand as she started to run her fingers through her locks in an attempt to fix her hairstyle while giving Ren a small, irritated glare. But Ren only smiled. Both of them knew that she was fast enough to dodge his hand. She could see it coming. She could have evaded. But she didn't. She let him do it. She enjoyed these little interactions as much as he did. You free right now? Ino suddenly asked, doing some last adjustments to her hair. Honestly, it was yet another thing she did just to mess with him. She had his hair jutsu and was way better at it than he was. She could just morph her hair into any preferred perfect hairstyle nearly instantly. Yeah, why? Ren nodded as he picked up a small book from the counter that had all the seals the shop was offering, named and split between various categories. I could leave a clone here, and we could go to the back. Ino idly hummed before biting her lower lip, the storage room needs some thorough checking. She rubbed her thighs together, and Ren olishly blinked at her. You are horny, he stated. Like you wouldn't believe. Ino whinily admitted with red cheeks and a small glare daring him to say something about it. Ren's head went through several possibilities, and he suddenly smirked at the blonde. Did you? Yeah. Ino grumbled and averted her gaze to the side. I annoyed Hinata, and she mixed something into my morning tea. Now. To be perfectly fair to Hinata, Ren knew she didn't do this shit for nothing. It would take Ino doing something that truly pissed Hinata off for her to bother mixing a bit of liquid revenge on Ino. This was not the first time it happened. And Hinata was even courteous enough to let Ino choose. Either she could get diarrhea in a liquid form that would make her unable to stop hugging the toilet for a day, or she could get a pretty annoying aphrodisiac that would keep her exactly on that verge of horniness where she could control herself but she would really want to have sex. And Hinata asked Ren not to have sex with Ino during these times because, well, it was supposed to be a punishment for the blonde from Hinata. Both Ren and Hinata were in Ino's head enough times to know that she would never willingly cheat on Ren. Horny or not, she would just silently suffer through it, hating every second. That's what made it a punishment on the same level as uncontrollable diarrhea. Ren briefly considered asking what she had done to piss Hinata off like this. It was rare as it happened only 2 times in the past several months. But in the end, he decided it was not his business. The girls would deal with it among themselves. Instead, he teasingly asked with a grin, had any Inuzuka customers today? Fuck you. Ino groaned because, yes, she did have them. And it was awkward as hell when they could smell, yeah. You wish. Ren quipped back, and Ino huffed. I do. She strongly exclaimed, and Ren chuckled before he leaned forward, his hands grabbing Ino's head before he smashed his lips against hers, and they made out for a minute. When they separated, Ren looked at the slightly panting blonde girl with a gentle gaze, there. That should make it more bearable for you. One more kiss. Ino, innocently, asked. Please. No. Ren snorted. You wouldn't want Hinata to decide to lengthen your punishment, would you? Ugh. Fine. Ino grumbled but relented. There was this Inuzuka guy today. Ino sat back down in her chair and started to casually speak. I had to punch him in the face and kick his dog in the balls because he just wouldn't take no, and continued his dog brand of forceful flirting with me after smelling my arousal. She let out a tired sigh. Sorry if this causes problems between you and the Inuzuka clan or causes a bad reputation for the shop. She sheepishly apologized. Nah. Punch away. Ren shrugged. He doubted some would complain about it. As for the reputation, his shop was built on offering special services and seals that the ninjas simply cannot get anywhere else. Who cared about reputation when he had no competition? People would come and buy his shit anyway. It wasn't an issue. Besides, Ino was a good clerk. After her clan training as a Yamanaka, she could read people like an open book while barely trying. Her customers usually left satisfied because she simply knew how to deal with people and had a lot of experience from her family's flower shop. Her mother was almost reluctant to let her go work for Ren. But there were other Yamanaka children whom she could hire to assist her in her shop, so it wasn't such a big deal. Ino working for Ren, in the new shop of the Yotsuba clan, was a visible statement of their alliance and relationship. It was some political mumbo-jumbo that Ren stopped caring about after Inoichi explained it. He didn't really remember most of it, to be honest. He didn't mind employing Ino to help him with the shop. And for him, the shop was just a way to give Konoha's ninjas some good seals that could improve their combat effectiveness. It was a small way to prepare them for the next ninja war. To elevate their combat effectiveness and hopefully, make a little bit of positive change to the future. He didn't care about the politics of it. Ino wanted to do it, too, and that was pretty much the major deciding factor for Ren. It simply meant that instead of using one clone for the shop, there would also be either the original Ino or her shadow clone present in there. Ino opened her mouth and was about to reply when the door to the shop opened, interrupting their chat. They both looked toward it, only to see Tenten enter the shop and curiously look around. Ino sighed and slumped a bit with a small frown, now, while Tenten was not looking at her just yet, but she almost instantly straightened and donned a nice, professional smile. Chuckling a bit, Ren put his hand on Ino's shoulder, getting her attention. Just take a small break. I can deal with the girl. Ino let out a relieved breath. Thank you. This girl was here yesterday, and she just can't shut up about seals. She is a very tiring customer. Ren hummed. Now wasn't that interesting? Somebody who shared his passion for seals enough to make even Ino give up on them. He glanced at the bun-haired girl and leaned on the counter as he beckoned her to approach. She couldn't really be that bad, could she? Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Meddling. Hello. Can I help you? Ren slid behind the counter and asked as Tenten approached him. There wasn't much to look at in the shop. He was selling seals, and thus, there were no items showcased in the room. There were only several comfy sofas with small tables between them where brochures with the seals for sale lay. Oh. Hi. I am just looking around. My sensei promised to buy me something for the first anniversary of our team, and I was here 2 days ago. Some of the offered seals got my interest, but I have not made a final decision just yet. Tenten said with a smile. Ren nodded and took one of the brochures on the counter, passing it to the girl as he beckoned her toward the closest sofa and went to sit there with her. Anything in particular that caught your eye, young lady? Ren asked with a small smile, giving Tenten a once-over, and he had to say, for as plain as she looked in the anime, the girl in reality was quite cute. The double bun hairstyle was kinda meh, but if she let her hair down, she would be easily turning some heads. Then again, this girl was older than her canon counterpart, so that played a role, too. Tenten blushed a bit at being called young lady, and her smile became just a tad bit more genuine. Compliments, even simple ones like that, were a very rare occurrence for her. Niji was too proud and would rather sneer at her than admit he was a man. But Tenten did notice the erection he tried to hide when they were in co-ed baths as a team that one time during a mission several months ago. And the less said about Guy and Lee, the better. They were just anomalies. She loved them like a family, but she would have been surprised if these two even noticed that she was a female. It was one of these things she doubted registered in their worldview. Personally, she long ago locked them in the spandex sexual box in her mind and threw the key away. I am a weapon specialist. That's why I was thinking about getting the storage seal tattoo. Tenten admitted, and Ren had a hard time preventing his expression from shifting into a wry one. That's quite generous of your teacher. He hummed, inwardly shaking his head. Getting a storage tattoo was akin to getting a car. It wasn't a cheap thing. He sold them for 50,000 ryo apiece, which was approximately 5 grand in his previous world. And that was already 50% cheaper than anywhere else. They usually went for 100,000. Ren didn't care, and when he entered the business, he simply slashed the price to half of the standard. That most definitely pissed off his Sealmaster colleagues, as they now had to adjust their pricing to stay competitive. But fuck them. Even somebody who doesn't know how to use chakra to create seals and has to use the old-fashioned brush and ink way, which was pretty much everybody who wasn't him, only needs like 3 hours to make a storage tattoo. The cost of materials is also negligible. Out of that 100,000 ryo, around 95,000 is pure profit. It was disgusting how much the Sealmasters profited from that. And because of it, they restricted access by hiking up the prices and even refused to spread the knowledge around. There were reasons why learning the sealing arts was hard. And some of them simply amounted to the masters of the craft being unwilling to share their know-how or deliberately refusing to teach their students certain techniques. Unfortunately for them, Ren wanted these seals to be more widespread, so he made them more affordable. He could craft one of these in 3 minutes flat, and asking for 50,000 ryo apiece was still close to extortion for such a simple thing. And yet, people still praised him for it. It was hilarious. At the very least, Ren kept the feature where the seal would dissolve in around 10 years. The body seals were usually permanent, but the seal masters put in a lot of research to figure out how to circumvent that for this particular seal. After all, with it dissolving every 10 years, it created repeat customers. Ren wanted to do away with it. To make Konoha stronger and set a new standard. But, there was a line he knew he should not casually cross. He already had enough enemies in Konoha. His competition already hated him for ruining profitable ventures for them just a little bit and forcing them to sell their seals cheaper. If he pushed them too far, they might do something unfortunate. So, Ren kept this flaw in his seals to keep the relative peace. Yeah. I think Guy-sensei is feeling kinda guilty. Tenten said with a sigh. His specialty is taijutsu, and we tried, but I am just not built for it, so he trains my teammates way more than me because they are both taijutsu prodigies. I don't think he has much of an idea what to do with me, to be honest. He does his best, but... She helplessly shrugged with an uncomfortable smile, and Ren gave her a sympathetic look. This was the problem with the current three-man cell apprenticeship system. Sometimes, even if you get a good teacher with a shining reputation and indomitable might, it does not mean he or she will be able to teach you anything special if your specializations have nothing in common. Sure, Guy will cover the basics every jonin teacher is supposed to teach their genins. He will definitely do his job perfectly in that regard. And yet, nobody can argue that at the end of it, both Niji and Lee will come out of these years under his tutelage much better off than Tenten, who will lag behind massively in skill and ability. The girl was relegated to a support role, not only because it fit her fighting style, but also because Guy simply could not give her anything that would elevate her prowess. If your teacher is willing to cough up the money for the storage tattoo seal, then I guess that is a good start. Ren chuckled. It's a good trick. Some chunin use it as a cornerstone of their fighting style. The ability to store and materialize a weapon at will was dangerous. You ain't catching a jonin with it, but anything under that level. Some ninjas did manage to become quite accomplished chunin with just the seal and their fighting skills, despite having no other ninja technique. They are not going to get any higher than mid-chunin with only that. But it is still a testament to how useful such a simple thing could be and how far it could be taken. Yeah. I believe being able to swap weapons mid-fight without needing to pull out a storage scroll will give me a way more versatility. Tenten happily nodded, and Ren pursed his lips. Should I? He hesitated and gave the girl in front of him a pondering look, which made the girl tilt her head in a bit of confusion. It was none of his business. But at the same time, it grated on him. He should just sell her the seal she wished to have and be done with it. But he kind of felt like meddling, you know. Because it was such a monumental shame. Tenten was cool. How many people can say they have 100% accuracy with thrown weapons? She has a real gift. And she is squandering it. It really grated on Ren's nerves. No. I really should not. Ren inwardly rebuked himself. I already have enough problems between Ino, Hinata, the shop, the new clan, the clan politics, the seal research, and my own training. I don't have the time to train another person. Even if only casually. He reasoned. Is something wrong? Tenten asked, pulling Ren out of his reverie as he looked at her puzzled and slightly worried expression. At that moment, Ren deflated. Damn it. He let out an exasperated breath as he closed his eyes, knowing he had lost this internal battle. And he was not ashamed to admit it was in no small part due to the fact that he found the girl's expression cute. He opened his eyes and looked directly at Tenten. Tell me, what is your elemental affinity? Chapter 120, Chapter 120, AP Seal and Jutsu Scrolls. Ren rubbed his forehead with a wince as Tenten left the store. After he asked her about her affinity, her expression fell, and she shared with him that it was earth, something quite useless for a weapon user. Sure, she could harden her weapons. But that wouldn't really help all that much. She deemed it was not worth sinking the years of effort into mastering her affinity when the payoff was something barely usable in a fight. It was a major sore point for her. And Ren understood Ino's problem with the girl right there and then. She started rambling about it, about how she wished she had lightning or wind affinity. Once she got going, the girl just wouldn't stop, while he could only sit there with a strained smile, listening to her woes. He did ask, so telling her to shut up would be awkward. With a Herculean effort, Ren managed to steer the conversation back towards seals. Which was a mistake. Because somehow, the bun-haired girl got even more enthusiastic. Seals were her hobby, and she was now on a roll. Her mouth was firing question after question at Ren about his seals. He found it quite endearing. For the first 5 minutes. After that. Just kill him now. This was why he employed Ino in the first place. So he wouldn't need to deal with annoyances like this. The saddest part, however, was finding out that Tenten wasn't really talented at sealing arts. She simply did not have the necessary imagination for it. Her questions were enough to show Ren that. He didn't tell the girl that. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. But her way of thinking was rigid and inflexible. It was a mindset problem. The way she was looking at the world around her would make it hard for her to become more than average, even if she sank a lot of time into learning seals. The storage and explosive seals were pretty much her limit. She could learn how to write seals. Anybody could do that with enough effort. But creating her own seals, that was a bit beyond the girl. Correcting her mindset would not be impossible. But it would be more effort than it was worth. Ren was not about to spend months doing it. He quickly crossed out seals as a possible solution for making the girl stronger. That led him back to the elemental affinity, and they did agree to meet again in 3 days when Ren told her he might have an idea on how to make her stronger. Tenten decided she was going to bring Guy with her and ask him for advice. Ren respected that. It was the smart thing to do. Ren was a stranger to her despite the fact that she spent the last hour trying to talk his ears off. Bringing her mentor, who was responsible for her training, made sense. It showed the girl was not an idiot, unlike a certain blonde-haired knucklehead who would let any shady, toad-riding, and bathhouse-peeping old wardyman teach him. Sure, it worked out for Naruto, but that was beside the point. Well, at least this talk with Tenten cured Ren of his slight attraction to the girl. Sure, she was cute, but he wouldn't be able to live with somebody that talkative. Ino was his limit. She was boisterous and loud, but she knew how to enjoy some nice companionable silence. He glanced at the blonde girl who had just come out of the back room. Ren was probably biased. Ino was not any better. But she was an acquired taste for him by no. You are thinking something rude, aren't you? Ino startled him a bit as she interrupted his thoughts and narrowed her eyes at him. No. Ren olishly blinked, keeping his poker face up. I was thinking you look particularly nice today. Hearing him, Ino snorted. Sure you were. She rolled her eyes at him, not believing him even a little bit. What even gave you that idea? Ren asked, a bit taken aback, and Ino just nonchalantly shrugged. You had that look. Raising his eyebrow, Ren dryly spoke. I don't have any sort of look. He really didn't. Or at least, he didn't think he did. He was pretty sure he kept his poker face up properly. Of course, you do. Ino rolled her eyes at him with mirth shining within them because she found his denial adorable. We've been together long enough for me to recognize it. You Yamanakas and your psychology voodoo. Ren snorted and shook his head before he turned his head down toward the documents he had on the counter in front of him. Nah. Just some old-fashioned woman's intuition. Ino hummed as she walked next to Ren and peeked at the documents. You have finally gotten approval for your anti-pregnancy seal. Her eyebrows rose in surprise. Finally. It has been a week. I was afraid they would reject it or something. She said in a relieved tone. Ren glanced at her and hummed in response before refocusing on the documents. It's politics. Somebody up there really does not like what I am doing, so they do what they can to hinder my progress. He shrugged. It didn't matter much. Medical seals, unlike others, required approval from the village if he wanted to sell them. His anti-pregnancy seal, or AP seal for short, was not exactly a medical seal, but an argument for it could be made. It did affect a biological process, considering it could switch fertility on and off. So, Ren decided to play it safe and presented it at the hospital for testing before offering it for sale in his shop. It should have taken like 20 minutes for some medical ninja to check that the seal has no adverse effects. Instead, it took an entire week before Ren heard back from the hospital and got his approval. That told him they were ordered to be extra thorough in looking for a flaw. Honestly, if the AP seal was not something several clans were invested in, Ren had no doubt he would not be getting said approval to sell it even if the seal passed all the tests. Because that's how politics works when you piss off high-level politicians. Alas, even the Hyugas, as much as they disliked Ren, were invested in a seal that could prevent unwanted pregnancies. Most clans were very interested in it, so whoever was targeting Ren, they had a mighty hard time smashing that rejected stamp on his request papers. As distasteful as it was, rape and kidnapping was something that happened quite regularly in this world. Especially to kunoichi. But sometimes to ninjas as well. You cannot train kids to steal, kill, cheat, and lie without accidentally raising a few psychopaths. All villages had these kinds of people. Every kunoichi went on a mission with knowledge that she might lose, and death might not be the worst that could happen to her in that situation. This AP seal was to give these women one less thing to worry about. Unless they unlocked their seal, the women were not going to have a surprise in 9 months after surviving being passed around the entire enemy squad for days on end. There is a reason why Konoha's orphanages are almost always so full, after all. And even men would benefit from the AP seal. Surprisingly or not, it was actually not females who the enemy villages wanted to kidnap for their breeding programs. No. They, most of the time, targeted the males. Hinata and Kushina were exceptions, rather than the rule. It's why the clans were so invested in seeing the seal approved. If a man were captured and had the AP seal, then yeah, he would die in captivity. But at least the chance of him to be forced to sire an offspring with his bloodline significantly decreased. The clans were positively greedy for that. And the most important part, the reason why most kunoichi and ninjas would buy it, the seal was also a great birth control tool. What else to say? You don't need a condom if you can make yourself momentarily infertile with a small burst of chakra. People were going to buy it. Ren had no doubt about that. In fact, he would not be surprised if the seal turned out to be one of his best sellers. It wasn't as if Ren was going to make the seal expensive either. The price he had in mind for it was 1,000 ryo. Practically, $100. But for a ninja, that was actually pretty cheap for a permanent seal like this. A good kunai set was around 700 ryo. 1,000 ryo was pretty cheap. Ren could have set it to 50,000, and people would still buy it. But he created it as a quality of life improvement for Konoha's ninjas. It was supposed to get him some sweet reputation points. Making it expensive would be counterproductive. That was why he could only wryly smile when somebody wanted to screw with him via delaying the testing of this seal. It's a good thing that we can finally start selling it. Some clan ninjas were really getting impatient. With this, I can start making appointments for it. Ino sighed, already sounding put out by just imagining the clusterfuck of a work that was awaiting her with these seals. Ren chuckled and reached out with his hand, gently patting Ino's head. I feel you. It's going to be really hectic. He nodded and relocated his hand from her head toward her lower back before he grasped her hip with said hand and pulled her into a half-hug. Reserve only one person every 30 minutes, though. Applying the seal would take around 2 minutes per person. But it was practically a charity. And there were thousands of ninjas in the village. Ren decided to take his time with it. His shop was open for around 12 hours, and with accounting for breaks, his clone could mark 20 people with the AP seal per day with a half-hourly schedule. That sounded manageable, and it would give the clone at least some time for tinkering with seals in between customers. All right. Ino agreed and gave Ren an affectionate peck on the cheek and grinned as she bent over in a way that perfectly showcased her curves and caused Ren's attention to slip toward her. The blonde girl retrieved a small notebook from under the counter, giving Ren a quick smirk to show him she noticed where his eyes were roaming, before she opened the book and pushed it toward Ren on the counter. Here, Ino spoke. You wanted me to mark down every purchase of the, she glanced into the open notebook to check the names, Fireball Scroll, Rockwall Scroll, and the Wind/Scroll. Oh, you have already sold some of them? Ren asked in mild surprise. These were his more experimental seals for which he created a Sekribo that could print them. They did exactly as their names suggested. The Fireball Scroll was a seal that practically created and sent a C-rank fireball technique at the opponent. The Rockwall Scroll created an earthen wall of rock that could block weaker C and B rank techniques. And the Wind/Scroll pretty much sent a slash of sharp wind at the enemy. Ren was inspired by magical scrolls from games and stories from his previous life and tried to create something similar. Besides, if he remembered correctly, there was this dipshit scientist in Naruto who had already is going to manage to accomplish something very similar, so he decided to give it a try. Ren found out that making these seals was tricky, but not overly difficult. But it was a new concept for the ninjas, so he didn't expect people to buy some of them so fast, considering he put them up for sale only yesterday. Sadly, these jutsu scrolls, as Ren named them, were not as convenient as they sounded. The technique was created by the seal and as such, it required pretty much a slightly more chakra than if the person actually used said technique normally. The user needed to power up both the activation of the scroll and the technique within. The upside. For example, the Fireball Scroll. It allowed people who did not necessarily have the fire affinity or did not know the fireball technique to be able to use it. All they needed was to buy the scroll. Now, Ren was aware this was not something that would catch a jonin off guard. It also took a lot longer to take out a scroll and activate it than simply using a learned technique. The Fireball Scroll would be pretty much useless for anybody who knows the fireball technique because not only does it take a second or two longer to cast through the scroll, it also takes a little bit more chakra, and the technique is hard set in the scroll, so it cannot be adjusted. But for your regular genin or chunin, he believed these jutsu scrolls of his could revolutionize how people in these ranks fought. It gave them options, much like the exploding tags enabled even weaker genin to have the potential to cause a lot of damage. He was still surprised that Ino managed to sell 15 Fireball Scrolls, 13 Rockwall Scrolls, and 7 Wind/Scrolls. Ren glanced at the smug blonde girl. She would have been an amazing scammer. He was proud of her. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 20 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Exploding Seals and the Meeting. Oi. Stop pushing. I was waiting here for an hour. Don't even think about cutting in line, bastard. Hey. No violence in here. Stop or you will get kicked out of the store. Can you speed it up, please? I just want to buy my exploding tags. I am already late for my team meeting. Guy. Tenten. Over here. Ren yelled through the heavy noise of the crowd in his shop and beckoned them to head toward a side entrance to the back room as he noticed them staring at the chaos in front of them in disbelief. Mornings were always the worst. But fortunately, he had two very helpful girls to deal with it. He glanced at Ino and a brown-haired and brown-eyed teenage girl next to her, who were dealing with the customers in a practiced fashion after blundering their way through the hectic past week. They were veterans by now. The girl was Hinata, or at least her clone, under Henge. She couldn't really work in a shop like this wearing her normal face. Her clan would march here with pitchforks and demand she stop sullying the dignity of Hyuga if they knew. Ren inwardly rolled his eyes. So, Hinata opted to help anyway. Just under the Henge. And sure, pretty much all of his customers were ninja. They knew the brown-haired shop attendant was under a transformation. Which was considered incredibly rude according to ninja etiquette. But what were they going to do about it? Complain to the wind. Some Chunin idiots tried to complain to Ren, but he simply told them they didn't need to come if they did not want his wares. That shut them up quickly, and there was no problem ever since. Of course, some Hyugas had suspicions. That naturally led them to do something rude and foolish like opening their Byakugan to try and peer past the Henge despite the warning not to do so plastered over half the entrance. They thought themselves clever and decided to fuck around. Naturally, they found out when they experienced the anti-Hyuga flashbang seal point blank to their face, making them fall to the ground screaming and whimpering as they held their eyes in pain. Not even Hinata could use Byakugan within his store, because that seal. It was active all the time. The second somebody activates a dojutsu, boom, they get to experience how it feels to be painfully blind for a few seconds. The best part? His store was registered as his clan's property. And that meant, by entering, people non-verbally acknowledged to abide by his clan's rules. And no, I didn't know, was not an acceptable excuse. Everybody knew what. It was common sense in the village. The amount of power abuse that opened up with that was honestly kind of disgusting, but Ren didn't cross any line despite making use of that rule extensively. For example, he was not obligated to inform others of his clan's rules. But they were expected to obey them. It was one of these unfair privileges the clans had and used in a very low-key fashion to bully others from time to time. So, when the Hyuga clan's main house representative showed up, all red-faced and angry about Ren possessing something that could counter their venerable bloodline, he simply told them to fuck off, kinda like they did to him in the past, which made them sputter and bristle in disbelief at the disrespect. But leave they did. Because he was a part of a clan now. If he were just a regular ninja with a store, he had no doubt they would drag him in front of the village council by now to rip him a new one through politics and nepotism. It was sad, but that's how these things in the village worked. You've got a lot of very youthful people shopping here today. Guy commented just as they ducked into the quiet back room, leaving the chaotic atmosphere of the crowd in the shop. Sorry. Mornings here are quite busy. Everybody wants to buy our exploding tags before the daily supply runs out, and this is the result. The afternoons, on the other hand, are nice, quiet, and peaceful with barely anybody visiting. Ren ruefully sighed and gave Guy a helpless smile. He did not want to complain about the business going well. But he didn't expect it would go this well. He was definitely experiencing suffering through success, and it was a very bittersweet feeling. Ah. I have heard of that. The cheapest exploding tags in the village, right? Tenten exclaimed with wide eyes, still coming to terms with the fact that she and her teacher were almost stomped over by the crowd. It was worse than Konoha's market during peak hours. Yeah. It's first come, first served, and the supply is limited, so, that. Ren shook his head as they reached a couch, and Ren beckoned the duo to sit down after he took his own seat, and a shadow clone popped into existence next to him. Without sharing even a singular word, the shadow clone turned on his heel and headed toward the small kitchenette at the other side of the back room, intending to make and bring them some tea. Our exploding tags are sold at 80% of the usual market price. Ren elaborated for the weapon-obsessed girl who seemed to be interested in the topic. And since they are one-time use items that most ninja use in large quantities, there is always a massive demand for them. People buy them in bulk, 10 or 20 pieces at once, so 20% off on each tag saves them a lot of money. Just because Ren gave the Sakribo that could make exploding tags to the village, it didn't mean he would not construct another one in order to start selling the tags. In fact, the one he gave away was his third successfully created one. His Sakribo could print 1,000 exploding tags in half an hour. And that was pretty much the daily limit for Ren right now. Funnily enough, he was limited by the supply of chakra ink. His sources could sell him only so much of it every day. It was honestly a good problem to have. But it was a problem nevertheless. 1,000 exploding tags might sound like a lot. But the very third day after he started selling his tags, he was visited by an ANBU dipshit mook who wanted to make achievements and tried to strong-arm Ren into giving the seals to the ANBU division at even more discounted price. Ren flipped him off with an eye roll and shut the door in his face. Seriously, some people. He was running a business here. Not a charity. An hour later, Yugao in all her masked glory showed up, and they properly negotiated a contract between him and the ANBU. Ren understood why the ANBU did it. They were the village's not-so-secret Black Ops and Assassination division that had some of the best ninjas from Konoha serving under its flag. The respect and fear they garnered from the general populace most likely let them strong-arm people like that, left and right, getting good supplies for very cheap. But Ren was not having it. They can pull these tricks on civilians, not him. And indeed, the new negotiation was much more reasonable. No more discounted prices. 80% of the market value was the lowest Ren was willing to go, and while Yugao put in the token effort to lower the prices further, she quickly backed off when she understood it was not happening. Ren was already exceedingly generous there. But give people a finger, and they will try to take an entire arm. He also only agreed to supply them 500 tags a day, keeping the remaining 500 for his shop. To be honest, he slightly regretted that decision because selling the tags himself turned out to be a nightmare. But it is what it is. Yugao was not happy about getting only 500 of them either. It was nowhere near enough to satisfy the needs of the entire ANBU division, so the poor schmucks will still need to buy some full-price tags from somewhere else, but 500 was still better than 0, so she agreed and they parted after signing the contract. That meant Ren only had 500 exploding tags he could sell every day. And with everybody taking at least 10 to 20 of them at a time, he could satisfy only around 30 to 35 ninjas per day. The others were shit out of luck. They would need to go and buy full-price tags somewhere else. It was why nobody made a fuss about Ren selling the tags under the market price. The other sellers just scoffed and thought of him as an idiot. They did not and would not care as long as their own stock was sold. But it was all right. They had no idea about how easily it was for Ren to produce said tags. Only those who knew gave him some jealous looks, but that was the extent of it. To make things clearer, an experienced seal maker could make one exploding tag in around 1 to 5 minutes. Even taking into account the most hopeful estimates, where he never made a mistake and managed to churn them out at the rate of 1 minute apiece, which was a highly unrealistic expectation, the seal maker would still need 1,000 minutes a day to produce them. That was a little bit under 17 hours of uninterrupted work. That was what the uninformed idiots thought Ren was doing. And that was why they were scoffing or laughing at him behind his back. But the joke was on them. The Sakubo printed the tags in half an hour for literally no effort on his part other than pouring in the chakra ink, sealing a stack of paper inside of it, and activating it. It trivialized the mass production of seals and made the actual work costs close to non-existent. This was why Ren could afford to sell his exploding tags so cheaply and still make a fortune. Hell, he could single-handedly satisfy the demand of the entire village if the Sakubo worked around the clock and if he had enough chakra ink. But that would have made every other seal maker, whose livelihood depended on selling exploding tags, his enemy, so Ren refrained, and instead, he sold different seals, too. Like the lunchbox seals. After all, he had never promised not to sell them himself when he gave the Sakubo capable of making them to the Akimichi clan. I am sure you two could speak about seals for a long time, Guy, dropping his jovial attitude, spoke in a serious tone, and his eyes fell on Ren with an intangible weight, but we came here for a different reason. You told Tenten you could help her become stronger. Ren felt the silent threat in the man's words and inwardly wryly smiled. Yeah, his offer was kinda sus, wasn't it? Guy was just looking out for his student. Ren could respect that. So, he just shrugged. I said I have some ideas. If she can make something out of them, that will be up to her. He nodded toward Tenten, who sheepishly rubbed her cheek, feeling how the atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Ren's words caused Guy to slightly relax. I see. Then what are you waiting for? Tell us your youthful ideas, my friend. He grinned and gave Ren a thumbs-up gesture, which made him chuckle. The man was acting that way to fuck with people. Ren was certain of it. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, but hurt Guy. Guy-san. Ren looked the green-clad Jonin directly in the eyes to convey his seriousness. I want to start this by saying I think you are one of the best Jonin instructors in this village. I respect that you care about your students and that you want to guide them the best you can. Hearing this, Guy's big grin became a bit smaller, but way more sincere. He spoke, his tone a level quieter, but nevertheless, showing his appreciation for the genuine praise. You flatter M-. That said, you are an idiot. Ren interrupted the men with a deadpan look, causing his smile to freeze on his face as he became speechless at the sudden rebuke, and Tenten's jaw dropped to the floor in astonishment. Not minding Guy and Tenten's bewilderment one bit, Ren nonchalantly continued. You genuinely believe that with enough hard work, anything is possible to accomplish. You did it, so why can't others, right? Ren snorted and exasperatedly shook his head. You put and are still putting an incredible amount of effort into being a good ninja with only taijutsu, and you have become one of the village's strongest jonin. Ren honestly admired Guy and his dedication. He made sure his tone conveyed it, too. It was a bit unfortunate that Guy had reached his limit. He can exercise as much as he wants. Right now, the man is improving at such a glacial pace that in 10 years, he will still lose a bit of his strength due to natural aging, despite his effort. He is in the height of his prime, and sadly, it is going to get only worse from here for him. All his unending exercises and training will do is slow down the deterioration of his prowess. Without training like a possessed madman, he would probably lose 5% of his overall capability, and with it, maybe he'd get only 3% weaker. Or 2. Who knows? Ren was pulling these numbers out of his ass, but he didn't think he was that off the mark with his assessment. Guy reached the stage where he would need to lift mountain-sized boulders to push his chakra and body enough to keep improving. But that was not only inconvenient, it was also not viable at all. The man lacked the necessary equipment to push his body enough. He can walk around the village backwards on his arms the whole day. At his level of physical fitness, it barely does anything for him other than keeping his current level up to snuff. It was admirable that despite his inevitable stagnation, the man kept his mood and determination up. He never gave in, and he never gave up. Ren couldn't help but respect that. He still would not share his gravity seals with him, though. Hearing the sincerity in Ren's tone, Guy frowned. He wasn't stupid. He would have never become a jonin if he was as big of a moron as he tried to portray himself as. While Ren's praise was genuine, Guy knew this was just the good part that was supposed to soften the blow. But? He asked, mirthfully raising one of his thick eyebrows at Ren, curious about what the man would say next. He didn't mind the critique. He knew he had flaws. That was only natural. After all, training was all about removing or lessening them, no. If Ren thought he knew some of his shortcomings, then Guy would be happy to listen. Maybe he would even learn something about himself he hadn't realized yet. Youth was about self-improvement. One step of the way at a time. Ren's lips twitched up at Guy's question. Despite his confident tone, deep down, he was a tad bit nervous. Telling somebody who could throw hands with Madara that he sucks at something was quite nerve-wracking. But in his humble opinion, Guy needed to hear this because while his intentions were good, his training methods were garbage outside pure taijutsu. Your own circumstances made you blind to the fact that others are not capable of keeping up with your insane training. It blinds you to the other avenues. There was a reason why Niji and Tenten did not know about the 8 gates just yet. It was not that Guy didn't want to teach them. He wasn't such a scheming individual. If it was up to him. Ren reckoned that all his students would be able to open the 7th gate. But as much as people like to believe that Guy and Lee were some sort of untalented underdogs, that wasn't true. These people were delusional. Both Guy and Lee were extremely talented and driven to the point of madness. Nothing short of that could allow them to open the gates. It was the training to the point of self-torment that made their bodies prepared for such a monumental strain. Niji and Tenten simply didn't have what it took to even begin the first stage of the 8 gates training, so Guy never even mentioned it to them, not wanting them to think he was favoring Lee. And Guy himself was quite privileged. His father ensured he had a legacy when he invented a way to forcefully open the gates. There were loads of ninjas who tried to specialize in taijutsu and were very good at it, and yet, they could never get past the chunin rank. They did not have 8 gates, and pure taijutsu simply wasn't cutting it. Guy undoubtedly deserved his rank. There was no question about it. But at the same time, a part of the reason why he received it was nepotism. Might Due, the eternal genin, who was practically a joke in the village, managed to create a way to utilize the 8 inner gates, and with it, he fought off all 7 Kiri swordsmen, killing over half of them in the process. Sure, he died because he opened the 8th gate. But he, as a genin, still single-handedly kicked the collective asses of 7 of the strongest ninjas from Kiri. Obviously, the village higher-ups wanted that technique. Ren could imagine them practically salivating at the idea of getting their hands on it. Just imagine Konoha where every ninja could open at least the 1st and 2nd gate. Their army would be unstoppable. Alas, sucks. With Due dead, the only living person who had knowledge of the technique was his son, Guy, who was a 12-year-old kid at the time. Go and ask a 12-year-old how to do an S-rank forbidden technique and see how that will go for you. Ren heard that Guy was not averse to sharing it. He was a dumb kid back then. Very easy to manipulate by the old coots in the council. But that didn't help them much. Danzo most likely has a scroll on everything available about the technique. And yet, not one of his root ANBU ever showed even a lick of ability with it. Not even the opening of the first gate. The only ANBU or Jonin in Konoha who could open the first few gates was, or rather will be, Kakashi once he pulled his S out of his head. That is how utterly and ridiculously demanding the 8 gates technique was. Unless a ninja dedicates his life to it, he simply isn't going to get anywhere with it. It required simple-minded, unceasing but monumental physical effort on an insanely regular basis before opening the gates even became available. So much of it that even trained ninjas balked at it. But effort was not the answer for Tenten's troubles. No, the girl required guidance. Not just to be told, work hard, girl. You will get there, when she had no idea what she should even work hard at in the first place. Nodding toward the girl, Ren continued speaking. I heard that Tenten wants to be an S-class kunoichi one day. That's your dream, right? To be as good as Tsunade? He asked, and the girl quickly nodded. Ren then looked back at Guy with a wry smile. And if I had to guess, your response to that was to tell her that she can be if she puts in the effort, no? Guy opened his mouth, flames of youth burning in his eyes, but something made him think better of it as his frown deepened before he gained a thoughtful look as he subduedly nodded. Yes. With that out of the way, Ren turned toward Tenten and asked. How much do you train every day? Ugh. The girl's eyebrows furrowed, not expecting the question. She had to think a bit about it, but a moment later, she replied. 3 to 4 hours. She looked unsurely at her teacher. Sometimes up to 6 hours, but I can't keep up with that kind of schedule. She spoke, abashedly ducking her head as if she had just confessed to adultery or something. Ren found it as hilarious as it was ridiculous and sad. Both Niji and Lee were training maniacs. They just manifested it in different ways. And the team was led by yet another training-obsessed nutcase. It was obvious that Tenten was lagging behind, and she was ashamed of it. Like it or not, chakra or not, on average, women were inherently weaker than men. This was not debatable. It was not misogyny. It was not a philosophical question. It was a simple, irrefutable fact. No matter how many delusional feminist females find it distasteful and start screeching about how it is unfair, this will not change. Anybody who looks at the list of S-rank shinobi will notice that the vast, overwhelming majority of them are male. For a female to reach S-rank status, they needed to either have a bloodline or be very, very clever about it. Brute force was simply not going to cut it for them. It was why he guided Hinata and Ino to find their own ways to become extremely deadly by playing to their advantages rather than trying to match their opponents in sheer physical prowess. Ren took immense pride in the fact that his female disciples would one day reach S-rank prowess and would be cut above the rest within that category. And if Tenten wanted to ever get to S-rank, she would need to figure out her own bag of deadly tricks before refining them to the level where they can be a genuine threat to the lives of other S-rank shinobi. And I reckon you also train with your team on top of that? Ren asked the girl, trying to get a better picture of her circumstances. Well, yeah. Tenten nodded, but the team training is mostly physical exercise to keep us fit. And what exactly do you train in during these 3 to 4 hours? And that was the most important question he had asked her so far. Unfortunately, he had a good idea about her reply before he even asked. This was the important part, and Guy noticed the subtle shift in Ren's body, causing the spandex-loving ninja to tense as he realized Ren was leading Tenten toward something with his questions. Air, throwing and wielding weapons. Tenten asked more than stated, and noticing Ren's deadpan look, she quickly added. I usually pick a weapon and try to master it before moving on to a different one. Well, at least the girl understands it is important to give herself smaller goals to accomplish in her training. No doubt, that's Guy's influence. Ren thought, subtly taking a deep breath because while this might not be as big of a clusterfuck, it was still one. And do you think you can become an S-rank kunoichi with that? He plainly asked, staring at Tenten. The girl opened her mouth, only to close it a second later, looking a bit lost as she was unsure how to answer that question. She simply did not know. What was she even supposed to say to that? Getting no answer in 10 seconds, Ren hummed and changed his approach. Name one S-rank weapon master. Yet more silence ensued as the flabbergasted girl had no answer. Snorting, Ren turned toward her teacher and politely asked. Guy-san. Can you name one S-rank weapon specialist? To give Guy credit, he did try. Saucer dash. But Ren quickly interrupted him. He doesn't count. He is a puppeteer. A very different thing. He flatly said, and Guy hit a small wince. By now, the man caught what Ren was trying to convey and, he had to admit he might have screwed up. A little bit. He honestly never thought about it from this angle, and he would have loved to refute Ren's words, but he simply couldn't find a good argument for it. That stung. I don't think I can think of one. Guy eventually admitted with a heavy heart, catching how Tenten's face fell at that admission. Exactly. Ren chuckled. It was always fun seeing people's faces when they realized the freaking obvious thing they were overlooking up to that point. He didn't even care that Taunt's hands balled into fists as she bit her lower lip in frustration when she realized he was practically indirectly telling her that her current efforts were pretty much worthless. But Tenten is dedicated. She can be the first dash, Guy boisterously tried, but even to his own ears, it sounded kind of weak. Ren only rolled his eyes at him and interrupted him once again. Because interrupting the boisterous Jonin was honestly kind of fun. He idly wondered if that made him an asshole. Most S-rank ninjas are masters of one, maybe two weapons, and that is for a good reason. That was just a readily available fact. Sure, these ninjas could handle a wide variety of weapons. But they only ever properly mastered and focused on one, at most two of them. Anything more than that is not only redundant. It is simply self-sabotage. You have only so much time in a day for training, and if you want to reach your desired heights, you need to be efficient with your time, and you need a goal. You need to train in things that will be useful to you, that will make you deadlier, that will stack together and give you an unquestionable edge. The goal is not to learn 3 skills with different uses. The goal is to learn 3 skills that can be used in tandem to exponentially increase your threat level. That was pretty much what Guy did. He was physically strong. More than other ninjas. Most of his training revolved around getting and maintaining that strength. He was also a master of what passed for martial arts in this world. Master of taijutsu. That made him that much deadlier in close combat as he knew so many combat styles, he had an answer to pretty much any move his opponent could do. And he had his 8 gates technique, which just took these 2 previous points, cranked them way past 11, all the way to like 17 or something, depending on which gate he opens, and he could go punch for punch with the strongest people in the world. 3 things, all stacked together, and it allowed, or will allow, him to punch Jubi Jinchuriki Madara nearly to an early grave. The only way Guy could make it all even better would be by mastering a blunt weapon. But for some reason, he decided against doing that. Stupidly so. But alright. Finding a weapon that could withstand his prowess without breaking once he opened his gates was probably not viable. Using his fists was more practical for him. Instead, Ren told Tenten, "You are mastering weapons you are most likely never even going to use in combat because of their very niche nature. If you want to be a very skilled chunin, go ahead. But if you want to reach S rank, you are wasting your time, girl. You just aren't going to reach it. Not like this." The girl looked kind of floored after hearing this, but there were still hints of disbelief in her expression, so Ren decided to use his secret weapon. He turned toward her teacher, who looked a bit ashamed that he missed something so obvious, causing his guidance for her to be subpar. "Am I wrong, Guy-san?" "No." Guy deflated with a defeated sigh, admitting that Ren's words were reasonable. Being a weapon mistress sounded grand. It was a good dream to have. But, it wasn't something that would allow Tenten to ever reach the S-rank status she desired. Deep down, Guy wanted to argue. He wanted to tell Tenten that she should not let others dictate her dream for her. That she can be the very first S-rank weapon mistress. But then he remembered what kind of monsters S-rank ninjas are and, he regretted coming here. On one hand, Ren pushed Sasuke Uchiha his way and teaching the hip and cool boy the ways of youth was marvelous fun. The boy even managed to spread them to his youthful admirer, Sakura. On the other hand, he felt a bit butthurt having all these things pointed out to him. Was he truly neglecting Tenten and Niji's training this much? He needed a few moments alone to properly think about it. He refused to do anything but his best when it came to guiding the youth. Then what should I do? Tenten asked Ren with an unhappy frown. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Training Seal. Then what should I do? Tenten asked Ren with an unhappy frown. Ren chuckled in amusement at that. That's the question, isn't it? He looked at Tenten and saw that she did not like that answer at all and was trying and failing not to scowl. If it were that easy, there would have been thousands of S-rank ninjas in Konoha. Ren wholeheartedly believed that everybody had the potential to become S-rank. The problem was, not many people knew how to train effectively. There was a reason why S-rank ninjas usually had S-rank, or at least elite Jonin rank, teachers who knew how to properly train to become a good ninja because they went through it themselves. Guy was a special case, though. The man was no doubt capable of training exceptional taijutsu users. Both Niji and Lee were a testament to that. But when it came to training somebody like Tenten, somebody who did not specialize in taijutsu, the men just didn't know what to do with her. But now that Ren pointed out that Tenten's training has flaws, Guy was definitely going to do his best to improve it. The only thing Ren could do for the girl that Guy could not was to give her an additional option that would fit into her fighting style. Something she could build upon with time. Something that had the potential to make her dangerous. Ren unsealed a scroll from his wrist storage seal and put it on the table in front of Tenten. "I worked on that for the last 3 days. Alongside 5 clones." But he didn't think the girl needed to know that. It contains a seal that will help you refine your earth nature in a certain direction that I think will go very well with thrown weaponry. Tenten blinked, not expecting that. But she regained her wits fairly quickly as she took the scroll into her hands and curiously unrolled it before she instantly lost herself in reading the small section with the description of the seal's effects and manual for the usage. Guy, however, was more suspicious as he lost his jovial facade and asked with utmost seriousness, "And you are willing to give this to Tenten?" Just like that. For free. Ren might not like it, but he had to admit, Guy's suspicion was warranted. In this world, people did not give away techniques to strangers they had just met a few days prior. Not without an ulterior motive. And naturally, Ren had one, too. Of course not. He shook his head. Wait. This will allow me to manipulate my weapons mid-flight with my earth chakra. Tenten suddenly exclaimed in disbelieving excitement, interrupting Ren. He just raised his eyebrow at the girl before nodding. If you master it. He shrugged. That is not going to be easy. Even if you have earth chakra nature. The seal will make it possible, but you will be practically skipping the first 2 control exercises, going directly to the hardest stuff. The seal was essentially a training tool for earth chakra nature that simplified the process. Unlike the usual exercises, Ren decided to get fancy and skip the initial stages. Basically, Tenten would be learning the master level of earth chakra manipulation before even starting on the first and second steps of her chakra nature exercises. Normally, doing so would have been foolish. But Ren's seal was constructed to make it work. It was Ren's attempt to make the training quicker and easier because not everybody was Naruto and could spam hundreds of clones to learn elemental chakra manipulation in a week. This thing took people years of effort normally, so figuring out seals that could shorten that time to months was a good goal, in Ren's mind. This was his first prototype. His first attempt. Instead of helping the user to train the earth affinity by turning leaves into dirt, the seal directly focused on helping the user learn how to imbue earth chakra into objects and use that chakra to move said objects, on the extreme side, even slightly affect the object's gravity fields through the earth release. It wasn't quite a technique. The whole thing was more akin to wall walking rather than proper ninjutsu. It just had a direct practical application, too, unlike most elemental chakra exercises. The result also wasn't quite telekinesis yet. It was more like something that dearly wished to be classified as such, but was several large steps too far from reaching it. Tenten was not going to be lifting anything heavy with it. But the shurikens and kunai. Ren hypothesized that the girl could definitely learn how to change their trajectory at a moment's notice mid-flight, how to keep them in the air, or even how to indirectly increase her projectile speed. All of that while keeping the hardening effect of the earth chakra active on her weapons because, well, this whole thing was still based on imbuing earth chakra into weaponry. Basically, her projectiles will not lose speed, but they were going to hit like a truck and be manipulable mid-flight. And for a girl with near-perfect accuracy, that was going to make all the difference. If you put in the effort, say, 3 to 4 hours of training a day, Ren cheekily told the girl, who huffed with a small smile in response, I'd say you just might get to a passable level to call it a budget magnet release by the time the Chunin exams roll in. With that said, Ren looked back at Guy and decided to finally answer his question. I am not giving this to Tenten simply because I am that generous. While I don't have any malicious intent for her, you can say that she is a free test subject for this seal. I want to know how well it will perform, and I will ask for regular reports and feedback from her about using the seal. This is my first attempt to create a seal that can help people train their affinity better, so. Ren trailed off with a small shrug. And you are sure it is going to work? Tenten asked, her tone filled with skepticism now that her initial excitement had fallen off. But Ren simply nodded. I am certain of it. Ino can actually make a shuriken orbit her with this. He said, and Tenten's eyes lit up. He inwardly wryly smiled. Yes, Ino could do it. But she was never going to make use of it because it was not her style, according to her own words. Ren almost rolled his eyes at her attitude. Which, fair. She had better techniques to waste her chakra on. Ino mostly practiced it to help Ren make the training seal. The initial ideas were his, but Ren didn't have earth affinity. As such, he could not do the exercise. Creating it was all Ino, even if Ren's ideas and theories were spot on. She still deserved the credit for it. His sole achievement when it came to this was making the seal. And he was fine with that. Because he had more ideas concerning this seal. He even suspected it might be possible to make one seal usable for all the elements and all the existing exercises. The theory fit. But for that, he needed data. Hence, giving it to Tenten, his new trusty guinea piggy. Not that he would ever call the girl that to her face. I see. Guy enthusiastically nodded. This will be very beneficial for Tenten if she manages to learn it. I shall also help her fan her flames of youth by looking for somebody who could teach her how to make throwing weapons deadlier. And if I don't manage it, I shall run 1,000 laps around the village on my hands. Thank you for bringing these issues to my attention, Ren. This is an explosion of youth. Ren watched in amusement as Tenten covered her face with her hands in total embarrassment, and he and Guy exchanged a brief, mischievous glance. Honestly, Ren could understand why the man was doing this. It was fun to see people's faces and reactions to it. Thank you very much, Tenten groaned, but I don't want to explode. Suddenly, a loud booming sound came from the next door leading to the lab as the entire building momentarily shook, and both Guy and Tenten quickly snapped to attention and stood up in surprise, prepared for a fight. Fortunately, the seals all over the building prevented the customers in the shop area from feeling a thing, but the back room was not as protected, so Ren and his two guests experienced the shaking in full. The business is booming. Guy grinned when he realized there was no danger and sat back down on the couch. Sometimes quite literally. Ren deadpanned as he looked toward the door that swung open, and a shadow clone of his entered, giddily not minding the trio of looks that fell on him, while his face and hair were covered in, was that soot. The shadow clone threw his hands up with a winning grin, holding a small paper tag as he exclaimed. A cleaning seal is finished. I've forevermore defeated chores. Time to scrub Konoha of all the filth. Mwahaha. The clone puffed out of existence as Ren's cheeks pinked under the two amused stares of his guests. That didn't go according to the plan. Chapter 124, Chapter 124. A sparring match. Hee hee. Having performance issues. Ren laughed as he let Ino's wind-coated blade pass harmlessly through his intangible body while giving her a shit-eating, teasing grin that made her scowl. Her pride prickled, Ino sped up her swinging with an adorably angry expression, trying to cut Ren, who lazily evaded some of her blows, while letting most of them pass through his body, obviously not even trying to pretend that he was taking her seriously. The girl probably assumed that there must be some sort of damage threshold that his technique could tank before it gives out. That was a reasonable assumption, but unfortunately for her, that was not how this thing worked. What the hell is this bullshit? Ino furiously exclaimed with a yelp as Ren managed to step around her as a part of his dodging movement and added a nice little swat to her posterior for style points. Of course, he had around 5 senbon fly through him into the horizon and explode in the distance, courtesy of Hinata, whose calm facade held, only her twitching right eye betraying how annoyed she was. It had been a long time since Ren put the girls through one of these humiliating sparring sessions, and he thought they were getting a tad bit too self-assured. Naturally, he had to show them the error of their ways like the good and concerned sensei he was. Glancing at Hinata, Ren tauntingly stuck out his tongue. Ino's sword swished through his abdomen, causing her to get very close to him. The second the sword left his body, Ren turned tangible and gripped Ino by her hips and swung his body, causing the momentum to lift her feet from the ground as he threw her to the right, ensuring that her body blocked Hinata's next 5 senbon that stuck Ino in various parts of her back, making her eyes go wide as she gasped from the sudden pain and let go of her sword. Her painful distraction, however, was only momentary as her body hit the ground and rolled on it, which either brutally drove the long needles deeper inside of her or forcefully ripped them out. Inwardly, Ren winced while outwardly, he just gave the whimpering Yamaka an eye smile. "You dead, blondie," he told her, weathering her glare as painful tears flowed down her cheeks while she was slowly standing up. Her hand reached behind her back and gripped one needle buried in her up to 3/4 of its length, and the girl forcefully yanked it out, visibly wincing in the process. Yet another wound pierced straight through her body, its tip slightly sticking out from under her left breast. Ino dug her fingers into the wound, gripped the needle, and pulled it out in one swift motion. Ren let her. Maybe it wasn't very educational of him. On a battlefield, her enemy would not give her the time to get rid of the shrapnel stuck in her. But he was content playing with 2 clones of Hinata that attacked him when Ino's body hit the ground and tried to juken him into oblivion as he now wielded Ino's sword with the skill of a particularly clumsy toddler, swishing it around for fun. Noticing that the most likely real Hinata landed near Ino and instantly put her hands, glowing with medical chakra, on the blonde girl's wounds, rapidly healing them. Humming, Ren chuckled at the Hinata's clone in front of him. Before he suddenly switched places with the clone behind him and the clone in front of him rammed her chakra-powered fingers straight into the second clone's neck, instantly killing and popping it out of existence. It made the clone pause. Not for long. He trained Hinata better. But there was still a half-second of shock, and Ren used it to decapitate the clone with a seal-less wind slash, causing its head to roll off its shoulders and fall toward the ground for a brief moment before the clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Despite Ren's easygoing smile, he inwardly thanked the sage for the fact that he could recognize the real Ino and Hinata by the chakra residue of the gravity seals on their bodies. He would have never been able to use something as brutal as a decapitating wind slash if he were not 100% sure the Hinata in front of him was a clone. The clones dealt with, Ren turned around to face the real girls and gave them an exaggeratedly arrogant look in order to motivate them. "Is that I dash?" He was interrupted as a massive wind pressure descended out of nowhere on his position with enough force to crack the ground in a 10-meter radius around him. Ren stood there, his feet sinking into the pulverized ground with his mouth soundlessly open, only to release a sigh after 2 seconds of staring ahead. Right. Ino and her seal-less wind jutsu. That wouldn't have killed him if it had hit, but he would have had an entire collection of broken bones to brag about. Realizing that fighting the girls at anything but close range was foolish, Ren quickly started to run at them at his maximum speed. This intangibility seal of his was broken as heck, but he was no Obito. He barely had it for 2 weeks, and keeping up his focus was still somewhat of a problem for him. As nonchalant as he appeared, the girls actually did almost get him a few times. Noticing Ren's approach, Ino and Hinata instantly split up and jumped in different directions. Seeing it, Ren smirked even as he ducked under Hinata's finger strike. This was the very first time they sparred with him using his new intangibility seal, and the girls naturally knew that if they had an advantage over him somewhere, it would be taijutsu and ninjutsu. Hinata was better than him at taijutsu, and Ino at ninjutsu by now. But the seal completely flipped the board and Ren managed to kick their ass in taijutsu so hard during their first exchange, that they realized that rushing him with taijutsu was not a viable strategy anymore. Ren was about to deliver a punch to Hinata's abdomen as he sidestepped yet another of her finger strikes, when he had to hastily stop his offensive and go intangible when Ino's wind-coated kunai almost managed to hit him in the shoulder. Eyebrows furrowing, Ren glanced at Ino, and the girl suddenly experienced a massive blunt force slamming into her, courtesy of a wind technique. The distraction allowed Hinata to regain her stance, and Ren was suddenly hit by her heavenly wall and was pushed a few inches back before he managed to phase through it. His eyes met Hinata's, and her lips curled up in a small smirk as Ren inwardly groaned. The girl noticed. Well, that's going to make this more annoying. Ren inwardly sighed. I almost regret promising not to use any other seal. Because, of course, he needed to goad the girls into this fight somehow. Ren ran at Hinata as 2 clones appeared next to him, both heading toward Ino. He threw a kunai at the Hyuga girl, and she only spun in place, letting it sail around her before she snatched it up from the air and threw it back at Ren after finishing her spin, adding lightning chakra to the mix. But another kunai was already heading her way, and she outstretched her hand to repeat the same thing with it, just as the lightning-enhanced one was about to hit Ren. Only for Ren to suddenly appear in front of her instead of the kunai, courtesy of a quick kawarimi, and he stabbed a wind-coated kunai straight through the palm of her outstretched hand, making her grit her teeth as she yanked it back, letting the kunai slash through half of her palm as if it went through a butter. With her hand momentarily disabled, Ren stepped forward as he sent a punch toward Hinata's face with his free hand, and had to go intangible as her heavenly wall technique swept through his position with the strong concussive force of her chakra. But a shadow clone of Ren silently popped into existence behind Hinata the second her heavenly wall technique passed through its location, and her eyes went wide for a split second as she realized she would not be able to cast another heavenly wall before the clone's attack landed. Both Ren and his clones were about to attack when Ren once again had to use his seal and go intangible as a senbon almost nailed him in the throat, thrown by Hinata's hand that she kept near her waistline, away from Ren's usual line of sight. His clone fared much worse and puffed out of existence when he experienced how it feels to be stabbed in the brain through the eye when Hinata used her other hand to flick it backward in a very tricky shot. Cold sweat appeared on Ren's back as Hinata jumped back out of melee range, and he rightly noted that she became truly dangerous with her senbon. The trick shots she was capable of doing with them were hard to notice. She could flick them in any direction at a moment's notice. He almost didn't react in time. So you did figure it out? Ren said with a lazy, unbothered outward guise, giving the girl an expectant smile. A smile, she happily returned. Yup. It wasn't that hard to notice. You can't attack while intangible. I just need to attack back, and you will have to either take the hit to hit me back or go intangible, giving up your offense. She humbly explained, and Ren nodded. True. He narrowed his eyes at Hinata. But are you not forgetting something? Tensing, Hinata prepared for an attack, and her mind went a mile a minute while her eyes scanned for the threat all around her, but she still spoke in a relaxed tone. No. Okay. Ren casually shrugged, causing Hinata's caution to falter at the completely careless gesture. She opened her mouth to quip something back when suddenly, she felt something grasp her ankles, and her world spun before her back hit the ground. Clone dash, she inwardly realized, but it was too late as the original Ren swapped with his clone through kawarimi, and Hinata felt her hands forced above her head and held in the grasp of his right hand as the kunai in his left hand ended up on her neck, resting on her skin. Hinata gulped, looking Ren in the eyes as he chuckled. I win. Byakugan had a hard time penetrating the ground. Hence, the Hyuga needed to do so consciously. Something not many did. It was honestly a 50-50 chance that Ren would be able to distract her enough to prevent her from checking the underground, and surprisingly, it paid off. This time. Do you really think this was a smart thing to do? Hinata defiantly asked, her cheeks gaining a pink dusting due to feeling Ren's rear sitting on her stomach as he was straddling her. And what can you do about it? Ren teasingly asked, humoring the girl as he leaned forward and delivered a quick peck on her lips before pressing his forehead against hers while still holding the kunai to her throat. She did not surrender yet, after all. I don't know. Hinata giggled, leaning her head forward and pecking Ren on the lips despite it causing the kunai to slice her throat. Ren almost freaked out, but he noticed it instantly started healing, causing him to calm down. He still gave Hinata a long look, one that made her cheekily smirk. "What about using the heavenly wall on your balls?" She asked with a lot of amusement in her tone, and Ren shivered as he suddenly became painfully aware that maybe, just maybe, sitting on the stomach of a Hyuga, one that could do a Kaiten-esque attack without spinning, was not the smartest thing to do. "Please don't," he weakly asked, causing Hinata to burst into laughter. All right. Ha. I surrender. Hee hee. She wheezingly admitted her defeat in between her laughter, and Ren awkwardly pulled the kunai away from her throat with an eye roll. He'd just go intangible if she tried it, and she knew that. Ren pushed himself off of her and sat on the grass next to her as she sprang into a sitting position before promptly leaning on his shoulder as their gazes turned in the direction where Ino was still fighting Ren's clones. Because, of course, his clones could also use the intangibility seal. That's cheating. Hinata flatly said as she noticed Ino flailing around, trying to hit either of the clones and failing miserably, no matter what ridiculous jutsu she threw at them. And it feels so good, too. Ren grinned, putting his arm around her shoulders before pulling her closer toward him. Oh ho ho ho. You are still 1,000 years too early to hit me. Oh ho ho. Ren's clone loudly exclaimed, taunting Ino while imitating the tone of an Ojusama from Japanese anime. The only saving grace was that neither Ino nor Hinata would get the reference. Still, Ren felt shame burning in his chest and had to fight the urge to dispel the said clone on reflex. "Stop dodging, you bastards!" Ino shrieked, and her nails shimmered with wind-natured chakra before she started trying to claw the clones into shreds. "But what do you mean, honey? I am standing still. Maybe put more fighting spirit into it. That's it. Up and down. Up and down, girl." The second clone cheered on her, not even moving from its spot as Ino's razor-sharp nails did nothing. "Yes. Use your hips more, my dear. It's all in the thrusting motion," the Ojusama clone helpfully advised, as it thrust its hips back and forth a few times, making Ino even madder. Gra. Ino's temper flared, and both Hinata and the real Ren retreated to the display of a hurricane going off in front of them as the winds picked up, becoming fast enough to rip trees out of the ground. The wind pressure continuously smashed the ground, decimating and cratering it again and again as the wind sharpened under the influence of Ino's chakra, creating large gashes all around her. The air above the training area solidified, forming a massive wind dragon that roared with even more turbulent winds swirling and swishing around each other, before it flew straight at the two clones, and with a deafening boom, it impacted the ground, causing a small earthquake and sending dust flying all around. "Ah, she lost it," Hinata dryly stated as she and Ren watched the spectacle, protected by a shielding seal Ren put down when he knew Ino was going to throw a tantrum. "She is not used to being so helpless." Ren unapologetically shrugged. He had a pretty good guess about how Ino and Hinata were going to react to this sparring session, but it was necessary. If they ever wanted to fight and survive S-rank threats, then they needed to learn that brute force did exactly nothing against certain techniques. He would be damned if he didn't teach them this and they somehow, because of some blasted butterfly effect or something, encountered Obito outside the village. Nua. These sparring sessions will continue until the girls learn how to properly counter it. It wasn't as if their kinda humiliating loss was properly indicative of their strength. Neither Ren, Ino, nor Hinata was truly going all out. They were not using his more lethal techniques, nor were they going for the kill. "Can't say I like it very much either." Hinata wryly added and grasped Ren's hand with a small sigh, just as the hurricane in front of them and the earthquake underneath them started to calm down. When the world fell quiet, one last blast of wind dispersed the dust cloud covering the clearing, only to reveal Ino standing in the middle of cratered ground, panting and breathing hard with a self-satisfied grin. The grin didn't last long as Ren's two clones appeared out of the ground like ghosts, both sporting a shit-eating grin, and one patted Ino on the shoulder while the other started to encouragingly slap her upper back. "Way to go, girl. You know how to party. You rock the world." A tick mark appeared on Ino's forehead and her hands balled into fists. "Ino, calm down." Hinata suddenly sent through the telepathy seal, causing Ino to go rigid as her head whipped toward them, finding them cuddling while sitting on the ground. Ino speechlessly blinked, looking between the two clones waiting next to her, and Ren with Hinata sitting on the grass a bit further away. She took a deep breath. "Fine, damn it. I surrender." She threw her hands up into the air in exasperation before huffing with a scowl. Then she started marching toward Ren and Hinata, crossing her arms on her chest while childishly complaining. "Just when I thought I was getting close to his level, he pulls this kind of bullshit. It's not fair." Both Ren and Hinata just rolled their eyes at her, each stretching one of their arms out in an invitation for a hug that Ino quickly accepted. "Alf. But not before nailing Ren in the stomach with her fist in a petty revenge for her earlier suffering. Naturally. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Elemental Chakra Training Seals. Such a small thing, yet it can make such a massive difference. Hinata said in wonder while looking at her lightning chakra training seal as the trio sat in the grass and enjoyed some food after their spar. She flexed her hand and deactivated the training seal before she channeled her chakra, instantly turning it into a lightning-natured one with practiced ease and perfection only her Byakugan could allow her to reach as lightning sparkled between fingers. In the same breath, a senbon appeared in Hinata's lightning-clad hand, and she made the lightning instantly cling to the metal needle as she flicked her wrist, throwing the needle at a nearby tree trunk. The needle hit the tree straight in the middle of its trunk, punching through it and burning the surroundings of its impact area charcoal black near instantly before continuing on its path, punching through and burning several trees, stopping only as it smashed into a boulder 200 meters away from the trio, creating a sizable cracked crater in the stone with its landing. Seeing the result, Hinata's jaw dropped as she speechlessly stared at the destruction a simple lightning-infused senbon wrought. She didn't expect this. It has been what? 2 weeks since she had gotten said seal from Ren. The same lightning-infused senbon would maybe manage to get through one tree. And that was a big maybe. She was not very good at ninjutsu, elemental or otherwise. Hell, she wouldn't previously be able to throw a lightning-infused senbon at something 200 meters away if she tried and there were no obstacles in its path. Her lightning chakra had become several times stronger in just 2 weeks. This was insane. It's your Byakugan. Ren's voice suddenly interrupted Hinata's odd astonishment as he noticed her baffled expression and decided to explain. Hinata turned her head toward him and curiously tilted her head in a questioning gesture, her face still holding traces of disbelief. A normal person could probably get to that level. Ren nodded toward the destroyed tree trunks that started to catch on fire, and Ino was in the middle of stifling it by manipulating oxygen in the air away from them. Giving her some basic science education was paying off. Maybe in 2 years of using the seal. It depends on talent. Somebody could take 5 years while a more talented person could get there in 1. Ren continued with a casual shrug, and while his tone was nonchalant, he had to admit, he did not expect to make a perfect solution to Hinata's problems with a lack of talent for elemental ninjutsu. He naturally wanted himself and his girls to benefit from his new training seals. He didn't make them just for Tenten's benefit. But he didn't exactly expect the synergy between them and the Byakugan. Every training seal for different elements worked on different principles. But the lightning chakra training seal Hinata was using acted like an insulator. It hindered and weakened her lightning chakra all the time. And she needed to adjust the strength and flow of her lightning chakra to reach the same level of power as she had before activating the seal. The seal would constantly hinder her in increasing amounts, and she would constantly need to fight against it with her chakra, getting more skilled at wielding the lightning release while her lightning chakra would also be growing stronger in the process. She would not even realize how strong she had gotten until she released the seal and used a lightning jutsu because of all the interference from the seal. That was why Hinata was caught so off guard by what her lightning-infused senbon had done. Sadly, diminishing returns did play a part in it, and Ren doubted Hinata would keep her current rate of improvement for much longer. But improvement was still improvement, even if it was at snail's pace. The girl had leapfrogged several levels in lightning release prowess during the past 2 weeks anyway. When it came to Ino, the training seals were not that beneficial for her. She could not use them in her mindscape, which made her opt not to use them more often than not, considering the blonde usually trained mostly in there. But for Hinata, your Byakugan lets you know exactly how to adapt to each new stage of the seal. It shows you every little flaw you make in chakra manipulation and channeling. That makes it laughably easy to adjust and improve. Ren exasperatedly shook his head. He was almost jealous of Hinata for this, to be honest. A normal person such as him, he ruefully added in his mind. Needs to figure out every step of increased difficulty as the training seal does its thing. It's usually trial and error since, we can't see chakra. But you. Ren let out a small sigh. You have a perfect cheat code that lets you blitz through it with barely any struggle. So, the increase in potency of my lightning chakra is because I. Hinata trailed off as she furrowed her eyebrows with a weirded out expression because she had a hard time believing it was that simple. What? Trained properly with it and used my Byakugan. Yes. Ren answered with a deadpan. Yes. It was bullshit. It just wasn't freaking fair. First, Ino, and now Hinata. Here, he thought this world favored blondes and let only them cheat. But his brunette was now just as big of a cheater as Ino was. Ren decided to just stay focused on his seals. That's what gave him an edge. It was a shame, too. He was just like any other boy. He had dreams of throwing lightning bolts and causing storms with a swipe of his hand. It was cool. But seeing what Ino could achieve with her mindscape training and what Hinata could achieve with her Byakugan and his training seal, it really gave him a hard reality check. It felt as if the world was screaming at him to stay in his lane. Sure, he could focus on elemental techniques. He, after using his training seal for wind chakra, could probably already give Asuma a run for his money in a showdown of wind ninjutsu. He could most likely face most less experienced jonin by using wind ninjutsu, too. But he was not getting to Ino's and Hinata's level. Nor would he be catching up to them in ninjutsu prowess. Just like they would never even glimpse at his level in the sealing arts. And when you are unreasonably good at one thing, then using something else in a fight is just a form of self-sabotage. Using ninjutsu in most fights just wasn't worth it for Ren anyway. It was still cool, though. Sigh, he really wanted to be good at it. Such a pity. This could make the Hyuga clan into a powerhouse. Hinata whispered with a slightly shaky voice, her tone sounding quite conflicted. Yes. Ren simply nodded. He understood her feelings. She was raised to believe she should do everything for the Hyuga clan. He mostly disabused her of that notion. And there was no love lost between her and the Hyuga clan. But that didn't mean she didn't feel bad going against one of the few things she could remember her mother teaching her. Better not sell it, then. Hinata mumbled, and her shoulders sagged as she averted her eyes. But Ino heard her as she came back from dealing with the fires, and she had a different opinion on the matter. No. I haven't put in so much effort into helping you with them to not get my due praise. That earned her deadpan stares from Ren and Hinata, which made her get defensive. What? I want to make Mom and Dad proud. Ino exclaimed, making Ren snort. There will be people who won't like the shift in the status quo this would cause. Many people. Influential people. And clans. Hinata dryly said, looking at Ino as if she were an idiot. It's not something Ren can just release to the public. Bitch. Ino rolled her eyes. We will deal with it when it comes. We are strong. Besides, Ren wants to give others access to them. She said, and suddenly, Ren found himself under two stares. One expectant and amused, and the other exasperated and heavy. He awkwardly shuffled in his place before giving Hinata a fragile smile. Ugh, maybe not right now. He tried to explain. I want to water the seals down. Like, a lot. Buy Isaac time. Giving people an easy way to get guaranteed S-rank elemental chakra manipulation skills with just a few years of training is probably not a good idea. Seeing the girl calm down, Ren inwardly sighed. He had no idea what to do with this unexpected discovery, to be honest. One part of him wanted to give the ninjas access to it. It would make the incoming fourth great ninja war easier. But another part of him, the less naive one, realized that if he released it to the public, his enemies would also get their hands on it, possibly spiraling the whole thing into an unpredictable storm of butterfly effects. Making Ino and Hinata stronger was fine. It didn't affect anything on the macro scale in the world. At least, it was unlikely to do so until later on. But releasing these training seals would simply flip the board altogether. There was also the fact that for all the bullshit about understanding and ending the conflict the canon Naruto anime was about, this world was not that bad at it when it came to wars. Sure, the ninja villages fought a major war every 20 years or so. And they devastated quite a few villages, cities, etc. But it was confined to a few countries. The whole Third Great Ninja War, with its several years of duration, had fewer casualties than the first day of the Battle of the Somme in Ren's previous world. The ninjas just did not have that perspective, so to them, their wars seemed devastating. But Ren knew it could be so much worse. And giving the ninjas more easily attainable power would most certainly not improve things. Yes. It is definitely not a good idea. Hinata said with a wry smile. And yet, she couldn't help but ask. Could I, maybe get one for Hanabi? She timidly poked her pointing fingers together as she shyly ducked her head, feeling very embarrassed about asking for this. Please. Sure. Ren chuckled. Yup. No problem. And even Ino nodded. They knew how much Hinata loved her sister, and they had no problem with this. Even though Ren was aware he needed to brace himself for obnoxious and arrogant requests from the Hyuga clan elders once he gave the seal to Hinata's sister, and they saw how effective it was. Just like Hinata had to be a Kugan, so did every Hyuga. The seal could transform the entire clan into Jonin to S-rank level monsters and elemental techniques in a very short time. Saying no to them was going to be annoying. Ren had no doubt he would be classified as an enemy in their mind for that. But fuck them. Thank you. Hinata sweetly smiled, and Ren simply leaned forward, giving her a short kiss. You are welcome. He smiled at her and enjoyed the peaceful, romantic atmos. Hey. I want a kiss too. Ino suddenly grabbed his shoulders and shook him a bit, her lips set in a devious smirk as she knew exactly how annoying this was for Ren, before she yanked Ren away from Hinata and delivered her own kiss straight on his lips. Hinata blinked a few times. But then her expression scrunched and gave way to irritation as she narrowed her eyes at Ino, who was making out with Ren. Oh, this means war, bimbo. She caught Ino by her ponytail and yanked back. The two girls started to play fight in the grass while Ren watched them in amusement, snickering to himself. He loved these peaceful moments. Hopefully, they would last. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 20 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 126, Chapter 126. First C-rank missions. Here. My masterpiece. Ino said as she put a plate of food on the table in front of Ren, who gave it a wary glance before looking back at the happy blonde girl. Is it even edible? He cautiously asked, not liking the consistency of the bioterrorism attempt she put in front of him. Don't be a baby. It's perfectly good food. Ino's smile fell as she discontentedly harumphed. Look. Rolling her eyes, she leaned forward and took Ren's spoon from the table, intent to prove her point to him. She put a spoonful from the dish into her mouth. For a second, nothing happened as Ren gave her an expectant look. And then Ino quickly darted toward the sink and started urgently spitting the contents of her mouth out while letting out a miserable whimper, wordlessly stating her opinion on her cooking skills. And she wanted me to eat it. Ren inwardly snorted as he pushed the plate a bit away from him, trying hard not to laugh at the girl. He still couldn't keep his lips from stretching into an amused smirk. Bleh. That was horrible. Ino uttered as she came back to the table and sat down while wiping the side of her mouth with the back of her hand, her expression sour and still uncomfortably scrunched. Glad you can admit it. Ren snickered, only to have his shin kicked by her under the table. It also earned him an unhappy look from her, but it was worth it. Oh, shush. Ino huffed. I get it. I am no Hinata. No need to rub it in. She sullenly said, and Ren's eyes softened. I appreciate the effort. He took her hand in his and started drawing soothing circles on it with his thumb, causing Ino to slightly blush as her lips widened into a shy smile, both enjoying the fluffy atmosphere between them for a moment. But eventually, Ren's stomach grumbled, breaking the spell, and he just let out an awkward laugh. Take out. He proposed with a raised eyebrow, and Ino giggled with a nod. Yeah. I am in the mood for some barbecue today. Without further ado, Ren simply unsealed 2 portions of barbecue from Yakiniku Q restaurant, both dishes still steaming, fresh from the grill. He loved being a Sealmaster. Every time he visited a restaurant, he asked for one additional portion and sealed it for later. By now, he had a very nice collection of dishes for rainy days. His improved storage seals meant that the food would stay fresh, too. Eating rations on missions. Please. That was so last century. Ino's expression lit up, and she happily grabbed one of the barbecue dishes and pulled it in front of herself. She gave Ren an impatient glance that made him chuckle as he clapped his hands together as he said, Itadakamasu. Ino mumbled the same thing alongside him before promptly digging in with the gusto of somebody who had her favorite dish served to her. I wonder how Hinata is doing. Ren idly said before taking his first bite. He didn't get an immediate answer because Ino was a bit preoccupied by chewing, but she did quicken her pace when she heard his question. A few seconds later, she was finally finished gulping down her food, and she petulantly stabbed her fork into another piece of meat. The bitch. She is probably freezing in some forest, forced to eat flavorless food right now. Serves her right. To think she would get a C-rank mission before me. You are jealous. Ren mirthfully remarked and raised his right foot, perfectly blocking her follow-up kick to his shin before he delivered his own. It evolved into a bit of scuffle between their legs under the table as they kicked at each other like children, both enjoying it immensely and openly laughing in joy at the end of it. Stupid Asuma. Stupid Shikamaru. Ino huffed and complained through her smile. They are both so lazy. My team still needs to do 5 D-rank missions before we qualify for a C-rank 1. What would they do without you there to kick their ass into the gear? Ren snorted and speared a piece of meat onto his fork before putting it in front of Ino's mouth. They would probably die somewhere in a ditch already. Ino smirked and gently grasped Ren's hand that held the fork before she coquettishly ate the meat with delight. Ren rolled his eyes at her. Under normal circumstances, Asuma's teaching speed was fine. The men thought he had up to 5 years to get these kiddies to Chunin level. And they were all clan kids who were very good, or at least above the curve for their age, in their clan techniques. That alone made them almost low Chunin level ninjas by default. They just needed to learn the basics. It was the definition of an easy job. Asuma did not have the foreknowledge that shit is going to hit the fan within a few years at the latest, so he didn't hurry things up and didn't push his team's training. He was content letting kids be kids for a little while longer. Only Ino was impatient and tried to hurry them up, even going so far as to bully Shikamaru and Choji into training more. Asuma most likely enjoyed that part, too. Honestly, Ino was the Yamanaka on the Ino Shikacho team. She was expected to be the loud drama queen there. Loud and pushy enough to prevent the lazy Nara from sleeping on the job, but smart enough to know when to back off and follow the plan made by the genius Nara. That's what Yamanakas usually did for their teams. Ino might think she was special. But in Ren's opinion, she really did not differ that much from the norm. That wasn't actually bad. She was perfect as she was. As for the Akimichi, they were simply the muscle of the team. Dumb. Big. Reliable. But with the hearts of gold. Hey, did you hear? Naruto apparently went on a C-rank mission, too. Ino offhandedly stated, pulling Ren out of his momentary reverie. Blinking, his eyebrows raised in surprise, really? He asked, inwardly wondering what kind of mission Naruto had gotten now since Ren dealt with Gato in the Land of the Waves months ago. Yeah. They went to the Land of Snow or whatever. Ino continued, he is guarding some actress. It's supposed to be some comfy and chill job. What was her name again? Yuko, no. Yuki her forehead creased as she tried to remember the name, but it came to Ren's mind instantly. Yuki Fujikaze. He more stated than asked, because he recognized it. That was the woman from the first Naruto movie. The supposedly next daimyo of the Land of Springs. And that meant that Naruto's first mission was going to be really eventful. Ren inwardly chuckled. The boy just couldn't catch a break, could he? Not that Ren would be sending Team 7 a message or otherwise alerting them to the danger. They were pretty fine in the movie, where their counterparts were just some brats. Naruto, Sasuke, heck, even Sakura were older and much stronger than their movie counterparts. Sasuke and Sakura have been trained under Guy for more than half a year now. Even if Sakura did not put that much effort into it, she still learned a fair bit. And while Naruto did not know the Rasengan just yet, Ren made sure that Karen would kick his ass until he learned how to use his clones effectively, rather than just spam and send them at the enemy brawler style, wishing for the best. Out of their team, only Kakashi was pretty much the same as his canon counterpart. The disappointing bastard. But they should be just fine, and the ensuing struggle will give them some much-needed real-life experience. Yeah. That. Yuki Fujikaze. I hope we will also get to guard somebody important or famous on our first mission. Ino sighed, knowing it was very unlikely to happen. Don't worry. You will have your moment. If not during your first mission, then during the Chunin exams. Ren tried to cheer her up. The exams were getting closer and closer. They were almost around the corner. Just 2 more months. Ren was arguably a bit nervous because he knew he would have to fight and kill Orochimaru and Kabuto during the last phase. And let's just say, his planning was still in the initial stages. He was kinda drawing blanks whenever he thought about how he was going to stage that encounter. There were just so many variables to take into account. You are right. I even heard from my dad that Kumo and Kiri are in talks with the Hokage. They apparently intend to properly participate in the exams and will be sending some serious contestants to Konoha. Ino happily said. GRHK. And Ren choked on his food. Surviving a brief coughing fit as a piece of meat went down the wrong pipe, Ren looked at Ino and asked in a strained tone. Kumo and Kiri. Are you sure? Yeah. Ino frowned and tilted her head. Is that a problem? No. Ren let out a massive sigh. Why would it be a problem? Right. He sarcastically mumbled, inwardly cursing the freaking butterfly effect. I am sure their intentions are totally pure. God, this was going to be a total clusterfuck, wasn't it? Chapter 127, Chapter 127. A little bit of fluff. Hearing Ren's fed-up tone when he spoke of Kumo and Kiri joining the Chunin exams, Ino gave him a weirded out look, but she soon shook her head, not bothering to ask the question that popped into her mind. She knew there was something behind his attitude, but she simply didn't care enough to pry, knowing that Ren would tell her if he wanted her to know. Instead, she decided to switch topics to something she was preparing herself to tell him for the whole day today. Do you have time after this? She asked him, fidgeting in her seat a bit. I have something I'd like to show you. I wanted to do some scheming, but it can wait. Ren remarked. I will always have time for you. He said, sending a burst of genuine affection to her through the telepathy seal, causing Ino to blush and go aw. Now you are just making things difficult for me. Ino mock complained with an unceasing smile on her face. I wanted to brag about what I accomplished, but now I feel a strong desire to just drag you to our bedroom. Brag first, then bedroom. Ren innocently suggested, causing Ino to giggle as she nodded and started to stand up. Bedroom, then bragging, it is. She said and started to drag Ren toward their bedroom. Still didn't have enough. Ino, clad in a pure white bathrobe, teasingly laughed and deliberately wiggled her body, pushing her shapely rear back, as Ren, only wearing slippers and boxers, hugged her from behind with his muscled arms, affectionately putting his cheek against hers. You are irresistible. Ren smiled and pecked her cheek, making her giggle. Stop it. I am also exhausted. Ino lightly complained and gently patted his hand that was resting over her stomach, holding her by her left hip. But it was just lip service. She didn't protest at all as Ren's other hand slipped into her bathrobe, tracing her thigh and heading up toward the curves of her posterior. No. Instead, she happily leaned into the touch, her cheeks becoming a little red. Not that she would ever admit it out loud, and Ren knew better than to mention it. With an exasperated huff, Ino rolled her eyes, her lips stretched into a delighted smile as she turned her face away from Ren's, and tilted her head to the left. Ren inwardly chuckled. She wordlessly pretended it was to make drying her freshly showered hair easier. Her golden mane was freely hanging from her head in one big waterfall of blonde hair, almost reaching up to her mid-thighs. Her hair was really long. She usually wore it in a ponytail, so it was harder to notice. Ren had to admit, he absolutely loved her fluffy hair. He had a sudden urge to pull on it again. But doing it outside the bedroom would be just rude. He refrained. Barely. You are adorable. Ren whispered into her ear, making her acknowledge it with a hum. But, of course, tilting her head also conveniently gave better access to her neck for Ren. Such a coincidence. He started tracing slow kisses on her neck in just the way she loved, making her muffle small mewing noises while in the mirror in front of them. Ren could see her languidly but carefully drag her hands over her hair, keeping her right hand a few inches away from it to prevent damaging her hair because Ino was channeling a bit of fire chakra into the palm of that hand, making it into a makeshift hair dryer. She claimed that doing it this way, with chakra, kept her hair in the best shape. She even had the audacity to shamelessly claim Ren now absolutely had to marry her because this was a Yamanaka clan secret. Their secret to fluffy hair. Ren was not fooled. He had seen enough Yamanaka to know they had nothing on Ino's hair. And the fire chakra thingy she was doing was not something a normal ninja could do. The control was something maybe only a master of fire release could accomplish. It was a subtle flex in the same way, just as the Hokage lighting his pipe with chakra was. But for the sake of his continued happy life, he nodded in agreement to Ino's demand. He was all for marrying her and Hinata. Once the whole mess with Kaguya was dealt with. It was half the reason why he bothered to make a clan. There were certain allowances for, well, marrying multiple partners. It wasn't exactly against the law, but being in a clan would make it easier. Honestly, everything else concerning establishing a clan was just a downside. Sure, he had more influence in the village and had his shop. But he'd rather spend that time cuddling with one of his girls. His shop. The politics. The alliances between clans. The paperwork. It all took precious time. He could be doing anything else. Ren honestly disliked it a little bit. Is something the matter? Ino worriedly asked, pulling Ren out of his thoughts as her fingers intertwined with his right hand, the one on her hip. You kinda spaced out. Missing the kisses? Ren chuckled and gently gave her one final kiss on her neck before he rested his chin on her shoulder and sighed. We should stop here. You still wanted to show me something, didn't you? He said, and could see Ino amusedly raise her eyebrow at him in the mirror. I am not the one who is still fondling my thigh. She gave him a foxy smile, bumping her thigh against his hand. Oh, believe me. I am fighting a very hard internal battle to fondle only your thigh. Sage. Ino mirthfully shook her head. We are so bad without Hinata here to keep us in line. She said, and after a bit of companionable silence, her smile slipped a bit. It is a bit weird that I miss her presence. No. I know exactly how you feel. Ren moved his chin away from her shoulder and turned to look at her. She also turned her face toward his, and Ren smiled before stealing a quick kiss from her while she was distracted, cheering her up a bit. This was not the first time they had sex without Hinata. In fact, having an individual fun time with one of his girls was more common than threesomes. They just preferred it that way more often than not. But usually, there was that slight trained ninja instinct flaring in the back of their mind, alerting them that somebody was watching. And they knew it was Hinata. The Hyuga girl was quite the closet pervert. She just hid it well. Then again, that was a common trait among all Hyugas. It was that instinct, that raising of hair on the back of her neck, which denoted Hinata's presence in the immediate vicinity, that Ino missed. By now, Hinata would usually be bursting into the bathroom for hugs and cuddles. Ino would naturally complain. Hinata would call Ino a bimbo. Ino would call Hinata a bitch. And they would exchange some rather sharp-tongued remarks while the three of them kissed, fondled, and eventually ended up cuddling on the bed. Yes. Ren had to admit, it was obvious he also missed Hinata's presence. Just a little bit. With a soft sigh, Ren let go of Ino, much to her wordless, whiny protests, and turned toward the shelf with his clothes. Okay. I think that is enough of that. Let's dress up, or we will never get to your big reveal. he said, not exactly happy about it, and it showed in his tone, coming off as a bit petulant. Ino snickered and turned around, leaning on the sink behind her as she gazed at Ren while he put on his clothes. When he was done and looked toward her, she gave him a sultry smile. Are you sure? She leaned forward and put her right arm under her breasts before pushing them up a bit while pulling the bathrobe slightly to the side with her other hand, revealing just enough of her cleavage to be enticing. Her eyes sparkled with expectant mirth as she waited for a certain reaction from Ren, but he just snorted, and smoothly threw her purple shirt at her head, making it land on it as it covered her bewildered expression. Hush. You are too tired for another round. Don't tempt fate, girl. Ren gravely said, imitating Niji as he noticed the small dark circles under her eyes. He even gave her a mock-arrogant look and turned up his nose at her to sell the image. Fate is cruel. It decided no more dick for you today. Such is your destiny. He honestly could not say it with a straight face and cracked up by the end, grinning as Ino pulled the shirt off her face and returned his grin. Cursed fate. Ino easily played along as she started to dress up. But I will not give up. I shall overcome this cruel destiny. No matter what it takes. No sacrifice is too much to get dick. Ren wiped out a fake tear and dramatically shook his head with his arms crossed on his chest. What a youthful resolve. From now on, you shall be known as Konoha's yellow dick vixen. Ino almost tripped on her way toward her cream on the other shelf as she heard it, and Ren smirked. He totally got her with that. Mao. You make me sound like some sort of deviant. She pouted as she started doing things with her beauty products that Ren didn't really feel like describing because it might as well be magic to him. He decided not to think about it. But Ino was not done yet. It's not me who is so insatiable that even 2 horny teenage girls are not enough. She pointed out, giving Ren a pointed look through the mirror. And Ren's smirk widened. Oh, she was still butthurt she could not figure out his small application of wind release that he used to keep his stamina from depleting. He supercharged oxygen and his lungs with wind chakra in a very specific manner, and it practically boosted the process of making energy for his body to supernatural levels. Somehow. Ren had no idea how. He could not explain the details. It just worked. And despite Ino's absolute never-before-seen bullshit mastery over the wind element, she still could not get how Ren did that. He even explained it to her. But she lacked the same education he had in his past life. Some of the scientific terms meant absolutely nothing to her, and while Ren more or less, usually less than more, understood the underlying concepts, he could not properly explain them. He especially could not dumb it down enough for her to get it. The girl could summon small hurricanes with her wind release, but this simple thing was beyond her. Ren found it hilarious. Needless to say, Ino did not share his opinion on the matter. The technique allowed him to pretty much never run out of stamina during a fight. Both in and outside of the bedroom. It was hell of a convenient. Especially for handling, as she said, 2 horny teenage girls. But well, I've talked about this with Hinata, and maybe we will have some reinforcements soon. Ino offhandedly said, causing Ren to grow confused. Come. She turned around, clothed and done with prettying herself up, and grabbed Ren's arm, all excited and giddy with a big praise-me smile. Let me show you what I have managed to do with Samui. Hearing her, Ren owlishly blinked. Chills suddenly went down his spine as his eyes widened. Oh. Samui. He had forgotten about her. Chapter 128, Chapter 128. The Forgotten Kunoichi. Ren was a bit ashamed to admit he had kind of forgotten about Samui. But in his defense, too many things had happened since then, and his life was quite hectic, and, okay. That was not an excuse. Especially not with what he was seeing in front of him. Master, I am ready to please you in any way you wish. The usually cool and aloof Samui was eagerly staring at him with her big eyes and a very thirsty look on her face that eerily didn't belong there. She was wearing skimpy-made uniform-esque clothing that brought out her curves, especially her big chest. Her cheeks were flushed, and the woman was almost shivering in anticipation while she subtly rubbed her thighs together. Ren doubted she even realized she was doing it. Disturbingly enough, when he and Ino came in, the woman was turned away from them. She was completely calm, and her posture was almost absent-mindedly rigid. Only when she turned after hearing them come into the room and noticing Ren did her behavior completely change. Her pupils dilated. Her heartbeat quickened. She started to breathe harder. And unfortunately, due to his ninja training, Ren instantly noticed that the woman was getting very, very horny for him as she sat there, on the bed in his house in the capital city. But it wasn't natural. Her massive shift in behavior was a big tell. Needless to say, Ren was instantly freaked out. This disturbed him worse than seeing Orochimaru stick out his long tongue and lick his mouth and everything around it, even reaching his chin with his tongue. He could still see that scene in his occasional nightmares sometimes. And this was somewhat worse. The woman was almost unrecognizable from her previous self. Well, as far as personality went. She still looked the same, but the software was clearly entirely swapped. With almost a needy look, Samui bit her lower lip and quickly stood up, moving closer to Ren, which made him tense. But his caution turned into bewilderment as the woman dropped to her knees in front of him and her hands instantly went toward his belt as she raised her eyes and looked at him before breathlessly speaking. Please, use M-. Ren's hand blurred, and he hit the side of Samui's neck. She was out cold before her mind even registered the hit, and her body hit the floor with an audible thud, unconscious. Ino. Ren's lips were twitching down in utter disgust as he gave the blonde girl a look full of shame as he groaned. What the fuck have you done? What? You gave her to me to improve my Yamanaka clan techniques. Ino defended herself with a put-off tone. I did exactly that. She exclaimed, and her confidence visibly wavered as she looked at the unconscious Samui on the floor with a conflicted and somewhat uneasy expression. I thought you would be happier about my tweaks, considering that you were attracted to her. I worked so hard to ensure there would be no problems, too. Ino doubtfully said, sounding like a child who was just reprimanded but didn't know what exactly she did wrong. Ren looked toward the ceiling and had to take a very deep breath. It wasn't enough, and he started to rub the bridge of his nose, until a moment later, he was rubbing his entire forehead and trying to push back the headache that threatened to ravage his head. Glancing at Ino, who was still looking lost, he let out a loud groan and stepped over Samui's body, heading toward the bed. Sitting down on it, Ren beckoned Ino to join him as he used a small amount of his chakra, after turning it into a wind-natured one, to pick Samui's body from the floor and deposited it onto the bed behind him. Ino slowly approached the bed and sat next to Ren, neither giving Samui a second look. Silence spread between them. Ren had no idea how to start with this clusterfuck. Morals were very loose in the ninja world. The way kids were raised was a problem in the first place. On the surface, everything looked similar to his previous world. But that was very far from the truth. Ninja parents raised their kids to be good ninjas. And that meant they, from an early age, tried to instill certain values in their kids. The clans especially did this. And after the superb education the kids receive in the academy, most of these kids won't even blink after killing somebody. In his previous life, fanfics usually depicted the main protagonist feeling very bad about his first kill. It was an entire thing. A proper trope. But that wasn't what usually happened in reality. The genin simply did not give a fuck. They were raised to kill. Their goodnight stories were not about heroes, but about good ninjas who killed the village's enemies and saved the day. They did not think in the same way as the people in Ren's previous world. Killing your enemy was right. It was what was expected. It was what they were supposed to do. Why would they feel bad about it? Their morality was just a teensy tiny bit different. Ren knew this. He just never paid it much attention. And now it bit him in the ass. Being in this position honestly felt like shit. Surprisingly, it was Ino who broke the silence first. Did I do something wrong? She asked, as if mind-breaking a woman and turning her into an obedient sex toy slave could in any way be considered right. To Ino, Samui was an enemy. And that was that. Everything was fair play. Ren considered that point. A bit of despair filled him as he realized that giving her the moralizing, "this is wrong" talk would not have much of a result here. Why did this have to happen when Hinata was on a mission? His cinnamon roll of a Hyuga would know exactly what to say in this situation. Ren, not so much. But he needed to say something. So, with a small sigh, he started. I gave her to you to practice your mind reading. I didn't expect you to do that. Ren wildly gestured at the unconscious woman. I still don't get why you are upset. Ino frowned. Samui would never willingly betray her village. I can tell you that much after spending so much time in her mind. Kumo pretty much brainwashed her from a very early age to do anything for the village. Kumo and her brother were her whole world. She would rather kill herself than betray them. She was raised in this program that existed to break children and rebuild them into perfectly obedient weapons for Kumo. Ren opened his mouth, but then he realized he really didn't have anything to say. Because, of course, Kumo had something like that. Why did he expect anything different? Seriously, what kind of mentally malnourished idiot would want to reincarnate into this world? He'd take Potterverse every time over this. So, I just twisted that love for Kumo and her brother in her mind and turned it into love for you. Ino said, almost proudly. It took me months. She fought it every step of the way. Ren winced hearing that, not even wanting to imagine what kind of mental torture hell Samui went through under Ino's care. Giving her to Ino to practice mind reading was one thing. That already felt scummy to him, and he felt it would have been kinder to kill her. But this was a cruel world. This was another thing entirely. This is why he did not want to become a jonin. He simply did not have the stomach for the more hardcore bullshit that went on under the village's oversight. And you never considered I don't want a slave like that? Ren wryly asked, causing Ino to stop in her tracks as her eyebrows furrowed. She gave him a nervous look. You don't. She fidgeted a bit. I was sure you wanted her. In that way. Ah. Yes. The downside of dating a Yamanaka. They could read body language and guess what you think like nobody's business. Have you spoken about this with Hinata? Ren decided to try that angle, hoping. Yes. I wouldn't do this. Ino waved her hand over Samui's unconscious form, without having Hinata's permission. Joy. Never mind, then. That didn't work either. Now he had two morally corrupt teenage girls, instead of one. Okay. I will give it to you straight, Ino. No bullshit. No pussyfooting about it. Will you hear me out? Ren seriously asked, deciding to simply be honest. Ino blinked and nodded, reaching out to grasp Ren's hand. He let her and intertwined his fingers with hers. I don't mind your mind reading. I don't mind your Yamanaka techniques. But I draw the line at any sort of long-term mind alteration and mind breaking. That's just not cool. And I know for a fact that Yamanakas don't have any technique that can do these things. He gave Ino a very flat, pointed look, making her grimace. They do now. She weakly said, subtly flinching at the disappointment in Ren's eyes. No. They don't. This never happened. Ren bluntly stated and shook his head, refuting her statement while blatantly ignoring that the girl most likely invented a technique for it. Basically, he was telling her to forget it and never use it, without putting it into words. Ren knew he should not do that. It was overstepping the boundaries as her teacher. He had no business telling her what clan techniques she could and could not use. But this was important. But. Ino's expression turned mulish, but Ren was not having it and decided to put his foot down. He interrupted the girl before she could utter her second word. Ino. Do you truly believe you are the first Yamanaka who tried this kind of bullshit? That made the girl properly speechless as her mind caught up, and she considered the question. The answer is no, if you are wondering. Ren dryly said. Since morality would not work here, some hard facts would have to do the job. Your clan cannot afford to be seen as capable of bending minds, Ino. Not in a permanent way. Not like this. Ren closed his eyes and sighed, feeling the girl's bewilderment through the telepathy seal. It almost made him dryly chuckle. Almost. The Yamanakas are in that sweet spot of being too useful to discard while not being too dangerous to let live. Ren explained. Anything that could permanently alter the mind, though. That is a one-way instant ticket into the too dangerous to let live category. Did it never occur to you? Why does a clan like Yamanaka's not have techniques like this? Wouldn't it be great to be able to create perfect sleeper agents from any captured ninja? Wouldn't that pretty much make Konoha untouchable? Honestly, it totally would. It was hard to keep track of who was captured on missions. It would have been a child's play for Konoha's ANBU to kidnap one Chunin team a month from every village, have some Yamanaka mind bend them, and send them back to finish their mission with no one the wiser. Do this for a year? Or 5. Konoha would have perfect sleeper agents for sabotage and intel gathering. Do it for 10. 20. They could even take over other villages with their sleeper agents without anybody even realizing it until it is too late, because these Chunin. Some of them would go on to become Jonin. Maybe even important personnel in high positions in their village. If the Yamanakas showed they can permanently alter somebody's mind in this way. Especially this easily. Ren chuckled, all the hidden villages would band together to fight against Konoha. He darkly stated, making Ino's eyes go wide. Mindfuckery was very feared. Genjutsu specialists were very scary. But Genjutsu could be fought. That wasn't the case for the Yamanaka clan techniques. And the best part? He raised his eyebrow at Ino with hollow amusement. Hokage, the elders, the other Konoha clans. They would never agree to coexist with a clan that could do this. He sighed. Again. Your clan would suffer the same fate as the Uchihas. Nobody would be able to trust your clan anymore. Sure, you might have the best intentions. But ninjas are paranoid, Ino. Ren dryly said, looking at the girl who visibly wilted hearing that. She clearly did not consider all these things. But then again, she was just a fresh genin. It didn't matter how strong she was due to Ren's training. She had her flaws and things she did not know. Ren was not exaggerating either. The Yamanakas can temporarily take over somebody's body and look into the mind. But both of these have massive restrictions or take a lot of effort. That already makes them feared and distrusted by many, even within Konoha. Imagine the absolute chaos if it came out that they could alter somebody's mind permanently. Everybody would wonder if they had done it to somebody. Their political opponents decided to vote in favor of a law that was good for them. Immediate suspicion. The Hokage decided to do something that favored them. Immediate suspicion. They had a good fortune in the business and started making nice money. Immediate suspicion. The Uchihas before their fall were practically worshipped compared to how the Yamanakas would be treated if Ino's little technique ever became common knowledge. Realizing the enormity of her fuck-up, Ino ducked her head and balled her hands into fists on her knees, her toes curling from anxiety. She glanced at Ren, "But you trust me, right?" and quietly asked with a vulnerable, worried tone. Despite feeling aggrieved, Ren started laughing. The weight of the topic just evaporated for him. He couldn't help but find it funny that the first thing that came into her mind, the first thing she worried about, was his trust. And he appreciated that. Putting his arm over Ino's shoulders, he pulled the girls closer to him and gave her an affectionate kiss on her forehead. "I love you, Ino," Ren muttered. "Of course, I trust you." He sighed yet again. "Just, mind control is where I draw the line. Can you please accept that?" Properly spooked, Ino curtly nodded her head. "Okay." And Ren felt relieved. Good. Crisis averted. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Samui's New Life. A few days have passed since Ino gave Ren a scare with her mind control proclivities, and they were very stressful. He almost regretted that Ino told him about her work on Samui because he was so relaxed before it happened. His biggest worry was contemplating how to get Ino out of her clothes. And considering she would happily jump him after a single word, it wasn't much of a worry in the first place. Now he had to think about how to get rid of Samui. And it was far more complicated than it sounded. Sure, he could just kill her. But he felt bad. It was a weird time for his conscience to start knocking. But it did. The woman was there, mind whammy to kingdom come, and at least partially, it was Ren's fault even if he didn't intend for it to go quite that far. It ate at him. Funnily enough, not even Ino wanted to kill her. But it was not because of some miraculous awakening of her conscience towards somebody she considered her enemy. No. Ino was still pissed that Samui and her team almost managed to unalive Ren. She simply thought it would have been a total waste of her monumental effort. If they simply killed Samui and threw her into the ocean, all those hours she spent brainwashing her would have been for naught. She didn't do all that to Samui because she was bored. It was her revenge. Taking away her love for Kumo, her love for her brother, and twisting it into something else, something beneficial to them. That was what Ino decided was a good payback for almost succeeding in killing Ren. That's what made Ino reluctant to suggest murder. There was not enough suffering for Samui in death. Ren found that a bit exasperating. It was the first time he noticed that Ino could be downright vicious if given a reason. But that's what he gets for romancing a kunoichi. And with the option of killing Samui off the table, the potential workable solutions became increasingly more complex and limited. Ino suggested returning her to Kumo after making her some sort of sleeper agent if Ren didn't want her for himself. But Ren just rolled his eyes at her and denied it before explaining the reason. Kumo would instantly realize that a Yamanaka worked on her if she came back missing memories. And they would have to delete everything that happened to her if they intended to return her. Not only would her value as a sleeper agent be shot to hell almost instantly because Kumo higher-ups are not stupid enough to trust anything relevant to a kunoichi who was under the tender care of a Yamanaka for a prolonged time and came back not remembering what was done to her, but the Reikage would have totally used it to threaten a war against Konoha. Now, that could go several different ways. But with Hiruzen at the helm, Ren didn't want the Yamanaka clan to find itself in the same situation as the Hyugas and be forced to sacrifice somebody. The chances of that were minuscule. But it was not zero. Ino instantly paled when she heard the possible consequences of that route. Politics, especially between villages, was not something he had taught his students yet. But now that they were ninjas, and strong ones, they needed to make sure their actions would not spark a war or something. No. Returning Samui would be direct proof that Konoha had her. And the village could deny it as much as they wanted, the Reikage would be very stubborn about demanding a recompense. If the Hokage gave in, the village would lose. One way or the other. Even if the Yamanaka clan didn't come under fire because of it, something else would have to be given to Kumo. And if the Hokage didn't give in, that was the fun part. It could range from nothing happening to the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War early. And it would all depend on the Reikage's mood during that particular day. Ren was not a betting man. Screw that noise. In the end, Ren decided to have Ino lock most of Samui's memories behind mental blocks, leaving her only with basic common knowledge, her kunoichi skills, the ability to write and read, and a new name, Sarah. It was ruthless. But it was better than death. Ren didn't feel particularly bad about it. Weirdly enough, this was fine in his books. It was mostly the mind control rapey slavery that irked him. Ino managed to finish it just a day before Asuma decided to take his team on their first C-rank mission, so Ren also decided to go on one and picked up C-rank bandit extermination in the Land of Rivers, the country between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Of course, it was just a smokescreen. Ren's objective was to buy a small house for Sarah. She could live and build herself a completely new life. Ren didn't care if she found herself a lover, got a job, and had kids. Honestly, he would prefer if she did that and was happy. The less chance of her returning to Kumo, even if they found her that way. Samui was officially dead. Nobody was looking for her. And nobody would connect some blonde chick named Sarah with Samui. It's why Ren went for such a foreign name. He also insisted on the initial S for the name because only an incompetent ninja chooses a cover name with the same initial letter as his real name. Common sense of ninjas, duh. It would work against them in this particular situation. Unless somebody who knows Samui personally somehow met her face to face, Kumo would be none the wiser about her continued existence. Considering that Kumo was thousands of kilometers away from her new residence, yeah, the chances of that were slim to none. And even if they did find her, Konoha would have plausible deniability. Because why would they let their prisoner live freely in the land of rivers? That made no sense. The Raikage could scream threats until he was purple, but he would just come off as unreasonable at that point. Even if he suspected foul play and realized that Samui's memories had been heavily tampered with. Naturally, Ren didn't intend to leave Sarah without money. He also intended to exploit her existence, because why not? Samui was given a few mental nudges and a business opportunity where she would be periodically buying a lot of chakra ink from the sources in the land of rivers. She would then seal it into a special two-way storage seal where Ren could pick it up at his leisure. And he would then pay her through the seal, too. Money for a comfortable life would not be an issue for her, and Ren was going to have more chakra ink at his disposal. It was a win-win. One he felt especially good and smug about. Better yet, nobody would know exactly to whom all the chakra ink would be going, and they would have no way of tracing it either. The ninjas from the land of rivers were not exactly top tier. They didn't even have a proper ninja village. It was mostly just a scattering of random unaffiliated clans here and there. An elite jonin like Samui was going to have a very easy time running circles around these genin to low chunin level mooks. And if Ren's enemies don't know about his supply lines, they can't cut them. It wasn't just the chakra ink. Ren could buy anything through her. But for now, he didn't need anything else that urgently. The chakra ink he was buying from the village right now. Ren suspected he could easily lose these suppliers. They were regulated and overseen by the village's officials in the first place. Only the fact that his seals were beneficial to Konoha gave Ren a bit of protection from some elder dipshit, Danzo, from forcefully persuading his suppliers to not supply him with ink. But Ren would rather be prepared and have a different supply line readily available rather than pray that nothing would ever go wrong. He took the opportunity and, under a disguise, he secretly negotiated quite a few deals with the chakra ink suppliers in the land of rivers while he was officially on the C-rank mission, making Sarah their new buyer. They will deliver it to her, and she will deliver it to him. Everybody gets what they want. Everybody is happy. Really, Ren almost couldn't believe his genius. Ino also had an idea and was adamant to at least use Sarah for some spy work. Ren wasn't very enthusiastic about it, but he did relent in the end and created a special diary for Samui. Ino gave her even more mental nudges that would make the woman write anything she found worth noting into her diary. And considering she still had her kunoichi skills, she knew exactly what was worth noting. Ino also sported a new seal on her back, one connected to the diary and could project and store the information Samui wrote. From there, Ino's mind could access the stored data through some chakra bullshit and process it. To be honest, it was just a modified form of the telepathy seal. But instead of thoughts to thoughts, it was written text to thoughts kind of thing. Ren put it together in 30 minutes of effort once he got the idea. It wasn't terribly difficult. Ino was almost adorable, throwing herself at Ren and excitedly hugging him like a koala as she proclaimed that she was going to be his spy master, or something. She was just joking, and Ren smiled as he remembered that moment. He chuckled and kissed her forehead back then. As long as she was happy, he was fine with it. But during his travel to the land of rivers, he kind of realized the possibilities of that seal, and Ino's techniques were kind of frightening. With her mental techniques, Ino could have thousands of these diaries linked to her modified telepathy seal. And the writers did not even need to know that everything they wrote would be sent to somebody. She could sell fancy diaries to nobles. She could sell blank accounting books to merchants. She could even sell them to ninjas. As long as they were not knowledgeable in the sealing arts and could not discover the seal work in the book cover. The Yamanaka techniques were built to work with a massive influx of information in the first place. Sorting through all the data would be child's play for Ino. And Ren wondered if he should push her to lean into this direction. She could really become a scary spy master, all on her own. The downside? Ino was dreadful at the sealing arts. Every single connected book or diary would have to be created by Ren. It was almost enough to make him give up on the idea. He couldn't even make a Sekribo for it. The Sekribo could make a paper tag with a specific seal. It could not print a seal inside a book cover. No. These needed to be made by hand. The vision of the work in front of him, if he wanted to bring this idea into reality, made Ren feel immense discomfort. And he made a resolution right there and then. If Ino wanted to become the spy mistress, she was going to learn how to make these seals for the connected books herself. He was not going to do that for her. No amount of crying and pleading was going to persuade him. She might hate learning the sealing arts. But no, Ren couldn't spare that much of his time for her. He needed it to create seals for himself and to grow stronger. He decided to leave the decision in Ino's hands. It would have been a pity to not turn such potential for spying into reality. But Ren had to prioritize. He had more pressing matters at hand. Matters that required his undivided attention. Like the two dudes wearing black coats with red clouds who sat at a table further in front of him in the local restaurant. Deidara and Sasori. Now, what would a smart, handsome, and resourceful seal master like him do in a situation like this? Should he ignore them? Or should he do something naughty? Oh, who was he kidding? The answer was obvious, wasn't it? Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Disama. The answer was no. Fighting Deidara and Sasori was plain stupid. It was a complete retard move only a story protagonist would do because the author is forcing his shitty plot. It was practically an IQ check. Ren considered that he could loosely rank among the few living S-rank ninjas even if he didn't officially have that rank plastered on his bingo book profile. He had honestly no idea where on that scale he would land, but he at least had enough tricks to compete on that level. Still, facing two S-rank ninjas alone was dumb. There is a reason why these two art-loving chucklefucks could just sit in a restaurant and leisurely eat their food while arguing about what is the real art, completely relaxed and not minding that everybody who recognized them quickly paled, stood up, and hightailed it out of the establishment. Not even a squad full of elite jonin would have the balls to stand in the way of two S-rank ninjas who were clearly teamed up. Only idiots would challenge them. It was the natural selection in practice. Ren tilted his head and looked at his plate with a small frown, giving one more quick, subtle glance at the two Akatsuki members. But an opportunity was an opportunity. He knew he shouldn't. But he couldn't help himself. This was an IQ check he would not be passing. Even as he narrated reasons why this decision was absolutely moronic, deep down he knew he had already decided. He finished his food and paid the bill before standing up and leaving the restaurant. Naturally, he would not confront the two there. He didn't want to drag bystanders into that kind of conflict. In a battle between them, this little village might get leveled. Ren would rather not have that on his conscience. He marked the chakra signatures of Deidara and Sasori on his detection seal and sat down in his room at the inn. His detection seal was a bastardized and improved version of what Konoha was using for their borders. It could notice chakra users for at least a kilometer. Following the two from his room was no issue for Ren, even though it was in a completely different part of the village. The seal would also make tracking them without them knowing very simple. Soon enough, the two chakra signatures left the restaurant and headed out of the village, and Ren was about to stand up in order to follow them when he paused in his tracks. His shoulders sagged as he donned a complicated expression. His mind ran a mile a minute, trying to come up with a good plan, slowly forming an idea. He was going to do something dumb. But I guess there is no reason to double down on my stupidity. I can do the dumb thing in the smartest way possible. He gently shook his head and chuckled as he unsealed a durability seal tag that could make his clone capable of taking multiple hits, and his fingers made a cross-shaped seal. A bounty hunter. Ren's clone saw Deidara deadpan at him and inwardly smiled. He deliberately waited until the two separated, tailing them for the better part of the last 2 days. He was almost thinking he would need to improvise, but then Sasori finally left, probably going to do some nefarious Sasori things while Deidara continued on his own, presenting a neat opportunity for him. Not even an hour had passed since the two ninjas separated, and here he was, ready for duty and some fun at the explosion nut's expense. Technically, the original who stayed behind in the village told him to alert him if such an opportunity presented itself, but there was no need. He was the lord of Mount Kumos. The Dick Ninja extraordinaire. The lover of women and the envy of men. The chaddest of Giga Chads. The one. And only. Biggest. Dickus. Priimus. He could handle the little bitch by himself. He T-posed in front of Deidara, wearing black sunglasses, Samui's Kumo headband, hair dyed black, and sporting clothes the original nicked from Sasuke's bedroom in case he ever wanted to cosplay as an edgelord. Ho rocked the white boy shorts and blue top. Especially with it being a size too small and nicely stretching over his muscles. Of course, he made sure to draw a penis with paint over the Uchiha symbol to better disguise it. He also drew the Kumo symbol on the front of the blue shirt, choosing a pink permanent marker for it to make it nicely visible on the blue background. It was a true masterpiece. An art. He definitely needed to return the shirt to Sasuke Shonen at some point. You may call me Big D-sama, scoundrel. The clone, still T-posing, declared and grinned as Daidara's right eye started twitching. Ha! The man let out a completely confused noise. But his hands were already buried deep in his clay pouches. D-sama knew he could have a bomb thrown at his face any moment now, so he needed to distract his opponent. I have a question. About art. He confidently shouted the last part, and just like he thought, it made Daidara pause. The two looked at each other for a long, silent moment, Daidara probably contemplating the ridiculousness of the situation, but in the end, he forced a smile. Oh. Now that's interesting. A fellow art enthusiast. He slowly pulled his hands out of his pouches, covering the mounts on his plans, but D-sama was smart. He was sure the man was already molding his clay into bombs, ready to use them. But in front of his big dick energy, all was futile. I can humor you before I show you the true art. Ask away. Daidara seriously said, and there was an undeniable trace of interest in his expression. The true art. D-sama started in a deep tone, leaning slightly forward, something Daidara imitated as his eyes subtly widened when he heard these words, is a dick move. D-sama shouted, and Daidara, too caught in the anticipation, did not even get the time to properly register the words as the earth between his legs rapidly moved, shaping itself into a phallic object made of rock as it rammed straight into his crotch. Ha! T-pose for the win. D-sama thought. Nobody expected a technique from a ninja whose hands are so far apart from each other. With a loud gasp, Daidara's eyes widened, and his expression twisted in immense pain. His body started to bend forward, and his knees grew weak. But he wasn't an S-rank ninja for nothing. His eyes were focused despite the pain, and his fists opened alongside the two mouths on his palms, ready to spit bombs. Only D-sama didn't wait. The second Daidara received the dick shot, D-sama moved. He instantly appeared in front of Daidara, and with a puff of smoke, two phallic objects made of metal popped into his hands from his storage seal. Dick release, hole plugging technique. D-sama exclaimed, and before Daidara could spit the bombs out of his palm mouths, D-sama forcefully rammed the metallic phalluses straight into said mouths, plugging them shut and making Daidara's arms jerk in pain while the man's face contorted even further. But D-sama was not done yet. His combo continued. Dick release, glow a dick. He shouted, and streams of weak lightning coursed from his hands into the metal, directed straight into Daidara's palm mouths, letting him experience the shock of his life. He opened his mouth in a gasp of wordless pain while his body shuddered due to the streams of lightning, and the bombs in his palm mouths were also instantly defused. But D-sama was relentless. He had to strike while his opponent was still hot. Air, he meant, while his opponent was still stunned. Dick release, dick spitting technique. From his mouth, he spit a small, earth bullet, in the shape of dick, straight into Daidara's open mouth, making him choke from bewilderment and pain as the tip of the dick from hardened earth hit the back of his throat. Plus ultra. Satisfied with his performance, D-sama jumped back after performing one last silent, dick release, kick into dick, move on Daidara. 5 meters away from the suffering blonde man, D-sama put his hands on his hips and jutted his crotch forward as he exclaimed with a big grin, simply marvelous. This is the true art. Daidara almost crumbled onto the ground, but he managed to catch himself in time, and his battle instincts kicked in as he also jumped back to widen the distance between him and his opponent. He quickly pulled the dicks out of his palm mouths, wincing in sheer agony as he felt them being stretched in a way they should not be. He then stuck one of his hands into his clay pouch while his other hand removed the dick from his mouth before he gave the Kimo bounty hunter a nasty glare full of hate, but also fear. I am going to kill you. He screamed in a high-pitched, crackly voice due to his abused throat, and the bastard who, for some reason, was content to just wait and let him stabilize himself, simply grinned and gave him a thumbs up. HM. In that case, I will have to use my special move. D-sama darkly stated, lowering his head in just the way to make his sunglasses glint with the reflected light. Daidara took a step back before he even realized it, flushing in shame and pushing it down via sheer hatred coursing through him as he prepared to use his ultimate art. Only exploding himself and everything in a several-kilometer radius could wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Dick release dash, D-sama menacingly spoke, and Daidara was about to grab a lot of his clay in order to shove it into his real mouth. When D-sama suddenly turned on his heel and started running away, as Daidara heard a cheery, Nijirandeo, making him freeze in his place, about to take a bite of his fistful of clay as his mind blanked and he realized that his opponent had just run away. As if his strings were cut, Daidara fell to the ground and curled into a ball with a sob, still in disbelief at what had just happened to him. How the hell was he still alive? Several hundred kilometers away, the real Ren suddenly gained an influx of memories from his shadow clone, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had no idea why some of his clones were so eccentric. But this time, he couldn't complain. He instantly sent the mental image of the fight to the girls through the telepathy seal, sharing the amazing experience. Chuckling, he shook his head in amusement. His clone did not ram earthen dicks down Daidara's various throats just for fun and giggles. No. Ren could clearly feel 3 new tracking and eavesdropping seals at the back of his mind. And he tried hard not to think about where they were located. The upside. He really doubted anybody would check Daidara's throats for seals anytime soon. Mission accomplished successfully. Now he just needed to wait for Daidara to enter Omega Kure. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 21 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or Chapter 131, Chapter 131. A loud crunch. Ren could feel it. It took 3 weeks, but Daidara was finally at Omega Kure. It was about time. Any longer and Ren wouldn't be able to do the next part of his plan concerning the Akatsuki because the Chunin exams would be starting in pretty much a week. Hinata, Ino, Team 7, they were all back from their C-rank missions, and if things went like they did in the canon, they would all be entered into the exams. Ren really wanted to get some intel on Akatsuki and their plans before that. But his immediate concern was the invasion and his plan for killing Orochimaru. Akatsuki was a problem, but there was a good chance Ren would have years before they became an issue. Orochimaru, however, was a problem right now. Through Samui, he managed to get some info from the black market about various purchases and merchandise movements within the land of rice, and yeah. The invasion was definitely coming. For somebody not expecting it, the info would be useless. But once Ren knew what he was looking for, it all checked out. The Otogekure was gearing up. Fortunately, Daidara was just in time, and if his eavesdropping seal was any indication, the Akatsuki would have a meeting in like 20 minutes. He hurriedly left his work at the barrier core today on short notice because of that. So, pushing his trepidation down, Ren walked toward his closet and opened it with a smooth and swift motion of his hand, and his eyes were instantly drawn to a certain outfit. He nervously gulped. It was time to confront the boogeyman of this world. At least, he had a plan this time. Daidara entered the dark meeting room with a round table where the Akatsuki would have their biannual meeting to determine the future goals and actions of their organization. Honestly, he could not bring himself to care. It wasn't as if he joined them fully voluntarily. It was hard to say no when the stone-faced Uchiha bastard held him at eye point after demonstrating how easily he could kill him. Though Daidara had to admit, the benefits were very nice. He didn't regret joining. The only thing he wanted was to spread his art among the masses, and fortunately, the Akatsuki had many jobs where he could do that. He should have been happy right now. The leader was going to announce the next stage, where he could showcase his art. But Daidara only felt sullen and seething. The only saving grace was that nobody knew about the humiliating beatdown he had suffered. But he couldn't leave it like that. He was going to find the bastard and shove his biggest explosive down his throat. See how he likes it. Preferably after he bombed Kyumo to the ground. Daidara's hands involuntarily balled into fists as he gritted his teeth while glaring into nowhere. He was going to make the bastard regret not killing him when he had the chance. He was going to destroy everything the man held dear in his life and dash. Oi. You okay over there, Blondie? Kisame's voice suddenly interrupted Daidara's thoughts, making him realize that all the Akatsuki members were finally gathered in the room and the meeting was about to start. Leave him, Kisame. This is a common occurrence. He often spaces out when he thinks about the waste of time he calls his art. Sasori's dull, droning voice resounded through the room, and Daidara's eye twitched. Fuck you, Sasori no Dana. My art is dash, he exclaimed, ready to give the art heathen a proper lesson. Ah, nobody cares. But Haydn's aggravating voice interrupted him and Daidara glared at him as he had a sudden urge to throw one of his bombs at the immortal twerp. Maybe it wouldn't kill him. But being in pieces was surely not very comfortable even for him. Oh. Are Daidara-senpai and Haydn-chan going to fight? A high-pitched, cheery voice tore through the tension in the room. Toby can be the referee. Daidara smirked when he saw Haydn scowl at being called Chan. The zealot was this close to jumping over the table when a threatening weight descended on everyone in the room, causing their attention to snap toward the person who was exuding it, their glorious, purple-eyed leader. If you are quite done acting like children, I'd like to start the meeting. It was said in a calm and even voice, but nobody mistook the order for a suggestion. The room instantly descended into a silence, and Haydn gave Toby one last glare before sullenly turning his attention toward the leader, and the weight stopped pressing on them. Conan. The leader turned toward the bitch who was in Daidara's opinion even more stone-faced and colder than the Uchiha. Please distribute the necessary documents to our associates. He barely finished the sentence, and papers started to fly toward each person seated behind the table. With the death of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, Sanbai is still not reformed, and the proper start of our plan will have to be postponed. Daidara unhappily grunted at that. He and Sasori were already picked to deal with the one-tailed Jinchuriki because of their expertise and Sasori's knowledge of Sunagekure. Deidara was excited about the opportunity to test his art against a Jinchuriki, so hearing that there was a delay did not fill him with happiness. Stupid Konoha bastard who offed Yugura. Maybe he should bomb Konoha, too. Sigh. If only Sasori no Dana wasn't such a spoilsport. No, Deidara, you can't throw a bomb at that noble. No, Deidara, you can't bomb the daimyo. No, Deidara, you can't sneak an explosive into the Tsuchikage breakfast. He had no understanding of the true art. That makes sense. Kisame grunted. Once we start gathering the Jinchuriki, we will be on everybody's radar, and the villages won't let us be. The leader, Pain, nodded at the shark-wannabe swordsman. It's unfortunate, but this also gives us more time to prepare. There might be a small opportunity for us in the immediate future, though. He looked at the documents in front of him before slowly looking at everyone in the room. Konoha is hosting the biggest Chunin exams in a long time. Suna, Kyumo, Kiri, they all intend to attend, and even IWA has to send a proper representation to showcase their strength now that every other village has decided to compete. Oh. Are we attacking Konoha? Deidara happily exclaimed despite knowing the answer, enjoying the small from the sentence brought to the Uchiha bastard. No. Pain deadpanned with a slight irritation in his voice. Our sources state that Orochimaru is going to attack Konoha during the final part of the exams. He glanced at Sasori, who nodded back. With the majority of Kage most likely present, another ninja war might be sparked. Pain said with a frown. That can't be allowed to happen. With a Megakure Strait in the middle of the major ninja villages, the war would definitely affect them and force them to show their hand early. Nobody wanted that. Not many people knew, but Akatsuki was pretty much responsible for preventing any new large ninja war from erupting this past decade. Are we going to stop Orochimaru, then? Itachi flatly asked, but inwardly, he was full of joy. If he managed to get Akatsuki to attack Orochimaru, he might prevent the attack on Konoha altogether and maybe even ensure that the village's greatest traitor would finally die. This was a golden opportunity dash. No. Pain disagreed, and just like that, Itachi's golden opportunity slid through his fingers and he could only impassively stare in front of himself, helplessness creeping inside of him. I am currently considering taking the risk and gathering one of Kyumo and Iwa's Jinchuriki, since their protection will be at an all-time low with their Kages not present in their villages. We could also get the rogue six-tailed Jinchuriki and the five-tailed one in one fell swoop while everybody is busy with the exams in Konoha. Yet, we will still need to wait years for the Sanbai to reappear. Itachi said, dearly hoping to persuade Pain away from this plan. Indeed. Pain admitted, it's risky. There won't be an easier time to gather so many bijou, Deidara said, but deep down, he just wanted to bomb something already. It's cost-effective. Kakuzu grunted. As long as there are sacrifices for Jashin-sama, I don't care. Haiden spoke, but nobody bothered to pay attention to his opinion anyway. HN. Itachi disgruntledly grunted, knowing that it was out of his hands at this point. Pain nodded. The alternative is attacking Konoha when Orochimaru's invasion starts, killing all the present Kage and crippling the hidden villages in the process. The chance that a war would start from such a clusterfuck is high. Kisame nodded, and if it is going to happen anyway, then a preemptive strike is a smart move. But it will make us a target. Itachi tried to argue against it, feeling his cold heart jump into his throat as he heard that his colleagues considered attacking Konoha. But not all was lost. This wasn't the first time the Akatsuki considered a drastic action, and yet, it never came to that. He still didn't like the direction of this discussion. You scared, Uchiha? Haiden asked with a shit-eating smirk, but Itachi ignored him and kept his gaze firmly on Pain. Tobi does not care either way. Tobi is a good boy and will follow the lead. Tobi exclaimed, but was likewise ignored by the majority of the present people. Maybe we could do the decapitating strike against the Kage and then gather the bijou. If we are going to enter the world stage, we might as well do it with a bang. Zetsu said, and Pain pursed his lips in a pondering fashion as he looked at him. Pain was about to declare his decision when everybody in the room suddenly heard a loud crunching noise from above them and looked up. There, lying on the ceiling with chakra, was a man wearing a dark blue coat with red clouds made of paper duct tape to the coat. He sported a classic ANBU-style mask, except it was spray-painted bright orange in an imitation of Tobi, but also had a fake mustache glued on it. Though whoever was using the glue missed the mark because the mustache was more around the area of the lips, rather than under where the nose should be. In the ninja's hands was a half-empty bowl of popcorn, the source of the crunching noise, and he had his hand under the slightly lifted mask, about to munch on yet another popcorn, when he froze as everybody turned toward him. Air. Hi. The ninja awkwardly greeted them, trying hard to sound cheerful. Very interesting conversation you are having. Don't mind Tobi. Feel free to continue. With that, He ate the popcorn and gave the ninjas a shooing motion with his now free hand while sending another loud crunching sound through the room under the unamused gazes of several S-rank ninjas. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Tobi is Tobi. Being stared at by so many S-rank ninjas gave Ren shivers, but he nevertheless stayed in the role, and with a smiling, innocent tone, he asked straight in their faces, "Is something wrong?" The bowl of popcorn slipped from his hand, and he flailed around a bit, coincidentally sending it straight at Hayden's head, where it landed upside down, causing popcorn to rain on him on its way to the floor. Opsy. Ren couldn't help but snicker as Hayden pulled the bowl from his head, his hair full of salt. Ren did not intend to reveal himself, but when Pain started talking about interfering with the happenings of the Chunin exams, he no longer had a choice. He needed to make enough trouble for them to divert their attention to something else. He needed to give them a different goal to chase. And what better goal than chasing an infiltrator? They won't be able to organize an attack on Konoha on short notice. Things like that take a lot of planning, and Ren only needed to waste a week, maybe two, for that plan to no longer be viable. So, channeling his inner silliness, Ren was happy he donned his makeshift Akatsuki Tobi costume beforehand, because he was going to make them mad enough to put their plans on hold. "Who are you?" Pain asked, not losing his cool in the slightest as he gestured at the murderous Hayden to calm down. But to be fair, he probably didn't see Ren as a threat either way. He was arrogant like that after playing this life with constant cheat codes in the shape of Rinnegan. He was like those damn overpowered protagonists who, unlike the respectable folks that had to work for it, think they are hot shit just because they received unfair power for free right of the bat. Ren was so jealous. He could not wait to give the real Nagato an unannounced surprise visit one of these days, maybe even flicking his forehead to give him a small reality check. Unfortunately, exploring a Megakure and finding his position would have to wait for now. Seeing that Pain was getting fed up with the silence enough for it to show on his puppet's face, Ren smugly grinned. Not that they could see it through his mask, but he firmly believed the sentiment was conveyed by his voice. "What do you mean?" "Tobi is Tobi." Pain's expression slightly darkened, and he opened his mouth, about to speak, when he was suddenly interrupted by an upset, high-pitched voice. "No. I am Tobi." Tobi exclaimed, causing everybody, even Ren, to turn toward him and find him standing with his hands on his hips. For a moment, Ren wondered what Obito truly thought right now under his childish facade. But then he shakily, as if in disbelief, raised his arm and pointed his finger at Tobi with a loud gasp. "An imposter!" he exclaimed in a bewildered tone. "Why are you not apprehending him?" "Tobi is not an imposter." Tobi angrily yelled. "Tobi I dash." But Ren interrupted him with a firm, "Is, too." "Is not." Tobi shook his head. "Nu. Yes." Ren strongly said. "No." Tobi protested. Only for Ren to smugly counter with, "Prove it." Tobi speechlessly stared at Ren, with no idea what to say to that. It was just for a moment, but Ren counted that as his one while the rest of Akatsuki stared at them in dumbfounded disbelief that this was really happening. "I dash," Tobi started, but Pen's patience ran out. "Enough," he uttered, glaring at Ren, who tilted his head, pretending to be clueless. "Kill H dash." "No. Deidara-senpai, save me." Ren suddenly appeared behind Deidara, hiding behind his body after utilizing the seal he had at the back of his throat to teleport. He was ready to do that during the entirety of the previous talk, just in case somebody got trigger-happy. Deidara, realizing Ren's position, stiffened for a split second, but then he quickly turned around and whipped his hand at Ren, throwing a clay spider at him while jumping back. Only for Ren to use a pro-gamer move. He ducked. The spider sailed through the air, straight at Kisame, who was on his way toward Ren from behind, and started to glow. Kisame's eyes widened, and he just barely managed to use his sword as a makeshift shield before the spider exploded, causing the whole room to shake as it sent enough dust into the air to obscure everybody's vision. "Sasori-sama, Deidara-senpai is mean," Ren exclaimed in his imitation of Tobi's voice, but naturally, it was very off, so his enemies could tell that it was him instead of Tobi. Because of that, Sasori didn't hesitate and sent his senbon throwing device at him, causing a veritable hail of senbon to rain toward where his voice came from, making Hayden into a porcupine as Ren used his intangibility seal. It was just in time for Kakuzu to use a small wind technique to clear the dust from the air and restore the visibility. Nobody had seen Ren's use of intangibility just yet, but they clearly saw how Hayden was skewered by hundreds of long needles and shrieked in pain. Ren slowly turned toward Sasori and blinked, "Oh." Sasori-sama did an opsy, too. He sent the puppet master a thumbs up. Good assist. He could almost physically feel how pissed Sasori was right there and then, and he was about to comment again when he suddenly felt his instincts scream at him. Listening to the warning, he moved his head to the side, only for a kunai, courtesy of Itachi, to fly an inch from his cheek. Not looking toward Itachi, Ren threw a kunai at him in return. 1. Itachi easily caught in his hand with almost contemptuous ease as he gave a bored, "Is that all? Look at Ren." It lasted a second at most before the seal on the kunai opened, and Itachi was hit in the noggin by Sasuke's used underwear. One that saw him through some heavy-duty training, so it stank enough to make the older Uchiha gag. Ren swears he did not intend to take it. But when one of his clones was procuring a set of Sasuke's clothing, it also brought it, and Ren decided that it might come in handy one day. That day was clearly today. "Reitan, John." Kakuzu's voice resounded through the room, and a very concentrated lightning strike flew at incredible speed toward Ren, passing through him as if he weren't there, and impacting Haiden, who had just managed to pull out the last senbon from his body and was ready to re-engage in the carnage. Everybody bar Haiden, who exploded in burnt gore, limb there, feet there, and head flying somewhere too, stopped in their tracks when they saw Ren using Tobi's technique. Pain glanced at Tobi, who stood at the back of the room, silently observing the fight, and narrowed his eyes at him. "Tobi. Is this some sort of distasteful joke?" Pain asked, probably believing that Ren was Tobi's shadow clone or something. Not one to miss an opportunity, Ren yelled aloud and excited, "Yes." While Tobi dryly said, "No," at the same time. They paused and looked at each other, Ren giving Tobi a small hand wave, making his fingers subtly twitch in annoyance. "Hey! Another win." Ren inwardly cheered. Pain looked from Ren to Tobi and back, a small, hesitant frown on his face. He was almost going to Shinra Tensei the rude bastard to oblivion, but now he was slightly hesitant. Was this just Madara playing and testing their vigilance or something? Despite Ren's cheerful and silly act, he was inwardly sweating bullets. That previous encounter happened within a few short seconds, and reacting to so many S-rank ninjas attacking was no easy feat. His chakra pool already had a sizable dent in it. He could not keep this up, but this much was not enough. They were not angry enough to drop everything in order to try hunting him down. "I am Tobi." Knowing he needed to do something to show Pain that this was not one of his plans, Tobi decided to pull Ren's own move and yelled as he pointed at him. "He is an imposter. Get him." Ren gave him an affronted gasp in return. "You can't be Tobi. You are obviously Tobito Uchiha." That made Tobi freeze cold in his tracks. And while others, except Itachi, who owlishly blinked, and Pain, who narrowed his eyes, did not put much importance on that name, Tobi was clearly shocked at hearing his real name in there. "My brother from a different mother." Ren exclaimed and wiped an imaginary tear from under his mask's eyehole before he turned toward Pain and gave him an understanding look. "He was always jealous of me. It's why he is using my name." Ren mock-sighed. Does he still go around, telling people he is Madara Uchiha? "I am sorry, he is just touched in the head like that. It's an inborn defect. There is no cure." Tobi, however, quickly recovered and instantly dropped his childish act. He snarled and, in his normal, deep tone, he barked an order. "What are you fools doing? Attack him." That was enough for most of the Akatsuki members to shake off their bewilderment as they started sending ranged attacks at Ren. Kakuzu threw another John at Ren, this time aiming it in such a way that nobody stood behind his target, so even if it passed through Ren, there wouldn't be more friendly fire. Sasori sent more poison needles and other varieties of hidden weaponry at Ren, even pulling out his flamethrower at one point before he started blasting Ren with it. Deidara refrained from using his bombs indoors again, but only with a scowl and because Pain sent him a very unamused look. Itachi showed his capabilities with fire release as he sent one fireball after another toward Ren, not bothering to use anything stronger. Even Kisame contributed with a water bullet. Pain and Tobi did not bother to attack, opting to observe, while Konan had predominantly paper techniques, and using them was pointless with all the fire the others were throwing at Ren. Haiden was still in pieces, but even if he was whole, he wouldn't really be able to do anything as a melee-only fighter. He was just as useless as ever. For 3 whole minutes, the Akatsuki members threw technique after technique at Ren, who decided to show his dominance by standing in his spot, taking it all like a gigachad, giggling in return, and cheering them on. After the 3 minutes, even their onslaught of jutsu considerably lessened, and Ren decided it was time for some revelations. He put his hands on his hips and used a technique to amplify his voice, so it would be heard through the noise of all the techniques passing through him, before he started imitating a chicken. "I am the real Tobi, and I am mad at Bakashi that he reached Rinrin's heart before me. He grasped it real tight, too. Enough to make it burst. Rinrin never really recovered from it. The poor girl became heartless. He. You are dead." Tobi shrieked, mad beyond belief as he was clearly trying to use his Mangekyo to interfere with Ren's intangibility. Unfortunately for the easily manipulable idiot, Ren's intangibility was not a product of Mangekyo Sharingan, so it did exactly jack shit. "So, I made a great plan. Because Tobi is a smart boy." Ren continued, ignoring Obito's scream full of rage as he started to try to send Mokutan attacks at him to no avail. "I am going to get a collection of big pets with fluffy tails. Putting them together will make wink, wink, nudge, nudge at the world. And I shall see Rinrin again. Ehehe, I can't wait. Now that gave Pain a small pause, and even Kisame looked a bit unamused as he probably started inwardly asking himself some very interesting questions. The others didn't care because they were as misinformed about the Akatsuki plans as they possibly could be. They had no frame of reference, so only thought Ren was spewing some bullshit, not understanding the hidden message in there. Itachi seemed to be a bit suspicious, but Ren doubted he remembered Minato's team and could put two and two together. Despite being from one clan, Obito and he were from two very different generations. They never met each other, and Obito Uchiha was not somebody who would be remembered long by his clan. As for Zetsu, he looked a bit spooked, but fortunately for him, Ren didn't want to poke that hornet nest just yet, so he wouldn't be revealing anything about Kagaya. No. His goal was to mess only with Obito for now. Ren glanced at Pain. Not that the mean and weird ringy-eyed kid could tell my super secret plan. After everything is over, I can just beat him like a red-headed stepchild. Let the idiot do all the work, he. I am brilliant. Turning completely toward Pain and still ignoring the onslaught of attacks, Ren dropped his childish voice for a moment in yet another imitation of Toby, and asked in a deep tone, "Right, idiot?" Pain had no idea what to think, but his eye twitched at the insult. Ren was honestly running out of ideas, but acting silly like this was not only to piss them off but also a way to distinguish himself from his usual persona. It was time to cut his losses and get out. But before that, there was one more thing he dearly wanted to do. Using Pain's momentary distraction from all the unexpected cryptic revelations, Ren managed to switch places with him with a substitution technique. It would not usually work. But the man was distracted and distraught enough. Well, Ren wanted it to be just another distraction, but he was not one to look a gifted horse in the mouth or waste such a nice opportunity. "Conan," he said as the brunette froze for a brief moment. Her eyes widened, and she started to turn toward him as he continued, "I always thought you were beautiful." With that, Ren grasped her right wrist that was about to flick paper shurikens at him, stopping her attack before it could even begin. Ren then took a step forward, intruding on her comfort zone as his other hand snaked around her waist and firmly grasped her butt, making her gasp in surprise at the audacity. Quickly using chakra to pull his mask slightly to the side, not enough to show his identity, but enough to free his lips, Ren took advantage of Conan's gasp and the fact that his hand was around her waist to pull her into a deep kiss, pushing his tongue into her mouth as he gave her the best French kiss he could pull off. He honestly expected her to bite, and was prepared for it, but Conan was clearly far more sexually frustrated than he expected, because of all possible reactions, he did not expect her to clumsily return the kiss. She was quite inexperienced, but eager. At least, for the 2 seconds before her mind caught up to her instincts and her eyes widened as she realized what she was doing. Before she could properly bite his tongue off, Ren was already pulling away from her with a cheeky grin only she could see, and gave her one last firm swat on her butt, making her yelp as he jumped back, avoiding several very sharp paper spikes that burst from her chest area as she gave him a, dare he say, conflicted glare. Well, that's all I wanted to say after leaving that bomb somewhere in Omegakure. Toodles. Ren cheerfully exclaimed as his mask slid back properly onto his face, and like a proper show-off, he let the space around him swirl as it teleported him away. Only with the side of his eye did he see the utterly murderous expression on Pain's face, causing his heart to skip a beat right there. Well, if nothing else, he definitely pissed them off enough. But then the world readjusted, and he was once again standing in his new house in the land of rice, full of anti-spatial seals that should prevent anybody from teleporting after him. Would it work? Ren had no idea. In theory, it should be enough. But it's not like he could actually test it properly, so he opted to be cautious and did not teleport to any property with his real name on the deed. Ren chuckled and pulled off his mask, before he fell on his knees and hands, wheezing. Holy shit. That was close. I almost ran out of chakra. Even his chakra storage seals were emptied. And yet, he couldn't help but snicker some more, wondering how much time the Akatsuki members would waste, looking for the bomb that wasn't really there. Ren's mind strayed toward the memory of the kiss, and his cheeks flushed a bit. He had told Ino and Hinata that this might happen. He actually planned it. Thankfully, they were quite fine with it, too. Daidara was a mook. He wasn't important. But Conan. She was the woman who stood next to Pain at all times. She would be there for all his plans. And Ren now had a listening and tracking seal on the underside of her mouth. It didn't even matter that Pain had Rinnegan. Conan's natural chakra would cover the chakra signature from the seal. Ren had to thank Danzo for the idea. Ninjas were paranoid. But even they would not expect a seal inside the mouth unless they knew what to look for. And the underside of the mouth was such a hard spot to see, even when speaking face to face, that there was almost zero chance for it to be discovered. Learning to apply it without the recipient feeling it was also very enjoyable, and Ren briefly wondered if he should ask Ino and Hinata for some remedial lessons. He knew they enjoyed them a lot, too. A wry smile appeared on Ren's face as his breathing was slowly stabilizing. That was his horniness speaking. He had to admit, he enjoyed kissing Conan far more than he should have. He could still feel the faint taste of, was that a blueberry lipstick? Ren ran his tongue over his lips and grinned. Yes. Yes, it was. Kinky. What a woman. He felt his heart beating in his chest and realized that he actually might be crushing on her. That was not supposed to happen. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. The Aftermath of Fake Tobi. After Ren disappeared, silence hung inside the room full of Akatsuki members. They awkwardly shuffled a bit away from Pain, who exuded a furious and murderous aura, his expression twisted into a very unusual snarl while his eyes roamed the room in the vain hope that Ren was just hiding somewhere nearby. Everybody was tense, and even Itachi acted more stiff than usual. Tobi was still quietly seething, glaring at the spot from where Ren teleported away, his mind too preoccupied with anger to notice how many Akatsuki members, not in the know, were giving him suspicious looks. They had never seen the real Tobi. To them, he was at best a good comedic relief and a childish idiot who was barely strong enough to be a member. But clearly, they did not have a full picture. If what the infiltrator said was true, then Tobi was a much bigger fish than he portrayed himself as. Kakuzu, Deidara, and Sasori subtly shared a glance with each other, noticing that Kisame, Itachi, and Zetsu did not react very surprised to these new revelations. Something fishy was going on, and they were evidently not in on it. They did not like that. Not at all. Lack of key intel usually preceded death in their world. As for Haiden, nobody expected him to know anything. Sasori, for just a small moment, gave the Jashin priest, still in pieces in a bloody corner of the room, a suspicious look, wondering if he could be like Tobi, just pretending to be an idiot. But he quickly discarded the thought and shook his head. No. That was absurd. While everybody in the room was experiencing their own difficulties and small doubts, Conan stood rooted in her place, her eyes still slightly widened in disbelief, while the fingers of her right hand were gently touching her lips. She was horrified. She was elated. She was ashamed. She was embarrassed that she let the enemy so close to her. She was embarrassed that her mind blanked out when he kissed her. And she was embarrassed that she had enjoyed it. Closing her eyes, a crease formed on her brows, and she let out a frustrated sound. Sage, she enjoyed it. Taking a deep breath, Conan let the tension in her shoulders slowly seep away as she calmed down and regained her usual cool. It didn't matter. She needed a change of underwear. Inwardly cringing at that thought, Conan grumpily rebuked herself in her mind, not the time. Stop thinking about it. But it was harder than she let on. Outwardly, her face morphed into her usual ice-cold facade as she opened her eyes and glanced over the scum working for her friend. It was usually her job to watch over them and observe for any irregularity in their behavior. Trusting S-rank criminals was foolish. They worked with the premise that their employees would eventually betray them for one reason or another. The only question was how much use they could make of them before that happened, and they would need to be disposed of. And right now, Conan had to frown as she noticed all the subtle signs of distress and doubt in their body language. Some of them, like Itachi and Kakuzu, definitely noticed her momentary lapse and gave her a weird, subtle look. Her cheeks slightly pinked, and she cursed in her mind. Yeah, this was a mess. One visit and their entire organization of S-rank criminals was in a complete disarray. They were not openly showing it, but Conan could see the signs. She felt the beginnings of a headache creeping on her. This was going to take a lot of time and effort to fix. Despite herself, she had to admit she felt a bit impressed. But she chased the thought away as quickly as it appeared. Giving an enemy any sort of credit was bad. The next time they met, she was going to suffocate him to death with her paper, somehow. If only for all the additional work he gave her. Pain. Tobi's deep voice resounded in the room, pulling Pain out of his anger and making him stop in his tracks for a second. Conan recognized it as him pulling his focus from the other 5 puppet bodies that were now scouring Omegakure, just as her paper clones were doing, looking for the bomb and the infiltrator. Pain's eyes narrowed as they landed on the masked ninja, Tobi. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of the silence settle over the room before he gravely continued. We have many things to talk about. For a moment, Conan tensed, Tobi's body language betraying how close he was to attacking Pain, but then the men relaxed again. Indeed. He unhappily nodded. We do. With that, Tobi left in the same swirly portal as the fake Tobi did, making even Conan have some doubts about the fake Tobi's identity. Even if she knew they were unfounded. With a small, tired sigh that broke the illusion of his godliness more than any other overt gesture ever could, Pain turned toward the rest of the Akatsuki with his lips set in a frown. I want all of you to look for the identity of our uninvited guest. We are going to put everything else on hold for now. Pain said, and Conan couldn't help but feel that this was a mistake. She had no idea why, but it was what her intuition told her, and the feeling persisted. For example, why didn't their attacker just run her through with a kunai when her mind blanked in the first place? She hated to admit it, but she was completely vulnerable at that moment. He could have slit her throat and she wouldn't have realized it until it was over. Yet, she was still here. Breathing. And feeling embarrassed. No. She doubted the fake Toby wanted to cause any physical damage to them. He had several opportunities for that. Opportunities he did not take. But she had no proof, so she held her mouth shut. Sharing her doubts now would just add to the chaos of the situation. She decided to tell Nagato later, when they were alone. Sasori, Kakuzu, Zetsu, use your contacts and spy networks to find the infiltrator. Pain looked at them as he started giving orders. Itachi, Kisame, and Haiden, stay ready and inside of a Megakure in case he appears here again and needs to be repelled. Konan noticed a very small twitch of Uchiha's fingers, and her eyes narrowed at him. From what she knew of the Kinslayer, that twitch showcased his discontent with the order to stay put. But why would he be unhappy? Daidara, Pain looked at the last man in the room. You are going to help us look for the supposed bomb and defuse it when it is found. He flatly said, and the blonde bomber reluctantly nodded, not at all happy with his assignment. Konan honestly doubted there was a bomb, and she had to resist a strong urge to rub the bridge of her nose. This was foolish of her. She had too positive an impression of their enemy. That had to change. No. She inwardly shook her head and decided not to listen to her instincts in this case. It was safer to assume that there was a bomb hidden somewhere. You have your orders. Dismissed. Pain said, and after a moment, the room cleared, leaving only him and Konan in there alone. What do you think? Pain asked when he was sure nobody else was nearby, causing Konan to break her icy facade and give him a wry smile. I think we need to investigate the fake Toby's words. She said as she sat down on a nearby chair, her shoulders slumping. I will look into this. Tobito Uchiha, I guess. Yes. Madara. If he isn't who he says he is. Pain trailed off, the barest hint of doubt sneaking into his tone. And Konan silently nodded in understanding. It would mean they worked based on a flawed assumption this whole time. Because if he was lying about his identity, what else was he lying about? It didn't portray a good picture. Konan just didn't know what to think about all this. Be careful. I don't think Toby would appreciate us sticking our noses into this. Pain said with a chuckle as he sat down on his own chair, and Konan had to hide how creeped out she was at the gesture. Seeing Yahiko's body do that and be so alive, when she knew he was dead, her heart was slightly breaking every time. But for Nagato, this was a way to honor his friend. He wanted to achieve Yahiko's goal with his body. Konan let herself show a small wince, most likely making Nagato misunderstand its origin, before she shook her head and stood up, deciding she needed some alone time for a bit. I know. She mumbled before turning and walking toward the door, intending to start on her investigative work. She was going to figure out if Tobito Uchiha was a real person. And find out if he had a brother. She was curious. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Problems in the Paradise and Orders. Can you believe it? Karen loudly exclaimed with an obvious fiery outrage in her expression as she slammed her glass onto the table, and Ren had to stifle a sigh. No. No, he could not believe it. How did he get into this bothersome situation? He had just returned from messing with Akatsuki, all exhausted and wishing only to drop onto his bed. Only, Karen most likely heard him close the door or something. As he was about to change into his pajamas, because yes, real men can make even pajama look good, and Ino bought him a blue, very comfy one with red hearts pattern, Karen began to knock on his door with the same urgency as if another Kyubi had appeared in the middle of the village. Sigh. The troublesome Redia. Are you even listening to me? Karen indignantly asked, looking very miffed, only for Ren to give her a flat look. Yes, Karen. I am. Unfortunately. When did he become the relationship advisor to the Uzumaki couple? Sure, he was Karen's neighbor, but that did not mean he wanted to listen to all her woes. It was bad enough that the girl, whom he knew was very proficient in the sealing arts, still did not bother to properly set up soundproofing seals in her apartment. Ren had heard more than he ever wished about her and Naruto's relationship from the sounds coming from there whenever Naruto stayed the night. Thank the sage for having multiple houses and the ability to teleport. Only that saved Karen from a proper tongue lashing, courtesy of yours truly. He goes on one mission. 1. Karen gritted her teeth and slammed her hand onto the table. And he shows up with that hussy. She yelled out with a snarl. Way to go, Naruto. Woo. Ren thought with a fake enthusiasm, almost wishing to give the boy a thumbs up. Ren did not expect this outcome, but apparently, Naruto's first C-rank mission was basically the whole debacle with guarding the famous actress who was secretly the supposed next daimyo, but her uncle was the usurper and wanted her dead. Well, it was what happened in the first Naruto movie. Honestly, in canon, Naruto was a kid. Here, however, he is an adult according to the local laws. So, Koyuki probably decided to stake her claim more aggressively. And voila, here they were. She came back with the Konoha ninjas in her capacity as a daimyo. Officially, she came to witness the Chunin exams. Unofficially. And then she has the balls to tell me to my face that it is only natural for capable and good men to have multiple women. Karen balled her hands into fists. Well, unofficially, Koyuki Kazehana wanted to ride Naruto's dick. Ren would have been honestly impressed if he had not been so fed up with having to listen to Karen's complaining. So, he could only think, fuck Naruto for this. I am going to find a way to get back at him. Somehow. Someday. Worse yet, when he appeared, he wore his usual, stupid, clueless smile while she clung to his arm as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Come on, Karen. Ren sighed, feeling he had to intervene as he was inwardly fearing for his creaking table she was manhandling. Naruto did not cheat on you, did he? No. Karen reluctantly admitted with a pout, and Ren almost rolled his eyes at her. Of course, Naruto did not cheat on her. He was a genuinely good guy. Ren doubted the blonde idiot even realized Koyuki's intentions. But you know how he is. If she just worded it as a request for help. Just imagine it. Karen spoke in dread and started to imitate what she thought was Kyuki's manner of speaking. Hey, Naruto, darling. I need your help with something. You see this hole between my legs? Yes, that one. Stick your penis in it. I need your babies. Karen finished her imitation of Koyuki, and Ren chuckled, earning himself an angry look from the miffed redhead. Do you think he would refuse to help her? She indignantly asked, and this time, Ren did roll his eyes at her. Naruto is clueless, but he is not that clueless. He deadpanned. You may be right. Karen nodded and started nervously chewing at the tip of her thumb's fingernail. But you may be wrong, too. He is an Uzumaki. Hello, Kettle. I am Pot. You are black. Ren wordlessly raised his eyebrow at Karen, mirth shining in his eyes. Duh. When Karen finally noticed a few seconds later, she flushed red, realizing that she too was an Uzumaki and what she had just insinuated. Ren gently smiled in a practiced ease. Oh, I am sorry, Karen. But I must decline your advances. You see, I have two very eager girls and our bed is not big enough for another person to join you. A pillow from the nearby couch impacted Ren's face. Shut up. Karen mumbled in embarrassment as she averted her eyes, muttering. Ass. Making fun of me when I am troubled. You are blowing the situation out of proportion. Just go and have a talk with Naruto. Ren took the pillow, put it on the table in front of him, and rested his chin on it. Yes, go bother Naruto instead. Shoo. Shoo. He mentally added. But. She is a daimyo. I can't compete with that. Karen helplessly said, and before Ren could reply, she continued, if I refuse her to join our relationship, I will be the villain here. It sucks. Even some trade between her country and Konoha could be affected and... Karen sullenly trailed off. And frankly, she had a point there. The Hokage would probably just pat her on the back and tell her to simply accept it in the name of the will of fire. For the greater good of Konoha. But Ren was not the Hokage. And you are an Uzumaki. I think the winner is obvious for Naruto. That and he had his doubts about Naruto's ability to have a harem. So what if he could make 100 clones? In Boruto, even 100 Narutos could not do the job of one drunk Tsunade while also leading a proper family life. Imagine neglecting your family despite being able to make hundreds of clones. That was when he had just one woman to care about, too. Yeah, Ren wasn't aiming for it, but he did not feel even slightly guilty for charming Hinata away from him. Then again, Boruto was just a fanfiction, so who knows how that would turn out in reality. Not like Ren would see it, so there was no reason to think further about it. Do you really think so? Karen timidly asked, and Ren smiled. Yes. That finally made her calm down and brought out a small smile of her own onto her face. Besides, Ren continued, Naruto L-. He was interrupted midway by a knock on his door. Furrowing his eyebrows because he did not expect any other guest, Ren slowly stood up and gave Karen an apologetic look before he went to answer the door. Ino and Hinata were with their clans, having some last-minute training for the Chunin exams, so it couldn't be them either. Opening the door, Ren noticed an ANBU standing there, and leisurely asked, yes. But inwardly, he was prepared to pop a kunai from his wrist storage seal at a moment's notice because in reality, these fuckers were indistinguishable from Danzo's root. And didn't that say a lot about the sorry state of Konoha when he, as a Konoha ninja, could not be sure if the dude in front of him was an actual ANBU serving the Hokage and had to be cautious in case it was one of Danzo's subordinates. Mandatory orders from the higher-ups. The ANBU said in a monotone voice that every ANBU used during their work hours, and handed Ren a scroll before disappearing. Ren olishly blinked and looked at the scroll. Huh. That happened, I guess. He hummed as he closed the door and slowly walked back to the living room while unrolling the scroll. Is everything all right? Karen worriedly asked. Apparently, I was given the duty to be the guide for Kazekage's children and their Jonin instructor when they arrive in Konoha tomorrow. He said with a surprised expression. He didn't expect that. Naturally, foreign teams could not be without supervision. And it made sense that Chunin-ranked ninjas would be selected for it. Ren just never expected to be one of them. He would not be there for Baki, though. No. The ANBU would watch him. He was just supposed to escort the Genins while watching them. It already sounded like a monumental drag. Oh. Okay. Karen nonchalantly shrugged when she realized it was nothing bad. Anyway, can we content dash? Shoo already. Ren gave her a flat look as he sighed. I'll be busy tomorrow. I need to sleep. He had just realized he was practically made into Gaara's babysitter within Konoha. Joy. Go bother your boyfriend, please. Ren said, realizing he was a tad rude, but he simply could not muster the will to care right now. He decided he would apologize tomorrow as Karen pouted at the dismissal. Chapter 135, Chapter 135. The Suna Team. Ren stood with his back to the gate entry booth, speaking with bored Kotetsu and Izumo while waiting for the Sabaka siblings and their Jonin instructor to arrive. The ANBU had already sent a message that they had seen them a few kilometers outside of Konoha, so they should be here any moment now. Don't even start. The Chunin exams period is always very hectic. Izumo complained while resting his chin on his hand. Yeah. Too many foreign ninjas strolling into our village, and get this. Most of them are stupid kids with balls of steel born out of ignorance, who think they can do whatever they wish. Kotetsu sighed. Really? Have any interesting stories? Ren idly asked, looking into the distance outside the gate. Heh. There was that one idiot yesterday. Izumo and Kotetsu exchanged a look and grinned. He was a tad too arrogant. Izumo continued with a look full of schadenfreude, just as Kotetsu lazily pointed at him with his thumb. This genius confused and persuaded the kid into slashing his own Hitai-8. Something about it being the new fashion trend in Konoha. He said while snickering. You two are shitting me. Ren tried to scoff in disbelief between his own snickering. Oddly enough, he did believe it a little bit. He knew how stupid people could be. No. I kid you not. I just dared him to do it after giving him some half-ass story, and the dumb kid actually did it. His Jonin instructor had just passed the gate, too. Izumo mirthfully said with a smirk. The kid wanted to be here first or something, so he left behind for the last 500 meters. He rolled his eyes. You seem to be having fun here, boys. Ren remarked with a small smile. These two were smart ones. While many Konoha ninjas risked their lives on a mission for the village, these dudes sat on their asses, sometimes even able to sleep through their shift. After all, they were not here to stop any significant threat from entering Konoha. If Itachi showed up, Izumo and Kotetsu would not even be a speed bump. No. For that, there were the 5 hidden ANBU in the vicinity. Izumo and Kotetsu mostly dealt with paperwork and checks of people who entered Konoha. Giving a warning to foreign ninjas. Dealing with merchants. Giving directions to travelers who wanted to request a mission. Things like that. And from what Ren knew, they were paid very well. Maybe they did not exactly have the income of a Chunin who constantly risked his life on B-ranked missions, but for the work they were doing. Their pay was quite enviable. Other ninjas made fun of them, calling them glorified gate guards. But the joke was on them. 3/4 of Izumo and Kotetsu's graduating class were already 6 feet under while these two were chilling. Ren could totally respect it. Suddenly, Ren narrowed his eyes as he could see 4 blurry silhouettes enter his sight in the distance. Well, it looks like my time to slack off is coming to a close. Ren told the 2 guards, who perked up and looked toward the incoming team of Suna ninjas. I guess we should prepare the paperwork, then. Wouldn't want to inconvenience the Kazekage's kids. Kotetsu murmured and, with a very obvious distaste for the action, he shifted from his position and started to half-heartedly rummage through the messy pile of paper on a side table next to him. Ren gruffly chuckled under his nose at seeing it, briefly wondering how the hell these two were not sacked for so long with that kind of attitude, but then he inwardly shook his head. It was not his business. Instead, he looked back at the approaching Suna team and started thinking about them and his assignment. A small, mischievous smirk appeared on his lips. They did not know it yet, but their testing will start the second they step through Konoha's gates. Ren relocated to the side, leaning on a nearby tree while waiting for the Suna team to step into Konoha and get processed at the gate. Only when they were done with that, he approached them. "Hello, there." He gave them a wave and a cheery smile that instantly made the four ninjas tense. Ren gave them a quick once-over with an amused expression. "I am Ren, and I was assigned as your minder during your stay in Konoha, kiddies." He looked specifically at the genin because Baki was not his problem. He was the problem of Konoha's ANBU. After all, what could a poor chunin like Ren do against such a mighty and scary jonin? Right. Gaara just gave Ren a dull look while Kankuro scowled, and even Temari's lips twitched a bit. Ren's eyes stopped at the blonde Kunoichi, and he grinned. "Don't worry, kids," he subtly emphasized that word, noticing it bothered them. It was quite fun because Temari was actually a bit older than him if he was not wrong. "I can show you where all the playgrounds in the village are. We even have some sand play areas for Panda-chan," Ren exclaimed, pulling his gaze toward Gaara. His reaction was barely noticeable, but it was there. He twitched. Just a little bit. And if Ren wasn't seeing things, Gaara's dull look now contained an undertone of hostility. And the other two Suna genin tried to hide it, but they started to look scared shitless as they shuffled a bit away from him. For a moment, Ren wondered if he should push further. Getting Gaara to rampage now had its pros and cons. "I would appreciate it if you stopped provoking Gaara." Baki stepped in, putting his steady hand on Gaara's shoulder, making him tense for a second before he reluctantly relaxed. Ren blinked in feigned confusion and tilted his head. "Oh. Is Gaara Panda-chan's name?" And Gaara's tension was back. Oh my, what a scary glare. Ren inwardly chortled, casually withstanding the killing intent that washed over him and sent all the ANBU guards in the vicinity on alert. Now, even Baki was visibly tense, his grip on Gaara's shoulder becoming rigid as he and Ren stared at each other while Kankuro and Temari held their breath, ready to pull their weapons on a moment's notice in case the worst happened. They were slightly shaking because, well, they were aware that they were surrounded by Konoha ANBU and their brother was now pissed. These two wished to be anywhere but here right about now. After a few tense moments of silence, Ren finally shrugged with a casual ease. Ma. You are acting as if we were enemies," he said, trying to imitate Kakashi to cause his victims the biggest level of irritation. He chose these words deliberately, too. From the small narrowing of Baki's eyes and the barely audible hitch in Temari's breath, it worked at sending their minds on a doubt-filled adventure of wondering if he knew. Ren lazily smiled at Baki and waved him off. "Chill, bro." Baki, giving Ren a deadpan look, did not react. He looked just as aloof and stone-faced as Gaara. So, Ren decided to change his target and turned toward Kankuro. "Yup. You probably don't have much of that in the desert, kids," he glanced at Temari, too. "But chilling is dash. We know what it means." Temari gruffly snapped, her irritation showing on her face, which only made Ren give her a victorious smirk that instantly shut her up. Baki's eye twitched. Kankuro looked like he wanted to strangle Ren. Gaara was cool as a cucumber, if one discounted the still-present killing intent. And then somebody finally caught up. Temari pursed her lips, giving Ren a questioning look as she cautiously asked, "This is a test, isn't it?" "Yup. Good job realizing it." Ren gave the girl genuine praise that made her show a bashful smile, but only for a second before she realized it and schooled her expression. A ninja needs to keep his cool even when facing a client or an allied ninja who acts like a complete asshole, Ren told her. His side mission was to test their conduct, so he decided to play the part of an asshole. Honestly, it would have been a stupid decision for any other Chunin escort. Gaara's killing intent would have sent most Chunin running for the hills. Baki probably realized that, and it's why the tension in his posture never quite left. "You two passed." Ren nodded at Temari and Kankuro before grinning at Gaara and Baki. "You're Jonin and Panda-chan." He shrugged. "Not so much." "Man, how did you get promoted again?" he casually asked Baki, who dryly responded, not rising up to the obvious taunt. "I thought the test was for them. Me acting like an asshole to them was their test. Me acting like an asshole to you is just for my fun." Ren chuckled, enjoying immensely how Baki snorted. The man was a jonin. A few words were not going to rile him up. But his students. Kankuro was getting defensive and was on the verge of snapping, while Temari looked conflicted, trying to stop her brother from stupidly reacting by clutching his forearm. And Gaara was still blasting Ren with his killing intent. Geez. Ren glanced at the red-headed kid and very obviously rolled his eyes at him. "Save that for the exams, Chuckles." He waved his finger in front of the Jinchuriki kid. Honestly, his acting was because he was still undecided if he wanted to take Gaara out of the equation right now or wait until the third part of the exams. So, he decided to leave it up to Gaara. If he got enraged and started attacking, tough luck for him. If not, then that was that. But clearly, the boy had much more control than Ren gave him credit for, because even after a few more minutes of ribbing, he still just impassively stared at him. The 3 additional years he had on his canon counterpart might not have been good to Gaara, but he clearly at least somewhat mellowed out. Ren doubted the canon Gaara would stay calm after all that. He decided to give up for now. Never mind. Your conduct is good enough. Ren proclaimed before gesturing for them to follow him. You must be starving. Let's go eat. My treat. I am going to take you to the best restaurant in Konoha. Author note. If you wish to support me or read 21 advanced chapters ahead of time. Or. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Retribution of the Ramen Gods. This is a ramen stand. Kankuro flatly said to Ren as he sat down on a chair in the Ichiraku. He expected something different when Ren claimed to take them to the best restaurant in Konoha. Even Temari seemed a bit let down, but she was hiding it well enough. Gaara and Baki, however, didn't seem to care at all and instantly went to sit on the other side of the stall, Baki whispering something in a hushed tone to the disgruntled Gaara. Ren inwardly shrugged, not bothering with the two. Well spotted. He teased Kankuro with a small, amused smile. You almost deserve the promotion with just that. But there was no bite in his words anymore, and Kankuro simply rolled his eyes at him in a friendly way. Ren's mission to gauge their conduct was over. Well, not really. He should have continued with it, even if Temari discovered his intent. But Ren decided it didn't matter. It's not as if he could yeet them out of the exams if they behaved badly. The mission was just a formality. He would only be writing a report about their behavior, which would be sent to Suna and might have a tiny, teensy, little, very small effect on the final decision concerning their promotion. But honestly, he doubted Suna's higher-ups would take it seriously anyway. Firstly, there is room for the foreign tunants doing these reports to be disingenuous. That made them a flawed intel by default. And secondly, the people in the know were very aware that this part of the exam served as a way to form a psychological profile for future prospective talents. The villages usually sent their brightest to the exams in order to show off, so the host village simply decided to get something out of it right off the bat. Information was key in the ninja world, and this was an effortless way to get some of it. Ren's report would no doubt be studied and filed away for later use. It's probably why he and the other guiding Chunin were warned not to slack off. This is the best ramen stand in Konoha. Ren told Kankuro, and he wasn't even lying. Sure, one of the reasons why he took them here was that he didn't feel like spending a lot of money on them. But they didn't need to know that. With the best ramen chef in the world, Tucci, the sage of 6 ramens. He grandly boasted to better sell the deal to them, making Tucci chuckle and shake his head from behind the counter. Both Kankuro and Temari seemed amused at that proclamation, not taking it even a little bit seriously, and Ren smiled back at them, sharing in their amusement. During their walk through Konoha to Ichiraku, Ren and the Suna team did proper introductions, and Ren stopped trying to rile them up. He took them seriously and gave them a proper tour through Konoha's public areas, showing them where everything was and which shops had the best deals. They became way less on guard and eased up when they saw that Ren was treating them with no hostility. He might even say they became friendlier. There was still that undercurrent of tension in them, and if Ren had no idea about the upcoming invasion, he would probably believe it was there due to the stress from the exams. They were hiding their nerves quite well. Say, is there something you could tell us about the exams? Temari, who was sitting on Kankuro's other side from Ren, suddenly asked, fishing for information. Ren's eyes glinted, and he leaned closer, whispering. Yes. I heard something interesting about them. This caused both Temari and Kankuro to also lean closer with bated breaths and interest shining in their eyes, hoping for some special intel about their upcoming trials. There are some really sexy girls participating this year. Ren whispered, giving Temari an obvious once-over with his eyes, making her slightly blush with a small, involuntary smile appearing on her face that betrayed she did not get compliments like this often. Inwardly, Ren mostly meant Ino and Hinata, and gave her that look to tease her, but he had to admit, she was good-looking, too. This version of Temari was 18 according to her documents, and she grew up to be very pretty. Her hairstyle looked way better in real life than it did in 2D, too. Realizing she wouldn't get anything out of Ren, Temari huffed in annoyance and put her cheek on her hand. Honestly, it was a good try. Ren had to give it to the girl. It's better to try it and get no result rather than not try anything. But it was a tad bit naive to think he would give them some sort of secret information for free. Sexy, right? Kankuro muttered and gave Temari a teasing, dubious glance before he turned toward Ren. I am not seeing it. Shut it, makeup boy. Temari dryly responded and bumped his shoulder with hers. You wear a catsuit. You have forfeited your right to judge others when you put that on in the morning. You suck. Kankuro pouted, and Ren had the impression that this was a common thing between them. Still, he could not waste the golden opportunity Kankuro presented him. Oh, does she? He asked, giving Kankuro and Temari the best shocked look he could manage and averted his eyes the second they looked at him with a faint whisper of, "Kinky." That made both of them sputter and start spouting hurried denials, while Ren was inwardly grinning. The discussion flowed from there, and Ren had to admit, he surprisingly enjoyed the time with these two Suna siblings more than he probably should have. They were cool. He especially did not expect to hit it off with the catsuit enthusiast, but they started talking about the possibilities of puppetry, and both got kind of engrossed in it while Temari occasionally quipped a thing or two on the topic. At times, it got awkward because Kankuro couldn't divulge Suna's secrets, but Ren didn't mind. He simply told the boy to straight up tell him when something was a secret, so they could move on to a different topic. That, more than anything, put both of the Suna siblings at ease. It showed them that Ren did not talk to them because he was trying to ferret out the secrets of their craft, and was truly interested in the topic. Somewhere along the line, the talk switched toward the wind release, and Ren confessed it was his affinity. That's when Temari seemingly lit up, and before Ren knew it, the girl bullied the exasperated Kankuro to switch seats with her. She started asking questions about Ren's experiences with training his wind release, careful not to poke at any secrets, but still too curious to drop the topic. And Ren indulged her. There were things that the villages guarded with ferocity, but there were also exercises that were more or less well-known and could be easily shared. Such as the Konoha's leaf exercise. They were doing it with rocks in Suna, which is why their wind techniques were more geared toward brute force than control, according to Temari. It was quite fascinating for Ren to compare the cultures and how that changed their approach to ninja training. But their talks were interrupted by Tucci, who was done with his cooking and put 3 bowls of steaming hot ramen in front of them. They dug in, and Ren enjoyed the surprise on Temari and Kankuro's faces after they had their first bite. Tucci definitely deserved to be called a sage. He wouldn't go quite as far as Naruto and proclaim it the food of the gods, but for its price, the ramen tasted very good. It's not bad. Kankuro hummed in appreciation, and Temari nodded. Careful. Ren chuckled. The ramen gods will send their retribution your way if you don't praise it more. Tucci threw Ren an exasperated look, one Ren promptly ignored, and Kankuro rolled his eyes. As if that would hap-dash. Only for Konohamaru to suddenly rush into the ramen stand with panic written on his face, misjudge his momentum, and ram his forehead straight into the middle of Kankuro's back. This caused the catsuit-wearing boy to lose his balance, and before they knew it, Kankuro's face was firmly planted inside of his ramen bowl, just as the panting Naruto and visibly angry Sakura entered the stand as well. Konohamaru fell on his ass with "ow" and a small bump on his forehead before an awkward silence filled the surroundings. Kankuro slowly raised his head out of the bowl, his drenched face resembling modern art with all the smudged war paint all over it, with occasional noodle decoration stuck here and there. Well. Now I am happy we switched seats, brother. Temari interrupted the silence with a snicker, just as Kankuro turned toward Konohamaru, looking positively murderous. "Brat, you are so dead," he declared with a growl, noodles comically hanging on his head. Chapter 137, Chapter 137. A proper ninja brings his bed with him. It took both Naruto and Ren to physically restrain the enraged Kankuro and prevent him from strangling the 3rd Hokage's grandson with a noodle. It really did not help that Konohamaru was a little misbehaved and spoiled brat, who had the audacity to laugh in Kankuro's face instead of apologizing. Honestly, Ren felt a bit off. He had no idea if the scene with Konohamaru was going to happen. And he expected to be firmly on Konohamaru's side if it did happen because the canon Kankuro was kind of an ass, picking on a kid who ran into him. So, it was weird that Kankuro's anger was actually justified here. Unfortunately, with the catsuit boy drenched in ramen, the tour through Konoha was finished, and the Suna team asked Ren to lead them directly to their hotel right after they quickly finished their ramen. Ren didn't even have the time to tease Naruto about Koyuki, which was a major missed opportunity. Even worse, the good mood between him and the Suna team might as well have evaporated with how distant and sour they became. Temari did give him an apologetic look, but that was it. She did not reignite their conversation about the wind release, despite clearly wanting to. Ren did not really understand what went through their heads, and was a bit put off by their sudden change in behavior. He thought they were friendly enough before that whole debacle. He even offered to give them a second tour through Konoha, considering the first one was cut short, but he was promptly rejected. That happened 3 days ago, and Ren still felt a small sting in his chest because of it. Stopping reminiscing about it, Ren let out a small sigh. He had not expected to enjoy his time with Kankuro and Temari, and a part of him desired to befriend them. It was illogical, especially since he knew what was going to happen between Konoha and Suna a month later, but he supposed emotions did not work on logic. Shaking his head, he decided to put it out of his mind and turn his head toward Ino and Hinata, who were sitting on the floor in the living room, around them a massive mess of things, as they were packing up their storage scrolls for the second task of the Chunin exams. Ren didn't bother to watch the first one. He knew how that was going to go from the anime. And watching kiddies write a test was not his idea of prime entertainment. Apparently, Naruto still had his talk no jutsu moment, and there were still more teams than there should be, but other than that, things went pretty much the same from what Ino's memory showed him. And yes, she recently learned how to project her own memories through the telepathy seal. That was neat. Do you have enough food packed? Ren idly asked the girls while cradling a glass of orange juice in his hand. Hinata smiled at him in return. Yes. I've already packed enough to last both of us for 2 months. And you can teleport. Ino cheekily added, if we run out, we just need to contact you. Nah. Not interested. I am good. Ren dryly refused, causing Ino to feign an offended gasp. You'd let us starve? She exclaimed, but her twitching lips betrayed that she was playing it up. What kind of boyfriend are you? Shame on you. That is practically spousal abuse. I should report it to Mida Dash. You are missing your toothbrush, Ino. Hinata interrupted her, causing Ino to stop speaking as she owlishly blinked before she checked her seal. Oh. You are right. She nodded and stood up before heading toward the bathroom to retrieve it. As Ino left the room, Ren exchanged a small exasperated look with Hinata. The blonde could be such a drama queen. He shook his head in amusement. Honestly, he had no idea why they would need their toothbrushes in the forest of death, but he wasn't going to comment on it. Getting between a woman and her hygiene was never a smart thing. Ino and Hinata's packing was a bit overkill, but the girls genuinely had no idea what to expect from the second phase of the exams. Ren had not shared his knowledge with them. That would defeat the purpose of the test. And preparing for the worst was kind of expected from the participants. They wanted to be chunin, and that required at least some level of foresight to prepare. The kids did not know, but this was one of the things the proctors watched out for. They wanted to know if the participants had what it takes to be a chunin, and coming there without supplies would just paint them as unworthy, incompetent idiots. The second phase was basically a simulation of getting an unexpected, impromptu, dangerous mission where their life could be put on the line for the village. Anko told them to meet her at the entrance to the Forest of Death tomorrow morning. That was a blatant hint, and the smart ones would realize it. Well, unless they are a certain Nara, who, according to Ino, needed some Ino trademarked kick in the shin before he was willing to put in the effort to think about the situation. Poor boy. The very first question the hint should have provoked, for both foreign and local ninjas, was, what is Forest of Death? And they were supposed to investigate. It's why they were given 1 day of free time, instead of being instantly dragged there. Once they figured out that the Forest of Death was a very dangerous and big training ground, usually used for large-scale and long-term survival training exercises, it wasn't a stretch to realize that's where the second part would be taking place. They would not be meeting at its entrance unless they were using it. Which, logically, meant a several-day-long survival exercise. Hence, anybody worth the chunin rank would naturally prepare themselves and pack enough supplies for an extended mission. This wasn't rocket science. Getting intel on the place of their next mission is basic stuff taught at the academy. And yet, Ren knew many participants were going to show up without supplies. Frankly, he was one of the people who did not like that only Shikamaru got promoted in canon. But living here, and seeing these intricacies and hidden parts of the chunin exams that the proctors were evaluating participants on, Ren was starting to realize why it happened. There was a lot more to these exams than what was visible at first glance, and while nobody expects flawless perfection, basic competency was a must. That said, Ren watched as Hinata sealed a portable stove into a seal and gave the girl a deadpan look. He doubted the proctors expected that anybody would bring an entire kitchen to the Forest of Death. He then felt, through the security seals enwoven in his apartment, that Ino sealed her bed into a scroll. And he didn't even resist the urge to facepalm. Are you sure you have everything? He asked with an incredulous expression hidden by his palm, just as Hinata finished sealing the last item from her pile, a big pot. Why was she bringing a big pot? He had no idea. He supposed it could be used to bludgeon someone's head or something. He could not really throw stones from his glass house. Sage only knew what kind of garbage he had sealed in his wrist storage seal. Oh. I forgot my teddy bear. Thanks for the reminder. The Hyuga girl happily sprang up and ran out of the living room, leaving the disgruntled Ren alone. But as exasperated as he was, deep down, he couldn't be more proud of his girls. Because really, sleeping on the ground was just not comfortable. Bringing a bed made sense, no. A proper ninja brings his bed with him. A smirk tugged on Ren's lips. He would have to ask Ino to send him the memory of her unsealing it during the exams. He really wanted to see Shikamaru's expression once she did that in front of him. And Hinata loved her teddy bear ever since he got it for her on her last birthday. It was supposed to help her practice with chakra strings to improve her chakra control. But the girl had gotten the bright idea to sew inexpensive chakra metal threads underneath its exterior, and if she channeled her chakra through them, the fluffy teddy bear would harden so much, she could blast tree trunks by swinging it like a weapon. She called it death by hardened fluff technique. She could also channel her lightning chakra into the teddy bear through the chakra strings, giving it a facsimile of lightning chakra armor while being able to control it like a puppet via her chakra strings. It was a pity that the preliminary matches were fixed. He would have loved to see Kankuro's expression once Hinata whipped out her teddy bear of lightning doom and used it like a puppet against his puppets. Being drenched in noodles might not have been the most embarrassing thing he had experienced in Konoha if that happened. He was just lucky Ren had no way of altering the matchmaking. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Chunin Exams, Scouting the Opposition. Hinata and Ino came to the entrance of the Forest of Death, seeing that some teams were already gathered and waiting for the exams to start. The teams did not seem to interact much. Everybody was more or less in their own claimed place with their teammates, away from other teams. Hinata smiled to herself at that. Clearly, they all recognized that the next task would make each other enemies, so everybody was already wary. She would not put it past certain participants to use subtle techniques on others before the thing even started. Speaking of which, Hinata gave Ino a small exasperated look as she swatted her Yin chakra away, preventing Ino's subtle attempt to slip one of her Yin clones into her mind. Ino playfully stuck out her tongue for a moment before giving her an unapologetic smile. I am just trying your vigilance. I am sure that's it. Hinata rolled her eyes with a clear sarcasm written in her tone. That said, Hinata did believe Ino. She knew the Yamanaka could not keep her mental clone in her victim's mind for long periods of time. Ino has tried to fix that issue for months now to no avail. It gave her so much frustration that Hinata once caught her punching her own pillow in anger. Much to Ino's mortification. But while the Yin clones were quite useless as a preemptive strike before the battle even began. And I am sure the little bit of your hidden Yin chakra you are sneaking into people's systems around us is also just testing their vigilance, isn't it? Hinata amusedly remarked with a small giggle that she quickly covered with her hand. Of course. Ino gave her a mischievous wink and replied with a grin. It's just a little something that would make it easier for me to use my techniques on them later on if my chakra stays in their system. It's completely harmless. But then her grin quickly fell off her face. Though, there are some people who actually noticed my little intrusion and flushed my chakra out of their systems. She said with a small inkling of seriousness, and Hinata's eyebrows furrowed as Ino frowned. Hinata quickly activated her Byakugan and looked around at their future competition, especially the ones Ino quickly pointed out through their telepathy seal. Yes. Some of these people look like they have no business being in the Chunin exams. Hinata muttered back to Ino in a whisper, covering her speech with a quite clever application of chakra that would prevent anybody from overhearing it or reading her lips. Dispelling Ino's intrusions did not require a lot of power. It was something that required skill and awareness of one's chakra that genin-level Chunin wannabes usually should not possess. Mid to elite level Chunin in their mid-20s. Alright, Hinata could see them having the skill and awareness of their chakra system to notice. Jonins. Indubitably. They wouldn't get the rank without it. Then there were people with special bloodlines like her. Niji was already giving Ino a very annoyed glare, which quickly switched to her. Then back to Ino. And to her. And now he was glaring again at her. That boy. Hinata inwardly sighed in dejection. But many of the participants who shook off Ino's attempt did not have any visible bloodline, and clearly, they should not be Chunin or Jonin if they were participating in the Chunin exams. There were people from Kumo, Iwa, Kusa, the red-haired Jinchuriki kid from Suna that Ren warned them about, and a few more. Even one Konoha ninja who had round glasses and looked like a complete wimp glanced at them with a small frown. What the hell? She thought they were going to compete with kiddies for an insignificant rank up they could have gotten anytime by just revealing their true abilities. But clearly, there were some skilled people gathered in these exams. She wondered if Ren had known this in advance and planned for it. It would certainly explain his desire for them to keep their prowess secret until the exam's third phase. That one especially. Hinata sent a mental image to Ino through their telepathy seal, showing one of the Kusagakure ninjas that looked sketchy as hell. She has enough chakra to compete with the Hokage. Hinata's frown deepened as she said that, and even the last vestige of playfulness left Ino's expression upon hearing that. It's not just the quantity of it either. Naruto and that red-haired boy have them both beat in that department. Hinata muttered. It's the quality that is concerning. She should not be in the Chunin exams. Jonin. Ino asked with a bit of hope that a lesser village simply sent a senior ninja disguised as a genin to show off for the masses and get some clients. It would have been a very stupid thing to do. But some villages actually did do that in the past, so it is not as if there was no precedent for it. But her hopes were dashed when Hinata shook her head. More. S rank. Ah. Ino closed her eyes and let out a small sigh. Well, shit. Because that obviously meant there was something more sinister at work than just the stupidity and desperation of a minor village throwing caution to the wind and scheming to earn more clients. No S rank would ever participate in the Chunin exams without a good reason. Usually not entirely ethical reason, at that. It was an ego thing. A wolf does not go and try to compete with chickens. That's beneath him, unless he feels peckish. His presence usually spells nothing good for the chickens. The same logic applied here. We probably should not report them. Hinata wryly said, and Ino reluctantly nodded. It was a tad bit too late for that. In the middle of all these juicy, talented genin hostages from every village. Ino huffed with an eye roll. Of course, reporting them was not an option. If it went wrong and they were hostile, it would be a bloodbath. One that could easily start the next great ninja war if too many valuable genin died here. The villages did not send their bottom feeders to the Chunin exams. Every village wanted to get their kids to the last phase, where they could show off their village's prowess. It was basically a, look. Our genin are already this strong. Imagine what our Chunin and Jonin can do, kind of statement to the civilian masses. These kids were the future of their villages. It's why she and Hinata were here, Ino mused. Neither of them was asked if they wanted to participate by their clans. No. They were told that they would be competing. Their desires were not considered in the equation. Not that they could be mad at their parents too much. Their parents did not have much choice in the matter either. It was most likely the Hokage who ordered the clans to send their kids. It wasn't even a bad order, either. It was actually pretty smart and completely sensible. With the exams in Konoha, their safety was assured. Ino would eat Hinata's teddy bear and face the consequences if Konoha did not have several ANBU teams all around the Forest of Death today. It was very likely that no Konoha clan heir would be dying this day. Well. Unless. Ino's eyes briefly flickered toward the hidden S-rank ninja, but she quickly averted her gaze to not alert them. Such a thing is expected from Konoha. Every village did things like this. The ANBU would not be helping any participant. There were lines that the village could not overstep. But saving a clan heir on the verge of death. That much was easily allowed and wholly expected. The other villages were okay with it because, well, then they could do this shit too, when they hosted the exams and face no reprisal. And would you look at that? Ino inwardly chuckled. All those political lessons with Ren paid off. I don't think I could think of half this crap without them. She hummed to herself, her eyes idly scanning the crowd until she noticed Asuma and Kurenai coming, with the rest of their teams following them like lost ducklings. Ino weakly elbowed Hinata's side to get her attention before nodding with her head toward their approaching teams. We should go and join them. Yeah. Hinata nodded, I am done sending an alert to Ren about the S-rank here. Woo. Telepathy seals for the win. Ino grinned and sent a telepathic message to Hinata, making her giggle as Ino linked her arm with hers before they started walking toward their teams. If they could not report him or her to the nearby Jonin without risking a bloodbath, then they could at least do this much. What Ren did with that knowledge, or what the higher-ups did with it if Ren reported it. That was not their problem. Besides, there should be some fancy detection barrier all around Konoha. What were the chances that the village did not know about the S-rank ninja participating in the Chunin exams? And who knows? Maybe the disguised ninja was somebody hailing from Konoha all along. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Chunin Exams, Meeting with Teams. Hello, guys. Hinata greeted her and Ino's teams when they came closer. Ino threw her own, yo, at them with a cheerful grin and a small hand wave, knowing full well that it would offend Kurenai's sensibilities about propriety. At first, she did these kinds of things because she heard Ren describe the woman as beautiful. It was plain jealousy. And she only intended to do it a few times. Then she noticed Kurenai's subtle reactions to it, and Ino just couldn't help herself. She was a Yamanaka and mentally screwing with people was her entire thing. It really did not help that she enjoyed it so much. And Kurenai never reprimanded her because she believed it was not her place. To be fair, it really wasn't. It was Asuma's. Who never did it. That probably didn't win him much favor with Kurenai, but then again, Ino doubted he even noticed something was happening. Men, right? But today, the woman barely twitched at Ino's casual disrespect hidden behind the veil of childish innocence. Instead, Kurenai was preoccupied by giving Hinata a worried look when she noticed the Hyuga girl clutching a teddy bear, of all things, to her chest. Right in the middle of the hostile, enemy teams, who were looking for a weak, easy target. Even Asuma almost dropped his cigarette from his mouth when he spotted Hinata, having a hard time believing the balls of steel on the Hyuga girl. He knew well how strong she was from all the Ino's rants about her defeats in spars against her. And Ino. Asuma knew she was hiding her prowess, but she was no genin. He could tell that much. He would guess her at an elite Chunin level. It was hard to gauge because he never really saw her go all out, and the girl was annoyingly good at suppressing her own chakra. But high Chunin for her sounded reasonable in his mind. After all, she only graduated half a year ago. Surely, she could not be much stronger than that, right? Hello, Hinata. Kurenai said as her smile turned a bit strained. Are you sure you want to bring that into the forest of death, Hinata? She asked, gesturing at the teddy bear. Hinata, however, only gave Kurenai a beaming, wide-eyed smile as she proudly and loudly announced while stretching out her hands that held the bear, "This is my teddy bear, Kurenai-sensei. I have problems falling asleep without him. His name is Doom." Kurenai's eye twitched at that. Just as quite a few eyes from the surrounding genin teams turned toward them. Yikes. Ino felt a shiver go down her spine, getting a worried glance from Shikamaru, the only one who noticed. He probably misunderstood why she slightly shivered, though. Doom was about right for that infernal stuffed creature. Ino had once gotten a lightning-clad paw to her cheek from it. It took Hinata 1 hour to heal her broken cheekbone, broken jaw, several cracked teeth, and... Ino inwardly shook her head, chasing these memories away. Nobody who was not punched at the speed of lightning with hardened chakra metal could sympathize. But as Ino looked at their competitors, giving Hinata some subtle, gleeful, and considering looks, she reckoned quite a few people would be able to sympathize with her after today. If they survived the experience. Well, okay. Ino had to admit that despite her viciousness, Hinata was still a nice girl. She was most likely going to heal her victims enough to prevent them from dying. Maybe with a few notable exceptions. Ino glanced at the very reason why Hinata was making herself look like such an easy target. The few Kumo teams who were giving Hinata looks as if she were a nice piece of breedable flesh. And then Ino looked at the few Kumo teams who were just giving her pitying and dismissive looks, etching their faces into her mind so she knew which Kumo ninjas she shouldn't end in a permanent fashion in case she encountered them in the forest. Hearing Hinata's words, Kurenai's strained smile became helpless. You may lose it there. She tried to reason with the girl, but Ino understood Kurenai's plight. It was hard to say no to that adorable, wide-eyed, innocent look Hinata currently sported. Sage knew the girl used it on Ren or even her often enough, and it had always worked despite them knowing she was using it to get her way. Don't worry. He is housebroken and well-trained. He is a ninja teddy bear. Hinata exclaimed with a wide smile that made Kurenai let out a strangled sigh. I see. She concluded with a helpless expression before turning toward Kiba and Shino, who silently watched the conversation alongside Ino's team. Ino noticed that all of them were having dumbfounded looks, except Shikamaru, who was giving Hinata his Nara trademark deadpan look, probably realizing what she was doing and thinking something about troublesome Hyugas. Ino did not even need to use her Yamanaka techniques on him to know that much just from his expression. Kiba, Shino, Kurenai spoke, I am counting on you to protect Hinata, all right? But, shouldn't it be the other way around, Kurenai-sensei? She wins every spar. Even when both of us fight against her. Kiba sullenly and also loudly complained, not wanting to say he was going to protect somebody whom he saw as an alpha in their team. That would be just insulting to Hinata, in his mind. Your request is illogical, Kurenai-sensei. Why? Because Kiba is speaking the truth. Hinata can defeat both of us, and therefore, trying to protect her despite that would just hinder us as a team. Shina added his opinion, and while his voice was not overly loud, he did not try to be quiet either. Ninjas with good hearing could still hear him well. Ino almost let out a mirthful chuckle as Kurenai's plan to showcase her team's unity and lessen the target on their back backfired. Instead, the enemy teams likely misunderstood the boy's statements and now thought that the wimpy, innocent-looking girl who could not even sleep without her teddy bear was the strongest person on their team, making them an even bigger target in the end. This is where you two brats were supposed to say a simple, yes, Kurenai-sensei, dot. Kurenai dryly said with a twitching eyebrow and a glare that made both Kiba and Shino freeze in their spots. Fortunately for the boys, Asuma intervened and put his hand on Kurenai's shoulder in a reassuring manner. They will be fine, Kurenai. Have some confidence in your team. He said with an easygoing smile, one that made it very hard for Kurenai to stay angry. Slumping her shoulders, Kurenai reluctantly nodded, and Asuma's eyes turned toward Ino. What about you, Ino? You two were not waiting for us long, were you? No, Asuma-sensei. Ino smiled in return. We arrived here just 5 minutes earlier than you. Their teams were supposed to meet at their training grounds before coming here together, but both she and Hinata excused themselves from it, saying they would be spending their night at a friend's place. That it was closer to the entrance to the Forest of Death than their usual training grounds. So, they would rather come and meet their teams here. They were not lying. They just did not say the friend was their boyfriend or that there was not much sleeping included until very late in the night. But despite Ren's reluctance to tell them anything about the Chunin exams, they at least managed to weasel out of him that they would be locked in the Forest of Death for several days, which meant no secret rendezvous with him for them. They wanted to enjoy their last night together for the next several days. Oh, and what a night it was. Ino could still feel all tingly and... And are you ready for the exams, Ino? Asuma's voice interrupted Ino's daydreaming, making her owlishly blink and quickly cover the perverted grin that tried to appear on her face. Air. Ino genuinely panicked in that moment, caught off guard. So, in her usual way, she decided that, when in doubt, act brash was the way to go. Yes. Asuma-sensei. I am prepared. She loudly exclaimed, using the fact that everybody was looking at them because of Hinata's earlier stunt. Turning around, Ino confidently stood with one hand on her hip and the other one sticking her pointing finger at the people around her as she proclaimed, "And I am going to beat you all." She raised her nose up and donned the most arrogant grin in her repertoire. It wasn't even hard, and almost everybody was riled up, causing the hostility in the air to increase tenfold as she heard Asuma utter a silent curse from behind her, followed by a sound that suspiciously reminded her of a palm meeting a face while Kurenai compassionately chuckled at his plight. Ino's grin started widening. Her danger sense suddenly flared. She sidestepped a kunai flying at her, about to graze her cheek, before she plucked it out of the air with a swift swiping motion of her hand. A long tongue was coming toward her hand, or rather, the kunai, and Ino acted on reflex, swiping the kunai's blade at the tongue, causing its owner to suddenly widen her eyes at Ino's speed, before she threw herself back in order to not lose said tongue, her feet sliding a few feet on the ground. Ino didn't have the time to contemplate what the S-rank kunoichi from Kusa was playing at. That was barely mid-chunin level speed. They probably played along to keep their cover. But more importantly, Ino continued her sweeping motion, letting its momentum carry her body into a spin until she ended up facing a completely opposite direction, her hand with the kunai ending pressing its blade's edge on the neck of the proctor lady who appeared behind her just as she had thrown the kunai. Anko's brown eyes met Ino's blue ones, and her pupils shrank into pinpricks as Ino could hear Anko's breath slightly hitch from behind her frozen bloodthirsty grin as she registered the kunai pressed against her artery, and her body subconsciously stiffened. Clearly, that wasn't the result she expected. It all happened within 2 seconds. It was so fast that some of the Chunin hopefuls still didn't quite catch up with what happened and just dumbly stood around, watching the scene, but having problems properly registering it. Ino's grin finished widening as she slowly pulled the kunai away from Anko's neck under the dumbfounded gazes of everybody but the disguised Kusa Kunoichi, who was giving her a slightly impressed one. Here. You dropped this. Ino casually threw the kunai to Anko with a smug smirk, causing the woman's lips to twitch as she swiped it from the air and, with one smooth motion, put it back into her pouch. I like you, kid. Anko eventually said with a small head shake as she noticed most teams now being too afraid to even look in Ino's direction. Ino was very pleased with that. Being a target was not her style. No. She was the hunter here, and she needed to let everybody know that. Her eyes then challengingly met the ones belonging to the Kusa Kunoichi, and after a bit of staring at each other, she received the most patronizing smile in her life, causing Ino's elated mood to instantly drop as her smirk turned into a scowl. The whole fun of winning the unspoken dick measuring contest felt somewhat tarnished by it. Ino could practically hear the amused and unsaid, "Well done, child," from that smug bitch. Seeing Ino's scowl, the Kusa Kunoichi smile widened, and she even let out a slow chuckle before she turned around, slowly walking back toward her team while showing Ino her back as if daring her to attack. It basically screamed, "You can't hope to hurt me," to Ino's body language reading skills. With a huff, Ino crossed her arms on her chest and looked back at the chuckling Asuma and Kurenai with a narrowed gaze, daring them to say something. "Good luck with this mess, Ino." Asuma lightheartedly offered before he turned around and started dragging Kurenai away with him. Troublesome blonde. Shikamaru loudly groaned, completely dismissing Ino's attempt to look cool. "Did you bring any food, Hinata?" Choji wasn't even paying attention. This damn team. Ino thought in disbelief. No respect at all. But before she could say something out loud, Anko's voice interrupted her. "Okay. Gather up. The exams will be starting soon, and I need to explain things." Ino looked at Anko, noticing the small smirk rising in the corner of her lips, and Ino's jaw almost dropped from the audacity of this bitch. She had interrupted her on purpose. This sucked. Her whole declaration of beating everybody up just flopped. Orochimaru wore the skin of a female Kusa ninja during the exams. It's why he is a she here when I write it from Ino or Hinata's perspective. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Chunin Exams, Ren's Target. Ren watched the whole interaction between Anko, Ino, and Orochimaru, laughing at how it ended for Ino. She had definitely lost that one, and the Yamanaka girl knew it. She also knew that quite a few of the participants had noticed. Oh, how that must burn her ego. This was also why he wanted his girls to go through the Chunin exams. They were powerful. No doubt about that. But they still lacked a whole lot of experience. Ino could mind screw many ninjas into doubting themselves. But dealing with somebody mind screwing her? Not so much. It is going to be a valuable experience for her. The following moments ensued similarly to canon. The explanation was the same. The task was the same. The proctor was still Anko. Choji still asked about food. And Shikamaru still groaned out loud, troublesome. Except, Naruto did not have any sarcastic and clever remarks that would earn him a kunai scratch on the cheek after Anko's warning of the dangers in the forest, making Ren quietly proud. He quite liked this butterfly effect. Karen was good for the boy. He still acted childishly from time to time, and even the red-headed Uzumaki could not get him to abandon orange color in his attire, but she gave him the attention and family he so dearly craved. Sasuke was also much friendlier after training with Guy. At least, that's what Ren heard. Sakura was begrudgingly civil with him. Hinata and Ino were also his friends, which meant the ever-meddlesome Ino dragged Shikamaru by his ear, and Choji with the promise of food, into this dynamic. Ren guessed that Naruto probably did not feel the need to act out. After all, he had everything he had ever wanted. Friends. Family. People who acknowledged him. The only thing he did not have yet was the Hokage hat. For the next several hours, Ren boredly watched, relaxedly sitting at a nearby tree in plain view of any ninja who bothered to look, as the scrolls were distributed and the teams slowly made their way to their respective entrance gates. It looked so fast in the anime, but in reality, the travel time could not be just cut out of the equation. By the time everyone was in the position, it was already late afternoon. Ren did not follow Ino or Hinata's teams as they made their way to their gate. Instead, he waited, wanting to see when exactly Anko would be alerted to the discovery of the 3 Kusa genin corpses that Orochimaru used to infiltrate the exams. It happened only a few minutes after the signal to let the participants into the forest, and sent the whole monitoring team into a frenzy as Anko rushed away from the command center, probably going to check out the corpses. Ren smiled. That was good for him. With them sufficiently distracted and on the lookout for the 3 Kusa genin, the chance of encountering some pesky Konoha ninjas trying to stop him significantly decreased. He sent a mental nudge to Hinata through the telepathy seal, signifying that he was ready when she was, and vanished from his spot with body flicker. It was time to suit up. Ren, wearing his cartoonish Toby costume with duct-taped red clouds made of paper on a black coat, appeared in front of Hinata, causing her to raise her eyebrow at him while the corners of her lips started to twitch upward. He looked ridiculous. Realizing what went through the girl's head, Ren grinned at her. After all, that was the whole point of the costume. Ren's eyes glanced at Kiba and Shino, who were knocked out behind Hinata. Their unconscious bodies were sitting on the ground and leaning on a tree trunk. Had problems with your teammates? Ren casually asked. She was acting like a sort of beacon for his teleportation and was supposed to signal him when the air was clear around her. But her go-ahead signal came a bit later than he expected. Yeah. We were tracked by quite a few people. Hinata nodded with a wry smile, aware that it was her fault because of how much attention she drew to her during the preparation time. It wasn't safe to leave my team or knock them out until now. Sorry. It's okay. I am glad to see that you are responsible. Ren said as Hinata approached and hugged him, her arms circling his waist. She lifted her head, giving Ren an adorable look as she trailed off. So. Ren lifted his eyebrow at her in amusement, secretly enjoying how she was pressing her soft chest into him. We are alone. In the forest. Anything could happen. Hinata hummed, pressing herself more into Ren. I guess you are right. Ren nodded in agreement as his hand finished wandering and ended up firmly grasping Hinata's butt. The girl flushed with a big, eager smile, decorating her expression. Why dash? Suddenly, Ren let go of Hinata, and she spun, drawing a long needle in the process before tossing it into the tree line. A moment later, an explosion resounded through the surroundings as the explosion seal on the needle went off, and a charred husk of a person fell to the ground. He didn't manage to let out even a single shout before he was dead. Ren looked at the corpse, noticing the half-melted Kumo headband and wryly chuckled. As you said, anything could happen, so we'd better not get distracted. He said with a small head shake, causing Hinata to pout. She should have noticed him far sooner. And she would have if she had her Byakugan on. But from what Ren once heard her confess, the Byakugan vision was not very fun. Hinata preferred to look at the world with her own eyes. It was far more colorful that way. She never used it when they were intimate or flirted with each other. Hinata let out a fed-up sigh, giving the charred corpse a small glare, and Ren could not help but to compare the woman in front of him to the memory of watching her child self on the screen as she was hiding in the bushes and shaking in fright because she witnessed Gaara squish his opponent's body into a paste. His Hinata was different. It was yet another butterfly effect he was responsible for. But he also liked this one. I should be on my way. Ren said, making Hinata give him a reluctant nod. Fine. I'll be fending off Kumo idiots for the next few days anyway. Hinata said with a sigh before she gave Ren a short, affectionate kiss and gestured for him to go. Chuckling, Ren kissed her forehead before putting his orange mask on his face as he ran off. He had a quite short time window for his plan. Orochimaru was going to be attacking Team 7, which meant he would not be paying attention to Kabuto. It was time to deal with the biggest threat from the Fourth Great Ninja War. There would be no improvement in Edo Tensei by Kabuto. He was going to permanently solve that problem. Author note. Or. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Chunin Exams, Kabuto and Orochimaru. Ren, clad in his Tobi costume, stood on a branch high in the canopy, watching Kabuto and his team resting on the ground under him. Finding their team was no problem. Hinata did all the work for him already. She did not call him in a random location in the forest. Instead, she was following Kabuto with her eyes while staying a kilometer away from him. And while sensing techniques were nice, there was a reason why the Hyuga clan with their eyes was so precious to Konoha. No normal chakra sensor can detect people a kilometer away. There was no snowball chance in hell of Hinata's team being discovered at such a distance. Ren doubted that Kiba and Shino even knew they were tailing somebody as Hinata led them through the forest. The Byakugan was quite busted for things like this. Deciding not to drag this out too much, Ren shrugged and hopped down from the branch, landing on the ground in a crouch directly a few feet in front of Kabuto's team, startling them into action as they jumped to their feet, their freshly opened rations falling onto the ground. Yo! Ren lightly exclaimed and raised his hand in a greeting as he rose from the crouch. And it was instantly answered by Kabuto's team leaping at him with the intent to kill him. Ren easily sidestepped, Akato Yoroi coming at him with his blue, glowy chakra leech technique covering his hand, and ducked under a kick from Misumi Tsurugi, chuckling in the process. Oh my. You two have a hidden talent. Ren hopped back, evading their follow-up combo attack. Please keep on hiding it. He gave them friendly advice, but for some reason, it only served to enrage them. Before Ren could comment further, a hand covered in chakra scalpel suddenly passed through his chest, to the utter surprise of its owner, Kabuto. Ren huffed. A shadow clone quietly materialized behind the shocked Kabuto. Kabuto's head rolled off his shoulders as the clone unsealed a tanto from his wrist storage seal and, in one swift motion, severed Kabuto's head before the boy could even react. Heh! Heal that, bastard! Ren glanced behind himself with a small, amused smirk as Kabuto's headless body toppled onto the ground. Retaliating while intangible was impossible. But creating clones was not. Ren's eyes turned toward Akato and Misumi, who froze in their places upon seeing their teammate decapitated. A chill went up their spines. Their legs flexed, ready to jump back. And their chests burst into pieces, blood and gore raining on the surrounding ground as the low-powered explosive seals Ren snuck on the middle of their backs while evading their attacks activated. Needless to say, their hearts couldn't handle it and broke into pieces. Ren watched as the bodies of the two Chunin wannabe traitors powerlessly flopped onto the ground, and shook his head before he kneeled down next to Kabuto's corpse and started searching it. Kabuto was the only one who had a chance to run away from him here. It's why he decided to take him by surprise with one decisive attack instead of giving him a proper fight. The other two, they were at the level of low Chunin at best. Their survival was not in the cards against an S-ranked opponent. Nothing, huh? Ren mumbled, a bit irritated. But he guessed that Kabuto had his reputation as a good spy for a reason. There was nothing on his body that could be worth taking, and nothing that could reveal more of Orochimaru's plans. Glancing at Akato and Misumi's bodies, Ren inwardly scoffed. If Kabuto did not have any intel, then he doubted the two throwaway pawns would possess it. But his training did not let him be careless. So, he dutifully searched them, too. It was as big a waste of time as he knew it would be. Well, this was a bit underwhelming, but that's not a bad thing. Ren thought to himself as he stood up and clapped his hands against each other a few times. He didn't dislike easy jobs. In fact, he preferred them. If only all missions were this EAS-. A snake suddenly passed through his intangible body, its fangs bared in an attempt to bite him before it crashed headfirst into a tree trunk and folded on itself like an accordion. With a disgruntled frown, Ren slowly turned around, his eyes landing on a smiling Orochimaru whose narrowed gaze was firmly on Kabuto's corpse as he walked from behind a tree. Oh. Despite his smile, he didn't look very happy that his head-butt buddy was dead. What do we have here? Orochimaru, in the body of the Kusa Kunoichi with its face ripped off, slowly looked at Ren with anger shining in his eyes as he let out a menacing chuckle when he saw Ren's makeshift duct-taped Akatsuki costume. You must have balls of steel to impersonate Akatsuki. If you hadn't killed Kabuto, I'd offer you a position among my ranks. Let me teach you why angering somebody who was a part of that organization is a bad idea. A hand with a jutsu scroll suddenly passed above the ground from the underground, right underneath Orochimaru, leaving the activated scroll before it burrowed into the ground again in an instant. Orochimaru barely managed to blink as he noticed, before he was engulfed in a very concentrated ball of extremely hot, blue flames. It lasted barely 3 seconds before it vanished, leaving only a charred, smoking corpse of the Kusa Kunoichi that slowly dropped onto its knees, about to topple forward. Talking isn't a free action. Ren politely informed the charred corpse. Noted. Ren heard from behind as the Kusanagi sword swept through his chest, finding yet again no purchase thanks to his intangibility. Now, that's an annoying ability, Orochimaru said as he jumped back, his interest in Ren spiking. The way he looked at him changed, and he reclassified him in his mind from somebody he would kill to somebody he just had to dissect and study. Ren, however, did not care as he sullenly complained in his mind. Should have used the black hole scroll. But he let out a quick inward sigh, knowing it was just wishful thinking. While he doubted Orochimaru could have evaded a black hole appearing right in between his legs, that scroll had not yet been tested, and Ren simply had no idea how big or powerful the black hole would be. Hell, he had no way of testing it either for now. For all he knew, the black hole could keep on growing and growing. Ren had no intention of being yet another ninja killed by his own experimental technique. Unfortunately, that meant no black holes for him quite yet. You have some very interesting trinkets, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes glancing at the burned remains of the scroll, near his charred previous body. What is your name? I need to know what to call you once you are one of my test subjects. He casually threatened with a smile as he looked back at Ren. Toby is Toby. Ren excitedly exclaimed and waved his hands before he, almost casually, hopped to the side, evading a bunch of snakes bursting from the ground under his previous position. With an offhand gesture, the snakes were instantly shredded into mincemeat by a wind-natured cutting technique before they could reorient themselves and attack Ren again. And Toby loves testing, Ren said with a wide smile under his mask. Nah. For example, what is 1 + 1? He asked, just as Orochimaru attacked him again, probably hoping that he was too distracted to activate his intangibility jutsu, or just to see it again in action to gauge it better. Orochimaru's sword harmlessly passed through Ren's gut just as he finished asking his question, making Orochimaru raise his eyebrow in amusement, clearly not feeling threatened at all. He was not an S-rank ninja for nothing. He had already understood that Ren could not attack while intangible, and while his sword was buried through his gut, he had to stay intangible. Orochimaru chuckled. You are quite a peculiar one, aren't y-? A shadow clone abruptly appeared behind him and used the same wind-natured cutting technique, only more focused. In an instant, Orochimaru, his face still wearing a conceited, easygoing expression, split into two pieces right through the middle from head to crotch. Blood splashed onto the ground. The two pieces of his body separated and started to fall in different directions. Snakes burst from each piece and entwined with each other, about to pull the two pieces together. Bad Snakey! Ren yelled as he became tangible and used the technique again, severing the reconnected snakes that were trying to pull Orochimaru's body back together. 1 + 1 is 2. Ren's clone exclaimed, 2. As he did the same a moment later, when new snakes burst from the two parts of the bodies, and were immediately cut apart again. Both Ren and his clone let out a giggle as they felt the noticeable dip in Orochimaru's chakra reserves. This was actually a bit of fun. Like an alive piñata. Realizing that there would be no reconnecting the two parts, a snake, facing a different direction, burst from one part of Orochimaru's body as it hit the ground. The snake opened its mouth wide, and a new Orochimaru whizzed outside of it at breakneck speed. His feet hit a tree trunk behind Ren, where he rebounded and jumped straight at Ren, his face no longer so casual. Ren barely managed to sway his body to the side, evading the surprisingly fast lunge. His hand whipped up, kunai appearing within it with a puff of smoke, its tip nearing Orochimaru's neck. And passing through his body as Ren had to go intangible when Orochimaru's kusanagi almost stabbed him in the foot. The two ninja leapt back, both sliding on the ground as they watched each other with a newfound respect. To be fair, Ren had to admit that using his intangibility against Orochimaru was hard. He was fast. Reacting properly took a lot of focus, and one mistake could prove fatal. He couldn't really use his better seals, either, because that would give away his true identity. It was becoming very obvious to Ren that he would not be killing Orochimaru today. Especially not under the guise of Toby. He needed the skills and seals associated with his real identity to take the men down. But the experience from this little battle between them would still serve him well when he started to plan his demise. Even if Orochimaru also doubtlessly gained his own insights into Ren's abilities during it. Their staring contest was unfortunately interrupted when Anko barreled out of the canopy screaming Orochimaru's name in fury, stopping in her tracks only when she noticed the standoff between the two cautious ninjas. And that's my cue. Orochimaru chuckled at Anko before his body started to dissolve in mud, the men clearly long gone. Noticing it, Anko shouted, "Wait!" And Ren, just to be annoying, also exclaimed, "Yup. Me, too. Bye-bye, pretty lady." He disappeared into a swirl of space in the air just as Anko quickly turned toward him and outstretched her hand as if in an attempt to stop him. She started but stopped herself when she noticed there was nobody around. Her hand fell back next to her body, and she speechlessly stared ahead, the anger boiling in her building up and up, until she started loudly screaming and throwing techniques around. What the hell, you two fucking pieces of beep beep beep. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Chunin Exams, Shikamaru. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were lucky, and their entry gate was quite close to the meeting area. They were waiting until everybody got into position so the Chunin in front of them would finally open the gates. The anticipation was palpable in the air, and Ino was nearly vibrating with smug anticipation that was throwing Shikamaru slightly off. That troublesome blonde. Sigh. Shikamaru wanted to shake his head, but it was too much effort. He also didn't want to give Ino any hint of his less than flattering thoughts, and the girl was scarily good when it came to body language. The Yamanaka girl was pure evil. A devil. An enemy of all lazy people. A mortal enemy to the happiness of the Nara clan. Shikamaru inwardly shuddered. To think that his parents considered a betrothal between him and Ino. Just the thought of it made Shikamaru horrified beyond words. He could forget his early afternoon nap if that went through. He could forget his late afternoon nap, too. Or his evening nap, followed by going to bed early. The horror. Shikamaru decided not to even think about the fact that the Yamanaka devil would undoubtedly force him to wake up at an ungodly early hour in the morning, like 9 a.m., for training of all things. Another shudder went through Shikamaru's body, and Ino turned toward him with furrowed eyebrows. He only just managed to give her a slightly strained smile before he instantly cursed himself inwardly, hoping she would not pry further into it. Fortunately for him, the blonde devil just huffed and rolled her eyes at him before she turned back toward the gate, and continued to make the poor Chunin guarding it uncomfortable by staring at him as if trying to hypnotize him to open it already. Shikamaru could sympathize with the men. That was the look Ino always gave him when she waited for him to finish his daily dose of physical exercises she threw at him during their training. Now, don't get him wrong. Shikamaru had gotten much stronger under Ino's tutelage. He could admit that much. And he was also smart enough to notice that Asuma didn't really teach them much. It was mostly Ino's efforts that cultivated their team's strength. Asuma threw them a bone here and there in the form of advice, but other than that, he was very hands-off with them. The man was lazy. Shikamaru liked him. But no amount of increase in strength could justify the absolute torture he went through under Ino's care. His schedule of lazing around was ruined. His future dream of having a plain wife, 2 unremarkable kids, a peaceful life, and living past his retirement, where he could enjoy some good shogi while lounging around, was dismissed. Ino downright mocked him, saying that he would never live to his retirement age if he were not strong enough. And when he told his parents, they just nodded in understanding. The traitors. He expected nothing else. What he didn't expect was to be ordered by his father, the patriarch of the Nara clan, to go through every training exercise Ino wanted to put him through. His own father. A fellow Nara. The traitor. They even confiscated his favorite pillow and held it hostage. For the first time in his life, Shikamaru witnessed the ruthlessness necessary to be a great ninja. He stifled another shudder. Fortunately, the betrothal talks between their families, which were practically just his father loudly asking, "Yo, Inoichi. Wanna have your daughter marry my lazy-ass son? Your girl knows how to kick his ass into gear." Ha 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 ha, when they were both heavily in their cups during one of the clan gatherings, were refused by the slurring and hiccuping Inoichi. Apparently, Ino was already spoken for. And surprisingly, it was to her tutor, the man who apparently trained the she-devil. The man who was responsible for her evil ways. May he forever burn in hell, where all overly motivated people eventually end up. Everybody in the Nara clan knew that the Pure Lands were only for the lazy, not bothersome folk. Duh. Shikamaru still remembered the day when Ino came to him, put her arm around his neck out of nowhere, and sweetly asked him if he wanted to join her in training under a tutor. It was sometime at the start of their last year in the academy. Shikamaru instantly felt an imminent danger from the way Ino smiled at him in that moment, and promptly refused, turning tail the second the pouting blonde girl released him. He patted himself on the back for escaping the obvious plot to corrupt his pure, lazy ways. "Are you kids ready?" the Chunin suddenly asked, pulling Shikamaru out of his thoughts. "Yes," Ino exclaimed, and Shikamaru decided that sighing would take energy, he could instead save by not reacting. He only gave the Chunin a very small, barely visible nod of acknowledgement before slowly turning his head toward Choji. A small smile appeared on Shikamaru's face upon seeing his friend. Choji was still munching on his chips with a newfound intensity. It was kind of intimidating, to be honest, and the Chunin shuffled a bit away from them when Choji gave him a thumb up with one hand while not even slowing his chips munching. But Shikamaru knew the big-boned boy was just nervous. He, too, suffered under the vile training regime of the bothersome blonde. And he, too, became much stronger for it. Shikamaru knew they were ready. Ready to take this exam by storm. No enemy was going to stop them. They were going to finish in 3 days. And then. And then, Shikamaru had grand plans of sleeping the rest off in the tower before he was let go, and he could go sleep some more in his house. He had already planned it. The team to their left was a genjutsu user, a taijutsu user, and a ninjutsu user. Ambushing them should be EAS. Alright. The Chunin exclaimed after listening to his earpiece. The second phase of the Chunin exam starts. Now. The gates opened, and Shikamaru reluctantly followed Ino, who led their team, into the forest. Ino. He opened his mouth, deciding to persuade his teammate to follow his plan while they ran on the tree branches, deeper into the forest. We need to steer a bit to the left. We can intercept the team from the nearest gate on our left side. Their composition should not be a problem for us. I also noticed that their genjutsu user had a nasty cough. Their taijutsu user seemed to be easily angered by being compared to his ninjutsu using teammate, who detested both of the others. We can use this information to dash. Shikamaru suddenly stopped speaking, frowning. Ino, are you listening to me? He raised his voice a bit, despite the effort it required. He was a little miffed. Ino owlishly blinked, turning her head a bit to him. Oh. Sorry, Shikamaru. Were you saying something? She asked with such sincerity that Shikamaru was rendered speechless. He glanced at Choji, who also didn't pay attention and just kept eating while following them. Shikamaru's head dropped. No, Ino. Nothing important. He helplessly said, lazily deciding that trying to lead this team was bothersome. Ino wanted the position, so she could deal with it. No. He was not sulking. Not at all. So, what's the PLA dash? He started asking Ino, but then the foliage to their left shuffled and their team abruptly stopped in their tracks as they jumped onto the ground and got into a defensive formation just as 3 genin, those that entered from the gate to their immediate right, walked out of the bushes toward them. Shikamaru inwardly cursed. 2 ninjutsu specialists and a taijutsu specialist. A heavy combat-oriented team from Kiri that was known to be bloody as hell. A bead of sweat dropped down Shikamaru's temple as he subtly gulped, his nerves getting to him. His palms started sweating. Their team fought a few bandits outside the village, but that was it. They have never fought other ninjas in a proper life and death situation. This was the first time for them. He idly wondered if that was the reason why their clans all demanded the younger generation of heirs and heiresses participate in the exams. But it wasn't important right now. Now, he had enemies in front of him, and he was going to deal with them. They were in a dark forest, under a heavily overgrown canopy that cast shadows all around them. This was going to be easy, he tried to encourage himself. Shikamaru's hands quickly joined, making a hand sign. When one of the enemy team members, a ninjutsu specialist standing between his teammates, suddenly flung his arms at his teammates, his fingers brutally striking them with great precision directly into an acupuncture point with chakra poke, sending both genin crashing down onto the ground unconscious before they even realized what happened. Of course, the Kiri genin's untrained fingers instantly snapped in multiple places, both from the force of his blow and the chakra he channeled through them. But that wasn't important, was it? Shikamaru's eyes bulged out, and his jaw almost dropped. That gentle fist. How? He inwardly exclaimed in utter shock when the Kiri genin reached into his pouch and threw the smug Ino his scroll. The exact scroll that their team needed. What a lucky coincidence. A part of Shikamaru's consciousness dryly remarked, but for the most part, he was still too shocked to react properly. Suddenly, the Kiri genin seemed to come as if out of a trance. A second of silence ensued. Then the screaming began as the genin felt his shattered fingers flaring with pain. But it was short-lived as a split second later, he just collapsed forward. He was unconscious before his body hit the ground. Genjutsu, Shikamaru reckoned. But again, how? He had no idea. Ino didn't even twitch her fingers. The 5th second passed since the Kiri genin walked out of the bushes, and Shikamaru had just managed to regain his wits as he gave Ino a blank look, expertly hiding just how much his hackles were raised. He knew that his troublesome teammate was troublesome. But, he glanced at the trio of unconscious genin, he had clearly underestimated just how dangerous she could be. This called for some more in-depth thinking about his most troublesomest blonde teammate. And a nap. Can't forget the nap. That should help with the headache. Oh. Would you look at that, boys? Ino foxily grinned, noticing Shikamaru's blank look and Choji's surprised, wide-eyed expression. A free scroll had just landed in my hands. Let's go to the tower. Mama wanna break a record for some bragging rights. She almost vibrated with excitement at the thought. Shikamaru and Choji looked at each other, exchanging a wordless, what the hell, before they both sighed as they started following Ino to lead them through the forest. They both knew the blonde was fully capable and willing to drag them to the tower by their ears if they disobeyed. Troublesome memories were troublesome. At least the way to the tower was peaceful as Ino somehow managed to avoid every team with the idea to rush to the tower first to set up an ambush, and not an hour and a half later, Shikamaru was falling asleep in their room, giddily grinning. He had to admit, there were small upsides to being in the team with the blonde she-devil. Like the very big and very comfy bed she had unsealed in their room, and Shikamaru had to spend 10 whole minutes negotiating with Ino to use part of it for himself. Ah. The sheets were so soft. Hee hee. He idly wondered how the other participants were liking their first night in the forest. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Chunin Exams, Sakura. After Ren left to deal with the bespectacled, gray-haired Konoha genin, who was clearly hiding his prowess, he had her tail in the forest. Hinata turned toward her unconscious teammates and let out a fond sigh. She disliked knocking them out. It felt a bit like hurting them, even if she had done no damage to them. The way she utilized her gentle fist, they should wake up completely revitalized and energized, too. She could even argue it was beneficial to them. But she still disliked it. I guess I can let them sleep for a few more minutes. Hinata giggled as she came closer to the two unconscious genin and sat in front of them on the ground, giving them a motherly smile while watching over them. She had noticed the black circles underneath their eyes the second they had met at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Clearly, the boys could not sleep well due to all the nerves, and were not at their best. Unfortunately, unlike Ino, the bimbo, Hinata did not intend to rush through this part of the exam like a drug addict in a withdrawal chasing her next fix. Her team was going to be in the forest for at least the next 3 days, and she needed her team at their best. This was a good place for their training. This would be a valuable experience for the boys. And who was she to stand in the way of their personal growth? She didn't want to be that person. They were her friends. She certainly came to think of them like that. And she wanted what was best for her friends. Sadly, in this instance, it meant she had to sacrifice her personal comfort and stay in the Forest of Death with them while giving them opportunities to improve. Hinata's gaze suddenly sharpened as she slightly turned her head to the left, and in one swift, fluid, and well-practiced motion, 2 long, lightning-clad needles were sent flying into the distance, instantly disappearing in the foliage. With her Byakugan, Hinata could see the teammates of the Kumo genin she had previously exploded. They were around half a kilometer away from her. One of them heard the barely discernible ruffling of the leaves and turned his head around on an instinct, but it was too late as long needles nailed both him and his teammate in the neck, causing them to gurgle out blood in surprise for a second while the lightning chakra paralyzed them. Then, the exploding seals on the needles activated, and their heads, alongside half of their upper body and upper arms, exploded and showered the surrounding ground and trees with blood, meaty chunks, and bone shrapnel. The rest of their mangled lower bodies slowly fell into the quickly forming puddle of blood underneath them, alongside their lower arms. Almost instantly, several predators darted toward their remains, ready to grab for themselves their fair share of the easy feast. But Hinata closed her Byakugan, not at all interested in watching that. She let out a soft, self-satisfied harumph under her nose. Okay. Maybe revenge was a small, tiny, little part of why she wanted to stay in the forest for a few days. Sadly, she could not kill all Kumo genin teams as that would have had some not nice consequences for Konoha. But she could at least permanently take out 2 to 3 of them. And nobody would be even able to complain about her lethal methods if they came at her with malicious intent first. An unsealed main branch Hyuga girl who seemed ditzy and clueless. Hinata knew the Kumo bastards would not be able to hold their greed back. They were going to come for her. A small smirk appeared on her face as she used a chakra string to pull her teddy bear from Shino's lap, where she had previously deposited it. What do you think, Mr. Doom? She asked as she hugged the teddy bear, rubbing her cheek on its head. Do you think they are going to fall for the bait? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were exhausted. The exams were supposed to be a breeze. But after encountering the Kusa Kunoichi, who turned out to be Orochimaru in disguise, they were more than battered. Naruto and Sasuke tried to fiercely fight back, but that only meant they got more injuries as the Sannin played with them for longer. Then, Sakura had to protect the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke when the Sound team showed up. But all that additional training with Guy paid off right there. After a few rounds of evasion thanks to the substitution technique and her pre-prepared traps, Sakura managed to hit the girl from their squad with a high kick, right to the neck. It smashed her windpipe. Unfortunately, as both girls realized what happened and that Kin was going to suffocate to death in a short order, Sakura froze in shock while Kin collapsed onto the ground. That momentary lapse cost Sakura a lot. The mummy freak decided that the playtime was over now that one of his teammates was as good as dead. He ran at Sakura and tried to plant his metallic arm into Sakura's nose. She blocked it with her forearm. She just reacted. It was an instinctive action. And she regretted it almost instantly as the bone in her forearm snapped. Fortunately, Lee came to her rescue then. Sakura looked at her feet, her mood falling. She would have been killed if he hadn't intervened. If that punch smashed into her nose, Sakura shuddered at the thought. The rest wasn't very interesting. Lee fought the Sound team and got his rear kicked because of their tricks. She wasn't spared some more bumps either, as the other Sound genin, Zaku, delighted in giving her more and more painful bruises. He was playing with her, really. She had a broken arm, and that made fighting really hard. Then, Sasuke woke up and saved her. Sakura pursed her lips, stopping them from quailing. Under the influence of whatever Orochimaru did to him, Sasuke was brutal. He broke Zaku's neck almost instantly, and... Sakura squeezed her eyes shut, and took a deep breath, trying very hard to resist the urge to look to the left where the broken body of the mummy guy lay. Not even the heaven scroll from the sound team was spared under Sasuke's frenzied onslaught as he cut the guy into pieces. Thanks for the save, bushy brows. Naruto's voice pulled Sakura out of her reverie, and she involuntarily found herself giving the boy a dry look. He was just sitting there and grinning like a fool. Sakura let out a sigh. The moron slept through the entire fight and woke up just now, when the fighting was over. Yes. Thank you, Lee. Sakura spoke, putting as much sincerity into her voice as she could manage, and the green-clad boy who saved her lit up like sunshine upon hearing her words. She would still refuse any offer for a date. Just, no. But he did save her, and that made her feel really bad about her previous bitchy attitude. Yash. No problem. Lee loudly yelled due to his ruptured eardrums. We are all comrades from Konoha. No, we are not. A cold voice came directly from behind Sakura, making chills of fear go up her spine as she flinched. Not during the exams. Sasuke and Naruto both tensed, ready for another battle. When a snort resounded through the surroundings, a dry female voice alerted them to another presence. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Niji. A bun-haired girl with a Konoha headband landed near Lee and looked at him with an exasperated sigh, to which the boy just grinned some more, giving him a soft, caring smile. The girl, Taunton, or something, much to her shame, Sakura did not really remember her name, started to not so gently bandage Lee's bleeding ears. Niji also leaped toward Lee, and Sakura noticed he took a defensive position between his teammates and Team 7 before he opened his mouth, probably to argue his point some more. But then, yet another female voice came from directly behind Sakura, making her yelp and quickly turn around as she heard, "Yeah, don't be a stick in the mud, cousin." What was with people ambushing her today? Her heart could not handle much more of this, okay. Sakura gave Hinata an unamused glare, to which the Hyuga girl just smirked at her, showing that she did it on purpose. I can heal. Let me look at your wounds, please. Hinata said while her teammates also arrived, and things just happened from there. Everybody was wary of her offer, but they were not in a position to refuse. Sakura felt a bit envious of how easily Hinata handled all the wariness aimed at her. She didn't even seem to care. Then again, she was always aloof during the academy. The hot Hyuga boy, Niji, of course, he was not as hot as Sasuke in Sakura's obviously correct opinion, clearly did not like Hinata very much. He sneered and glared at her as she started checking everybody who was injured. First, she set Sakura's forearm bone and properly reconnected it with a healing technique that had Sakura's eyes wide. It was so cool. Her bone had been broken not a few minutes ago, but Hinata healed it in a minute flat. Sakura couldn't help but admire Hinata for it. This was something she wanted to learn. She wanted to learn it a lot. It's still fragile. No fighting or blocking anything with that arm, Sakura-san. Hinata cautioned before she took her medical supplies and stood up, heading to heal Sasuke next. Sakura had no idea what the hell was going on anymore. How she came from fighting to 3 teams being gathered, and just chatting while getting healed. But she was glad that her fellow Konoha ninjas were friendly. She could see Hinata's teammates, Kiba trying to chat up the bun-haired girl, who watched his weak attempts with amusement. Shino, on the other hand, had a weird conversation with Naruto. Rolling her eyes, Sakura looked toward Sasuke and froze in her tracks. The look he threw at Hinata as she healed his bruises made Sakura's insides freeze. Sakura knew that Hinata was somebody Sasuke had paid attention to for a long time now. But it was mostly connected with him wanting to fight her. But that, dare she say, affectionate and longing look. The world came crashing down around Sakura, and her heart squeezed, all the admiration she previously felt for the Hyuga girl turning into ash in her mouth as she realized. Sasuke Uchiha might love Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Chunin Exams, Hinata. You have no scroll? Kiba asked, giving Team 7 an incredulous look that had them avert their eyes in embarrassment. Sasuke took it especially hard because it was he who, in his rage, used the fireball technique and happened to set Dosu's pouches on fire, accidentally burning their scroll. Niji's team had already left, Niji almost dragging his half-heartedly protesting teammates away, the second Hinata had seen to Lee's ruptured eardrums. So, it was only her team and Team 7 that were still together. That's not good. Why? Because quite a few teams have already finished, perished, or given up. Shino spoke. There are not many available scrolls. Yeah. And you have both scrolls, then. Naruto thoughtlessly yelled out while glaring at Kiba and Shino because he got ticked off by their remarks. But he instantly became abashed as he realized his words could be taken as a sign of aggression. Sure we do, midget. What? Wanna fight us for them, huh? Kiba brashly returned the fire in the same hot-headed, provocative manner, his body language practically screaming, just try it, punk. Deflating, Naruto lost most of his passion as he sullenly muttered, shut up, dog breath, while crossing his arms on his chest and slumping his shoulders. Hinata inwardly giggled. The boy was throwing a silent tantrum. Who are you calling dog breath, loser? Kiba, not having enough social experience to understand that Naruto had already capitulated, pressed on, sparking a whole new argument with Naruto, who absolutely hated being called a loser. His previous abashed feelings were completely forgotten the second he heard the insult, and the fire within him flared again. Giving Kiba a glare again, Naruto harumphed. Certainly not Akamaru. He cares for his dental hygiene. Dog. Breath. Arf. Akamaru barked out in agreement, clearly liking what Naruto had said about him. Gasping, Kiba took Akamaru from his hood and held him in front of his chest in his hands. On whose side are you? He exclaimed, feeling betrayed by his closest companion. Arf. What do you mean, it is for my own good? Arf. No. 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 That's just not fair. Arf. Arf. Akamaru barked and stuck out his tongue. Not having any good comeback, Kiba decided that two could play that game. Half, grr. He growled at Akamaru, who gained a smug look. Arf. Kiba's eye twitched, and Naruto, who stared at him and Akamaru in disbelief, was completely forgotten by him. He started, but... Boys. Hinata's far too sweet voice to mean anything good, froze him and Akamaru in their tracks. Do I need to get my rolled-up newspaper? She asked with a raised eyebrow, already having enough experience with Kiba and Akamaru's arguments to know how to instantly stop them. No. We are good. Kiba quietly grumbled, and Akamaru gave an apologetic bark as Kiba put him back into his hood. Naruto approached the Inuzuka boy and bumped his shoulder while whispering, whipped. Kiba gave him a stink eye, but then he grinned and whispered back, you have no idea. I do. Naruto replied, I've got it at home, man. Try arguing with an Uzumaki woman. That's impossible. Kiba nodded, and inwardly winced. He knew Naruto and how hard-headed he could be. Adding the feminine natural propensity to having their own truth to that, suddenly, his mother and sister no longer seemed like the worst thing ever. Honestly. Dogs were superior to women. Who needed a woman when he could have a dog? Would you two stop arguing? The seething Sakura suddenly appeared behind them and grabbed one ear from each boy, twisting it slightly. You are disturbing Sasuke's rest. Oh. 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 But we are not arguing, Sakura-chan. Naruto vehemently protested, trying to get her to release his ear. Hands off, bitch. Kiba shrieked and pinned her with a glare promising pain and suffering while grabbing her wrist to stop her twisting his ear more. But he had to be careful because Sakura held him with the arm that Hinata had just healed, and he knew she would not appreciate it if he broke it again. All the while, Sakura stubbornly tried to twist their ears some more. Hinata, sitting next to Sasuke and leaning her back against a tree trunk, let out a mirthful giggle, finding the show hilarious. It was always fun to have Naruto and Kiba in the same room. But adding Sakura to that mix seemed to be nice, too. She decided she would need to organize some get-togethers for their teams later on. She wasn't going to pass up on this kind of entertainment. Idiots. Sasuke scoffed, but his body language betrayed how much he enjoyed their antics. The tension plaguing them as if evaporated, and everybody finally relaxed. Hinata enjoyed the show for a few minutes and waited until Naruto, Kiba, and Sakura settled down before she stood up, getting everybody's attention. Well, since you have fought Orochimaru, I guess that is good enough for me. I will give you 2 scrolls. She casually said, causing Naruto and Sakura to grow excited while Sasuke furrowed his eyebrows. You have a spare set? Sasuke asked, inwardly feeling his inferiority complex flare a bit at that insinuation. Hinata chuckled and pushed her chakra into her wrist storage seal, unsealing a pile of scrolls, giving Sasuke a smug glance that made his scowl. There were 3 Earth Scrolls and 5 Heaven Scrolls. A mind-numbing amount, considering how many teams Hinata's team would have to take out to get them. We also have spares. Kiba proudly announced, ignoring the atmosphere as he started pulling out a Heaven and Earth Scroll from his own pouch. Sasuke's scowl deepened, and he turned toward Shino, hoping that, but Shino dashed Sasuke's hopes with a simple nod, showing that yes, he also had a spare set in his pouch. How? Sasuke trailed off, becoming speechless alongside his teammates, who had their jaws on the floor. Here, their team had a problem getting 2 scrolls, but Hinata's had almost 10 of them. That burned somewhat fiercely. Right there, in the ego. And not only for Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura also felt inadequate. What can I say? Hinata nonchalantly shrugged. For some reason, people were very attracted to our team. You wouldn't believe the number of Kumo genin we encountered. She exclaimed, and while Naruto and Sakura clearly didn't understand the underlying message, Sasuke did, and his expression darkened. The fact that Kumo coveted Byakugan was well known among the clans. There really wasn't any other reason why so many Kumo teams would target Hinata's team. We have fought 2 Konoha, 1 Kiri, 1 Suna, 2 Tsuchi, and 6 Kumo teams. Shino said, and his self-satisfaction could be plainly heard despite his usually monotone voice. Hinata nodded, and she had to say, she was very proud of her teammates. Only her healing skills kept them going as they got injured in most of their battles. And only her scouting capabilities allowed them to get some proper rest in between the fights. But they handled their fair share of enemies while she watched over them. They battled, learned, and improved. She had done for them what Ren had done for her, and she was happy about their progress. It doesn't really matter. Hinata interjected, preventing her boys from bragging some more as she handed Sasuke the 2 scrolls, getting a quiet, and a bit unhappy, "Thank you," in return. "Let's take an hour to rest, but then we should go straight to the tower. The sooner we get there, the better. I have a bad feeling that the second part won't end with just that." She did not have a feeling. She had Ino telling her that there was an entire arena in the tower. Ino's team was the first to reach it, making a new record. And Ino had already done her due diligence, scouting it. Some Chunin had very interesting thoughts, according to what Ino shared through the telepathy seal. It was barely the 3rd day of the second phase right now, and there were already too many teams who reached the tower. The preliminary rounds were practically a certainty. Getting to the tower exhausted and near the time limit would be foolish. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Chunin Exams, Ambush. Come on, guys. Give it your all. We need to defeat these 2 to rescue Hinata-chan. Naruto exclaimed as he evaded a punch and tried to return it with a kick, but his opponent easily sidestepped. They swung a kunai at his neck, but had to abandon the attack mid-motion and jump back because of Sakura's kunai that almost hit them. "Ack! We know, you idiot." Sakura and Kiba yelled at the same time, but neither lost focus. "If you have energy to talk, then attack harder." Sakura exclaimed, sweat dripping down her forehead as she threw kunai every time their 2 enemies got an opportunity to attack, trying to force them to retreat. She was on a support duty because of her vulnerable, freshly healed limb, and having her teammates' lives in her hands was taking its toll on her. She was not in the mood for some half-witted motivational speech. "Shanaro. Akamaru. Kai." Kiba shouted, putting his fingers together in a hand sign after he threw his dog at the black-haired, brown-skinned Kumo Kunoichi attacking them. He and Shino had the Kunoichi while Naruto and Sasuke were dealing with the Kumo ninja. After eating and resting a bit, their team and Team 7 started their way to the tower, but half an hour later, when they were nearing it, Hinata suddenly shouted that she needed to check something before she darted away from them. It had them confused, but well, both Kiba and Shino thought that their female teammate was very capable and could handle herself. They stopped in a nearby clearing and decided to wait for Hinata. That was when they were intercepted by the 2 chucklefucks in front of them, who proclaimed they were Jonin from Kumo, and the men mocked them that the little Hyuga princess had 4 more of these bastards after her. Kiba was usually a carefree dude. But even he got a bit worried upon hearing that Hinata was facing 4 Jonin. After releasing the special transformation jutsu of their clan from the puppy-sized Akamaru, he changed into his full, grown-up form mid-flight to the now surprised Kunoichi. Akamaru twisted his body and managed to briefly slash his claws on the woman's forearm before she got out of her shock and evaded to the side, barely avoiding Akamaru's body smashing into her as he sailed past her. Her blood still fell onto the ground from the claw marks he left on her forearm, causing her to wince before she snarled in fury. She turned toward Kiba with murder in her green eyes, gripping her tanto harder just as Akamaru's paws hit the ground behind her and he started sliding to stop on them, ready to pounce at their opponent again. But the woman had already leapt at Kiba by then, about to swing her tanto at him, who only had his kunai to guard himself. When Shino's bug suddenly rose from the slightly higher grass in front of Kiba, making the Kunoichi's eye widen as her momentum led her directly into the swarm. Kiba grinned with savage glee. Ha! All that losing to Hinata in spars was not for nothing. He and Shino developed some neat team strategies when they tried to beat her. Not even waiting, Kiba pushed against the ground, leaping into the air while twisting his body into Getsuga as he smashed right through the swarm of Shino's bugs where the Kunoichi was supposed to be, hitting something before going right through it. Landing in a crouch near Akamaru, Kiba quickly turned back, only to see chunks of ripped and smashed wood fall to the ground from the swarm. TCH, Kawarimi. He should have expected that. Both Akamaru and Kiba sniffed the air, trying to locate their enemy, only to hear a slight buzz of bugs to the left that had them turn their head toward it. There she was, kneeling on a tree branch while breathing hard, shocked that a pair of genin were giving her so much trouble. Kiba would be very happy with himself if he were not weighed down by the crushing need to dispatch her fast. Hinata could be in a lot of trouble, and every second they wasted here was a second they were not helping her. Shino suddenly appeared behind the Kumo Kunoichi, and was promptly cut in half at the waist by her sword, only to turn into bugs, revealing it was only a bug clone. The bugs instantly flew at her, desiring to swarm her again. Snarling, the Kumo Kunoichi barely managed to jump back, evading the swarm. But Kiba and Akamaru were already there, two Gatsugas intercepting her retreat route. Showing her exceptional agility, the Kumo Kunoichi once again twisted in the air, sliding right between the two Gatsugas mid-air, only getting a couple of bloody gashes when their claws briefly scraped against her, but it was still better than being hit head-on. She even managed to coat her sword with lightning and slash it at Kiba as he was passing her, but he managed to block it with the sole of his sandal. Thankfully, Hinata gave him the wisdom to splurge a bit of money to insert a small chakra metal plate into each sole. He thought it a waste. Nobody was doing that. But as he landed on the ground with cold sweat pouring down his neck, Kiba couldn't help but appreciate the advice now. If he hadn't channeled his chakra into the chakra metal plate, hardening it at the last moment, the lightning-coated blade would have gone through his foot like a knife through butter. Fucking crafty brats. The Kumo Kunoichi landed and muttered under her nose. Kiba heard it only thanks to his exceptional hearing. Abruptly, she shifted her head down while turning it to the left. A kunai, courtesy of Sakura, impacted the metal plate of the Kunoichi's headband, harmlessly bouncing against it, causing Sakura to click her tongue as her cheap shot to the side of the Kunoichi's head had not worked out. Seeing that Shino and Kiba had their fight well in their hands, Sakura turned back to her teammates, who were facing the Kumo ninja, the pressure somewhat getting to her as she rubbed her sweaty palms into her skirt before pulling out another kunai from her pouch. Plan 3. Sasuke suddenly yelled out. Got it. Naruto yelled back, and the whole battlefield was suddenly engulfed in smoke. Several dozen shadow clones swarmed toward the Kumo Jonin, who started dispatching them with lightning-fast taijutsu moves, showing the difference between his and Naruto's combat capabilities. A moment later, as he was about to punch a clone in front of him in the face, Sakura's kunai made his eye twitch as he simply leaned his head to the right, letting the kunai barely miss him. This, however, gave enough time for Sasuke, who quickly substituted with the shadow clone in front of the men and shot a fireball from his mouth straight into his face. The man's eyes widened before he was engulfed in flames. Sakura took a small, careful breath. And she felt herself being yanked away via substitution before she appeared in a different location, disoriented. Sasuke's head whipped toward her previous position, only to catch the Kumo Jonin finish breaking the neck of Naruto's shadow clone, who saved Sakura by substituting with her. Clicking his tongue, Sasuke moved forward before he substituted with the clone who jumped at the Kumo Jonin from behind. The momentum was preserved, and he instantly rammed into the Jonin's back with his knees, making the man stumble. Sasuke used his body as a springboard, twisting in the air and sending a Konoha Senpa kick toward the man's face, only for him to put his palm in its path, intending to intercept and catch Sasuke's shin. With the corner of his Sharingan, he caught another clone sneaking toward the man from the side and substituted with that one just an inch away from having his shin caught. His spinning kick was still mid-motion, but it lost most of its force as it hit the Kumo Jonin behind his left knee, causing him to stumble. He let Sasuke hit him as that weak blow helped to move him out of the trajectory of another of Sakura's kunais, and Sasuke inwardly snarled at the small smirk the Kumo Jonin threw him when he noticed it, already in motion to leap away from the Jonin. The smugness of the men didn't last long as the kunai that was harmlessly passing by above his head suddenly turned into Naruto, and the boy's fist smashed directly into the middle of the Jonin's smirking face with enough force to lift him from his feet and send him tumbling to the ground. The Jonin quickly managed to get control of his momentum and pushed himself back on his feet. Snorting a bit of blood from his now broken nose, he gave a narrowed glare at the three supposed genin in front of him. Their teamwork was very annoying. You dash dot. He started speaking, wanting to engage in some good old psychological warfare to unsettle the little genin, hoping to hamper their teamwork with it. But before he could get even the first word out of his mouth, some sort of wind technique smashed into his back, courtesy of Naruto, sending him crashing forward, right toward a clone that was nearly instantly substituted by Sasuke. The kunai blade swished through the air. The Jonin managed to land heavily on his feet as the blade of his kunai blocked the blade of Sasuke's kunai. Sharingan eyes met his brown ones. His eyes widened in realization as Sasuke's expression gained a little bit of triumph. Kai. The Jonin instantly broke the illusion and just barely managed to swat away a kunai about to land on his shoulder, thrown by that irritating pink-haired girl. He would have usually just dodged it and focused on the more dangerous Uchiha boy in front of him, but the threat of the orange clone menace popping out of the kunai was too big for him to ignore. If the idiot had nailed him in the kunai to the face instead of punching him, this fight would have been long over. He couldn't believe he felt this much pressure from facing three stupid Konoha genin. Of course, dealing with the kunai took way more effort and attention than just sidestepping it, and Sasuke used the distraction well. The Jonin had realized almost too late that there was another layer to the genjutsu and had his neck split open because of it. Unfortunately, he was barely in time and managed to lean back, getting only a skin-deep nick instead of a ripped open, bloody gash on his neck. His fist smashed through the head of the boy in front of him. But the annoying Uchiha was already substituted by another shadow clone that just popped out of existence. The Jonin jumped up, evading a few small fireballs about to smash into his back, and caught a branch with his hand. Somersaulting around the branch, he landed on it with his feet and flexed his chakra as his hands started quickly going through hand signs. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. He exclaimed and sent the technique crashing down at the annoying genin and clones on the ground. The technique hit with a blinding flash of lightning, sending a rumble through the surrounding area as the airwave swept through the vicinity, causing the man to brace himself on the branch with his chakra. The Kumo Kunoichi suddenly body flickered next to him and threw him an annoyed glance. "You could have at least warned me first." She grumbled, but from her labored breathing, he could tell that she desperately needed the distraction. Tisk. The Jonin clicked his tongue in reply, his eyes trying to find the genin, hoping they were dead. But they had no such luck. All 5 of the genin appeared on the other side of the devastated area, more or less fine. The Jonin sullenly realized that the Orange Menace probably managed to get them all out of the way of his technique with clone substitutions just before his electromagnetic murder hit. This was supposed to be the easy job. Just dispatching a few wet behind the ears genin. He sighed. Genin, his well-sculpted ass. The only one on the level of genin from these 5 was the pink-haired kid. And even she was good enough cannon fodder, capable of throwing her kunai with passable precision. Well, at least the clones were dealt why. The area was suddenly engulfed in white smoke once again before the smoke quickly dispersed, revealing another small army of ice or orange shadow clones, causing the Jonin to release a long-suffering groan. "Oh, you gotta be shitting me." He grumbled under his nose, in disbelief at the amount of chakra thrown left and right by the kid. This was starting to get ridiculous. Should have gone after the Hyuga girl instead. Author note. Or. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Chunin Exams, Hinata. Got you, girl. Be good, don't resist, and nobody needs to get hurt. Hinata heard from one of the 4 Kumo ninjas surrounding her from all sides, and couldn't help but feel her lips twitch in amusement. What kind of kidnapper tells their victim that? Seriously, these people. Halfway through her and her friend's run to the tower, Hinata suddenly noticed 6 Kumo ninjas gaining on them. She recognized them as some of the Jonin accompanying Kumo genin teams and instantly wondered how the hell they managed to sneak into the forest. But she didn't have much time to think about that and had to act. She gave her teammates and Team 7 some quick excuse before dashing away from them, recognizing that she was the target of the Kumo ninjas. Fighting the 6 of them alone was one thing, but fighting them while also needing to protect 5 kids was quite another thing entirely. She was confident she could come on top even against 6 Jonin as long as they were not the elite of their village. Considering she did not see anybody famous in her pursuit team and had memorized the bingo book, she doubted that was the case. She did have faith in her teammates and Team 7. When 2 Jonin split from the main group and went after her friends, Hinata wasn't overly panicked. She did worry. But she knew her friends were capable enough to handle them. That was, however, in a fight where they had a numerical advantage, fighting 5 versus 2. If she had faced the Kumo Jonin with her teammates, it would have been 6 versus 6. Somebody from her friends would definitely get at least hurt, if not outright killed, in all the ensuing chaos. So, Hinata decided that handling the Jonin on her own was for the best. Which led her to this situation. She didn't want to leave too far away from her team. She was barely 700 meters away from them right now, and with her Byakugan, she could still keep an eye on their battle. Unfortunately, wanting to stay with them within the visual range of her Byakugan meant she could not really run away from her pursuers. "You are quite dumb, aren't you?" Hinata gave the men who spoke an incredulous look. "Are you really a Jonin?" She understood that the men was simply trying to get her to come with them willingly. She reckoned not having to fight and subdue her would have made their mission much easier. It was a sensible move. Just as trying to make her opponent angry was a sensible move on her part. That said, she didn't ask only for fun. This whole thing was very sketchy. Surely, the Raikage was not stupid enough to think he could do this kind of thing without any consequences. This whole thing made no sense. The previous attempt to kidnap her was, loath as she was to say it, smart. It was during an important diplomatic event between Konoha and Kumo. And it was planned well. It almost succeeded, too. But this was an event between more or less all major and minor villages. If it became known that the Raikage had his Jonin ninja interfere and try to stage a kidnapping during the Chunin exams, his village would be done and dusted on the diplomatic front for several years to come. No matter how she looked at it, Hinata had to admit that the risks were not worth the reward, so she wondered what was going on. "Look, girl." The ninja started to sound exasperated. You are surrounded and have nowhere to run. We will also have your friends either captured or killed in a few minutes. Come with us willingly, and we might spare them." Hearing him, Hinata hummed. Oh, well. It's not as if this most recent stupidity of Kumo mattered right now. She unsealed her teddy bear, sending the 4 ninjas into alert, only for them to feel foolish when they saw her hugging the plush toy. Hinata then proceeded to sit cross-legged on the grass, with Mr. Doom in her lap. "Hurt me." She tilted her head with a gentle smile as she slowly spoke. "I think you are misunderstanding something, gentlemen. I am not trapped here with you. You are trapped here with Mr. Doom," she said, and her hands let go of the teddy bear. Yet, nothing happened as she let her words hang in the air for a few seconds, giving her opponents the time to properly register what was said. The Kumo Jonin exchanged a few glances before the lead ninja, the one who spoke to Hinata, sighed, "Hard way it is, then." He wryly smiled and was about to attack Hinata with the intention of knocking her out. Well, he had at least decided to be gentle about it. Sadly for him, he put his guard down, thinking that she was just an arrogant, sheltered genin who hadn't seen what's out there in the world just yet. So, when the teddy bear suddenly appeared in front of his face, about to deliver a spinning kick to his nose, the Kumo ninja could only watch in mute astonishment, his eyes slightly widening, for the split second before the plushy limb smashed into his head with a great momentum, cracking it like a grape and showering the ground in chunks of his brain, bone fragments, and blood as the chakra metal threads within the plushy toy made it much harder than even the best quality steel. Not expecting the surprise attack by a plush toy, the 3 remaining Jonin froze as the corpse of their comrade fell lifelessly to the ground. But Hinata's loud, "Go Mr. Doom!" Woo instantly woke them up, and Hinata suddenly found an onslaught of elemental attacks heading her way. Smiling to herself, she had decided how to deal with these people. A flicker of lightning chakra zapped around Mr. Doom for a moment before he was enveloped in the stuff, electrically charged chakra protectively coiling around him like an armor. With a loud bzzzt noise, Mr. Doom disappeared from his place, and all the elemental attacks were suddenly punched through, seemingly at the same time as he appeared, punched, and disappeared again at barely traceable speeds, making him look as if he was teleporting. The 3 Kumo Jonin saw it happen and paled, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lightning chakra armor. One of them muttered in fright, cold grip of panic creeping into his voice. They couldn't fight that. They could not even REA. Hinata's smile became sharp. In a surge of lightning, Mr. Doom disappeared again. And the fight was over. "Hinata-chan. We are here to save you." Naruto loudly shouted as he fiercely flew out of the tree line with wild abandon, only to stop in his tracks with a slack jaw when he saw the pieces of broken bodies of 4 Kumo ninjas on the ground, full of electrical burns and other physical damage. Hinata was happily sitting on the grass in the middle of all that carnage, cheerfully humming a tune while looking Mr. Doom over. Blinking, mostly for a show, Hinata turned her face toward Naruto with visible amusement shown in her expression, and raised her eyebrow at the boy, causing him to flush in embarrassment. "Idiot. Why do you have to scream while we are trying to ambush people?" Sakura landed behind Naruto and yelled out, furiously punching the back of his head, making him faceplant the ground. Chuckling, Hinata turned her attention back to Mr. Doom, and her good mood slightly soured. Hot. She inwardly sighed when she saw the damage her lightning chakra armor variant wreaked upon the plushie's insides. "I am still not good enough, heh." There was no snowball chance in hell she could don it on her body when only a short few minutes of usage would demolish her organs in a similar manner it destroyed a lot of Mr. Doom's insides. Then again, this was a great way to practice the technique. There was no risk of bodily harm, and because Mr. Doom was connected to her only through the chakra strings, it took much more effort to prevent the self-inflicted damage from the lightning chakra armor. Hinata firmly nodded to herself. Once she mastered this without damaging Mr. Doom, it was going to be much easier to use the technique with her body. While Hinata was pondering that, Kiba, Shino, and Sasuke awkwardly exited a nearby bush after seeing that there was no one left to ambush. Sasuke walked toward Hinata and asked, "Are you fine?" Hinata nodded. Yeah, they were not particularly impressive. She idly commented, not noticing how Sasuke's heart felt as if hit by several arrows at that admission. Here, he and his team struggled against 2 people while Hinata alone handled 4 of them. Rage abruptly pulsed through his body, only for him to notice Hinata's carefree smile, and suddenly, the ugly feeling was gone as quickly as it appeared, while Sasuke was left standing there, feeling at a loss. "Yeah." Naruto exclaimed, not one to be discouraged. "We dealt with our opponents, too." Kiba scoffed. One of the 2 managed to escape, though. He told Hinata. "All right. That's fine. We should continue on our way, then. The sooner we reach the tower, the safer we will be." Hinata, not paying attention to Sasuke, stood up from the ground and patted her legs to get rid of any grass that stuck to them. With that, they were again on their way. 30 seconds after Hinata and her friends left the place, another Hinata, a clone, suddenly emerged from the ground and looked toward the north, watching the fleeing last remaining Kimo Jonin, the men who fought with Team 7. He was already 1.5 kilometers away. Hinata's lips pressed into a thin line. With a sigh, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a simple coin, putting it into a flicking position in her fingers before she took aim. "Forgive me, but I can't have you return to Kimo," Hinata murmured in an apologetic tone as lightning surged out of her hand for the next 20 seconds, building up all the while she was slightly moving her hand, correcting her aim. Suddenly, the surge of lightning chakra stopped, and the eyes of Hinata's clone gleamed. Railgun. She flicked the coin. Back in the tower, Ino was with her team in their assigned room. Shikamaru was on the bed, as usual. Choji was eating, as usual. And Ino had just come out of the shower, feeling a bit lonely. She usually had her showers with Ren, and that quickly led to some juicy hanky-panky. She was missing it. It just wasn't the same without Ren there with her. She tried to push these feelings away by spending the last hour brushing her hair, and she was proud to say she attained perfection. Clad in her pink bathrobe, Ino opened the window and stretched her arms with a contented sigh that quickly transformed into a smile as the pleasant rays of the sunshine landed on her face. "What a nice day we are having, dash." Suddenly, a deafening roar swept through the forest of death as a blindingly fast, massive blue flash of lightning chakra beam tore through the forest right in front of Ino's eyes, decimating everything in its path while leaving an empty gash through the forest, where it burned away all it passed through. But the flash was over almost as fast as it appeared, only for the shockwave to hit a split second later. Ino was almost blown away. She only barely managed to brace herself and stick her feet to the ground with her chakra as she lowered her center of gravity, resisting the force trying to send her flying with gritted teeth. Her robes wildly flapped on her body under the frenzied wind, and her hair fared no better, but she held her ground while ducking her head and covering her face with her forearm. Choji was not so lucky. He didn't expect it, and so the shockwave slammed into his body, lifting him from the bed and ramming him harshly into the wall, where his body was held until the pressure passed. Shikamaru hunkered down on the bed after the loud, rude awakening, holding on for dear life as the shockwave washed over him. The unopened windows loudly rattled, and for a moment, Ino worried they would break, but the reinforced glass they were made from held. A moment later, the shockwaves finally ceased alongside the deafening booming sound, and Ino could let out a relieved breath as she looked outside the window, seeing that quite a few trees that were previously in the distance were now simply gone. "What the hell is the bitch doing over there?" Ino idly wondered with an unamused deadpan, blowing a bit of air from her mouth to get some strands of her now utterly messed up hair from her face as she straightened. That, however, caused her bathrobe to slide down her right shoulder, and she had to scramble to catch it, because it felt so loose, Ino was afraid it was going to slide off her body altogether. She quickly fastened the bathrobe around her body and turned around, only to freeze when she noticed that their room was an absolute mess. Especially her things, because she was the only one who put in the effort to unpack. Her clothes and necessities were on the bed, neatly folded on the bed before the mini-hurricane swept through their room. Now, they were all over the place, wrinkled and creased, and... Ino suddenly blushed as she saw Choji awkwardly staring up at the fan where quite risque, red panties hung on one blade. Disappearing in a body flicker, Ino quickly grabbed the panties and stuffed them back into her wrist seal, her cheeks deep red as she huffed and turned her back to her two gaping teammates. "Hinata." Ino closed her eyes. "I am going to make you suffer for this. I don't know how, but I will. Just you wait." Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Chunin Exams, Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the council room with his advisors, elders, and the department and clan heads, a tense atmosphere permeating the room. "How?" he asked in a deep, grave tone, the brim of his hat lowering to cover his very unamused gaze. Despite that, the massive angry frown peeking from underneath the hat still told everybody everything they needed to know about his current mood. How could Orochimaru infiltrate the village so easily? Pass through the detection barrier as if it wasn't there. Pass through all the ANBU patrols. Fool our sensory ninjas. The ANBU commander, sitting a few seats to the right, tensed, recognizing the reprimand for what it was, even if Hiruzen did not outright state it. He inclined his head a bit to show his acceptance. Orochimaru might be an S-rank ninja who knew a lot about Konoha's past security, but after his defection, most of what he knew was switched. In no way should he be able to simply waltz in with no one the wiser, like he had just done. How dash, Hiruzen continued, his calm tone getting fiercer with every sentence. Could Orochimaru infiltrate the forest? Hiruzen's head turned toward Anko, who was kneeling in the middle of the room with some other proctors for the second part of the Chunin exams. The second Hiruzen's disappointed gaze fell on the woman, she flinched, knowing that this monumental fuck-up was squarely on her shoulders. Orochimaru stood a few feet from her when she tried to teach the Yamanaka girl a lesson in humility. The tongue should have been a dead giveaway, in hindsight. Anko's shoulders dropped. She was far too preoccupied being angry at an uppity genin girl to even think about it at that time. She felt like a failure. Silence spread through the room, and Hiruzen's eyes landed on Danzo, who was inconspicuously sitting in a seat near the corner, right where he was least likely to be noticed. Their eyes met. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, and his expression became stone-cold. Danzo impassively stared back. The underlying tension in the room spiked, but only very few perceptive people noticed. 2 seconds passed, and Hiruzen turned his head away, murder in his eyes. He had a good idea of how Orochimaru had done it. A very good idea, indeed. Anko, the proctors, and the ANBU commander would get some reprimands. But it was not going to be anything severe because Hiruzen knew very well it was not their fault. For Orochimaru to get through every precaution, he would need help from within. Help from somebody who had access to all documents about the safety nets around the village. Most of these people were in this room. And it really did not take a genius to know who in this room was it. But could he do something about it? No. He could not. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, regretting giving Danzo the opportunity to become such a massive influence in the village that dislodging him without any proof was nigh impossible. But no matter. He was going to task the ANBU with watching out for root activities around the village. That should give Danzo the warning not to try his patience. At least until the Chunin exam ended. He needed him to behave at least until then. Having a major political upheaval within the village during the Chunin exams was very much not advisable. It would show weakness. And vultures love to pounce on the weak. This whole event was to showcase Konoha's strength and greatness, both to clients and to other villages. After the Chunin exams, though, Hiruzen had decided. This was the last straw. Helping Orochimaru infiltrate Konoha could not be forgiven. He was going to work hard at removing Danzo's influence once the exams were over. But for now. Shikaku. The Nara patriarch straightened up with a strained grimace. We tripled the patrols, organized search parties, changed the passwords and codes on many security measures, and we also have our interrogation rooms full, trying to determine where the leaks happened. So far, nothing. He let out a sigh. One, Hiruzen could sympathize with. This whole situation was truly troublesome. I guess that's the best we can do right now. Hiruzen discontentedly muttered, knowing that Orochimaru had most likely already retreated outside Konoha. It's what Hiruzen would have done after a successful infiltration and sabotage mission. It's what he taught his students to do. And Orochimaru was not stupid. Hiruzen doubted they were going to find anything. The men was definitely long gone. Let's move on. Hiruzen said as he took a deep breath and glanced at the Hyuga patriarch. Orochimaru was the priority, but this next topic was just as big of a mess as his wayward student's reappearance. Kumo. Instantly, anger flashed in the eyes of Hayashi Hyuga, and his posture became guarded while he waited for the next words with extreme caution. Hiruzen inwardly grimaced. He couldn't help but feel bad. The Hyuga patriarch clearly had no faith in him. Again, in hindsight, he should not have given in to Kumo's demands after the Hyuga incident. The fact that they have tried kidnapping Hinata again was enough proof. But at that time, Konoha had survived the Third War and the Kyubi attack, only for the hostilities between them and Kumo to ramp up right afterward, when the village was at its weakest. Finally, after 5 years of conflict, Kumo agreed to a peace treaty. Hiruzen remembered being elated. Konoha needed rest. It needed peace. It needed to recuperate and gather its strength again. And then, Kumo's ploy almost ruined it all. He found himself at a crossroads. Either give in to their demands for killing their envoy/kidnapper, or restart the hostilities when the village was already straining from prolonged conflict. On top of that, Hiruzen knew that IWA was watching. The only reason why the hostilities between them and Kumo did not spark the Fourth Ninja War was that Minato slaughtered so many of Iwa's ninjas, they literally could not meddle. They were weakened and also needed the time to recuperate their numbers. Kiri began with their stupid blood purges, and had enough problems on their own soil to care what was happening outside of it. And Suna started having economic problems and issues with their daimyo that required their full attention. So, they also could not jump into another war. Thank the sage for small blessings. Hiruzen thought. It was the decision between one clan's discontent versus the village's well-being back then. Hiruzen did not like it, but what choice did he have? As callous as it sounded, the Hyuga clan simply had to take one for the team. Danzo would say it was for the greater good, but Hiruzen knew it was simply the better of the two very bad options. Sadly, Hayashi's wariness was understandable. 6 Kumo teams died, alongside their jonin, who infiltrated the exams with the intent to kidnap Hinata Hyuga again. Konoha should make a scene out of it and ask for compensation. But Kumo was shameless. Hiruzen already knew how this would go. They were going to complain about the death of their promising genin while trying to paint the jonin as traitors. They were going to try to flip it and make Konoha into the villains here. And the fact that he previously gave in to their demands probably gave them confidence. It was most likely why Hayashi was so anxious. He expected the same thing to happen. But no, the situation was different, and this could not be allowed to stand. I shall send the Raikage a letter, asking for an explanation and telling him that Konoha will not take any responsibility for the death of his genin. Hiruzen said, trying to alleviate Hayashi's worries. Unsurprisingly, there were no protests from the people in the room. Nobody wanted Konoha to bow to Kumo again. And the fact that Hiruzen took a firm stance against it relieved a lot of leftover tension in the room. And if Kumo tried to get out of the responsibility by claiming their jonin to be traitors, Hiruzen inwardly smiled. They might manage it. But not without looking like absolute clowns. If Kumo refuses to pay the reparations, then Hiruzen could at least ruin their reputation. With that, the question of Kumo's kidnapping attempt was over. There was not much to speak about when it came to it. At least, not until the communication with Kumo started. Then, this topic would become hot, and Hiruzen could already feel the start of a profound headache, just imagining all the arguments it would spark within these chambers. He was not looking forward to that. That leads us to the last thing on our agenda today. Hiruzen said, his lips twitching as his calm facade cracked. Why the hell do I not have a report about who shot an S-rank lightning jutsu in the Forest of Death yet? He asked, and the atmosphere in the room became awkward as people started to look subtly at each other. The truth was, they had no idea. But nobody wanted to be the person saying that out loud. Especially not after this meeting, which was all about Konoha's general incompetence. Seeing how his subordinates acted, Hiruzen couldn't help but want to put his face in his hands while lamenting, why is it always the competent ones that die first? Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Sightseeing in Omegakure. While Konoha's higher-ups were experiencing trouble due to Orochimaru, Kumo, and Hinata, Ren was happily sitting on the edge of a building in Omegakure, clad in his Tobi costume while humming to himself under the rain as he swung his legs back and forth. It was great. He was not fully sure his new anti-sensory seal could cloak him properly, but considering he was in aim a couple of days already and nobody seemed to notice just yet, he marked the seal as a tentative success. If he had a system, his infiltrator class would have no doubt leveled up. Neen. He left Konoha the very next day after he fought off Orochimaru, deciding to go and make sure that Akatsuki is properly busy enough to not get any idea about invading Konoha during the Chunin exams. And he was glad for that decision. He managed to scout the Omegakure a bit, find out in which tower Nagato was most likely staying, and even discovered a very nice and adorable thing. Like the cute blue-haired woman playing tag with the local children in the park, as her paper made into a dome above them protected them from the rain. Ren expected many things when he came here, but this was not one of them. He actually did pay attention to the people and how they lived. How good their lives were in this village. And despite Nagato's psychosis, Ren had to admit he was not a bad ruler. The Amagekyure's inhabitants seemed, for the most part, happy. With a sigh, Ren realized that his time to observe aim was coming to an end. The Chunin exam's second phase was about to finish, and he did want to be there to see Ino and Hinata's triumph. The only thing he still had to do here was to announce his departure. Jumping off the building, Ren's feet silently impacted the ground, the momentum driving him into a crouch for a moment before he sprang back up and casually walked toward Conan with a smug swagger. Halfway through the park, he got too close for his new anti-sensory seal to work properly, causing it to fail, and Conan instantly stiffened for a second before she abruptly turned toward him. Her expression was full of shock. Her fingers twitched, and she was about to attack him, only to realize she had children near her and any combat between them could endanger them. Anger appeared in her eyes as she realized his presence right now was intentional and calculated, but fear also crept in. Wariness followed, and Ren could see the woman was utterly out of her element, having a hard time deciding what to do. Ren casually walked until he was near her, and then he raised one hand in greeting. "Yo," he cheerfully exclaimed with a grin that was unfortunately hidden by his mask, but he hoped his demeanor would clue them into its presence. Conan, rudely not returning the greeting, forcefully straightened up and narrowed her eyes at Ren as she stiffly asked. "What are you doing in aim?" "I am sightseeing. Like a tourist." Ren cheerfully said, "Omegakure is nice. I like what you did with the clouds. Very rainy." He gave her a thumbs up. Conan's lips stretched into a thin line while her eyes gave him an unamused and cold look. Man, and here he thought his pickup lines were good, but it seemed they just pissed her off more. TSK, women and their desire to play hard to get. Ren ruefully sighed in his mind. It was time for some masterful middle school flirting, then. The pull her hair to get her attention, kind. His whole demeanor suddenly shifted, and his voice made it obvious he was ogling her when he dreamily said, "And what a nice sight you have in here." He exaggeratedly gulped, loudly enough for anybody with chakra-enhanced hearing to notice. A bit of embarrassment crept into Conan's expression as the situation between them turned awkward under the curious gazes of the children behind Conan. The brunette even stopped trying to sneak her paper closer to his back behind him for some cheeky backstabbing. Ren counted that as progress. Be serious. Conan eventually replied in an awkward, frustrated tone. She knew he was flirting with her. But he was doing it in such a deliberately asinine way that she had no idea how to even react to it. For now, she was content keeping him talking. She had already alerted Nagato, and it was only a question of time until he showed up. K. Ren shrugged, interrupting Conan's inner thoughts before he turned toward the kids who were behind her. Hey, kids. Wanna some candy? Conan's nostrils flared at what she took as a subtle threat, but before she could give Ren a rebuke back, one especially confident girl from the bunch exclaimed, "Mum told me not to take sweets from shady old men." Hearing that, Ren froze. He put his hand on his heart, exaggeratedly showing how much the remark hurt him, before he slowly dropped to his knees and yelled out, "You are shady. You are old." "I am not old, okay." He childishly pointed at the girl, who, alongside the other kids, started laughing at his antics, and even Conan found her lips twitching into a barely noticeable amused smile. Ren's eyes turned toward Conan, and with a petulant tone, he ordered her. "Tell them that Toby is a good boy." The laughter only intensified, and Conan almost laughed out loud herself. "It's the mask. Maybe if you took it off, the kids would not find you so shady, old man Toby," she mirthfully said, half-heartedly giving it a shot. Of course, she did not expect it to be that easy. It's why she was so shocked when Ren eagerly nodded with, "Oh, all right, then." Conan's breath slightly hitched as he reached for his mask and then stopped for a moment for a dramatic pause, getting Conan's and the kids' undivided attention. "Behind the mask is." He quickly pulled the mask off, revealing another orange mask underneath it as he winningly exclaimed, "Another mask." He leaped onto his feet and put his hands on his hips before he started heartily laughing at the deadpan looks of his audience. "Lame." Conan snorted, giving him an eye roll, not even realizing how casual and friendly the gesture was. Ren mock gasped, "Eh. But the masks are half of my charm, Conan-chan." Conan's lips twitched. "It's also orange," she pointed out, causing several kids to shout their agreement. "I don't want to hear that from a girl with dyed hair." Ren protested, and inwardly grinned when her expression slightly shifted. He didn't expect her to be self-conscious of her hair, of all things, but it seemed he hit the nail right on the head here. "My hair is natural," Conan quickly retorted, taken aback. "Really?" Ren doubtfully asked. Conan heatedly started, only to stop herself halfway through the word, her lips pursing as she finally realized what Ren was doing. "Ah. Good try," she acknowledged with a small, strained expression, only for Ren to tilt his head. "I don't know what you are talking about," he cluelessly said, but inwardly, he was pouting. Well, it wasn't as if he expected to be able to misdirect the conversation for long against her. He quite liked their casual banter while they both waited for Nagato to show up. Surely, she alerted him by now. But Ren would admittedly have been a bit disappointed if she had never noticed how at ease she was getting in his presence. The impassive, cold facade appeared back on Conan's face. "What are you doing in aim?" "Admiring your beauty." Ren shamelessly said back the same thing as previously in the most sincere tone he could pull off. It was personally important to him for her to understand that he was not kidding here. Conan gave him a silent, threatening look at that, and if the kids were not there, she would have no doubt already started attacking him already. "I enjoyed seeing you so caring toward kids." Ren grinned. Conan still gave him the silent treatment. "I also like seeing you give food to the homeless." He hummed and enjoyed how Conan's eyes slightly widened. She had correctly realized that for him to know about that, he would have to be in the village at least for an entire day, because the last time she had done that was yesterday. "I find it admirable that you help out at the local orphanage, too," Ren admitted, finding the frustration in Conan's eyes adorable because she had done that 2 days ago, hence, it was an admission they had not discovered his presence in Omegakure for at least 2 whole days. Who knows what kind of nefarious stuff he could have done during that time, eh? He totally did not put a thin layer of transparent glue on every toilet seat in the main Akatsuki base. Surely, the fact that every bottle of sake they had would now cause them a severe case of diarrhea was simply a coincidence, too. Well, Conan did not drink. He found that out before he decided to, ahem. No, he was not confessing. He also knew nothing about the fact that every cookie mysteriously disappeared from their pantry. Thieves nowadays. So petty. At least, whoever raided it left a note saying, "Toby was here. You are stalking me." Conan uttered in disbelief after a brief moment of silence, and Ren almost face-faulted at her conclusion. That wasn't how he would put it. But. Holy shit, you are right. I became a stalker. He gasped and exaggeratedly waved his hands around. Oh, no. Mama gonna spank me. The kids laughed again, but Conan sadly stayed serious this time. What can you tell me about Toby? Ren blinked, not expecting that. That meant they had started looking into Obito. Which was good. But also bad. It could go either way. He had no idea who in the fight between them would win. Ren's favorite was Obito simply because he could just pop in front of the real Nagato and stab him through the heart any time he wished. But who knows? Maybe Nagato had some tricks up his sleeve. Eh? My brother from a different mother. Ren tilted his head at Conan, wondering if he should reveal something about the men. Yes. Conan nodded. For a moment, Ren stayed silent. But then he casually shrugged, no idea. We are not related. He said, getting the biggest exasperated look of his life from Conan at that admission. He decided not to reveal anything. For selfish reasons, too. Once the jig was up, Nagato and Obito were going to come to blows, and only one of them was going to survive. That was definitely going to cause a massive butterfly effect. Now, Ren knew it was the preferred outcome for him. It would reduce the number of his enemies and fracture the Akatsuki. But he also had a lot of things to worry about right now, and he didn't need the additional headache. He also didn't want Conan to be hurt in the crossfire. It was a conflicting feeling. He couldn't quite shake off the attraction he felt toward her. And he admitted as much to Hinata and Ino, who simply told him their variant of, go get her, tiger, completely missing the actual problem. Conan was his enemy. And she wasn't going to betray Nagato. Realistically speaking. This was destined to end in tears. Logically, Ren knew that. But his heart was refusing to fully acknowledge the fact. It was quite bothersome. Noticing that pain was getting near, Ren decided to leave them one nugget of information that, while important and interesting, was mostly useless for them without all the context. Just to mess with Nagato's head because he was annoyed at the knowledge that Conan would choose him every time if it came to it. The better question would be, why does an Uzumaki kid have Rinnegan when that can only manifest when Uchiha and Senju genes are combined? You should really think about it for a moment, NE. Conan blinked, what are you trying to dash? But she was interrupted when Ren suddenly appeared in front of her and swept her into his embrace. His arms snaked around her torso, and he grabbed a handful of her rear while his mask slid a bit to the side as his lips landed on hers and his tongue invaded her mouth. Conan's eyes closed, and she subconsciously started hungrily kissing him back. Ren quickly substituted with a poor shadow clone that instantly popped out of existence when several paper spikes rammed straight through him. Still stabby, I see. Ren cheekily said as he emerged from the ground where his shadow clone was hiding and properly fastened his mask back on his face. But his heart dropped, and he inwardly winced when he saw the mix of emotions on Conan's face. There was longing, confusion, and anger. Ren doubted the woman actually understood her own feelings right now. Well, that made two of them, he reluctantly guessed. He felt bad about using her like this, especially because he did like the girl, but the more annoyed Pain was at his fake Tobi persona, the less likely it was for the men to march off and go Shinra Tensei Konoha into oblivion. Turning toward Pain, Ren gave him a cheerful wave, bye-bye, Pain-kun. See you later, Conan-chan. And disappeared in a swirl, hearing only an angry shout of, damn it, before the scenery in front of him shifted. Chapter 149, Chapter 149. How did she know? Ren sneaked into the arena where the preliminary rounds for the last part of the Chunin exams were going to take place and anchored himself on the roof while he watched the Hokage give his speech to the participants. Funnily enough, the final number was the same as in canon. Ren could not really say if this was some kind of fate or just a coincidence, and he decided not to bother thinking about it. The Sound team and Kabuto's team were dead, but in their stead, there were Karui and Omoi from Kyumo, whose third teammate had to drop out because he got careless, fell into a trap, and ended up doubly disarmed in the forest. Poor dude, masturbation was going to prove extremely hard without any arms. Oh, and his ninja life was also over, Ren guessed. Then there were the three mooks from Omegakure that Gaara had bulldozed over in the canon. The Umbrella and Senbin using guys. One Chunin called them Team Shigure, so that was probably their designation. These three mooks seemed to be far luckier this time around and hadn't met Gaara in the forest, somehow managing to bumble their way all the way to the tower. As for the other participants, it was the same as in canon. There were the Konoha 9, Guy's team, and the Sand siblings. The Hokage's speech ended soon enough, and the teams started to go up on the elevated balcony along the sides of the arena, where they claimed a bit of space for themselves and grouped up into their designated teams to watch the fights. Only Ino and Hinata were exceptions as they did not join their Jonin instructor and teammates, opting instead to stay together, taking a bit of space between where their teams stood for themselves. Ren smiled in amusement when he saw how Ino was petulantly complaining at Hinata for something while his Hyuga girl was distractedly nodding along, half listening and half ignoring the blonde as they stood next to each other, leaning on the hand railing. From his experience with his girls, it was obvious that Hinata was more focused on scouting the opposition, Ino's complaints going in one ear and out the other. Not that Ino noticed just yet, too absorbed in her own world and grievances. But that was nothing unusual with the two of them. Observing Hinata, Ren nodded in satisfaction. She was properly taking stock of her opponents. Unlike Ino, who finished first and had several days in the tower to scout out the other teams, Hinata's team only arrived yesterday evening alongside Team 7. He had heard what happened in the forest. Inoichi Yamanaka paid him a brief visit this morning and informed him of the fact that Kumo tried to kidnap Hinata again. Ren only found it hilarious. If they had targeted Niji, they might have had a chance for success, but with his meddling, they would need to send the Raikage or Killer Bee if they wanted to have a chance of success at capturing Hinata alive. A few barely Jonin-level idiots would not cut it. From what Hinata relayed through the telepathy seal, these Jonin were, in fact, experienced Chunin at best. There was one, maybe two of them, that were skilled enough to earn the Jonin rank. But at the end of the day, they were nothing to write home about. Then again, that was sensible. Kumo would not send their cream of the crop on what practically amounted to a suicide mission with high chances of causing a diplomatic incident that would have all ninja villages pissed at them. No. They took 6 desperate idiots with no chance of promotion. Strong enough to have a chance to pull it off. Loyal enough that they would not betray the village. And most importantly, stupid enough not to ask questions. And then they most likely gave them a chance to prove themselves. They have given them the Jonin rank, made them Jonin instructors, and off with them to Konoha, where they would need to do something small for their village to prove they deserved their new rank. The idiots were actually excited to be of use to their village when they were on their way to Konoha. They only learned that Kumo's higher-ups want them to kidnap an unsealed Hyuga after they arrived. How did Ren know about that? Well, Yamanaka are rumored to be capable of getting information even from decapitated heads of dead enemies. And Ino was an exceptionally peerless Yamanaka when it came to mind-walking. Hinata's clone simply grabbed a head from a decapitated Kumo guy after she fired her railgun, and then forwarded it to Ino, who got the information. Of course, mind-walking the dead brains was much harder than living ones. A lot of information ended up unclear, and details were scarce. Ino mentioned something about the mindscape of dead people being fractured, which made the mind-walking dangerous and difficult. So, she mostly managed to get their reason for attacking Hinata out of them, but she did not bother taking the risk to get more information out of the head. Ren agreed. If it was indeed risky, then it was not worth the effort. He didn't need to know these things if the process endangered Ino. Sneakily appearing behind his girls, Ren grinned as he heard their friendly bickering. Are you even listening to my complaints, Hinata? Ino whined, making Hinata sigh in exasperation. What do you want me to tell you, Ino? I am sorry that your kinky side was shown to your teammates. Why did you even pack panties like that for the Chunin exams? She asked with a brief touch of sarcasm invading her tone as she rolled her eyes. I thought Ren would visit me in the forest or in the tower. Ino sulkily muttered, discontentedly glaring into nowhere. Both Hinata and Ren snorted at that. Hearing his snort, Ino and Hinata froze for a second before they turned around, and their expressions lit up. Ino beamed and loudly, without any shame, exclaimed, Ren. I missed you, before she glomped on him, affectionately rubbing her head against his shoulder. Ren let out an awkward laugh as several eyes landed on him, but for the most part, he ignored the looks in favor of gently rubbing Ino's head with his right hand. I missed you too. He whispered to the girl, making her let out a delighted mewl in embarrassment as she buried her face into his shoulder, her arms tightening the hug. Can you be here? Hinata asked with a hint of worry, her lips now stretched into a small, happy smile. Ren gave her back a reassuring smile of his own, don't worry. I got permission from the Hokage. He invitingly stretched out his left arm, leaving open an easy access to the left side of his body that Ino deliberately left empty as she monopolized his right side. Now, come here. Hinata did not need more prompting as her body softly impacted Ren's. Ah. Hinata released a contented noise with a flushed face as she melded into Ren's left side. Everybody can see us. She embarrassedly whispered, but contrary to expectations, she did not pull away. Instead, she looked up, coming face to face with Ren before she pushed herself on the tips of her toes and her lips landed on his, all the unimportant observers be damned. Hayashi Hyuga. The Hyuga elders. Fuck them. There was already going to be a headache because Hinata dispatched 4 Kumo Jonin alone. Which should not have been possible for a talentless genin, as the Hyuga elders loved to call her. Even Hokage was probably very curious about how Hinata managed it and how much of her strength she was hiding. The only reason that fact had not been questioned yet was that the village had bigger issues to focus on. Hinata's performance was not a pressing issue. Orochimaru was. The village's response to Kumo's audacity was. Hell, even investigating the S-rank lightning jutsu that, unknown to them, was cast by Hinata, was more important right now than satisfying their curiosity about Hinata's abilities. So, if the Hyuga clan was going to be an issue anyway, Hinata decided to give them something to truly grumble about. Hiding her relationship with Ren no longer mattered. Ren was a bit taken by surprise, but he realized what the gesture meant. He respected Hinata's decision and reciprocated the slow, lazy kiss, much to Hinata's delight. He could almost hear the growl coming from Niji from the other side of the room. Enjoying the kiss, Ren's left hand slowly slid a bit down, toward her posterior, only her casual telepathic message, "You've kissed the girl from AIM again, haven't you?" made it freeze in its tracks. If he weren't kissing her, his jaw would definitely drop in surprise, but his mouth opened anyway, allowing Hinata's tongue to cheekily slip past his lips as she deepened the kiss with no care in the world while Ren could only inwardly wonder. How the hell did she know? Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Chunin exams, this shit is so rigged. How did you know? Ren curiously asked, slightly breathless after Hinata finally pulled away from the kiss. Don't get him wrong, he didn't really feel bad about it, and he knew Hinata was not admonishing him for it. He was upfront about the kiss and the surprising feelings he felt toward Conan after their first meeting. He told Hinata and Ino that he was attracted to her, too. He also explained that he didn't think anything would ever come out of it, because, well, they were on different sides of the conflict. That sounds romantic in a story, but in reality, such a thing mostly ended in tears for both sides. Ren believed that in the life of a ninja, there were enough secrets and betrayals to last a lifetime without the need to bring such things into his romantic relationships. He wanted to be sincere with his girls. Hinata gave Ren a small grin and, with just a touch of smugness, she spoke, her lipstick. Lipstick. Ren's eyes slightly widened in surprise, but then his forehead creased as he tried to figure out how that could tell her anything. He had to admit Conan had a good-looking and very tasty lipstick. He liked the blueberry taste. But he had kissed Conan yesterday, and since then, he had a shower, washed his face 3 times, and had several drinks. There should not be any lipstick residue or aftertaste after all that. Yes. Hinata mirthfully confirmed, enjoying Ren's puzzlement. Alas, she was not cruel enough to let him helplessly flail around after the answer and decided to simply be upfront. It is poisonous. You have the same slight traces of poison in the tissue of your lips as you did the last time you came from Omega-Kure. The cougar tried to poison Ren. Ino instantly exclaimed when she heard that and stopped enjoying her comfortable cuddle into Ren's side for the moment. Ah. Ren was taken aback a bit. That was news to him. Of all the things to miss, he had never thought that Conan would be wearing poisonous lipstick. Really? I haven't noticed. He awkwardly stated and scratched the back of his head in discomfort. Hinata shrugged, I would be surprised if you did. I have already tweaked both of your bodies to be highly poison resistant. She offhandedly said as if she hadn't just casually admitted to messing with their biology without their consent or knowledge. Ren opened his mouth, but then closed it, finding nothing to say to that. He was not angry that she had done it. He was just slightly peeved she had never mentioned it. But he knew that on some level, the fault lay with him and his teachings. He would have to sit Hinata down and give her a talking to about pulling Orochimaru on him and Ino without their knowledge. Because that was seriously not cool. It made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The thing that bothered him the most, however, was when. I don't think I have ever noticed you playing with my body. And wasn't that exasperating? Hinata tweaked his biology, and he had no idea for months. A small shudder went down Ren's spine. His previously timid Hyuga had become a very good medical ninja if she had managed to pull that off. Such a thing would take serious levels of skill. What he said. Ino quipped in, also giving Hinata a bit guarded, half-lidded stare that made the Hyuga girl squirm a bit. Well, I think I played with your body many times while I had your undivided attention. Hinata tried to play it off with a joke, but Ren wouldn't let her. Hina. He firmly said, making Hinata bite her lower lip for a moment, realizing that she was not going to get out of answering here. Her face flushed once more, and she let out a small, embarrassed giggle. All right. She reluctantly spoke, I've done it during sex some months ago. I am not surprised you haven't noticed. You were a bit preoccupied slamming your hips into my posterior and filling me up at the time. By the time she was finished speaking, her embarrassed giggle turned into an amused and teasing smile because both Ren and Ino were trying to pull off a convincing imitation of a tomato. For Ren, that genuinely took him off guard, but he recovered very quickly. He wasn't ashamed of their nightly activities and neither was he afraid to pinch Hinata's butt in retribution, which earned him an exasperated look from the girl. Ino, however, dryly spoke when she regained control of her embarrassment. On a second thought, I don't need to know when. Feeling a bit vindictive due to the pinch and finding Ino an easy target to vent her frustration, Hinata decided to interrupt her and say it anyway, well, I was full and you have a very nimble tongue. Ino quickly covered Hinata's mouth with her palm, rolling her eyes at Hinata. I don't want to know, bitch. She huffed, knowing that now that Hinata knew that she found it embarrassing, the girl was going to tease the hell out of her with it. It was how their sisterly bond worked, and it was only fair. Ino had to admit she would have done the same thing. The only reason why she was upset was that it wasn't she who got such juicy blackmail first. Amused at the byplay between girls, Ren gave Hinata a cheeky smirk before he whispered to her, "We gotta repeat that experience sometime soon." Then he pecked her forehead as her cheeks flushed a bit, and an excited smile appeared on her face. He then turned toward Ino and pecked her on the lips. "You, too, Ino. We can verify the nimbleness of your tongue again." He chuckled when her face scrunched at that. "Mo. What is it today? Bully Ino Day." Ino sullenly complained, making Ren laugh as he pulled her back into a one-armed hug. "Every day is Bully Ino Day, sweetheart." "Ass." Ino fondly chuckled. "Yes, you have a very nice ass, Ino," Ren remarked, making Ino let out an exasperated whine as she buried her face into his shoulder. He decided to count that as his win. But before they could continue with their banter, they were interrupted by the sound of a clearing of the throat behind them. Turning a bit, Ren noticed that both Asuma and Kurenai approached them alongside the remainder of their teams during their very mature discussion and wanted to speak with them. Ren quickly disengaged the privacy seal that covered them, making their words unintelligible to anybody listening in, just as the girls, with unhappy noises, pulled away from him and turned around to face their Jonin instructors. "Hinata, you are making a spectacle," the irritated Kurenai reproachfully said before Hinata could utter a word, only for Ino to snort. "Somebody is jealous." Ino cheekily fired back in Hinata's defense, getting a glare from Kurenai and an awkward cough from Asuma, who really looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Ren could understand. He felt the same the second the three women started speaking. As a male, he instinctively knew this was not going to end well if he let it go on. He was about to interject when a very loud and passionate shout interrupted them. "Youth." That turned the entire atmosphere between Ino, Hinata, and Kurenai awkward. Ren saw Asuma opening his mouth, when an even louder shout from a much younger voice resounded through the room, causing many people to turn toward Team Guy and give them very dry, deadpan looks, much to Niji and Tenten's embarrassment. Asuma closed his mouth, mumbling, "Never mind," before he lazily leaned against the railing, waiting for the preliminary rounds to start. Ren glanced at the three women who still had their silent stare off, and shook his head, leaving them to it as he imitated Asuma and also leaned on the railings. He looked across the arena, scanning the people there with his eyes, even passing over the disguised Orochimaru and resisting the urge to eye-roll at the men. His eyes stopped on Gaara, who was giving him a very intense look. Finding it amusing, Ren grinned at him and mouthed, "Hello, Panda-chan." His amusement spiked alongside the killing intent on a low simmer, filling the room. He had no idea why, but messing with Gaara was simply fun and relaxing. He might be expressionless, but he had the best reactions. Ren didn't dwell on Gaara for long, though. His eyes started looking through the people on his side of the arena, at least until he ended up looking at Sasuke and inwardly winced at the sight of the boy grasping at his neck, visibly in pain. He could have prevented that. But he deliberately did not. He felt bad about it. But it was for the greater good. And now, after admitting that, he felt even worse about it. He simply wanted to examine the cursed seal. He could not approach Anko. That would have sent many alarm bells through some higher-ups. The Konoha upper echelons did not actually want the seal to be studied. They did not want somebody to recreate it. And Danzo probably worried that if somebody could counter Orochimaru's cursed seal, then they could counter his cursed seal, too. It was partially a reason why Anko was not helped. They let only Jiraiya work on it, and with all due respect, Jiraiya would rather masturbate while peeking on bathing women or go to a whorehouse than put in the effort into cracking Anko's seal. Especially since it didn't look like the seal was affecting Anko that much. Anko was simply shit out of luck. Theoretically speaking, if she approached Ren with a request for him to look at the seal and try to resolve it, he might be able to do it without repercussions. But he also suspected that the woman had received a direct order not to approach other people knowledgeable in sealing arts. Jiraiya was not the only person who knew his seals in Konoha. Too many of Ren's senior colleagues in the Barrier Corps complained about not getting permission to study the seal, and Anko had never approached even one of them of her own volition. Ren refused to believe there wasn't more to it. He knew how much Anko wanted that seal off her body. But with Sasuke, it was easier. Sasuke was known to be his friend. Maybe a distant one, but a friend nonetheless. Ren could take a look at the seal, claiming that it was just his concern for a friend. Besides, he did put a lot of thought into this. He wondered for a long time if he should allow it to happen. But it all came to the same problem. If Sasuke was not marked by Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, then Orochimaru would have sought the boy out for the disappointingly short sucking session somewhere else. And if it was an inevitable outcome anyway because Orochimaru would not let such a juicy prize as Sharingan go, then it was much safer for this to happen in a controlled environment. It was sad, but that was just how it was. Sasuke getting his hiki was inevitable. Ren's musings were interrupted as the proctor announced the names of the first participants to fight. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Midair. Who? Ren wondered for a moment, until he saw one boy from Team Shigeru move toward the stairs just as Sasuke appeared in the arena, impatiently waiting for his opponent with that trademark annoyed Uchiha glare. Sage, he looked like a constipated duck. Sighing, Ren observed the midair boy, and he had to say he was a tad disappointed. Body language, demeanor, the way he moved, there were a lot of things that ninjas learn to observe to tell things about their targets. And from what Ren was seeing, the midair boy was a genin. Maybe a skilled genin, but a genin nonetheless. He was the weakest genin in the room, maybe outside of Sakura. And if Ren, who did not focus on reading people, could make that guess, then Hokage's ninjas definitely could do it, too. Sasuke is going to mop the floor with that boy. It's not even going to be even a contest. Hinata suddenly said from next to Ren, who only nodded with a hum. She would know best. She had the chakra-seeing eyes. She could see their chakra and compare how big and developed it was. It might not be a completely accurate way to judge somebody's capabilities, but it provided a very effective rough estimate. Ren wryly smiled, shaking his head. Because, naturally, Konoha could not afford to have the last phase of the Chunin exams without Sasuke Uchiha in it. He inwardly let out a helpless laugh. This shit is so rigged. Author note. Or.